In the Qianyuan Xianxia, every individual possesses a spiritual root. However, without the Zhuan Xianzheng, one is denied even the qualification to cultivate. Lu Xian traverses into this realm, laboring for 2 years, yet remains a mere mortal, left with nothing but a modest courtyard. In a moment of desperation, he acquires a building upgrade system. Dilapidated caves, neglected spiritual fields, rudimentary chicken coops, all are eligible for enhancement. Cave Level 1. Increases stamina and energy recovery speed by 10, enhances combat power within range by 100, offers shelter from wind and rain, with soundproof barriers. Bedroom Level 1. Enables automatic cultivation during sleep, slightly enhances divine sense. Spiritual Field Level 1. Capable of planting first-tier spiritual flora, with a minor chance, 1, of mutation, randomly generating 1 spiritual plant with an additional year of age daily. Chicken Coop Level 1. Produces succulent meat. After daily feeding, there is a 5 chance of evolving into a first-tier spiritual fowl. Additionally, there are buildings such as the teleportation room, alchemical workshop, inn, and broken mirror platform awaiting unlocking, promising continuous surprises. While others struggle in lotteries, seeking celestial affinities, Lu Xian effortlessly lays out his plans and steadily upgrades. Within the courtyard, he revels in tranquility, observing the passage of time, and smiles at the prospect of longevity. Chapter 1. The world of cultivation also faces unemployment, building upgrades. In Qianyuan Xianxiao, Qingyan City, autumn deepens with heavy dew, and the cool breeze stirs a few withered leaves, swirling along the somewhat desolate streets. Lu Xian, clad in thin black garments, hastens through the alleys towards Baidantong. This wretched place is utterly unbearable. Why must the cultivation world still adhere to 797? It is simply madness. Lu Xian grumbles inwardly. Finally, at the last moment of the hour of the hare, he arrives at the entrance of the alchemy hall, only to find a large hand blocking his path. Lu Xian, due to negligence and laziness, your performance has fallen short for 3 consecutive months. You are hereby dismissed. You have worked as a laborer in Baidantong for 2.5 years, earning a monthly salary of 40 spiritual fragments. Manager Huang is kind-hearted. Here is a compensation of 200 spiritual fragments. Take it and leave. A burly man from within the hall announces in a booming voice, tossing a bag towards him. Lu Xian instinctively catches the bag of spiritual fragments, momentarily stunned. In his previous life, he had encountered great fortune on his way home after being optimized, yet despite his utmost efforts, he could not overcome it, leading to his traversal. Little did he expect that upon arriving in the cultivation world, he would be dismissed yet again. However, it is somewhat better than Lanxing, for the compensation amounts to 2 N. Brother Zhang, could you enlighten me on the specifics of this situation? Lu Xian inquires softly. Xianxia glances around cautiously, leans in closer, and lowers his voice, saying, Lu Xiaodi, you have turned 16, yet have not secured the Zhuan Xianjing, have you? To be frank, Manager Huang has recently hired someone with a certificate who only receives 30 spiritual fragments monthly. Naturally, you. Lu Xian falls silent. Is the cultivation world truly this competitive? Understand, thank you. He refrains from further questioning, bows in gratitude, and turns to leave Baidantong. On his way home, he reflects on the information he has gathered in this world over the years. The territory he occupies is under the jurisdiction of Qianyuan Xianxiao. Unlike the era of waning laws, this realm seems to be in an extreme spiritual era. Everyone possesses a spiritual root and can cultivate. Resources are abundant, and regardless of talent, one can attain complete qi refinement through sheer effort. However, 1,000 years ago, the Qin Tianjian monitored that the concentration of spiritual energy in the world was gradually declining at an exceedingly slow pace. Upon this revelation, the court was shaken. The 6 sects and 10 noble families within the court seized the opportunity to unite in a petition under the banner of seeking welfare for future generations and aligning with the will of heaven. The Qingming Xianhuang, benevolent as ever, issued 3 imperial edicts: the prohibition of certain methods, forbidden techniques, and the Zhuan Xianjing. In the subsequent 5 centuries, civilian cultivation techniques were systematically destroyed, and the transmission of alchemical, artifact, and formation skills was strictly prohibited. Most critically, without the Zhuan Xianzheng issued by the court, no matter one's innate talent, one is barred from practicing celestial arts. Various rogue cultivators resisted, leading to a bloodbath of unimaginable proportions. After another 5 centuries, the number of cultivators plummeted by nearly half, and spiritual energy barely maintained a semblance of balance. How grandiose their rhetoric. It is merely to solidify the rule of the celestial dynasty for thousands of years. Xian trudges back to the shanty town outside Qianyuan City, pushing open a creaking wooden door. This modest courtyard was left behind by the original owner's parents, spacious enough, encompassing over 2 mu of land in total. Outside the city, land holds little value, but rent must be paid annually. According to the laws of Qianyuan Xianxia, all land is imperial territory and individuals possess only usage rights. Fortunately, this year's rent has been fully paid. What lies ahead? Should he seek refuge in an entirely mortal city and live a life of ease, or perhaps marry and bear children, entrusting his hopes to future generations? Xian contemplates those who have spent 30 or 40 years in lotteries, aging from youth to gray hair, just to barely embark on the path of cultivation. Even if they manage to cultivate, the hope of foundation establishment is nearly extinguished. Should he fail to obtain the Zhuan Xianzheng and start cultivating before turning 20, his life is destined to remain thus. He shakes his head, his eyes devoid of despair. Surely, one must have faith that heaven does not completely close off paths for the desperate. If all else fails, I shall become a bandit and cultivate dark arts. Xian grits his teeth. Under a millennium of oppression, there are always those rebellious or cornered individuals who refuse to be restrained by the court, retreating into the deep mountains to hide and practice the wild techniques that have fortuitously survived. Yet this path is fraught with peril. If discovered, it leads to utter ruin. After sitting in silence for an hour, Xian devises another plan: bribery. The black market whispers of connections to the official responsible for issuing certificates. Yet merely the entrance fee for such dealings has skyrocketed to 50 low-grade spiritual stones each time. His entire fortune, combined with the recently acquired compensation, amounts to a mere 226 spiritual fragments. 100 spiritual fragments equate to a single low-grade spiritual stone. This paltry sum is hardly sufficient to even fill a gap in someone's teeth. Given the circumstances, I shall. Xian was about to rise. Ding. Congratulations, host, on awakening the building upgrade system. You can consume specific materials to upgrade your buildings and gain unique effects. The current upgrade list has been revealed. Cave, level 0. Level 1 effect. Wind and rain protection, soundproof barrier. Spiritual energy concentration 20, stamina and energy recovery speed 10, combat power within the range 100 upgrade requirements. Low-grade spirit stones, *10, lime mortar *50 gene, blue stone bricks *1000, wooden boards *30 pieces. Training room, level 0, level 1 effect. Risk of going astray in cultivation -10, cultivation speed 20 upgrade requirements. Low-grade spirit stones *8, calming stone *1. Spiritual field, level 0, level 1 effect. Can plant first-tier spiritual plants, growth speed 100, with a slight chance, 1, of mutation, daily random increase of 1 spiritual plant's age by 1 year. Upgrade requirements. Low-grade spirit stones *8, tilling, weeding, pest control. Chicken coop, level 0, level 1 effect. Delicious meat, after daily feeding, 5 chance of evolving into first-tier spiritual poultry. Egg production rate 100 upgrade requirements. Low-grade spirit stones *2, wooden boards *10 pieces. Qinghe rice straw *3 bundles. This interface. It somewhat resembles a farming game I played in my previous life. As a seasoned reader of the novel Xianxia, Xian comprehended everything upon viewing the panel. In simple terms, the cave should represent the entire small courtyard. The training room is the quiet space used by the original owner's parents for meditation, and the spiritual field in the backyard has remained abandoned since he visited Baidenton. Although he was tempted by the enhancements offered by the first 3 buildings, he currently possessed less than 3 spirit stones, which deterred him from pursuing those upgrades. His gaze ultimately settled upon the chicken coop section. The coop was constructed last year, and he later purchased 10 ordinary chicks. According to the boasting of the vendor, they possessed a trace of the Jade bloodline, costing him 2 spirit shards. Each chicken laid an egg approximately every 2 days. Xian had never been interested in eggs before, merely coveting the chickens themselves. If the chicken coop were upgraded to level 1, with a daily 5 chance of evolution, could they truly transform into jade poultry? He was fervently excited, as he fully understood what first tier signified. Once classified, they would be valued in spirit stones, and spirit shards would be utterly insufficient. At the Drunken Immortal building in the city, each jade chicken was bought for 30 spirit stones, and if he set up a stall, he could sell them for around 40, given good fortune. As long as I can sell 2 or 3, the immortal certificate will be within reach. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. Taking advantage of the early evening light, Lu Xian ventured out to a nearby roadside and felled 2 large trees, laboriously shaping them into 10 wooden boards, making several trips to transport them all home. He then entered the city, spending 12 spirit shards to buy 3 bundles of Qinghe rice straw from someone who specialized in spiritual farming. He felt a pang of regret, but rationalized that Qinghe rice was the most common spiritual grain, and the straw retained a hint of spiritual energy, making the price reasonable. Upon returning home, the sun was setting, painting the sky with evening glow. Lu Xian arrived at the backyard. The chicken coop was located in the upper right corner of the spiritual field, and he felt somewhat ashamed at the sight of the shabby and dilapidated structure. No matter, system, upgrade it for me. The wooden boards, Qinghe rice straw, and the 200 spirit shard he had just counted from his bag instantly vanished, transforming into specks of light that merged into the chicken coop. The outline of the dilapidated structure suddenly blurred. In the blink of an eye, a beautifully crafted, sturdy, and completely renewed chicken coop stood before him. I thought I would have to construct it myself, or that the materials would need to fly over for combination. Lu Xian marveled in astonishment. Well, since I am cultivating immortality, why bother with science? Besides, the chickens still need feeding today. Herding the flock back to their coop, Lu Xian retrieved a large bag of ordinary grain and evenly scattered it into the feeding trough. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The chickens eagerly pecked at the feed, creating a lively scene. A quarter of an hour passed, and seeing no unusual occurrence, Lu Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. Cluck! A hen, which had been pecking away, suddenly craned its neck and let out a loud call, its body swelling to twice its size. The formerly dull feathers began to shimmer with a soft luster, and upon closer inspection, the tips of its claws gleamed with a jade-like brilliance. The jade poultry had emerged. Chapter 2. The first fortune and the preliminary immortal certificate within the chicken coop, the exquisite jade chicken, having undergone evolution, suddenly sat steadily in its nest, remaining utterly still. The other 9 mundane chickens followed suit in succession. As Lu Xian observed in astonishment, it was not long before the chickens began to cluck and rise one after another, revealing an array of eggs in the nest. His gaze fell upon the egg beneath the jade chicken. It was slightly larger than the others, with a shell presenting an extraordinary emerald hue, emanating a unique aura of spiritual energy. A spiritual egg, undoubtedly imbued with spiritual essence. The previously assumed daily production rate of 100 eggs became a source of immense excitement for him. He hastily reached out to retrieve the egg, only to be met with a sharp peck from the jade chicken, instantly resulting in a gaping wound on his fingertip. Lu Xian inhaled sharply. What if that jade claw had scratched him? In truth, he might not be able to overpower a mere chicken. I shall deal with you in a few days, Lu Xian muttered, clutching his finger as he retreated to prepare a meal. He ignited a fire to boil the jade egg, and upon peeling away the emerald shell, the egg white glistened like jade while the yolk was plump and oozing. The flavor was extraordinarily delightful. After consuming only half, he felt a profound fullness within. A warm current coursing through him, sweeping away the fatigue accumulated from a day of tree cutting, and he could even sense a faint surge of strength blossoming within him. Truly, it was a spiritual egg, a far cry from mundane sustenance. It possessed both the effects of nourishing the body and enhancing vitality. Lu Xian closed his eyes in contemplation. This jade egg could likely fetch over 50 spirit shards, but relying solely on selling these to accumulate sufficient spirit stones would be a protracted endeavor, fraught with risk from frequent transactions. Selling a few jade chickens separately also posed its own dangers. The most prudent choice would undoubtedly be to sell them all at once to the Zue Xianlu. As is well known, aside from the conventional levels of cultivation, the realm of immortals is categorized into the ant, friend, young friend, and predecessor stages. Of course, in the Qianyuan Immortal Dynasty, one might even add the official realm. Presently, he was merely an ordinary mortal, not even qualifying as an ant, existing as if on the roadside. Thus he must proceed with utmost caution. With a probability of 5 daily, it was far superior to card draws in his previous life. A little more time, and he would gather enough to act. Thus, Lu Xian spent his days feeding the chickens, showcasing a jade egg, and enjoying a leisurely existence without the burden of work. Time flowed by, and before long, 10 days had passed. During this period, 2 more mundane chickens had evolved into jade chickens. Lu Xian made his way to the backyard, took a deep breath, and drew forth the prepared mundane iron sword, deftly and precisely piercing the necks of 3 jade chickens, swiftly staunching their blood flow and placing them into a burlap sack. For culinary purposes, spiritual fowl must be as fresh as possible. He donned his finest attire, tidied himself, and set off towards Qianyuan City without delay. The journey from the shanty town to the city was particularly grueling due to the lax official oversight, making it ripe for unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, the majority of the nearby populace consisted of mere mortals, lacking the keen perception to discern the contents of a sack. Upon entering the city, Xian made a beeline for Zue Xianlu. This establishment boasted 5 stories, constructed of gray bricks and adorned with jade tiles, its eaves soaring elegantly, exuding an air of grandeur that explained the constant influx of cultivators. As Xian entered, he found the first floor devoid of patrons. Yet a maid clad in thin silk approached him with a welcoming demeanor. After casting a glance at him, the other party discerned that he was merely a mortal, and the smile on her face faded slightly. Were it not for Xian's reasonably decent attire and handsome appearance, he might have been dismissed outright. May I inquire about your needs, esteemed guest? Be it exotic beasts or rare delicacies, the drunken immortal loft shall undoubtedly fulfill your desires. The maid intoned in a neutral tone. It was rather too conspicuous that she was unimpressed by the dishes. Xian, concealing his thoughts, confidently replied, "My friend, my elder is otherwise occupied and has entrusted me with selling a few Yuzue chickens. Might I inquire about your establishment's purchasing terms? In the outside world, one's identity is self-bestowed. Yuzue chicken?" The maid's attention was drawn to the burlap sack in Xian's right hand, and her expression transformed instantaneously, her smile becoming genuine. "Might the esteemed guest allow me to examine them?" Xian unfastened the sack, and the maid's eyes flickered. "Please hold on. This matter requires the judgment of Master Kong." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. Before long, she returned, stating, "Esteemed guest, the master requests your presence." Xian followed her into a small chamber, where a platform awaited. The maid casually executed a spell, causing the platform to hum and slowly rise. To his surprise, it was not an elevator, but rather a spirit lift. Powered by spiritual energy, this realm of cultivation was quite advanced. As Xian surveyed his surroundings, the maid guided him into an elegant room, where a chubby, affable middle-aged cultivator sat, presumably Master Kong. "Young friend, please take a seat and enjoy some tea," Kong Shan warmly invited. Xian remained composed. Though the man possessed profound cultivation, he showed no signs of trepidation. Following the invitation, he settled down, lifted the teacup, and took a sip. A gentle warmth coursed through him, although it paled in comparison to the effect of the Yuzue egg. Kong Shan picked up the burlap sack from the ground, retrieved a Yuzue chicken, and examined its claws, beak, and feathers with a glimmering fingertip, even leaning in to take a whiff. "The quality of your Yuzue chicken is commendable. It must have been freshly slaughtered this morning?" Xian nodded. "Indeed, my elder dispatched it to me after the morning's butchery, as he had urgent matters to attend to. It is of exceptional quality, with rich essence, though its claws are only slightly crystallized. Perfect for making the jade essence drunken phoenix. I shall offer you 35 spirit stones for each chicken, totaling 105 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Xian felt a surge of delight. The price exceeded his expectations by 5 stones. "Agreed, Master Kong. Your fairness is commendable," he exclaimed, laughter escaping him. "Should you have any rare spiritual fowl or beasts in the future, do not hesitate to bring them to the Drunken Immortal Loft." Taking the small pouch of spirit stones handed to him, Xian clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Kong. I shall surely return." He rose to leave, but as he reached the door, Kong Shan suddenly inquired, "May I ask your name, young friend?" Without turning back, Xian replied, "My surname is Han, and my given name is Feiyu." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Within the elegant chamber, Kong Shan stroked his beard in contemplation. Han Fei, in the territory of Qianyuan County, the only foundational family with the surname Han is that of Qishuan Mountain. Yet they have yet to attract Qi at the age of 16. Quite peculiar. Perhaps he belongs to a minor clan of the same surname, engaged in Qi refinement. Kong Shan could never have imagined that Xian was simply an ordinary mortal. "Was the transaction satisfactory for you, young master? Do you require any arrangements for my lady? Our establishment offers a comprehensive range of services." Just as Xian exited, the maid's gaze lingered on the bulging pouch of spirit stones at his waist, her body inching closer, either intentionally or inadvertently. "Due to matters at home, I cannot linger for long. I shall certainly return next time." Xian hurriedly made his way. "You must come again, young master," he heard as he departed the drunken immortal pavilion, internally grumbling. As he strolled through the streets, gazing at the azure sky. His heart yearned to sing a jubilant tune. With spirit stones in hand, and the prospect of acquiring a quasi-immortal certificate, the future appeared promising. He felt a step closer to his dream of gazing upon the ever-changing tides of time, reveling in eternal bliss. Today, I shall settle this matter. With spirit stones tucked away, a sense of unease lingered. The black market, known as the Wujian Workshop, had long been established within Qianyuan City, and Xian had heard much about it during his time as a menial worker at the Biden Hall. Transactions that were indifferent to origins or consequences. They recognized only spirit stones. The fundamental safety was upheld by the regulations of the Immortal Dynasty and the market's own structure, thus offering some assurance. As the sun dipped below the mountains at the hour of the dog, Xian donned a peachwood mask and slipped into a secluded alley. After many twists and turns, he arrived at the end, where the ground descended into stone steps, the entrance to the Wujian Workshop. Outside the entrance stood a tall, dark figure, its features obscured by magic. Fellow Taoist, the rules it intoned. Xian handed over 2 spirit stones. He had dared to come, having thoroughly acquainted himself with the necessary protocols. The shadow accepted the stones, its tone laced with amusement. You've got guts. Daring to sneak in with such a mere mortal form? If your family found out, wouldn't they hang you up for a beating? Fellow Taoist, you jest. Xian replied, offering no further explanation. Given that ordinary mortals typically avoided this place, the shadow's reaction was entirely expected. You may enter. The market closes at the hour of the pig. Xian descended into the underground, sensing he had crossed through a barrier, likely a formation. At the end of the stone steps, he beheld an expansive underground space far exceeding his imagination. The long street seemed endless, with a dome soaring 20 zhang high. The main feature was a wide thoroughfare, the front half adorned with over 100 bustling stalls, while the rear hosted a scattered array of uniquely styled pavilions. No wonder it was referred to as a workshop. Consolidating chi pills, selling cheap. Purifying talisman, wind control talisman, dust cleansing talisman, 1 spirit stone each. Pill for all tastes, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. Some stall owners were calling out, yet most remained silent. Xian passed through the market. For his aim lay not with these wares. The official channels for permits within the black market would certainly not be found among the mobile stalls. Before long, he paused at a pavilion marked with a sign, Qianyuan City Household Office stationed at Wujian Workshop. Outside, a wooden plaque conveniently outlined the entire household registration process. Xian found himself somewhat speechless. Chapter 3. Infusing Qi into the body, ascending to the 2nd level. The process was surprisingly straightforward. First, pay 100 low-grade spirit stones. Second, register information and receive a quasi-immortal jade token. Was this not merely a matter of purchasing a certificate? Xian noted the fine print below. Due to past occurrences of illicit sales of immortal certificates, an additional 50 spirit stones were required to connect with the household office. After the county magistrate discovered this, he was furious, thus ordering the establishment of this direct office. No middlemen profiting from the difference. May the path to immortality benefit every fated individual. Additionally, it is important to note that the number of spots is limited, and the allocation strictly adheres to the principle of 50-50 distribution. Once the allotted quota for this period is exhausted, no amount of spirit stones will allow for further cultivation. Seize the opportunity. Those wishing to purchase should act swiftly. Xian glanced at the numbers below, which indicated that there were still 543 spots remaining. How astonishing. No wonder the lottery outside felt as arduous as ascending to the heavens. If each person contributed 100 spirit stones, that would amount to over 210,000. Who could afford to cultivate without funds? A mere mortal could hardly accumulate even 100 spirit stones in a lifetime. Only those with a modicum of strength among the loose cultivators might strive for their juniors. While members of families and sects with more substantial backgrounds may not need to expend a single coin, were it not for Xian's fortunate circumstances, he too would be unable to partake. Upon entering the pavilion, he encountered a monk clad in a gray robe who appeared indifferent, barely lifting his eyelids. He curtly inquired, "Spirit stones and name." No further words were exchanged, as if such encounters were commonplace. After pondering briefly, Xian opted for caution. He presented 100 spirit stones and stated, "I am Han Feiyu." The monk accepted the stones, produced a jade token, and with a flicker of his finger, inscribed the name Han Feiyu upon it, while the reverse bore the words quasi-immortal. He then slid an array plate and the jade token towards Xian, instructing him to place a drop of blood upon both to activate the quasi-immortal certificate. Xian hesitated at the thought of using his blood, sensing a degree of risk. Noticing his reluctance, the monk transmitted a message telepathically. "Hee, you may use someone else's blood. I have various sample from commoners here. Of course, that comes at a different price. Merely 1,000 spirit stones." The voice echoed directly in his mind. Is this a technique of the immortals? Startled by the offer, Xian's heart raced. Indeed, everywhere there were opportunities for transactions, even in the fabrication of identities. Unfortunately, he was left with just 3 spirit stones and had to forego this option. He bit his fingertip and applied his blood to both the array plate and the jade token, watching as the blood was swiftly absorbed. Suddenly, the array plate illuminated with dazzling hues. White, azure, blue, red, and yellow, sequentially flashing, revealing the numbers 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. Remarkable. The monk, who had maintained an impassive demeanor throughout, finally displayed a hint of surprise. 5 elements perfectly balanced, each scoring 50. Quite the rarity. May I ask for clarification, esteemed sir? Xian inquired with a respectful bow. Did your elders not explain? The monk replied. Every mortal possesses a spiritual root, determined by the heavens. Yours encompasses all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The numbers represent the strength of each spiritual root, ranging from 1 to 99. The higher the number, the greater the talent. 50 signifies mid-grade aptitude, a concept too profound to convey succinctly. Consult the instructions within your quasi-immortal jade token when you return home. This jade token, commonly referred to as the quasi-immortal certificate, includes a universal cultivation method and several minor spells, in addition to various other useful applications. The monk, unusually verbose, shared these insights. Xian thanked him and, having secured the jade token, turned to depart. As he ascended the stone steps, he headed straight home. Boss, should we pursue him? That fellow had quite the bulge at his waist, surely possessing over 100 spirit stones. Completing this deal would allow us to indulge at the Hehuan Lu for quite some time. Use your brain. Didn't you see he just came out of the house? The spirit stones have already been handed over. What use is a broken jade token? In a dark corner, 2 brothers conspired. Xian was unaware that he had narrowly escaped a deadly calamity. Under the cover of night, he flew back to his home outside the city. He leaned against the door, taking deep breaths to steady himself. This day had been fraught with anxiety, filled with deception and ventures into the black market. He had resolved not to draw attention or venture outside again. In the cultivation chamber, Xian sat cross-legged, pressing the jade token against his forehead. As a mortal with no awakened spiritual sense, he could only glean information through this method. Fundamentals of Immortal Path, Qianyuan Immortal Regulations, Understanding Spiritual Roots Cultivation, from Novice to Ancestor. He quickly perused the content and found himself intrigued by the concept of spiritual roots. Although there are over 100 types of spiritual roots, 99 of people fall within the 5 elemental categories. The resources required to cultivate additional spiritual roots increase exponentially. The true determinant of cultivation speed is the strength of the spiritual root. The immortal realm categorizes spiritual roots into 5 ranks: waste, low, medium, high, and supreme, based on every 20 points. Xian possessed 5 spiritual roots, each with a strength of 50 points, placing him in the medium tier, neither high nor low, but quite standard. In contrast, within those venerable families and resource-abundant sects, the supreme 5-element spiritual roots are deemed perfect. With sufficient resources, cultivating all 5 elements would mean being invincible within the same tier. Xian decisively opted to cultivate all 5 elements, confident that upgrading his establishment would alleviate any resource concerns. He retrieved the accompanying technique from the jade token, Hunyuan Gong. Hunyuan Gong is a foundational technique devoid of elemental attributes, allowing the practitioner to choose which type of spiritual energy to absorb, a must-have for low-tier cultivators. After studying the content diligently, Xian committed it to memory and then began to undertake the first step on the immortal path, opening the lower dantian and drawing energy into his body. After a while, the ambient spiritual energy was drawn to him, weaving into his body, flowing through specific meridians and eventually converging in the dantian 3 inches below his navel. A warm sensation enveloped him, making him feel ethereal, more invigorating than any breath he had taken. With a slight focus, he manipulated a strand of refined energy, wrapping it around his fingertips. Perfect. At this moment, Xian had officially stepped into the realm of qi refinement, becoming a true cultivator. He condensed the energy in his palm and gently struck the air, a gust of wind howling forth, estimated to possess a force of 1,000 pounds. It was incomparable to before. The divide between mortals and immortals was stark. Once embarking on the immortal path, the journey is as profound as the ocean. And from now on, he sought only the highest peak. Xian felt a surge of emotion. He intensified his cultivation, planning to upgrade his establishment once his strength increased. Thus, he envisioned a cycle where longevity could be attained. He glanced at the effects of Cultivation Room, Level 1. Risk of cultivation deviation 10, cultivation speed 20. This filled him with renewed motivation. After 2 hours, as dawn broke, Xian opened his eyes, feeling the energy within him, and couldn't help but frown. The pace felt agonizingly slow, with progress barely perceptible. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he retrieved the 6 agate eggs he had previously saved from the kitchen. Without a moment's hesitation, he devoured them whole, shell and all. A warm current surged through him as Xian swiftly circulated his mixed element technique to refine the energy. Previously, he had been unaware of the nature of this warmth, merely sensing a comfort within his body. Now he realized it was pure spiritual energy, a true waste indeed. Another hour passed, and he consumed yet another egg, and another. After finishing the 6th agate egg, Xian sensed he had reached a superficial bottleneck. With renewed determination, he channeled his energy with all his might. In an instant, the gas sea in his dantian expanded by a circle. His aura surged with newfound strength. He had reached the 2nd level of qi refining. The sensation of advancing without the need for external conflict or resource accumulation was indeed delightful. Akin to reaping benefits effortlessly, such bliss. A smile crept upon Xian's lips as he contemplated exploring the small spells inscribed on the jade tablet. Eager to experience the authentic techniques of the immortal realm. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated at the courtyard door. Who could it be? Having traversed to this realm, aside from the neighboring residents and a few acquaintances from the Hunterdan Hall, he hardly recognized anyone. Could it be the neighbor, Old Zhao, coming over to scrounge a meal again? With a sense of curiosity, he pushed open the courtyard door. Standing outside were 2 figures, their faces somewhat familiar, coldly scrutinizing him. Xian strained to recall, and at last, the fog of memory lifted. The visitors were none other than the close friends of his late parents, Qin Changfeng and Lu Shifu. Why had they come today? Xian maintained a stoic expression, his tone distant. After the death of his parents, he had moved to this makeshift dwelling, and these friends had never shown their faces since. Their arrival surely did not bode well. As expected, Lu Shifu spoke first. Her tone commanding. Xian, is it? You have lost your livelihood and hold no qualifications for cultivation. It is time to annul the engagement from years past. Engagement? What engagement? Xian furrowed his brows. Just as Lu Shifu was about to elaborate, Qin Changfeng's expression shifted, astonished. Nephew Lu, have you begun refining qi? Chapter 4. The Proposal of Annulment? A scheme to elevate. How I fare is of no concern to either of you. Xian replied, devoid of any desire to explain. Qin Changfeng's countenance brightened instantly, smiling. Nephew, you are mistaken. The engagement made with your parents was formalized with a spiritual contract, and we have come today to discuss this matter. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with his partner. Lu Shifu immediately understood, adding with a smile, indeed, nephew. Yuyan often mentions you at home. She is eager to visit you. Qianyuan? Xian recalled having a vague memory of that name. It was approximately 6 years ago, when he was merely 10, during a time of close ties between the 2 families. It seemed to be their daughter. Could it be that the engagement was set then? Yet, it mattered little now. All ties to the original owner had long been severed, and discussing an unseen fiancé was pointless. The engagement contract had vanished 4 years ago during his move, so I must kindly ask you to leave. With that, he promptly closed the door. Wait, Qin Changfeng pressed his hand against the door, whispering, esteemed nephew. You surely do not wish for your clandestine cultivation of the Dark Immortal to be discovered, do you? Haha, you two must be mistaken. I possess a legitimate cultivation certificate. Xian chuckled lightly, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes as he brandished the front of his prospective immortal jade plate, subsequently securing the courtyard door in the midst of their astonished gazes. Outside the door, the two exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Changfeng, what shall we do about this? Can we still annul the marriage? Not in a hurry. Although Yiyun's prospective immortal certificate has been acquired and has caught the attention of the third young master of the Wang family, it has also drained a significant portion of our family's resources. This lad's sudden transformation into a cultivator is surely suspicious. Perhaps we should leverage the situation to extract some betrothal gifts. A glint of shrewdness sparkled in Changfeng's eyes. But isn't this perilous? Our fortunes were made from our dealings with Brother Liu. If this matter were to be exposed, and what of it? Worst case, we reenact the script from 4 years ago. Who knows? Perhaps Liu Xiaoyao possesses an inheritance unknown to us. Otherwise, how could this lad have cultivated? Qin Changfeng's tone turned sinister. Should we have Yiyun investigate further in a few days then? Inside the room, Lu Xian seethed with indignation. What a farce of a marriage pact. The moment I mention annulment, they change their tune upon discovering my cultivation. Are they aware of my unemployment? It seems they've been watching me all along. Lu Xian sensed something amiss. The original owner's parents had vanished without a trace, which was already quite peculiar. No matter. My priority now is to enhance my strength. He focused his mind, contemplating which upgrade would be most beneficial next. Spirit Cave, Cultivation Room, Spirit Field. The Spirit Field was the first to be dismissed. Cultivation was not feasible at this moment. The Cultivation Room offered a speed enhancement of 20, which was decent. But in terms of overall practicality, the Spirit Cave was undoubtedly superior. It provided shelter from the elements, soundproof barriers, enhanced spiritual energy concentration, and accelerated recovery. Most crucially, the effect of 100 combat power within the range was akin to elevating one's cultivation level out of thin air. Safety was further assured within the small courtyard. Upgrade conditions: 10 low-grade spirit stones, 50 pounds of lime mortar, 1,000 pieces of bluestone bricks, 30 wooden planks. The latter 3 requirements were easily resolved, being mundane items. However, the 10 low-grade spirit stones could only be procured by continuing to sell the jade feather chickens. Currently, my avenues for income are rather limited. Relying solely on the sale of the jade feather chickens would likely attract unwanted attention before long. Though termed a chicken coop, it could also accommodate other avian species. First-tier spirit fowl are not limited to just jade feathered chickens. I should procure some ordinary chickens with different bloodlines during my next visit to the city. As Lu Xian pondered this, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to feed today as chickens. Thus, he made his way to the backyard, grasping grains and scattering them into the coop. Theoretically, each chicken had a 5 chance of evolving daily, with an expected duration of 20 days to reach a 99 probability, necessitating at least 90 days. It resembled a non-guaranteed loot box game from a previous life. As his thoughts settled, 2 hens within the coop suddenly swelled in size. Double gold. Today's luck is quite favorable. I shall sell one in a couple of days. Which should I choose? Lu Xian's mood lifted considerably. 2 translucent chickens exchanged glances. After a brief moment, Lu Xian felt it unwise to squander time and turned to return indoors to cultivate his spells. The Immortal Jade Tablet contained records of 6 minor spells: Water Avoidance Technique, Fire Summoning Technique, Golden Light Technique, Miasma Purification Technique, Dust Concealing Technique, and Voice Transmission Technique. All were auxiliary spells lacking direct offensive capabilities, rendering them somewhat superfluous for someone like him, who sought to enhance his self-defense. The Celestial Dynasty was rather generous, offering them free of charge. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xian opted to cultivate the Voice Transmission Technique, as it held more practical utility compared to the others that merely ignited, illuminated, or cleansed. 3 days flew by. Today, Lu Xian's meal consisted of a fragrant fried egg, from which he skillfully refined and absorbed the spiritual energy, gradually concluding his practice before rising. His cultivation at the second layer of qi refinement had been thoroughly solidified, and he had successfully mastered the voice transmission technique. It was time to venture outside. Remaining a hermit was not a viable option. He decided to slaughter a chicken and prepare it for storage. With only 6 ordinary chickens left in his abode, he felt confident that accommodating 20 would pose no problem. He also planned to purchase a few more varieties. As he walked towards the city, he realized that, in his previous life as a mere mortal, he had been oblivious to the hidden talents within the slums. Lu Xian discovered that passers-by occasionally emanated fluctuations, clearly indicating their cultivation prowess. He would need to exercise caution. The calls of the translucent chickens differed subtly from those of ordinary chickens, and should they be overheard, it could lead to unfortunate incidents. Upgrading his cave to form a soundproof barrier was imperative. Upon arriving at the drunken immortal pavilion within the city, he was greeted by the same attendant from his last visit. She was astonished to see him. "Young master, have you refined your qi?" "Yes. Today I am here to sell a translucent chicken, but there is only one," Xian replied with a slight nod. Compared to his last visit, where he had spoken of his elder relatives, he now exuded a genuine composure, having embarked on the path of immortality. "Very well, please follow me, young master. The owner has instructed that you may proceed directly to the second floor upon your next visit." In the private room, as Xian pushed open the door, Qianyuan greeted him with enthusiasm. "Ah, young friend Han, please take a seat." Xian settled down, lifted his cup, and savored a sip of tea, which was rich and fragrant, imbued with spiritual energy, far superior to the last. This old fox certainly knew the art of commerce. "How has business been for you lately?" "Master Kong? Good. Thanks to your last visit, my little establishment served the two distinguished young gentlemen of the county with the exquisite jade spirit drunken phoenix dish," Kong replied, his smile broadening. "Congratulations, Master Kong." Xian offered a brief congratulatory remark. This was likely a benefit derived from the exquisite quality of the level 1 chicken co-op. "Young friend Han, today, this translucent chicken will be valued at 40 spirit stones. Henceforth, the purchase price for the spiritual poultry you deliver will increase by 20%, and you will receive a 10% discount on your purchases." Kongshan's smile grew even wider. Xian was taken aback. This was an unexpected windfall. Unbeknownst to him, the Kong family was merely an ordinary foundation-establishing clan in Qianyuan County, with only 2 foundation ancestors within the family. The spiritual dish made from the translucent chicken had delighted influential figures in the county, and one young master, in his joy, had uttered a few flattering words. The Kong family not only profited immensely, earning 500 spirit stones, but also took advantage of the favorable winds to spread rumors of their newfound power. In just 2 days, their standing in Qianyuan County rose significantly. Even several rival families of similar stature, who had previously opposed them, sent congratulatory gifts, the implications of which were all too clear. "Thank you, Manager Kong. I shall prioritize supplying Zue Xianlu in the future," boomed one young patron. "Ah, my young friend is indeed forthright. Truly a prodigy, reaching the 2nd level of qi refinement within just 3 days of entry. The Han family's guidance is commendable." "Oh, not all. It is you who possesses remarkable business acumen. The reputation of Zue Xianlu is known to all in Qianyuan County." A delightful exchange of flattery ensued until Xian finally took his leave. Inside, Kongshan's smile gradually faded. He had just offered concessions and compliments, repeatedly probing for insights into the Han family, yet received only ambiguous responses. It seemed he had encountered a lucky rogue cultivator. The last time, he had acquired over 100 spirit stones. Surely, he had invested all of it in that quasi-immortal certificate. Acquiring the Jade Marrow chicken was either due to a stable source or some special means. "I, Kongshan, am merely a diligent businessman, and I must admit, I have become somewhat carried away in recent days," he mused. Meanwhile, on the street, Xian felt an alarm ringing in his heart. He needed to reduce the frequency of selling resources in the same location. A gamble once or twice is acceptable, but frequent dealings along the river, one is bound to get one's shoes wet. Human nature is the most difficult to fathom. Chapter 5. The Immortal Dynasty seems overly modernized. Xian weighed the spirit stones in his possession, 40 in total, sufficient to upgrade the cave dwelling, cultivation room, and spirit field. However, he was missing a few items. Glancing at the panel, he noted that the upgrade for the cultivation room required a material called heart-calming stone, of which he had never heard. As he passed by a luxuriously adorned loft, his eyes brightened. "Jujioj, welcome. Good sir, how may I assist you today?" A clerk approached, his smile warm yet cautious. Sensing the clerk was merely immortal, Xian couldn't help but reminisce about his past self, who had similarly tread carefully while earning a meager monthly stipend of less than a spirit stone, fearful of encountering a deranged cultivator who might strike him down. He replied amiably, "I am in need of a heart-calming stone. Might your establishment have it in stock? Please hold for a moment. I will check," the clerk said, retrieving a formation plate and closing his eyes to search. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, "Sir, I have found it. Our store offers 5 varieties of heart-calming stones, all of which assist in tranquil meditation. Would you like me to show them to you?" "No need. What is the price of the least expensive?" 6 low-grade spirit stones. "Please fetch it." The clerk turned and walked toward a shelf, retrieving a stone that felt cool to the touch, its luster captivating. "Sir, please proceed to the front desk to settle the payment," he said. As Xian accepted the heart-calming stone, he felt a gentle chill spread from his palm. Indeed, its calming effect was subtle. Yet for 5 spirit stones, what more could one ask for? As an upgrade material, it should suffice. The front desk was managed by a man named Zhang, whose cultivation level Xian could not discern. "Greetings, I possess a total of 6 inferior spiritual stones. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer?" Manager Zhang inquired with a cheerful demeanor. "A transfer?" Xian was taken aback. Noticing his confusion, Manager Zhang understood that he must be a novice in the realm of cultivation and patiently elucidated any spiritual stones deposited at the HSBC Money House, established by the 8 great merchants, can be directly accessed for payment through the special Immortal Jade token using a unique array. "Ah, I see. No wonder the official who issued the token mentioned its boundless utility. Is this not akin to using a credit card?" The Immortal Dynasty seems to have adopted a rather modern approach, storing spiritual stones in a bank. One must recognize that spiritual stones serve not only as currency in the cultivation world, but also as vital resources for training. Is there no fear of the bank absconding with the stones or the token being lost or stolen? Xian probed further. Manager Zhang's expression grew stern. "Dear friend, do not speak rashly. The HSBC Money House is jointly endorsed by the 8 great merchants and the Immortal Dynasty, making it semi-official. The spiritual stones deposited can be withdrawn at any time. As for theft, when you first deposit your stones, the bank records your spiritual consciousness and magical attributes. During a transfer, these will be verified once more to ensure security." Intrigued, Xian inquired about another matter. "Is there a method for long-distance communication using the Immortal Jade token?" "Of course. Is that not a fundamental feature?" Manager Zhang responded. "As long as you are within the coverage of the Spirit Network, you can post bounties, recruit, and acquire information with ease." Zhang glanced at Xian with suspicion, pondering whether he had recently arrived from the countryside. "The Spirit Network?" Xian prompted. Manager Zhang elaborated. "The Spirit Network, overseen by His Majesty the 10,000 Mechanisms Immortal Emperor, connects each Immortal Jade token through a colossal communication array. This allows every cultivator to grasp the world's currents from the comfort of their own home. Additionally, one can share insights on the path of immortality. All that is required is to activate permissions at the Cultivator's Affairs Office." Xian began to comprehend. It resembled an internet for the cultivation realm. Had I mistakenly entered a different world? The atmosphere appeared rather dissimilar to what he had envisioned. He had sensed discrepancies earlier, as this world was not the purely ancient realm he had imagined. Mechanisms powered by spiritual energy existed. Various absurd policies and regulations, along with personnel reductions. Can you believe it? Yet, he had not anticipated such advanced technology. Indeed, the network had been established. The 10,000 Mechanisms Immortal Emperor is quite the genius. It stands to reason that the array techniques in the cultivation world are remarkably sophisticated. It would be strange if they could not achieve such feats. Well then, young man, are you going to make a purchase or not? These details are clearly outlined in Fundamentals of the Immortal Path. Are you merely here to jest with me? Manager Zhang expressed with a hint of skepticism. I had not the opportunity to peruse that book in depth. Yes, I will buy. Cash payment. Xian hastily replied, retrieving 6 spiritual stones and bowing respectfully. Thank you for your enlightening guidance today. I shall surely return frequently. Manager Zhang accepted the spiritual stones, a smile returning to his face. Do take care. With the Tranquility Stone in hand, Xian proceeded to the Cultivator's Affairs Office in the city to activate his access to the Spirit Network. As the manager had stated, the Spirit Network almost encompassed every city and its surroundings in the Immortal Dynasty, allowing cultivators within its range to communicate using the Immortal Jade token. However, a fee of 5 spiritual stones was required each month. Xian paid the stones and resolved not to delay further. Purchase some ordinary chickens, and then return home to upgrade the buildings. The other functions of the Immortal Jade Plate can be explored gradually in due time. On the way back, passing by the courtyard gate, I noticed a throng of mortals gathered there. Among them, a youth's eyes gleamed with anticipation, while an elder wore a face of numbness. Today must be the day when the semi-immortal certificates are announced, occurring once every 10 days. I had often frequented this place in the past. Each time, 100 slots would be available, most of which were manipulated behind the scenes, with barely 20 allocated randomly. Yet, outside the gate, throngs of mortals crowded, 3 layers deep, numbering over 10,000. Naturally, more slots were available in the black market, priced openly at 100 spirit stones per spot. Once I was among them, alas. Now, with the external aid of the system, I could only sigh and stroll away. Suddenly, a tumult erupted from the crowd. Oh, yes, I've won. I've won. Ha ha ha. An elderly man with hair as white as snow burst forth from the throng, dancing with joy, tears streaming down his face. Those around him watched with cold indifference, making no attempt to intervene, perhaps hoping this old man would completely lose his mind, thus redistributing his slot among themselves. Yet, more filled with envy and jealousy. I shook my head. I had never been this elated when my system activated. Observing the old man, whose hair was nearly all white and whose form was stooped, it was clear he had endured decades of waiting beneath this list. No wonder he lost his composure upon finally achieving his wish. Wait, he seems somewhat familiar. Isn't he the old man who sold me a chicken with a trace of jade bloodline last year? I hesitated for a moment before approaching him. I took out the recently acquired heart-cleansing stone and pressed it against his fevered forehead. The effect of spiritual objects on mortals is remarkably effective. Instantly, the redness faded from the old man's eyes, and his mind regained clarity. What is this? Song Qingping murmured in his aged voice, and after a moment, he reacted, kneeling with a thud. Thank you, immortal master, for saving my life. He trembled with fear, recalling how, upon seeing his name on the list, his blood surged to his head, causing him to lose his senses. Do you remember me? I smiled softly. Song Qingping, with a decent memory, exclaimed with delight. You're the young man who bought the chick last year. No, you're the immortal master now. I was about to say something when a tremendous pressure enveloped the area. Foundation building aura. Silence. Do not make a sound. A commanding voice resonated. The raucous crowd fell silent as a hen. It was the esteemed magistrate of Qianyuan County, personally present. Those whose names were called should swiftly enter to receive their semi-immortal certificates. The rest must disperse within half a tea's time. Those who defy this order shall be executed. The mortals hurriedly fled. They dared not defy the edict of the authorities in the slightest. I turned to the old man and said, I wish to purchase some mature chickens. Wait for me at that alley. Song Qingping replied eagerly, good. Half an hour later, Song Qingping clutched the warm immortal jade plate, unable to suppress his beaming smile. He approached once more, bowing deeply, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Master Lu, had it not been for you, I fear I would have missed this opportunity today, suffering in vain for 50 years. Sighing, Lu Xian opened his mouth, but refrained from divulging the arduous nature of cultivation. It is exceedingly difficult for an elderly person to succeed on the path of enlightenment. Having lived for over 70 years, the old man likely understood this well. Perhaps he merely wished to fulfill a dream. Chapter 6, The Spirit-Devouring Bone Transformation Sutra. Which direction is your home? I need to purchase some ordinary chickens. The last 10 were quite delectable. Lu Xian returned to the topic at hand. Outside the North City Gate, Master Lu can accompany this old man. I have plenty in my home, Song Qingping replied. What a coincidence. My residence is also outside the North Gate. Lu Xian nodded. Does the master not reside within the city? Song Qingping expressed surprise. Lu Xian smiled without answering. Previously, he may have yearned for the tranquility of the city, yet now, with so many secrets at home and masters abound in the city, exposure would be far too easy. The two exited the city. Along the way, Song Qingping inadvertently displayed his prospective immortal jade token, drawing envious glances from the denizens of the shanty town, his lips curling into an unrestrained smile. The old man rather enjoyed showing off, Lu Xian thought with amusement. Song Qingping exchanged greetings with familiar faces until they finally arrived at a small courtyard. The walls towered 3 meters high, and the house was neatly arranged, far more exquisite than Lu Xian's dilapidated abode. Such a humble dwelling. Please do not mock me, master. Before he finished speaking, a little girl dashed out from the house, joyfully exclaiming, Grandfather, you're back so early today, but Xiaoling has already fed the chickens. Upon noticing Lu Xian standing behind her grandfather, she froze like a startled deer, then scampered back into the house. Ah, please forgive her, master. This child has endured much. Her parents passed away early, and I raised her. Fearing for her safety, I have taught her to retreat indoors when encountering strangers, as you know this place. Of course, Lu Xian replied, unfazed. His gaze wandered to the courtyard, captivated by the towering pile of building materials stacked against the wall, mortar, wooden boards, beams, and black tiles. Oh, Do you have so many materials at home? Are you planning to renovate? Lu Xian's eyes lit up, as if awakened from slumber. Indeed, I possess some rudimentary skills in carpentry and masonry. I typically earn a meager living by assisting neighbors with repairs. Solely relying on selling those ordinary chickens is hardly sufficient for survival, Song Chumping lamented. After a brief inspection, Lu Xian noted one item was still missing. Might you have any bluestone bricks? Yes, indeed. The front yard is full. The bluestone bricks are stacked in the back with the chickens. Song Chumping's aged eyes sparkled. Eager to assist the master. Very well, I require 30 boards, 1,000 bluestone bricks, and 30 pounds of lime mortar. Additionally, please prepare 50 mature chickens. Are you in need of repairs, master? May I offer my humble assistance? There's no need. Simply prepare the materials and deliver them. Upon entering the abode, the celestial master took a moment to sit, while the old man prepared to begin. Xiaoling, quickly brew some tea for our esteemed master. Inside the room, Lu Xian sat at the wooden table, his spirits lifted. He had anticipated a hectic search for materials, yet everything had been resolved in a single endeavor. Brother Xian, please enjoy some tea. Xiaoling carefully held the teacup above her head, her gaze timidly fixed upon the floor. You should drink as well. Fear not, I do not bite. Lu Xian spoke gently. No. Grandfather says that Brother Xian is a savior, and I must not disturb you. Xiaoling shook her head vigorously, adding that the realms of mortals and immortals are distinct, and that approaching might bring calamity. Her parents had ventured out in search of celestial fortunes and never returned. Observing the small girl before him, who bore a hint of trepidation, Lu Xian sipped the insipid mountain tea, his mind swirling with thoughts. Had Old Song not obtained the jade token today, would the world bear witness to yet another soul languishing in wait after his passing? It was no wonder that so many had utterly abandoned their aspirations for immortality, retreating to places where spiritual energy was sparse to establish pure mortal settlements. A situation even sanctioned by divine law. A blatant plan for the perpetual eradication of the ordinary, all in the name of preserving the legacies of noble families and royal lineages. What concern is that of mine, as long as my path remains unobstructed? Lu Xian merely wished to quietly cultivate his existence at home. Master Xian, everything is ready. We may depart. The aged voice brought Lu Xian back to reality. He beheld Song Chumping, who bore 30 hefty wooden planks in his left hand and a mixture of lime and sand in his right. Astonishingly, he had even bound a substantial stack of bluestone bricks with coarse rope upon his back. The weight must have been no less than 1,000 pounds. Was this truly a common man? An ordinary individual would struggle to carry 500 pounds at most. Lu Xian's pupils constricted. To survive into 1s70s in such a dilapidated area clearly indicated considerable skill. Master, I cannot carry all these bluestone bricks and the chickens in one trip. I shall make another journey. Song Qingping expressed with a hint of regret. There is no need for trouble, Lu Xian replied, stepping forward. Channeling his innate energy, he effortlessly lifted the remaining items and stated, Let's go. My home is not far from here, merely 5 miles. Wonderful. Thank you for your assistance, master. Song Chumping replied, leading the way. Lu Xian observed the older man, although his back was slightly hunched and his feet sank into the muddy path. He displayed a physique of well-defined muscles, showing little sign of fatigue. In contrast, Lu Xian found himself needing to continuously channel his energy to manage the burden. Could it be that this old man possessed an alternative method of cultivation, perhaps focused on physical refinement? Lu Xian pondered. Just pile in the courtyard. Lu Xian indicated as he opened his gate. Master Xian, truly, do you not require my assistance in repairing this place? My craftsmanship is quite renowned in these parts. Song Chumping remarked, surveying the dilapidated courtyard, the weathered walls, and the leaky roof. No need for trouble, Lu Xian politely declined. Once I level up, the house will rejuvenate on its own. There is no need for exertion. After a brief contemplation, he produced a low-grade spirit stone and tossed it to Song Chumping. For your efforts, esteemed elder, please take this. Song Chumping instinctively caught it, and upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. A complete low-grade spirit stone. Throughout his life, he had handled fewer than 10 of such stones. Master, this is utterly unacceptable. He hastily refused, expressing profound gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by the master today. Furthermore, these materials are mere mundane items, worth at most 50 spirit fragments. Nothing more. In the future, I may still require materials, so please keep it. You have just received your spirit certification. This spirit stone will assist you in guiding energy into your body. As for how far you can go, that depends entirely on you. Xian remarked nonchalantly, considering it a modest yet meaningful bond. Thank you, Master. Wishing you everlasting success on your path of cultivation. Song Changping exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, and then expressed his gratitude. By the way, I must repay the debt of gratitude for saving my life today. Master, this is a fragment of my Song family's ancestral technique for refining the body through qi and blood. I, being of limited talent, have only grasped the surface after decades of effort. He presented an ancient, tattered volume. Xian felt a stir of interest and accepted the tome with ease. I shall take my leave now, the elder said. At this moment, Xian was immersed in the pages of the tome Tidal Bone, devouring spiritual transformation scripture, and paid no heed to the elder's departure. It was not until the sky darkened that he regained his senses and his eyes sparkled with joy. This scripture was indeed a secret technique for body refinement, comprising 12 levels. Upon reaching its pinnacle, the energy in blood would undergo 6 transformations, allowing sheer physical strength to rival that of a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. In close combat, none of the same tier could withstand even a single punch. The method of cultivation was ruthless. One merely needed to voraciously consume vast quantities of spiritual materials, absorbing their essence and nutrients for digestion. However, the drawback was that the process of transformation would entail excruciating pain and consume resources at a rate exceeding that of typical cultivation. This was not a cultivation technique per se, and the Qianyuan Celestial Dynasty had no stringent prohibitions against its transmission. After all, few mortals possessed the resources to invest in such a pursuit, and cultivators generally did not focus on physical enhancement. It appeared that Song Changping had spent decades practicing, barely managing to reach the first level. The expenditure of this spirit stone was indeed worthwhile, but first he would upgrade the cave dwelling and cultivation room, and then delve into the study of the scripture gradually. Xian set about his tasks. Chapter 7. The effects of the upgrade, the panel updates. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention to the sudden changes in the small courtyard, during the hour of the pig, when the night was quiet, Xian ventured out to survey the surroundings. After confirming that the neighbors were undisturbed, he returned to the front courtyard. Upgrade the cave dwelling. The accumulated blue stone bricks, lime mortar, wooden boards, along with the 10 spirit stones in his pocket, vanished simultaneously. In an instant, the outer walls ground, and buildings within the courtyard transformed into exquisite structures. The courtyard walls soared to a height of 4 zhang. The uneven ground was smoothed out, and the damaged sections of the roof were restored. Xian took a deep breath, sensing a notable increase in the concentration of spiritual energy surrounding him. Though it could not compare to that within the city, in the context of the dilapidated area spanning several miles, this place could be considered a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Simultaneously, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloped him, with the fatigue of the day gradually dissipating. The recovery rate of his physical strength and energy became apparent. Surging at a speed of 10, Xian tested the remaining enhancement, channeling his mana into his palm before striking suddenly. Whoosh! The gust from his palm howled, and the air erupted with a dull roar. His strength had effectively doubled. Without resorting to spells, even a third-tier Qi practitioner could be effortlessly dispatched. A profound sense of security enveloped Xian. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he cast a spell. Even the distance of the sound transmission spell had extended to 4 zhang. Quite impressive indeed. Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. He couldn't help but ponder whether upgrading his cave to level 100 would transform his small courtyard into a celestial realm. Upon entering the training chamber, Xian retrieved the clear heartstone. Training room upgraded. The interior appeared largely unchanged, yet as Xian closed his eyes, he sensed a calming of his mind, with distracting thoughts no longer proliferating indiscriminately. The risk of falling into demonic cultivation stood at 10, yielding immediate results. He promptly circulated his primordial technique for a full cycle. Indeed, he felt his speed increase by 20%, and he also refined a greater amount of mana. Delighted, Xian reflected on the reasons behind this improvement. The enhancement of spiritual energy concentration within the cave, combined with the acceleration of his cultivation speed, could save nearly 30% of arduous training time. If he relied solely on meditation, his pursuit of the third layer of Qi cultivation could be shortened from 6 months to 4. With the aid of the Jade Spirit Egg, progress would only accelerate. With no worries about sustenance or clothing, life brimmed with joy. humming a cheerful tune. Lu Xian made his way to the bedroom. After a long day of toil, Master Lu prepared to retire for the night, only to suddenly remember something. He revisited the interface. Indeed, it had been updated. Cave, Level 1. Level 2 effects. Structure reinforced, impervious to heat and cold. Spiritual energy concentration, 80. Stamina and energy recovery speed, 50. Combat power within range, 150. Generates a first-tier defensive formation. Automatically senses intruders, alerts the owner's consciousness, and repels attacks from chi practitioners. Upgrade requirements. 300 low-grade spirit stones, 20 formation flags, 30 formation stones, and 1 copy of elementary formation understanding. The formation. Lu Xian nearly gasped in astonishment. Within the city, an ordinary cultivator could at most set up a soundproofing or warning formation. Only those truly affluent could afford a defensive array. Furthermore, due to the prohibition on formation techniques by the Celestial Dynasty, few scatter practitioners could learn the art of formations. They either purchased pre-made formation plates or paid exorbitant sums to hire formation masters, often costing thousands of spirit stones. The effectiveness was undoubtedly remarkable. However, the combined cost of formation flags and stones shouldn't be exorbitant. Yet the transmission of cultivation techniques was strictly forbidden, making elementary formation understanding a challenging endeavor to obtain. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xian turned his attention to the other structures. Training room, Level 1. Level 2 effects. Risk of demonic cultivation, 20. Cultivation speed, 40. Comprehension, 20. Chicken coop, Level 1. Level 2 effects. Exceptional meat quality. After daily feeding, there's a 10 chance of evolving into a first-tier spirit bird. The dung contains a faint spiritual aura, which can enhance the fertility of the spiritual field. The egg production rate stands at 120. In the chicken coop, there will randomly appear a dominant rooster, subject to the master's command. The upgrading requirements include 100 low-grade spiritual stones and 5 warm sunstones. Once again, I am confronted with unfamiliar materials, and the quantity of spiritual stones required is considerable. Lu Xian murmured, yet the benefits of the upgrade are undeniably alluring. The training chamber offers pure numerical enhancements, increasing the rate of cultivation. The chicken coop is particularly intriguing, as it seems to possess the ability to command beasts, indicating that the dominant rooster's combat prowess must be formidable. Furthermore, an egg production rate of 120 suggests the possibility of yielding 2 spiritual eggs daily. The spiritual field remains at level 0, prompting Lu Xian to contemplate whether he should also consider an upgrade. After all, the effect of randomly cultivating a spiritual plant with 1 year of growth every day is remarkably swift for nurturing low-tier spiritual herbs. With 12 spiritual stones remaining, I have enough to proceed. Suddenly, a bold thought surged into my mind. What if the entire spiritual field were devoted to cultivating a single spiritual herb? Would that not equate to one day yielding a year's worth? A century's worth of spiritual herbs could be harvested in just 100 days. This notion ignited excitement within Lu Xian, rendering him restless through the night. Upgrade. It must be done vigorously. Tomorrow, I shall clear the pests and weeds from the field. The following day, with the sun high in the sky, Lu Xian hefted a long and used hoe and ventured to the backyard. The spiritual field was overrun with weeds, and he patiently turned over each row with the hoe. Hidden pests were unearthed from the soil, prompting him to release the jade rooster alongside several ordinary chickens. The ancient chicken, startled by its newfound freedom, attempted to flap and attack Lu Xian, but after receiving a firm blow from the hoe, it obediently set about catching insects. After a busy half-day, as he was about to initiate the upgrade, a knock sounded at the door. Who could it be? He herded the chickens back into their coop and opened the gate. Standing outside was a familiar face. "Old Zhao, what brings you here?" Lu Xian inquired casually. The visitor, Zhao Shoren, could be considered his neighbor, with their small courtyards separated by less than 50 paces. He often shamelessly dropped by for meals, to which Lu Xian had previously obliged by cooking a couple of dishes. Their relationship remained amicable. Zhao Shoren squinted his small eyes, peering eagerly inside with a broad grin. "Little Lu, don't be so distant. I haven't eaten in 3 days and am nearly starving. Please have some compassion." He then shifted his tone with a hint of mischief. "Besides, you've recently embarked on the immortal path and are renovating your house. I've come to partake in a feast to celebrate. Is that too much to ask?" Lu Xian's gaze sharpened. How did this old man know about his success in refining qi? Upon closer inspection, Xian discerned that Zhao Shoren exhibited no signs of spiritual cultivation, appearing as an ordinary mortal. This leaves two possibilities. Either the man possesses a level of cultivation so profound that Xian cannot perceive it, or he has practiced techniques to conceal his aura. Regardless of the truth, both scenarios suggest that Xian had misjudged his old neighbor over the past 2 years. Zhao, my esteemed senior, at your venerable age, do you truly lack for a meal for me? Xian's words dripped with a hint of probing. Zhao Shoren grinned, shaking his head. Youngster, do not attempt to outweed an old man. Every cultivator harbors their own secrets. Refrain from inquiring into matters that do not concern you. This is the first lesson in the art of cultivation, and it seems you have stumbled into the door by sheer fortune, yet your understanding remains quite superficial. Without granting Xian a chance to respond, he shifted the topic. Feed me, lest I perish from hunger. Cursed be those debt collectors. Xian was not particularly surprised. In truth, he held a favorable impression of the old man. 2 years prior, it was Zhao who inadvertently pointed him toward a position as a janitor during the recruitment at Baidantang. Otherwise, he would have struggled to meet even the rent. After pondering for a moment, Xian, harboring some doubts regarding his cultivation, suggested, Senior, please come in. Dinner is ready. Simultaneously, he discreetly deactivated the effects of the cave dwelling. Caution is paramount. One must not reveal their trump card. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Concealment of Qi Technique, Days of Cultivation. Zhao Shoren surveyed the courtyard, murmuring in astonishment, You, young lad, are quite adept. I have been away for but a few days, and you have already repaired the house. Not at all. I sought the assistance of the elder Song from the north. Song, Qingping? Zhao Shoren scoffed. That old miser. I asked him to repair my home for free, yet he refused. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they entered the house, where Xian busied himself in the kitchen. After some contemplation, he retrieved an ordinary chicken from the backyard and simmered it into a hearty broth. He also extracted 2 jade-like eggs and, accompanied by a few tender chives, prepared a fragrant dish. Ah, the chicken soup is ready. Senior Zhao, take your time to enjoy, Xian announced as he served the dishes on the table. Not bad. Upon tasting, Zhao Shoren's excitement grew. Is this made with spirit bird eggs? Indeed. I happened upon a jade-like chicken in the mountains. Senior Zhao, do tell if it suits your palate. Xian replied with a smile, though hesitated to elaborate further. Enough. Ask away. I have muddled through for decades, and, while I do not claim to possess omniscience, I do have some knowledge, Zhao Shoren mumbled while chewing. Senior, do you know of any way to acquire the book initial understanding of arrays? Xian voiced his intent. Why do you inquire about that? Do you wish to stubbornly pursue array formation? Zhao Shoren frowned and waved his hand dismissively. Do not harbor such thoughts. Array formation demands an exceptionally high level of comprehension. Quite unlike raising chickens or farming. If one cannot grasp it, they simply cannot. Moreover, the transmission of knowledge regarding the myriad arts can only be procured through the 10,000 Laws Office. Apart from those high-ranking figures, we lose cultivators risk severe penalties for private transmission. Xian fell silent. The regulations of the Qianyuan Immortal Code were as stringent as iron. Each year, the court employed extensive arrays covering the entire county to conduct large-scale sweeps for unlicensed cultivators. Offenders faced immediate execution, devoid of mercy. It is precisely for this reason that even those families and sects possessing advanced techniques must symbolically hold the officially issued Qianyuan Jade token to avoid providing ammunition for their detractors. Furthermore, concerning the transmission of skills related to pills, tools, talismans, and arrays, one must procure them from official shops. This serves not only as a form of reporting, but also as a certificate for legally earning spirit stones through such skills in the future. Had it not been acquired through legitimate means, the relevant skills would remain buried within, never to be revealed. The most daunting aspect is the reporting mechanism. If one discovers someone secretly imparting techniques or skills, they may report to the authorities. Upon verification, the informant is rewarded with 5 spirit stones. One should not underestimate the value of 5 spirit stones. For an ordinary loose cultivator, it is a risk not worth taking. This effectively extinguishes the ambitions of 99 of cultivators to disseminate techniques for profit. A buyer could easily turn around and report, resulting in neither gain nor life. Unless the recipient of the teachings is a person of utmost trust, with no possibility of betrayal. Seeing Xian silent for a moment, Zhao Shoren continued with a leisurely tone. However, the Celestial Dynasty's regulation of spells is considerably more lenient. After all, as long as one does not actively demonstrate. Who can discern what you practice? Now that you are embarking on your cultivation journey, in light of our camaraderie over meals, allow me to impart a minor technique. Consider it a meal expense. With that, he tossed a dusty jade slip. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled as he picked it up to examine. The profound hidden breath technique. This skill is actually of middle grade within the profound tier. With minor accomplishment, one can perfectly conceal their aura before cultivators of the same level. Upon reaching perfection, as long as one does not voluntarily disclose, even those of a significantly higher realm would find it challenging to discern the truth. A splendid treasure. After a brief moment, Lu Xian set down the jade slip and solemnly clasped his hands. Thank you, Senior Zhao, for imparting your wisdom. No. Zhao Shoren nearly spat out his food, exclaiming, do not place such labels on me. Do you wish to exchange me for spirit stones? What transpired today is known to both of us. Should you encounter trouble in the future, as long as you do not implicate me, we are well. The junior understands. The path of immortality is arduous. You have just begun, and such minor techniques are hard to come by, especially regarding skills. Do you think the Celestial Dynasty promotes the primordial skill out of benevolence? Or is it because the method is utterly inadequate? Lu Xian interjected. What else could it be? This technique emphasizes balance and harmony. In plain terms, it possesses no distinct advantages, falling far short compared to those from prestigious families or royal lineages. Alas, the power of the Celestial Dynasty is unfathomable. Even the small Qianyuan County is under the watch of a golden core true person. On the surface, it appears to be a time of peace. Yet the path ahead for us loose cultivators is bleak. Years ago, there were even young fools who claimed that all loose cultivators were mere parasites, suggesting we be eradicated. Fortunately, the then Celestial Emperor was compassionate and unwilling to squander the merit of the heavenly path, preventing the execution of such plans. Zhao Shoren rambled on, recounting many old tales and grievances. From his fragmented words, Lu Xian surmised that the elder must be an accomplished cultivator, perhaps in a late stage of qi refinement or even at great perfection. To advance further would be an arduous endeavor. Nevertheless, Lu Xian maintained a positive mindset. Where there is a will, there is a way. Cultivating even for a day is worthwhile. Having eaten his fill, Zhao Shoren belched contentedly, humming an off-key tune as he ambled back to his small courtyard. Observing the gaunt figure, Lu Xian could hardly fathom that he was a grand master. Throughout their interaction, not a trace of magical energy had been revealed. Overthinking serves no purpose. Every cultivator has their own story and way of life, and Lu Xian is no exception. After bidding farewell to Zhao Shoren, subsequently, he made his way to the backyard, where he stuffed the newly acquired chickens into the already crowded coop, resulting in a cacophony of clucks from 20 birds. He scattered some grains, and fortune smiled upon him as one chicken suddenly evolved. Was this not the Yutsu chicken? Upon closer inspection, Lu Xian noted that this extraordinary fowl sported 3 red feathers on its tail. A Xianyao chicken? Had it evolved into a different bloodline? Just as he pondered this, the newly emerged chicken exhibited an unsettling aggression. With a sharp cry, it expelled a small flame, igniting another Yutsu chicken. A chaotic clash ensued as the Yutsu chicken retaliated, pecking back fiercely. Witnessing his assets in a brawl was disheartening. Was this not a needless loss? He swiftly procured a wooden board to separate the Xianyao chicken from the other 19. While the Xianyao chicken demonstrated commendable combat prowess, its excessive fiery attributes rendered its meat tough and unpalatable, fetching a mere 20 spirit stones in the city. Lu Xian sought a more diverse array of spirit poultry. Thus he paid little heed to the ruckus. Turning his gaze to the spirit field, he realized the conditions for enhancement had been met, and promptly utilized his remaining 8 spirit stones to upgrade the field. He then examined the panel. Spirit field, level 1. Level 2 effects, significantly increased soil spiritual energy concentration, allowing for the cultivation of second-tier spirit plants. Daily random yield of 3 spirit plants with a 1-year maturation period, with a slight chance, 2, of mutation. Growth speed, 120. Upgrade requirements, 100 low-grade spirit stones, 10 cubic meters of spirit soil, 5 roots of solidifying essence grass, and continuous application of the minor cloud rain technique for 10 days. The benefits of a level 2 enhancement were quite impressive, yet the upgrade requirements were stringent, necessitating the acquisition of a specific irrigation spell. This gave Lu Xian pause. Presently, all 4 buildings had attained level 1, yielding satisfactory results, sufficient for his development until at least the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Reflecting on the recent days, he realized his actions had been rather ostentatious, disguising his identity to sell spirit poultry, engaging in the black market for permits, and making grandiose purchases of building materials. Nevertheless, the rewards had been substantial. Not only had his strength reached the second layer of Qi refinement, but he had also acquired the body refinement secret technique, devouring spirit and transforming bones, and the breath-concealing spell Xianpin concealing Qi method, enabling him to remain at home and cultivate for an extended period. For Qi refinement practitioners, lifespans exceeded a century, and a few months of seclusion passed in the blink of an eye. The days of cultivation were far from dull for Lu Xian. In his past life, he had been a reclusive individual. Being at home was of little consequence. Moreover, Lu Xian had discovered a delightful diversion. The last time, through the introduction of Manager Kong, he had activated the spirit network. Lu Xian immersed his consciousness in the Jade Tablet, which was divided into several sections. The foundational information he had received was categorized under Introduction to Cultivation. There was also a section titled Nine Heavens Discussion, where insights could be shared. However, he could only access information pertaining to Qianyuan County, as the large-scale transmission formations were highly resource-intensive, and the coverage of the third-tier spirit network extended only to the county and 1,000 miles in radius. The very first post on the board, surprisingly, pertained to him. Fellow Taoists, does anyone understand? In the remote and impoverished Qianyuan County, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a rather commendable tavern, renowned for its signature dish, the Jade Essence Drunken Phoenix, which proved to be quite delightful and remarkably affordable at merely 500 low-grade spirit stones. Amidst this discovery, I came across a message from a certain young Master Zhou of Danyang County, followed by a plethora of sycophantic praises from the various foundation-building families of Qianyuan County. Among these, a shopkeeper named Kong remarked, "Young Master Zhou, with your remarkable bearing and elegance, it is a privilege for the drunken immortal tower to serve you." It is no wonder that Kong Shan was so enthusiastic last time. He sold a Jade Essence chicken for a mere 40 spirit stones, making quite a profit. Unable to suppress my disdain, I continued to peruse the remaining content and found that even this small Qianyuan County was bustling with activity. There were those hosting dual cultivation ceremonies, distributing spirit stone fortune bags, forming teams to seek opportunities, forging friendships, celebrating breakthroughs with banquets, and seeking resources, all engaged in a myriad of eccentric pursuits. Most participants appeared to be family members, with only a handful of sect disciples and even fewer loose cultivators voicing their opinions. I suppose it is understandable. With a cost of 5 spirit stones a month, wouldn't it be more prudent to invest in cultivation? The lives of the elite seem utterly unrelated to the majority of loose cultivators. After indulging in this for a while, I turned my attention to another feature, the 10,000 Methods Division. According to Zhao Shorin, this was an institution under the Celestial Dynasty specifically dedicated to selling techniques, spells, and various arts. To my surprise, it also had a branch on the Spirit Network. Upon identifying myself as a loose cultivator, Han Feiyu, I was only permitted to access texts of yellow-grade middle tier and below. The message prompted me to frown. Must I truly spend spirit stones only to access inferior legacies? Within the 10,000 Methods Division, most techniques were unremarkable, mirroring the Qianyuan technique. However, there was a spell known as Little Cloud and Rain technique, which brought me a flicker of hope. Yet, upon seeing the price, I could not help but curse. It was priced at 180 low-grade spirit stones. This was nearly equivalent to the cost of 5 Jade Essence chickens. Searching for the initial understanding of a ray path was even more absurd, requiring a staggering 300 spirit stones and the endorsement of a first-tier array master to make a purchase. Alas, spirit stones can be accumulated over time. It shall not take long. The rest can be addressed later. I set down the quasi-immortal Jade token. Throughout this month, I not only advanced the Xianpin concealed Qi technique to the entry level, but also, nourished by a wealth of spirit eggs and spirit fowl meat, endured the excruciating pain that most could hardly withstand, ultimately propelling the spirit-devouring bone transformation technique to the 3rd layer. Having undergone the first transformation of my vital energy, my physical strength now rivaled that of a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Conversely, my progress in Qi refinement seemed somewhat sluggish. However, I was not far from attaining the 3rd layer. With a surge of determination, I resolved to break through before venturing out, ensuring a steady approach. In the tranquility of my cultivation chamber, I gently closed my eyes, and with a speed enhancement of 20, my magical power steadily accumulated while my Dantian's energy gradually expanded. Time passed swiftly, and over half a month had elapsed. While I was engrossed in my cultivation, those outside the courtyard grew increasingly anxious. Not far from Xian's residence, 3 figures lay in wait, 1 man and 2 women. Indeed, it was the Chun family. "Are you truly certain that fellow has not ventured outside since he returned home?" Shi inquired, unaware of how many times she had asked this question. "Absolutely, mother." That day, I followed him as he entered the city with a cloth bag, and after emerging from the drunken immortal pavilion, the bag was nowhere to be seen. He must have sold some spirit materials. Qianyuan continued recounting Xian's actions that day, concluding, "I initially intended to encounter him by chance and gradually lure him in. But to my surprise, he has not stepped outside since returning home, and the courtyard wall has been raised several feet the following day. It has nearly been 2 months. His ability to remain idle without seeking work only suggests that he must have sold a substantial amount of spirit stones that day." Chun Changfeng speculated, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "What should we do? Just a few days ago, young Master Wang sent word through an intermediary, stating that with a little more spirit stones injected, the returns could double instantly. This is an opportunity too rare to squander." Qianyuan's mind was filled with visions of immense wealth and a life of dual companionship. The 3rd young master of the Wang family had already promised to take her as a concubine, but he made it clear that she must achieve something noteworthy on her own before returning to the estate in glory. Now, with that major transaction on the brink of success, only a final amount of spirit stones was needed. If successful, the profits would be tenfold. "Do not panic." Chun Changfeng licked his lips, recalling the sweetness of past victories. The 40 spirit stones gathered from selling their possessions had indeed multiplied several times. Yet now, they were all in, and young Master Wang said they still needed another 30 stones, which was quite troubling. That fellow's family must still possess the legacy left by Liu Xiaoyao. It was rightfully ours, belonging to the Chun family, and we must acquire it. Lu Shi's eyes glimmered with resentment as she declared fiercely, "Let us proceed according to plan. If it fails, we may have to send Liu Xiaoyao's son to meet him." "Yun, hold the engagement contract ready," Chun Changfeng instructed in a solemn tone, orchestrating the plan. His daughter understood. "Do not worry, father." Qianyuan's expression was resolute. For young Master Wang, some sacrifices were unavoidable. Meanwhile, Xian was immersed in cultivation within his chamber. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was refined through the operation of his circulatory technique, gradually flowing into his Dantian. Although his magical power was slowly increasing, the Dantian's capacity had ceased to expand. It had reached a bottleneck. He exerted his utmost to activate the primordial technique and consumed 5 various spirit bird pills. After several hours, his internal magical power finally accumulated to its zenith. Like a flood breaching a dam, it surged forth, breaking through the invisible shackles. 3 layers of qi refinement. Achieved. Xian's heart surged with exhilaration. With 3 layers of cultivation, complemented by a formidable physique, he finally possessed a measure of confidence to safeguard himself in this chaotic slum. Coupled with the 100-point battle power enhancement in the courtyard, even mid-stage qi refinement practitioners would find themselves challenged. Since receiving the quasi-immortal jade token, only 3 months had passed. Although this rate of cultivation could not compare to that of the offspring of great clans, it was already exponentially faster than the many wandering cultivators around him who had endured years of hardship. In the realm of ordinary cultivators, those lacking fortune may find themselves spending years, sometimes even a decade or more, merely striving to reach the 3rd level of qi refinement through arduous meditation. Should one be burdened by the mundane or possess inferior talent, such delays are not uncommon. Yet I, Xian, owe my current cultivation to sheer diligence and innate talent. The benefits of the spirit bird egg are manifold. While it may not rival the potency of elixirs, its gentle and rich spiritual essence yields remarkable results in refinement. However, its efficacy does diminish over time. Xian pondered the path of his future cultivation. To swiftly break through to the 4th level of qi refinement and achieve the middle stage, he would need to consume some other spiritual substances. His thoughts wandered to the peculiar spiritual herb in the backyard field, and a sense of delight washed over him, tinged with anticipation. Suddenly, a gentle knock resounded at the door, causing Xian to furrow his brow. It was likely not old Zhao. Day after day, even within the confines of his home, he found little peace. Rising, he He opened the courtyard door. Standing before him was a graceful young lady, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. Before Xian could utter a word, she interjected, her voice soft and melodious. "Brother Lu, it's me, Yin'er. Do you still remember me?" "Oh." Xian was momentarily taken aback before recalling the matter. The Qin couple had previously faced rejection, and with 2 months of silence, he had assumed they had given up. Evidently, their persistence remained undeterred. Since he had inherited the original owner's entanglements, he resolved to settle this matter today. A blush adorned Qianyuan's face as she stepped forward, her delicate hand reaching for Xian's. "Brother Lu, do you remember our childhood promise? You always said you would marry Yun'er, and our parents agreed as well. Look, I even brought the engagement contract from back then." The warm breath, imbued with fragrance, caressed Xian's ear. Without hesitation, he embraced her, one hand playfully stroking her soft form, chuckling. "How could I forget? I've been waiting for quite some time." Qianyuan felt a mix of shame and indignation from the sensation behind her. Yet upon recalling the significance of Lord Wang's grand affair, she suppressed her emotions, a hint of triumph flickering across her face. "Brother Lu, let us go inside and discuss the wedding," she proposed eagerly. "I have waited so long for this day." Xian, keenly detecting the unusual glimmer in her eyes, nodded. "Come, let's enter." As he spoke, he playfully patted her, appreciating the pleasant texture. Why waste the opportunity presented to him? As the courtyard door closed, in the shadows nearby, Chen Changfeng and Lu Shi exchanged a glance, their eyes glinting with resolve as they quickly moved closer to the courtyard wall. Once Yiyun ascertained the situation within and signaled, they would rush in without delay to seize this young man. Chen Changfeng whispered, and the couple held their breath, straining to hear any sounds from within the courtyard. Their plan was simple. With Qianyuan, a novice in qi refinement, leading the charge, they would use their past affection and the marriage contract as bait, making it easy for him to let his guard down. Once they confirmed there were no traps or others present, they would take advantage of Xian's distracted state. With but a single cry of indignation, one could firmly establish the accusation of coercion against Xian. The Qianyuan Immortal City, indeed, possesses laws that explicitly state that prior to the establishment of a legitimate partnership contract, no one may be forcibly compelled, and the aggrieved party is entitled to retaliate within the city. Although this law lacks official enforcement and is rendered nearly obsolete in the survival of the fittest realm of cultivation, it serves merely as a guise for the more powerful. However, what Chen Changfeng sought was merely a justification that would allow them to act with integrity and conviction. At that moment, the couple could easily storm in and subdue Xian. Afterwards, would they not be free to manipulate him as they wished? For those seasoned veterans who had clawed their way up from the bottom for many years, they believed their calculations to be exceedingly precise. Under such circumstances, dealing with ordinary loose cultivators would be foolproof. Yet they sadly misjudged the strength and disposition of the individual within. Chapter 10. A family must be united. As the gates of Xian's courtyard closed, Qianyuan noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The concentration of spiritual energy in the courtyard seemed to have suddenly increased significantly, invigorating her senses. Observing her look of astonishment, Xian merely smiled faintly. "Brother Lu, could it be that your little courtyard is built upon a node of spiritual veins?" Qianyuan exclaimed. Overwhelmed with joy, Xian, uninterested in pleasantries, unleashed a sudden surge of physical strength, swiftly gripping Qianyuan's delicate neck, lifting her 2 feet off the ground with a mere flick of his wrist. Cough, cough. Qianyuan found her breath abruptly cut off, her feet flailing helplessly in the air. "Why, brother?" she implored, her eyes filled with confusion and desperation. "Ah, so you refuse to shed tears until you see the coffin?" Xian tightened his grip further. Having only recently obtained the Immortal Jade token, Qianyuan had barely reached the first layer of qi refinement, and her meager magical powers were no match for the terrifying force of the 3rd layer of the Devouring Spirit and Bone Transformation Technique. At last, the shadow of death loomed over her, genuine terror etched across her face. Before Xian could press for answers, she trembled and begged for mercy. "Yiyun will confess. Spare me. It was all my parents' idea." Xian chuckled. "Very well, you are quite understanding." He loosened his fingers slightly. Yet a glint of malice flashed in Qianyuan's eyes as she shrieked, "Help! Someone is attempting to commit an immoral act. Indecency." Xian observed her theatrics with an air of nonchalance. After a prolonged moment, the courtyard door remained firmly shut, devoid of any response. Qianyuan's face turned pale as the realization dawned upon her. You actually set up a soundproof array? She exclaimed in disbelief, a tragic smile crossing her lips. Indeed, there's also a gathering spirit array. Xian, you deceived everyone. Xian raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. Bang! Qianyuan was sent flying 3 zhong, crashing heavily against the corner of the courtyard wall, blood spewing from her mouth. Any final words before you depart? He coldly inquired. No. Then I shall send you on your way. He had little patience for those who dithered. It was my parents. Chen Chanfeng. He orchestrated everything. Qianyuan, racked with excruciating pain and consumed by fear, merely wished for survival, revealing all she knew. And, you cannot kill me. I am now the partner of the 3rd young master of the Wang family. So, it is... Trulia klaviskima, Xian skufakuldli. He pondered swiftly. According to Qianyuan, the Chun couple consisted of one at the 4th layer of Qi refinement and the other at the 3rd layer. Neither possessed any formidable offensive spells. Only a mere water sword technique, which was hardly a cause for concern. Naturally, Xian did not fully trust them. The two must have hidden cards. As for that young Master Wang, it was clearly a ruse. Which foundational family heir would lack such trifling spirit stones? It was merely a familiar tactic from his past life, first luring with small benefits. And once one stakes everything, one would be consumed wholly, both principle and interest. It was unexpected that there were those in the cultivation world who would fall for such a trick. Shouting once more, he commanded, as per your original plan, draw those 2 in. Xian resolved. If not resolved today, he would find it hard to rest in the days to come. After all, hiding in the shadows were 2 venomous snakes, and there would inevitably be a moment of carelessness. Very well, Qianyuan gasped through the pain. If you kill my parents, you cannot kill me. Naturally, I could spare your life afterwards, Xian replied casually. He dragged Qianyuan to a position directly opposite the courtyard entrance, while he himself slipped into the shadows beside the door, quietly shutting off the enhancement effect of the cave abode. Qianyuan had already discerned Xian's intentions. Yet she had no other choice. Help! Someone intends to commit unspeakable acts. More beast than man. Save me, she cried out, her heart heavy with thoughts of her parents. I'm sorry, but I still wish to find happiness with young Master Wang. Rest assured, I will seek vengeance afterwards. Outside the courtyard, Chen Changfeng and his wife had anxiously awaited for half an hour, the silence within leading them to suspect an unforeseen mishap. Suddenly, hearing their daughter's anguished cries for help, Chen Changfeng's heart soared with joy. It worked, Lu Shi exclaimed. Be cautious, it may be a trap. Chen Changfeng, filled with confidence, responded, I cannot be concerned with that now. We must enter. With a thunderous crash, the couple shattered the door. As their gaze swept into the courtyard, they beheld their daughter, Qianyuan, pale and collapsed on the ground, momentarily freezing their spirits. Be careful, Qianyuan managed to utter, but before she could finish her warning, an overwhelming force penetrated Chen Changfeng's back like a venomous dragon, instantly tearing through his innards and erupting from his chest. Blood gushed forth. Under the 100-point battle power enhancement of the cave abode, Xian's strike was unstoppable. He withdrew his arm, revealing a still beating, steaming heart clasped in his palm, fingers closing around it. With wide eyes, Chen Changfeng gasped in shock, unable to emit a single sound, even his trump card too late to activate. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Having eliminated the greatest threat, Xian's icy gaze swiftly locked onto Lu Shi. Without uttering a word, he struck again. After all, villains often perish through excessive talk. Although he was not a villain, he understood this principle well. Lu Shi finally regained her senses, hurriedly channeling her magical energy to retaliate. Yet, upon sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from Xian, she screamed, 3rd layer of Qi refinement? How is that possible? Xian's fist descended like a meteor. She desperately evaded, yet her right arm was still grazed by the force of the punch. Crack! The bone shattered with a resounding snap. A sharp pain surged through her, and Lu Shi's spirit waned, collapsing onto the ground. Lu Shi, it's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. She knelt with remarkable speed. Xian scoffed, misunderstanding my foot. Don't think I'm unaware. My parents were killed by your kind, weren't they? Though I am not the original owner, the karma of this place must be settled today. You knew all along? You've been pretending all these years? Lu Shi gasped in horror. Enough with the prattle, Xian exclaimed, irritated by the incessant drivel of the deceased. He swiftly delivered a powerful kick. shattering Lu Shi's head in an explosion of red and white matter, splattering the courtyard in an instant. Ah, more cleaning to do, Lu Xian muttered, shaking the filth from his legs, his expression sour. This gruesome scene was witnessed by Qianyuan from a distance. Her long gown was instantly soaked in a pale yellow liquid, emitting a faint, unpleasant odor. Damn, this'll be harder to clean, she thought. Well, I'll send you off properly. A family should be united in death, Lu Xian cursed softly. No, please, you promised to spare my life. I'll do anything. Qianyuan wept, her tears resembling blooming pear flowers. A cultivator is not a gentleman. Is it strange to be untrustworthy? After all these years in the cultivation world, haven't you realized this truth? Lu Xian gently caressed her neck. Qianyuan's body stiffened suddenly, followed by violent convulsions, her gaze dimming as she breathed her last. Surveying the 3 corpses in the courtyard, Lu Xian furrowed his brow. Despite it being his first kill, he felt no discomfort. Rather, a sense of excitement coursed through him. The effect of the cave had long since resumed, the courtyard now silent, with no one aware of the unfolding events. However, the door had been damaged, although secluded. Passing wanderers occasionally traversed this path, necessitating prompt disposal of the bodies. Naturally, searching their corpses was essential. From Chun Chongfeng's finger, he extracted a slender, cold blue needle, glimmering ominously. A disposable malevolent artifact? Sensing its material and spiritual fluctuations, Lu Xian felt a slight chill. Had he not struck first, the outcome might have been dire. On Lu Shi, he discovered only a single pill, recognized from his 2.5 years of experience as a miscellaneous worker at the Biden Hall. It was an inferior-grade qi recovery pill, barely worth 2 spirit stones, better than nothing. As for Qianyuan, she possessed only an exquisite scent pouch embroidered with the name of Wang Qinghong, gifted to her. Chapter 11. The Yellow Sparrow lurked behind? Aristocratic clans and sect. Huh. Foolish creatures. 3 paupers, wasting their efforts. He retrieved the jade tokens of the 3, attempting to probe their secrets. As his consciousness delved in, it vanished like a cow sinking into the sea, yielding no information. As expected, the Immortal Dynasty had long since taken precautions. The tokens were bound to their original owners, making it impossible for others to usurp their legacy. Lu Xian understood fully. He bundled the 3 corpses in burlap sacks, repaired the courtyard door, and awaited the deepening night. With the sack slung over his shoulder and half a bucket of fragrant oil in hand, Lu Xian stealthily departed. After traveling for an hour, I casually selected several locations to cast 3 pieces of quasi-immortal jade tokens. At this moment, I was 100 miles away from Qianyuan City, and I felt it was sufficient. Any further, and I might encounter ferocious beasts. I found a small grove to lay down the corpses, douse them in oil, and with a flick of my fingers, invoke the fire-starting technique I had just learned that afternoon. The flames crackled, filling the air with a savory aroma. Illuminated by the firelight, I expressionlessly watched as the 3 bodies shrank and contorted under the intense heat, their bones emitting a dull, cracking sound amidst the flames. As the fire gradually weakened, only 3 charred, twisted heaps of indistinguishable remains remained, still emitting wisps of green smoke. In this manner, they were reduced to ashes. And with the entire family set on their way, I anticipated that no further troubles would arise. I let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. Just as I intended to leave, a youthful voice, tinged with astonishment, echoed through the quiet woods. Fellow cultivator. Marvelous, truly marvelous. A seamless execution of murder and incineration, showcasing remarkable caution and skill. What a pity, look behind you. I turned around alert. Emerging from behind a sturdy ancient tree was a short, stout figure. Clad in a dark purple robe, the newcomer had a slightly tanned complexion, his nose twitching, and his round face adorned with a broad grin. Hey there, fellow cultivator, no need to be tense. I am not here seeking vengeance for those charred remains. Sensing the individual's cultivation level, I could roughly ascertain that he was at the mid-stage of qi refinement, which eased my mind. Even if I were to be outmatched, I believed I could still make a hasty escape with my strength. May I inquire what brings you here? I asked in a calm tone. The stout cultivator sighed, shaking his head. I merely wished to retrieve a small item that I had entrusted to the Chun family, but alas, it has been completely reduced to ashes by your flames. Are you the 3rd young master of the Wang family, Wang Qinghong? I recalled the name on the incense pouch, and, upon observing the individual before me, deduced he must be adept at scent tracking, hence following me all the way here. Not at all. The stout figure's smile faltered slightly. I am actually surnamed Tang, of the Danyan Tang clan. Have you heard of us? The Tang family? Quite renowned. I must say, I have indeed heard of you, I replied casually. The stout man appeared momentarily stunned, struggling to maintain his composure. I misspoke. My surname is Li, a descendant of the Li clan specializing in formation arts. Surely you haven't heard of that? Brother, let me tell you, I have a lucrative scheme here, called the Wealth Exchange Bank Heist. Would you be interested in joining me for a grand venture? Enough. Do you truly believe I am as gullible as those three fools from the Chun family? I ceased the conversation and turned to depart in another direction. This individual spoke nothing but lies, clearly a seasoned trickster. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that I was certain he would not dare to act against me. After all, there is a significant difference between a con artist and a robber. Generally speaking, tricksters tend to avoid murder. Fellow cultivator, please wait. The stout man hastily followed. I genuinely possess numerous methods for generating wealth. I am Li Qingyu, and in Qianyuan City, who does not know my name? Trust me, and you shall not regret it. Indeed, upon returning, I shall inquire with the Li family about those who exploit their name for deceitful purposes. But I must clarify, my surname is Xian. The two, lacking any inclination to engage in conflict, continued their journey together, exchanging idle banter from time to time. With no sense of urgency, Xian did not approach the city of Qianyuan County until the first light of dawn began to break. Is it true that such skills can deceive others? Xian suddenly inquired. What? Xiao Pang exclaimed, his throat parched from speaking, as a myriad of suggestions flowed forth. Upon being dismissed, he nearly leaped in protest. My friend, while you may tarnish my character, you shall not question my expertise. A spark of inspiration ignited in Xian's mind, and he swiftly redirected the conversation. Might I ask, young Master Xian, how can a loose cultivator attain a higher echelon of inheritance within the Celestial Dynasty? This. Xiao Pang paused. What? A distinguished heir of a prominent family. And yet you are ignorant of this matter? Who would not know? Allow me to elucidate. Within the Celestial Dynasty, the distinction between mortals and immortals is but the beginning. You loose cultivators, in comparison to the true progeny of esteemed families and sects, are worlds apart. Not everyone can claim the title of a family or sect. Apart from the exalted 6 sects and 10 great families, other factions must possess a lineage of at least a millennium, with 2 or more foundational cultivators in residence. Most critically, they must hold official positions within the Celestial Dynasty. Do loose cultivators aspire to ascend? They must join these families. However, if one possesses true skill, seeking an official position within the Celestial Dynasty is the ultimate path to success. Xiao Pang explained rapidly, revealing a glimpse of genuine insight. Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. The bureaucratic positions within the Celestial Dynasty are predominantly controlled by noble families and sects, which explains the lack of upward mobility for those at the bottom. Some smaller clans barely qualify as families, possessing merely a handful of perfected qi refiners, never advancing to the foundational stage, ultimately akin to ants. Casting a glance at Xiao Pang, he surmised that this individual likely hails from such a minor qi refining clan, indeed possessing a slightly higher starting point than himself. Thus, it seems that for loose cultivators to attain higher-level inheritance, the only paths are to marry into a noble family, apprentice under a sect, or serve in the court. Xian summarized. Precisely. Among these, marrying into a family should be relatively simple for you, given your appealing appearance. As for apprenticing, that depends on your aptitude. And as for holding office, loose cultivators are exceedingly rare in that regard. We should wash our hands of such dreams early on. Xiao Pang suddenly realized he had let slip too much and awkwardly fell silent. Xian smiled, unfazed. As they neared his humble abode, he remarked, Our conversation has been enlightening. I shall take my leave now. Wait, how about we exchange contact tokens? Should you ever come to contemplate a lucrative opportunity, feel free to seek me out. Xiao Pang, unwilling to give up, persisted. After a moment's reflection, Xian agreed. The two produced their respective celestial jade tokens, drawing them close until a flash of spiritual light indicated the successful exchange of information. Han Fei, du King going? Farewell. Young Master Du, Xian said, propelling himself with agility into the nearby shantytown. My friend, let us keep in touch. Du Qinghong called after him. Watching Xian's retreating figure, lost in thought, Xian returned to his modest cultivation chamber. The affairs of the Chun family have been thoroughly resolved. Yet the unexpected emergence of Du Qinghong is indeed surprising, albeit the individual harbors little malice. Cultivating immortality is not merely about conflict and violence. The nuances of human relationships hold significant weight. This is particularly true among loose cultivators who often band together for mutual support, despite the prevalence of betrayal, deceit, and treachery. The information acquired today regarding the 3 pathways for loose cultivators to ascend warrants careful consideration. Given Zhao Shoren's circumstances, traversing these routes appears formidable. Otherwise, he would not remain in the dilapidated quarters, frequently lamenting his plight. Chapter 12, Bedroom, Spiritual Herbs. To gain a more comprehensive understanding of the surrounding forces, Lu Xian began researching on Jiutian Luandao. He perused an extensive array of old posts and discovered that in Qianyuan County, the depths of the waters are far from shallow. A rough estimate suggests that over 10 foundational families have established themselves here. Furthermore, a Golden Core family and a Golden Core sect dominate the northern and southern regions, respectively. In the south lies the Lin family of Qianghua Ridge, while to the north stands the Kangyi sect. Each of these factions boasts at least 5 Golden Core cultivators, with their disciples permeating various levels of Qianyuan County's officialdom. The positions of county magistrate and county assistant are routinely held by these 2 formidable powers. Danyang Prefecture governs at least 5 such counties as Qianyuan, and above the prefecture, there are states to consider. The vastness of the Immortal Dynasty is unfathomable. An entangled web of influences is complex. No wonder this era is dubbed the Age of Extraordinary Spirits. The sheer number of cultivators nurtured by the heavens is overwhelming. One must first ensure survival. As Lu Xian pondered, he suddenly received a message. Du Qinghong, Brother Han, come out to play when you have time. I have learned that several enchanting sisters have recently arrived at the Hahuan Tower. Quite enticing. Lu Xian was at a loss for words and promptly discarded the Jade Talisman. Currently, he is at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and a breakthrough to the 4th level, entering the mid-stage, requires further accumulation. The efficacy of the spirit bird eggs has diminished considerably. He proceeded to the backyard, grabbed a handful of grains, and began his routine feeding. At that moment, the chicken coop housed 13 various spirit birds, each separated by wooden planks. These had evolved over the past month, and 3 had been consumed for body refinement along the way. I must say, they were exceedingly delectable. Among them were 6 Yusue chickens, 5 Sanyao chickens, and 2 Baiduan chickens. The Baiduan chicken is a newly evolved breed, characterized by 2 elongated white feathers on its back extending from its wings to its tail, prompting Lu Xian to bestow this name upon it. After tasting it once, he found its flavor superior to that of the Sanyao chicken, though slightly inferior to the Yusue chicken, containing less spiritual energy. He estimated it to be worth around 23 spirit stones. Habitually, he glanced at the panel to assess which building to upgrade next for maximum cost-effectiveness. To his astonishment, his heart skipped a beat. On the panel, in addition to the 4 level 1 buildings, there appeared a new entry. Bedroom, level 0. Level 1 effect. Sleep while offline. Automatic cultivation. Efficiency equivalent to 30 times the speed of seated meditation. Slight enhancement of divine consciousness. Upgrade requirement. Externalization of divine consciousness. 30 low-grade spirit stones. To think a new building could be upgraded. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully examined the effects, his joy only amplifying. True slumber can indeed enhance one's strength. The key lies not merely in idleness, but in the profound augmentation of one's spiritual consciousness. In the art of combat, a cultivator's cultivation level serves as the foundation, while spiritual awareness becomes the decisive factor. Even a slight edge over one's adversary can provide a significant advantage, allowing one to anticipate moves and control the situation, leading to boundless applications. Regrettably, in the initial stages of Qi refining, spiritual consciousness is generated internally and cannot be projected externally. It seems one must bide their time for now. What conditions must be met for the activation of this new structure? Is it purely random? If I were to construct an alchemy room or a formation chamber, would there not be a chance for an upgrade? Lu Xian pondered, stroking his chin, allowing his thoughts to wander. However, at present, he possessed no remarkable skills. If one were to insist, perhaps raising chickens could be considered a meager talent. Nevertheless, the journey ahead is still long. He shifted his gaze toward the plot of spiritual land, where a solitary brown herb stood swaying gently in the breeze. This sight brought a flicker of joy to Lu Xian's heart. A month and a half prior, after the spiritual land had been upgraded, he intended to wait a few days before seeking out spiritual herbs for transplantation. However, upon checking the next day, he was astonished to find that a seed of unknown origin had sprouted into a weed resembling reeds. Thanks to the miraculous effect of one growth cycle per day, it matured in just a few days. Initially, Xian contemplated uprooting it, but to his surprise, one day, under the minuscule less than 1 mutation probability in the spiritual land, this weed underwent a sudden transformation. It became a spirit plant, suffused with spiritual energy and exuding a unique fragrance. Later, through extensive research in the Nine Heavens Forum, Xian discovered that this was a first-grade mid-tier spiritual herb known as fragrant reed. It possesses the ability to refine the spirit and stabilize the soul, serving as the primary ingredient in concocting calming elixirs. Xian found himself occasionally quite fortunate, almost believing he might be a child of destiny. The fragrant reed has been in its mutated state for 36 days, equivalent to 36 years of medicinal age. Within the first grade, it could be considered a mid-tier spiritual herb. It is time to sell it. Allowing it to mature further might complicate its marketability. Xian had some understanding of spiritual herbs from his past experiences at the Hunterdan Hall. The older the medicinal age, the rarer it becomes, commanding higher prices, but potentially complicating legitimate transactions. A first-grade, mid-tier spiritual herb typically sells for around 50 spiritual stones. Without hesitation, Xian set to work. He retrieved a specially crafted wooden box from his room, carefully harvested the fragrant reed, wrapped it securely, and concealed it close to his person to prevent the aromatic essence from escaping. Next, he deftly captured 2 spirit fowl and bagged them, ready to venture forth. With a clear objective, he aimed to earn enough spiritual stones in one go to procure some protective resources. Following the incident with the Chun family's 3 assailants, Xian recognized his vulnerabilities, lacking spells, talismans, or magical artifacts. Relying solely on physical strength proved insufficient. At the scattered cultivator market near the north gate, Xian found a vacant spot and displayed the 3 solar chickens alongside the white satin chickens. Observing these vibrant spirit fowls, Xian called out symbolically, then fell silent. Waiting patiently, he purposely kept them alive, knowing that scattered cultivators often hesitated to indulge in spirit food, which is typically reserved for the elite. Live spirit fowl, after all, would undoubtedly be more sought after. As anticipated, within less than half an hour, a middle-aged man approached, clasping his hands in greeting. "Young friend, what breed is this spirit fowl? Forgive my ignorance. I have never encountered such a creature. This chicken was an accidental capture during my travels, and I have dubbed it the white satin chicken. The quality of its spirit egg surpasses that of the nearby 3 Suns chicken. Would you be willing to part with 22 spirit stones for it?" Xian replied. The man hesitated, his expression wavering. "Is it a prolific layer? I trust it is not a sickly bird." As a solitary cultivator, his resources were limited. A single spirit egg costs 50 spirit fragments, equivalent to half a spirit stone, thus requiring 44 eggs to recoup his investment. If he were to purchase a sickly chicken, he would suffer a total loss. Moreover, a first-tier spirit fowl necessitates a diet of mixed grains infused with spirit grains, resulting in a longer return on investment, which few would undertake. Fear not, my friend. It lays nearly 1 egg every 10 days at the very least. If worst comes to worst, I can sell it to an inn in the city and still make a modest profit, Xian casually remarked. Deep down, he was aware that the chicken coop produced at least 1 egg daily, far more than he could consume. Were it not for the time wastage, he would have considered selling the eggs as well. Very well. The middle-aged cultivator gritted his teeth and meticulously counted out 22 spirit stones before hastily departing with the white satin chicken in tow. Judging by his direction, he likely resided in the city, which explained his purchasing power. After waiting for approximately another half hour, the 3 Suns chicken was swiftly acquired by a female cultivator clad in an elegant, simple gown. Before leaving, she specifically instructed, "If you have more of this chicken, please send them en masse to the Luo residence. My young lady is in urgent need." With that, she left behind 25 spirit stones and gracefully departed. Xian pondered thoughtfully. While she appeared to have ample resources, her urgency suggested a pressing need. Most likely, someone was afflicted by cold poison requiring dietary supplementation for gradual recovery, and the 3 Suns chicken was precisely what was needed. He considered whether to seize the opportunity to profit from the 4 chickens remaining at home. Yet, he ultimately dismissed the thought. deeming the unknown risks too great and not worth the trouble. Shaking his head, he strolled deeper into the city, under the envious gazes of the surrounding merchants. Chapter 13, Old Acquaintances. As a county town under the jurisdiction of Danyang Prefecture, Qianyuan City boasts numerous establishments selling medicinal elixirs, along with a plethora of channels for purchasing spiritual herbs. Many alchemy shops not only sell pills, but also buy spiritual herbs. Xian meandered through the streets, lost in thought as the scenery around him rekindled memories. He paused before a two-story building, gazing up at the sign, by Dan Tang. Once, I had a job to sustain myself. Now, I possess a wondrous little courtyard. The disparity between my past and present is as vast as the sky and the earth. Perhaps I should take a look inside. Xian mused. The people in the alchemy hall had treated him fairly in the past, and there had been no significant conflicts. Welcome. What type of elixir may I assist you in finding today? A newly arrived maid greeted him. Is Xiangtai present? Xian inquired, not directly stating his purpose. Brother Zhang is in the back attending to the herbs. What business do you have with him? The maid, Jiang Ting, displayed a somewhat indifferent attitude, seemingly disinterested in engaging further since he did not appear to be a customer keen on purchasing elixirs, preferring instead to take a break for cultivation. Xian furrowed his brows, pondering whether the newcomer was being overly formal. In the past, he had navigated social interactions by reading others' expressions, but now that he had embarked on the path of immortality, his demeanor seemed ineffective. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to discreetly cease the operation of the Xianpin concealment technique, allowing a hint of his magical aura to naturally emanate. Jiang Ting's complexion paled slightly, and she hurriedly lowered her head, realizing she had failed to recognize that he was a cultivator. Conventionally, would a cultivator exhibit such restraint toward a mortal? Moreover, seeing Xian clad in ordinary black attire, she had assumed he was merely a mundane relative of Brother Zhang, intending to deliberately bar him from entry. I beg your pardon, fellow cultivator, Jiang Ting apologized, her eyes downcast. Xian shook his head. To address him as a fellow cultivator without having refined her qi suggested she had connections. Perhaps he should thank her instead, for had it not been for her, he might still be laboring at this 797 position, with no sign of his external aid arriving. He decided to summon Zhang Tai, instructing her to convey that Xian sought him for a business matter. You're truly Xian? Jiang Ting exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't he the previous occupant of that position, said to have no background? How had he become a cultivator? After a moment of stunned silence, she regained her composure and hurried into the inner room. Before long, Zhang Tai approached with palpable excitement, scrutinizing Xian from head to toe before breaking into a broad grin and heartily slapping him on the shoulder. It really is you, Brother Liu. Seeing him retain his honest and simple demeanor brought a smile to Xian's face. Brother Zhang, I was fortunate enough to encounter some opportunities and barely made it into the fold. How has business been at the shop? Just as before. Daily revenue barely exceeds 100 spirit stones, but fortunately, Manager Huang has not been overly demanding. Zhang Tai scratched his head. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xian steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Brother Zhang, I have not come to purchase elixirs but rather to sell medicine. I recall that the manager used to frequently procure various herbs. Indeed, we do. Zhang Tai's expression grew serious. What kind of herbs do you wish to sell, Brother Liu? Xian transmitted his thoughts. Middle grade, Songwei fragrance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai's countenance shifted to one of gravity. This item is of considerable significance and requires Manager Huang's authorization. The two ascended to the second floor. Zhang Tai opened a door, and immediately, a stream of curses erupted from within. Damn it, why did it explode again? Spit, spit, spit. Inside, Manager Huang Mo was expelling clouds of black smoke, his face covered in soot. Zhang Tai, did I not instruct you to avoid disturbing me during alchemical processes? He stated emphatically. Manager Huang, there is a special circumstance. Xian wishes to sell a middle-grade spiritual herb, the rather rare Songwei fragrance. I did not dare to make a decision on my own. Zhang Tai explained in a deep voice. Xian? Huang Mo inquired, somewhat taken aback. Isn't that the one who was dismissed last time? He rose and approached the door, his astonishment deepening as he recognized Xian. It truly is you. Have you embarked on the path of cultivation? That old rascal Zhao Shoren is accumulating spirit stones at quite a pace. Xian was momentarily taken aback. What did Zhao have to do with this? Was Manager Huang acquainted with him? Indeed, it was from Zhao Shoren that he had learned of the recruitment at the Baidan Hall. which had facilitated his entry as a handyman. It appeared there had indeed been some maneuvering on the part of the latter. However, it seems that Huang Moya has misunderstood something, believing that Zhao Shoren had sponsored him to obtain the quasi-immortal jade token. But why would Zhao Shoren assist me? At that moment, Lu Xian could not fathom the underlying reason. The three of them arrived at the reception room. Huang Moya inquired, "Shall we take a look at the spiritual herb and assess its quality?" Lu Xian retrieved a wooden box from his bosom and pushed it forward. With a flick of his hand, Huang Moya employed a telekinesis technique to open the box, and an instant brilliance flashed in his eyes. Excellent. The potency is abundant, and the age is considerable, showing no signs of deterioration. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Xian. "Did Zhao Shoren send you to sell this?" Initially, Lu Xian had thought of a casual excuse before arriving, but now it seemed he could find a more suitable one. He seized the opportunity to amend his words. "Indeed, Senior Zhao is occupied today and has entrusted me with this task." That old fellow remains as indolent as ever. "Very well. I shall value this mid-grade Sangwei fragrance at 65 spirit stones." Huang Moya snorted, waving his hand. A flash of spiritual light illuminated the table, and a pile of spirit stones materialized out of thin air. A storage bag. Lu Xian felt a twinge of envy. He had seen such items a few times before, each time marveling at their extraordinary nature. Perhaps it would be wise to purchase one later. It would be far more convenient while traveling. After collecting the spirit stones, Lu Xian clasped his hands and remarked, "Master Huang remains as honorable as ever." "Ha, young man. Being called honorable in the realm of cultivation may not always be a compliment." Huang Moya laughed heartily. Lu Xian felt he had spoken no falsehood. Without the 200 spirit fragments for severance compensation, he wouldn't even have the capital to start. "Brother Zhang, you need not see me off. Younger brother, the path of immortality is fraught with peril. Be cautious in all matters. Do come by to chat when you have the time." Understood, Lu Xian bid farewell. At that moment, Jiang Ting appeared, gazing from a distance. "Brother Zhang, is that person truly Lu Xian, who previously worked here?" "Indeed, Sister Jiang. You must also dedicate yourself to your cultivation. You should know that Lu Xian obtained his quasi-immortal certificate a month later than you. Yet his cultivation is nearly catching up to mine." Zhang Tai, always concerned for others, did not forget to encourage. I understand," Jiang Ting responded with her head bowed, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Upon leaving Baidan Hall, Lu Xian felt the 112 inferior spirit stones nestled within his bosom. These had originally been merely 2 ordinary chickens and a wild herb, yet now they transformed into glittering spirit stones. The profit behind this was truly heartwarming. It was time to indulge in some substantial spending. He initially intended to head straight to Jabala, but as he walked through a secluded alley, he halted his steps. Perhaps it would be better to explore the Wujin workshop. In the black market, one might stumble upon valuable bargains, albeit their origins may be dubious. When the hour of Su arrived, Lu Xian slipped into the alley, paying an entrance fee of 2 spirit stones. The underground streets remained lively and boisterous. After a brief reconnaissance, he discovered that many talented individuals frequented this place. Most of the passing cultivators possessed mid-level qi refining skills, and there were several whose auras were obscure and indistinct, clearly possessing remarkable concealing abilities. As Lu Xian activated the Xianin concealing technique, he endeavored to obscure his own presence. Various pills, talismans, spirit minerals, beast meats, and even bloodied magical artifacts were displayed for sale at the stalls. With a cursory glance over the week, Lu Xian paused before a stall adorned with lush green plants. "Dear friend, what is the price of these spiritual seedlings?" Chapter 14. The Pursuit of Acquisitions, Storage Bags. The stall owner, obscured by a veil, replied in a hushed tone, "Here, we have 4 types of spiritual seedlings. The first." Listening attentively to the stall owner's description, Lu Xian quickly grasped the details. The spiritual plants included the reviving spirit flower, the flame-attracting grass, the dream smoke herb, and a small segment of the soul root tea tree. The first 3 were relatively common spiritual herbs, maturing in about a decade, classified as low-grade tier 1, with prices generally under 20 spirit stones. The segment of the soul root tea tree, measuring the length of a finger, appeared somewhat withered, its vitality feeble. However, if successfully revived and rooted, it could grow into a tree in merely 50 years, yielding tea leaves every few years, with the flavor becoming richer with age, promising long-term benefits. "Friend, could you lower the price on this segment of the soul root tea tree? 40 spirit stones seems too steep." I'm not a spiritual herb master. In reviving, it is already a challenge, let alone the subsequent 50 years. Xian began to haggle. The stall owner's expression was difficult to discern beneath the veil. Indeed, spiritual herb masters were rare in Qianyuan County, who among ordinary cultivators would foolishly wait 50 years. He himself had no leisure to meticulously cultivate it and responded, "Name your price." 10. Xian ventured. The stall owner readily agreed to the deal. This segment of the tree root was something he had casually picked up along the way, making it a small profit for him. Xian was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a surge of joy. He would plant it in his spiritual field upon returning home. In less than 2 months, this withered root could transform into a genuine money tree. After paying the spirit stones, Xian inquired, friend, being well-versed in knowledge, "Do you have any tips for identifying spiritual plants?" "Oh, you wish to learn the legacy of a spiritual herb master?" The stall owner's tone became noticeably more animated. "In the 10,000 Methods office, there is a book called Cultivation of Spiritual Herbs, which you could purchase. I could act as a guarantor for you, requiring only a 300 spirit stone guarantee fee." Xian shook his head. "I merely wish to learn some identification methods to avoid missing opportunities while traveling. That cultivation of spiritual herbs is something I've already seen, a beginner's text akin to introductory formation techniques, priced at 300 spirit stones and requiring a guarantee for purchase." I did not expect this guarantee fee to be yet another business venture. Upon hearing this, the stall owner's enthusiasm visibly waned, and he casually retrieved a thick tome. "Here, comprehensive record of herbs. It contains illustrations and characteristics of most Tier 1 and 2 spiritual plants, though it does not cover cultivation methods, thus it can be circulated. 20 spirit stones, cheaper than the shop above." Xian pondered for a moment. This book would indeed be of great use to him, and he replied, "Deal." Having acquired what he needed, he turned to leave. The stall owner shook his head, continuing to await the next customer. Medium-grade gold talisman, 10 spirit stones each, capable of withstanding 3 full-force attacks from mid-level chi refinement. The vendor's call echoed. As Xian passed by, he purchased 2. Talismans were always in demand for solitary cultivators. Surveying his surroundings, he observed that most of the street vendors possessed a particular skill. The stalls lacking expertise predominantly showcased incomplete magical artifacts, clearly of considerable quality. Once he gathered enough spirit stones, he would seek a guarantor. However, he noted the conspicuous absence of vendors selling array materials. Indeed, the art of formations remained exceedingly challenging. With the defensive talismans in hand, he had accomplished a significant portion of his day's plan and began to contemplate the next steps. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an intriguing item, a storage bag. Hastening forward, he found the vendor to be 2 individuals clad entirely in black. He had presumed such magical artifacts were only available in grand commercial establishments. "Friend, this is a low-grade storage bag with an interior measuring 3 feet in diameter. It can conveniently store artifacts and elixirs," one of the cloaked figures stated. The other added, "It costs merely 80 spirit stones." 80? After a moment's contemplation, he considered departing. Having already purchased spiritual plants and talismans, he was left with only 62 spirit stones, needing to reserve some for upgrading his quarters. As he turned to leave, the black-clad vendor hastily called out, 70? 60? The opportunity to acquire an inexpensive storage bag is rare. Reflecting on this, he examined the storage bag. It was palm-sized, with an adequate space of 3 feet in diameter, sufficient for storing some treasures. In the future, when selling spiritual birds or herbs, he could do so discreetly, ensuring greater security. "I'll buy it," he declared, tossing a small bag of spirit stones. "Safe travels, friend." The vendor chuckled ominously as he departed, now left with only 2 spirit stones. Remaining any longer seemed futile. As he walked away, some bystanders watched his retreating figure, casting glances of inexplicable sympathy. Behind the stall, the 2 figures in black exchanged whispers. "Brother, do you not find that lad's silhouette somewhat familiar? I feel I've seen him before." Indeed, many cultivators frequent the market. "It is not unusual for us to have noted him," the elder replied dismissively. "What does it matter? Brother, shall we proceed with the task? The enchanting Xianxia of the Pleasure Tower awaits me. I did not indulge enough last month." "You idiot, you squandered dozens of spirit stones in one go." "Hey, brother, did you not also indulge in several at once? I am merely a far cry from your extravagance. But will your family not inquire? Who cares? I am not among those worthless direct descendants. I must carve out my own name. Let us go. We shall scout under the cover of night." It was clear that these 2 brothers were not sincere cultivators. As nightfall approached and the year drew to a close, A chill permeated the air, and delicate snowflakes began to fall. In the past, such weather would have compelled him to stay indoors, cocooned beneath layers of blankets. Yet now, as he strolled along the long street, he felt no discomfort from the cold. Such is the way of cultivators. Once they refine their qi, they are largely impervious to the elements, free from ailments, and living well beyond 100 years is hardly a challenge. Upon exiting the city gates, he quickened his pace homeward. Not far off, in the shadows, one of the figures whispered, "Brother, he has left the city." His destination appears to be that dilapidated area of shanties. The other sibling held forth a compass, faintly glowing with spiritual light, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Just right. It saves the trouble of alarming the patrols." The spiritual mark on the storage bag dissipated more swiftly than anticipated. First, confirm the location. Meanwhile, as Xian approached the small courtyard, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Every outing was fraught with peril. Although the likelihood of an ordinary loose cultivator encountering a tribulation cultivator in a lifetime was relatively low, merely 4 or 5 times, this was contingent upon the ability to survive each encounter. Sadly, many succumbed to the wilderness on their first attempt. Chapter 15. The Visit to the Kong Family Branch. The following day in the backyard, Xian welcomed the gentle warmth of the winter sun and wielded a hoe, digging a small pit in the spiritual field. He retrieved a short segment of the soul-fixing tea tree root obtained the previous day, which seemed to radiate a faint vitality under the sunlight. He placed the root into the pit and covered it with fine soil. Whether it would thrive remained uncertain. The effects of the first level of the spiritual field did not guarantee the survival of the spiritual plant. Even with a daily growth cycle of 1 year, spiritual plants could encounter unforeseen challenges. Some required specific environmental arrangements, which is why spiritual planters were so rare. Contemplating the prospect of cultivating 3 spiritual plants simultaneously at the second level of the spiritual field, Xian felt a flicker of anticipation. After planting the tea root and tending to the spiritual birds in the chicken coop, he returned to his cultivation chamber. Cultivation was paramount. Possessing strength significantly increased the speed of earning spirit stones, allowing for the simultaneous handling of multiple items without arousing suspicion. He still had nearly 80 spirit eggs stored, with the chicken coop producing over 10 daily, leaving Xian slightly overwhelmed. Inside, he practiced refining one after another. However, he realized that he could refine a maximum of 4 eggs per hour. Any more would be a waste of spiritual energy. Xian expelled a breath of stale air. Breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement was no simple task, especially since he was cultivating 5 elements simultaneously. Fortunately, the strength of each spiritual root was balanced, making the difficulty of breaking through equal. He needed only to cultivate diligently, methodically refining his energy over time. Time passed peacefully. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. During this period, whenever Xian grew weary of refining qi, he would shift to body cultivation, and when fatigued from that, he practiced the Xianpin Sanqiju. He had finally mastered this breath-concealing technique, reaching a level of proficiency where cultivators 1 minor realm higher found it challenging to detect his fluctuations in cultivation. A familiar rhythmic knocking resonated at the door. Xian rose to open it, finding old Zhao arriving just in time for dinner. Over the past 2 months, Zhao Shoren had almost made it a weekly habit to join him for a meal. Of course, it was not entirely altruistic. He occasionally offered insights into Xian's cultivation queries, helping him avoid unnecessary detours. Xian did not refuse these visits, primarily because Zhao Shoren never pried into other matters. The two shared a bond akin to that of mentor and friend. "Little Xian, your progress in cultivating the 5 elements is rather slow," the old man remarked. "Let me tell you, it is best to focus on one element first, then use that to stimulate the other 4. While this may lead to a slightly unstable foundation, the speed of advancement could be 2 to 3 times faster than your current pace." At the dining table, Zhao Shoren offered his wise counsel. Xian pondered, yet harbored his own intentions. He was untroubled by the slow pace, but he insisted that the foundation must remain steadfast. Grateful for Elder Zhao's guidance, he resolved to deliberate carefully. However, he had one more inquiry. As the two engaged in casual conversation, Xian mentioned that he had recently prepared a jade chicken, seasoned and baked to perfection, its aroma enchanting, earning Zhao Shoren's enthusiastic praise. "I did not expect your culinary skills to be quite so commendable. In terms of flavor, you are nearly rivaling those esteemed restaurants. Why have you not showcased your talents before?" Zhao Shoren remarked, picking at his teeth. I was preoccupied with other matters for the past couple of months, and had yet to procure the necessary ingredients until recently, Xian replied with a smile. Well then, Xianxia began, but his farewell was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous crash as the door splintered. Xian cursed under his breath, exasperated by the incessant need for repairs. Wondering who the fool was that insisted on kicking the door open instead of knocking politely, Xianxia remained composed, slowly stating, "Young Xian, have you recently offended someone or attracted unwanted attention?" Xian shook his head, uncertain himself. Suddenly, he recalled the storage bag he had sold in the black market, clearly at an inflated price. It now dawned on him that the two stall owners had been fishing for trouble. "Today, I shall assist you in clearing this up." But those two outside seemed to be rather formidable, Xianxia remarked as he leisurely exited the hall, with Xian closely trailing behind. In the courtyard stood two black-robed cultivators, unmistakably the stall owners from the black market. After lying in wait for several days, it appeared there were no others. Just these two insignificant pests. Hand over all your possessions, and perhaps we might spare your lives, one of the lackeys shouted. Xian, however, remained unfazed. The performance was about to commence. The older brother cleared his throat, preparing to shout, but was met with the unassuming elder at the doorway, who waved his hand. Unleashing a crimson thread that shot forth like a venomous serpent, panic surged within him as he hastily summoned his protective powers. Yet, the thread did not target him. With a sickening thud, he glanced sideways to find the lackey beside him had lost all vitality, collapsing lifelessly. Run. The only thought that remained in the elder brother's mind. The old man was no ordinary foe. All the intelligence he had gathered was a ruse to effortlessly slay his second-in-command, who was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Meant that taking him down, a 6th-level cultivator, would be as simple as plucking a flower. As he turned to flee, a chilling sensation gripped his lower body. Looking down, he discovered that his legs were ensnared by several extending red threads, firmly anchoring him in place. How dare you? I am a scion of the Kong family. Release me at once. Otherwise, you will incur the wrath of my ancestors, and you shall find no place to bury your remains, he shouted, his voice a facade of bravado, while his consciousness urgently reached for the jade token within his storage bag. But before he could send a message, a red thread followed him like a shadow, swiftly shattering his jade token into oblivion. Xianxia remarked with a hint of disdain, merely a branch of the Kong family. What harm is there in the death of one? Those lofty foundational ancestors will not intervene for the countless descendants of a mere collateral line. Before the self-proclaimed descendant of the Kong family could utter another word, the crimson thread tightened abruptly. With a sharp sound, flesh was severed, and in an instant, the Kong disciple was cleaved into several pieces. The stench of blood pervaded the air. Xian, observing from the side, had intended to call for a pause, but was taken aback by Zhao's decisive brutality, which oddly resonated with his own style. Were you inquiring about the cultivation techniques of those families? Xian responded. Indeed, you often mention the hardships faced by loose cultivators and the inferiority of the Qianyuan technique. Surely, even the foundational techniques of such families must surpass it? Xianxia shook his head, dismissing the thought. If such loopholes existed, why would we loose cultivators remain so passive? Techniques above the mysterious tier are treated with special secret methods, passed solely through the jade talisman of quasi-immortals. Moreover, once practiced, they form a memory restriction that can only be comprehended and recalled by oneself. Should one entertain the notion of oral transmission or written records, the related memories would be erased. This was also a scheme implemented by Qingming back in the day. From a certain perspective, he could be considered a genius. Xianxia spoke without reverence for the immortal emperor. Go collect the spoils. I've been short on funds lately and could use some spiritual stones. He waved his hand dismissively. Xian first searched the corpse of the younger brother, discovering a talisman and a pill, specifically a swift movement talisman and a dragon tiger amorous pill. Additionally, there was an ancient-looking compass. The talisman was common, yet the pill was rare. Consuming one promises enhanced vitality and, according to legend, the essence of the dragon and tiger could rejuvenate one 7 times in a single night. Although Xian had no immediate use for it, he still tucked it away. The elder brother's possessions were certainly more substantial. A medium-grade storage bag was secured at his waist, containing over 60 pieces of spiritual stones, 3 talismans, 2 pills, and a conical first-grade, medium-tier magical tool. There were even some bizarre garments for both men and women. What is this? Xian discovered a small booklet, prominently inscribed with minor cloud and rain technique, a requirement for upgrading to level 2 of the spirit field. Is my fortune truly this favorable? Xian scratched his head in disbelief. Once he had organized the findings, Xian relayed them to Zhao Shoren, for it was he who had executed the deed, and Lu had contributed nothing. Zhao Shoren examined the compass, a low-grade, tracking magical tool. Did you acquire something from him earlier? Xian briefly recounted the incident of finding the storage bag. No wonder, it is normal not to perceive the spiritual mark at your current stage. Zhao Shoren chuckled. Since that is the case, you may take the spiritual stones, talismans, pills, and that minor technique. As for the remaining items, you cannot part with them. Consider it a fee for my assistance. Excellent. Xian felt a surge of excitement. To witness a spectacle and reap benefits from it was an opportunity not to be missed. Upon receiving the items, however, he noticed the Dragon Tiger Amorous Pill had vanished. He looked up at Zhao Shoren. Ahem, do not be swayed by my age, young one. Your time for cultivation has yet to come. The elixir is not needed for now. Zhao Shoren glanced around. Enough. I have fed you on several occasions, and now I find myself entangled in such matters. I have taken the liberty to handle the corpse in the courtyard for you. Xian clasped his hands in gratitude, bidding the elder, Zhao, a safe journey. As night descended, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Xian reflected on the events of the day, a chill coursing through him. During his last visit to the city, his limited understanding of spiritual awareness had nearly led to catastrophe. This time, he resolved firmly. He would not venture beyond the confines of his home until he had mastered the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, it was high time to elevate his bedchamber to the next level. Chapter 16, Breakthrough, Bedchamber, Level 1. Xian harbored no concerns regarding the Kong family seeking him out. Since Zhao Shoren had not issued a warning, it seemed he had managed to clean up any loose ends. What truly astonished him was the peculiarity of the magical instrument wielded by the elder. That crimson thread of fire effortlessly claimed lives, far beyond the capability of an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner. He mused silently. Zhao Shoren must have accumulated years of experience during his Qi refinement period. His magical prowess distilled to an exceptionally pure essence, evidently a sign of approaching completion, just a step away from foundation establishment. A ready ally should not be overlooked. Xian felt compelled to visit the elder more frequently. Even a casual display of skill from him would yield great benefits. This time, aside from the 60 spirit stones, he had acquired 2 mid-grade movement talismans and 2 ice spear talismans, along with 2 healing yuan nourishing pills, easily amounting to over 100 spirit stones. Not to mention the little cloud rain technique, which was priced at a staggering 150 at the 10,000 Laws Bureau, a considerable profit indeed. Yet, the joy was fleeting, and Xian refocused his mind. Cultivation must continue. First, he aimed to break through to the mid-stage. Then he could further upgrade the bedchamber. Xian immersed himself in the operation of the Qianyuan skill, lost in the depths of cultivation, growing stronger day by day. Time flew, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Within the cultivation room, the rich spiritual energy was continuously refined by Xian. The spirit stones in his grasp gradually lost their luster. Occasionally, faint wisps of magical energy radiated a delicate spectrum of colors around him. The cycles of the heavens flowed uninterrupted, with magical energy coursing through him, ultimately converging in his Qi Sea. Xian had reached a bottleneck for 5 days. Yet he persisted in his tireless absorption, refinement, and compression. Suddenly, as his Qi Sea expanded significantly, he broke through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. Before he could relax, his sea of consciousness stirred, and an unusual wave of energy emerged spontaneously, surging forth. Xian attempted to open his eyes abruptly, but his eyelids remained sealed, his thoughts already perceiving. The surroundings began to take form in his mind. The gentle warmth of the meditation cushion, the spirit tea upon the table, and even the distant rustle of leaves outside the window were vivid as a painting. He could feel every trajectory of magical energy circulating within his dantian and perceive the subtle fluctuations in the concentration of spiritual energy in the space around him. His spiritual awareness had manifested outward. Xian reveled in this profound experience. Everything no longer relies on the senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Instead, it is perceived through the spirit and observed with the mind. Indeed, this resonates more profoundly with the ethereal ambience one imagines of celestial beings. After a brief experiment, Xian effortlessly mastered the control of his consciousness, though it did bring forth a slight weariness of the spirit. Fortunately, the restorative energy from the cave abode mitigated this effect substantially. He lifted his teacup and drank the entirety of the soul-calming tea. The warm liquid glided down his throat, instantly revitalizing his spirit. This tea would undoubtedly be essential for future battles. Even chewing the tea leaves would likely yield significant benefits. His storage bag still contained ample supplies, and the tea tree in the backyard, nurtured by the spirit field, could yield a new batch of leaves every 10 days or so, providing a continuous supply. There would be no end to it. With his consciousness now capable of projection, Xian proceeded to the bedroom, silently invoking upgrade. The 30 spirit stones in his hand dissipated, and the panel refreshed. Bedroom, level 1. Level 2 effect, sleep mode, automatic cultivation, 50 meditation cultivation speed. Continuously strengthening the spirit and possessing certain soul-repairing properties. Upgrade requirements, 200 lower-grade spirit stones, 1 soul-nurturing jade. Soul-nurturing jade? Xian had indeed heard of it. It was quite precious, capable of stabilizing the soul for 10 days. Yet compared to the restorative effects described for level 2 of the bedroom, it was evidently lacking. All buildings have been upgraded to level 1, and Xian's gaze fell to the bottom of the panel, causing his heart to leap. You may designate or construct a new upgradable building. What? Xian's expression shifted. It was no longer random. His thoughts whirled. Currently, the buildings in the small courtyard yet to be upgraded were kitchen, storage room, main hall, and outhouse, all of which could be designated. However, constructing something new would offer even more options, such as alchemy room, refining pavilion, and talisman workshop. Unfortunately, mastering various arts was a rarity. Since he needed basic array understanding to upgrade the cave abode, why not build an array room to study the art of formations? Xian pondered. Among the 4 primary crafts, alchemy was certainly the most lucrative. However, the others, refining, talisman making, and formations, were not to be underestimated, often yielding several times the profit. Mastering one would ensure a prosperous future. Resolved, Xian decided to proceed, though there was no rush. He first needed to acquire some spirit stones. After 3 months of cultivation, combined with the recent building upgrades, he had completely exhausted the spirit stones sent from the Kong family branch. It was time to venture out and procure some more. Grasping the celestial jade token, he infused his consciousness into it and discovered that someone had left a message. Du Qinghong, Brother Han, it has been 3 months since we last met, and I have greatly missed you. Recently, I have found a prime location with excellent feng shui, perfectly suited for developing a scenic spot. If you could invest a little, you could enjoy the profits from the comfort of your home. Wouldn't that be splendid? Du Qinghong, Brother Han, feel free to speak if you have any requests. I am known as the all-knowing expert of Qianyuan. Rarely is there anything I cannot handle. Every day, Du Qinghong would come up with various schemes to solicit his investment. Occasionally, Xian engaged in conversation with him and discerned that this individual indeed possessed certain connections. However, there lingered an unmistakable aura of folly in his demeanor. Could he be akin to those from a previous life, whose sole purpose was to orchestrate gatherings? Xian smiled faintly and replied, Han Feiyu, Taoist do. If you happen to know any adept array masters, I would be grateful for your introduction. I am willing to offer 5 spirit stones as a mediator's fee, with further compensation upon successful completion. Were it not for the fact that Zhao Shoren's array master friend was unavailable and would not return to Qianyuan County for at least another year, he would not have sought out Du Qinghong. To his surprise, a swift reply came from the other side. Du Qinghong, is this truly the case? Han Fei, naturally. But I must ask for a little patience. Du Qinghong, how does half a month sound? I shall meet you at the north gate of Qianyuan City then. My elder brother, a first-tier array master, is often quite occupied. Xian hesitated briefly before responding with a simple all right, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Based on the costs reported by the spirit plant master acting as guarantor, coupled with the expenses for purchasing texts, he estimated needing around 500 spirit stones. It appeared he would need to part with some spirit birds and soul-stabilizing tea leaves. Determined, Xian resolved to visit the largest establishment within the city, ideally one under the auspices of the 8 great merchants. Although the buyback price might be slightly reduced, it offered a sense of reliability. Setting up his own stall might yield a greater profit, but it carried higher risks. He felt it was acceptable to earn a little less. After all, the cost of those 2 items was practically negligible, and loss was improbable. That night, Xian enjoyed a restful slumber in his upgraded chamber. Upon awakening the following day, He sensed his consciousness had been nourished by a gentle warmth, and his perceptual range had subtly expanded by an inch. Though this increment was minuscule, over time, it would surely surpass that of his peers. Within his body, his mana had solidified into several strands, showcasing the remarkable effects of his diligent training. After 3 months of seclusion, the world outside had blossomed into early spring, the sun shining brightly. Xian set forth with 5 pounds of fresh tea leaves and several spirit birds, his destination clear. The largest shop in the city, the Rui Pavilion. The Rui Pavilion was established by the Rui Merchant Group, one of the 8 great merchants, and it was reputed that entry guaranteed some form of gain, bringing about satisfaction and fortune. The reason he did not first visit the Drunken Immortal Tower, the treasure-gathering pavilion, or the 100-pill hall was primarily due to the efficiency of the large merchants, which minimized complications. "Greetings, I seek to sell some soul-stabilizing tea leaves," Xian stated directly. Prior to his visit, he had gathered pertinent information on the Jiutian Forum. The processes at Rui Pavilion were highly regulated, with a clear separation between buying and selling. As expected, the attendant promptly guided him to an elegant room, softly stating, "Esteemed guest," within his master Mo Hung, responsible for the appraisal of spirit plants. Pricing and transactions are completed in one go. Xian nodded and entered the room. Upon entry, he felt a slight chill. The presence of foundational energy was palpable. The depth of the large merchant's resources was indeed profound, as the appraiser possessed such remarkable cultivation. Master Mo Heng's eyes were gently closed, seemingly in meditation, and his voice was calm and unperturbed. "Please present the spirit tea." Xian retrieved the wooden box containing the tea leaves from his storage pouch and placed it upon the table. In the briefest of moments, before he could articulate his thoughts, Mo Hung remarked, 63, 70 years of mixed tea leaves, yet they remain so remarkably fresh." Chapter 17, The Guarantor, Recruitment of the Qianyuan sect. Mo Hung squinted his right eye, seemingly appraising Xian with a discerning gaze, and continued, "The effects of the soul-settling tea are extraordinary. Qianyuan County scarcely yields much each year. Let us agree on an average price of 80 spiritual stones per pound." With that, he waved his hand and produced 320 spiritual stones. Throughout the exchange, Xian could hardly utter a word. The soul-settling tea tree in his backyard had reached maturity after 50 days. If harvested in one go, it could yield 2 pounds of fresh tea leaves, and thereafter, the tree would require 7 days to replenish, equating to 7 years in the outside world. What he was selling now was merely the output of half a month. 320 stones. Xian felt an inner thrill, yet his expression remained unchanged as he accepted the stones and took his leave. Mo Hung remained unfazed, assuming Xian to be merely another fortunate youth who had stumbled upon 2 thriving spiritual tea trees. Such occurrences had become commonplace for him over the past decade, hardly warranting surprise. Far more critical was the need to focus on cultivation and break through to the mid-foundation stage. Securing a position in the County Merchant Association was the true path forward. After departing from Rui Pavilion, Xian assessed his storage bag, discovering he still had a pound of tea leaves and 3 jade-bone chickens. He then proceeded to the Drunken Immortal Tower to sell the chickens. Concealed by the Xianpin concealment technique, Kongshan had no inkling that Xian had already reached the mid-chi refining stage. He merely inquired if Xian had any secret methods for seeking spiritual fowl. As for the Kong family's branch that had perished in the courtyard, it seemed that word had not reached the ears of the family's direct lineage. Kongshan, possessing a modicum of conscience, offered 120 spiritual stones for the 3 jade-bone chickens. Finally, Xian made his way to by Dan Hall, where he sold the remaining pound of soul-settling tea to manager Huang for 90 stones. At this moment, his total wealth amounted to 530 low-grade spiritual stones. This should suffice for acquiring guarantees and purchasing the initial understanding of array paths. This outing had indeed been uneventful. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xian felt a sense of leisure. In the preceding months, he had frequently practiced the newly learned little cloud and rain technique in the spirit field of the backyard, occasionally releasing a few spiritual fowl to forage for soil and insects. The soul-settling tea tree had shown no signs of unexpected troubles since its planting. The number of spiritual fowl in the courtyard had increased to 26. The chicken coop retained only 6 egg layers, while Xian intended to use the rest for his cultivation in the upcoming fortnight. This was timely, as his body refining technique required further honing. in the cultivation chamber. With each chicken consumed, Xian employed the bone-devouring spirit refining sutra to refine his essence. Each time, it felt as though myriad insects were gnawing within him, a tormenting pain that pierced to the core. Xian merely furrowed his brow, enduring the agony. Blood and energy surged, refining his physique, which solidified and grew stronger amidst the suffering. At last, after consuming the 13th chicken, his bones resonated and his muscles swelled. His body, as solid as iron, was suffused with surging blood energy, and a crimson mist instantaneously enveloped the entire cultivation chamber. Xian concluded his practice, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Having attained the 4th level of the bone-devouring spirit transformation sutra, he clenched his fist, with his dual cultivation of body and qi now at this stage. He felt no fear as a mid-stage qi practitioner. Yet, he realized that he would need to undergo a second transformation of his vital energy and blood before he could continue to break through, a task that would not be accomplished in haste. Rising to his feet, Xian retrieved a jade token from his storage pouch, within which a message awaited him. Duking going, beep beep. Brother Han, have you arrived? My friends and I are waiting at the north gate. You want to leave us in the lurch, will you? Time had flown. Had half a month truly passed so quickly? Xian performed a brief, cleansing ritual, purging the impurities expelled from his body refinement, and donned a neat outfit. He checked the 2 ice spear talismans in his sleeve, the swift movement talisman beneath his feet, and the golden shield talisman at his chest, confirming their readiness. Additionally, he had prepared the disposable magical artifact he had seized from Chen Chongfeng. Every contingency was primed for activation. Once satisfied with his preparations, he set off towards the north gate. Just a few steps into the city, a plump figure bounded into view, cheerfully exclaiming, Brother Han, you must be quite the busy person. I've been waiting for you, and it's already noon. How about treating your little brother to a meal? It was Du Qinghong, his familiar jovial demeanor unchanged since their last encounter. Let us skip the meal. You'd be better off enjoying the profit from this deal yourself. Xian declined. Du Qinghong, unbothered, rubbed his fingers together and said, Brother Han, about that. Xian tossed 5 spirit stones into his palm. Take me to see him. Right away. The two navigated through the winding streets, steering clear of the main thoroughfare until they arrived at a relatively secluded location. Before them stood a solitary small house. Xian understood. The residence of a formation master was rather unremarkable. Du Qinghong explained, my brother is merely staying here temporarily, preparing for the recruitment ceremony of the Qianyuan sect in 3 days. Recruitment? Xian was taken aback. He had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he was unaware of this event. Du Qinghong continued, the Qianyuan sect recruits every 3 years. Although it is a local sect in Qianyuan County, cultivators from surrounding counties also come. My brother hopes to try his luck, but the specific requirements for this year have yet to be announced. Nodding, Xian resolved to attend the event as well. Upon entering the house, a youth of similar age to Xian awaited them, clearly having been there for some time. You must be Taoist, Lu, he stated abruptly. Let us skip the pleasantries. If you want me as a guarantor, it will cost you 200 spirit stones. Hurry up. I don't have time for idle chatter. His rapid speech bore an air of arrogance that brooked no refusal. Xian frowned slightly. The price was cheaper than that of the spirit herb master's guarantee last time, yet the tone was quite brusque. Seeing Xian's expression, Du Qinghong quickly intervened. Brother Shun, let us take our time with this. There is no need to rush. Who is your brother? Shen Nan retorted, his pride evident. As a first-tier formation master, my time is incredibly valuable. The time you waste talking could have been spent inscribing 2 formation stones. As it stands, you're fortunate to even have the chance to converse with me. Once I enter the Qianyuan sect, you'll have no choice but to look up to me. Shen Nan's demeanor exuded an unshakable confidence, as though his admission to the sect was already a foregone conclusion. Du Qinghong wished to persuade further, but Xian waved his hand dismissively. Friend Shun, you are a young talent, worth a fortune every moment. Therefore, I shall not trouble you any longer. Before he could finish speaking, he stood up decisively. Who indulges whom? A mere small clan of qi refiners. Are they not just solitary cultivators? Their strength barely reaches the 3rd level. Whether they can even enter a sect is still uncertain. Their mastery of formations is likely only of the lowest grade. It will be easy to find another. At this moment, Shen Nan was left utterly dumbfounded. Even in his own home, he was treated with deference by his grandfathers, all of whom had reached full qi refinement. Yet here in Qianyuan County, when he sought to earn some spirit stones independently, someone dared to disregard him. His face flushed crimson as he opened his mouth, but found no words to express. Having been immersed in cultivation at home, he had never encountered such blatant disregard. He felt a sense of grievance. Du Qinghong reacted swiftly, calling out urgently, "Wait, Brother Han, 150. Just 150 spirit stones." At the same time, he transmitted a message to Shunnan. "Young Shun, this is not your family home. Out here, one must understand social niceties. Brother Han comes with sincerity. What harm is there in making a friend? The more connections, the more pathways." Had it not been for the fact that Han's grandfather and his own were close friends, and that he had been entrusted to look after Han in Qianyuan City, Du Qinghong would have preferred not to involve him, thus missing out on considerable profit. Upon hearing this, Shunnan softly acknowledged. As Lu Xian turned at the door, his expression remained calm. Deal? After that, Shunnan remained silent, fearful of inadvertently offending someone further. Lu Xian understood that the youth bore no ill intent. He simply spoke without thought, so he chose not to dwell on it. He believed that future experiences would teach the young man the ways of the world. If he failed to learn, even if he entered sect, he would merely become a mere passerby. After a while, the Jade token received a message. 10,000 Laws Division received the guarantee of first-grade low-tier formation, Master Shunnan. The purchasing rights for the entrance formation inheritance have been granted. Brother Han, once you acquire the formation texts, do not impart them to others without permission, or you shall all suffer the consequences. The penalty is triple. Du Qianyuan Immortal. Lu Xian was already well aware of this matter and nodded. "I am fully aware. Thank you both. We shall discuss further another time." He placed 150 spirit stones on the table and took his leave. Wow, so many spirit stones. In my entire life, I've never seen so much at once. My grandfathers in the clan only give me 10 a month, always complaining that I take too much. Once Shunnan saw the person depart, he instantly felt exhilarated. As promised, I shall take half. Du Qinghong's eyes sparkled as well, but moments later, he lamented. "If it weren't for your foolish opening remark, we could have gained an additional 50. I was wrong, all right? My grandfather always said not to belittle oneself outside. I never anticipated that people out here would have such poor tempers. I have been struggling since I was 10, and I still cannot fathom human nature. You, who have been cooped up at home for 16 years, must be even more cautious." That day, I witnessed Brother Han employ a slight strategy and efficiently sent my clients away in an orderly fashion. Du Qinghong shook his head with a smile. "But it is precisely because of this that we have established a connection with Brother Han. You see, this has made it easy to recoup our losses. Perhaps I should indeed cultivate more friendships," Shunnan reflected, echoing his grandfather's words. "Cease with the incessant references to grandfather. It would be prudent for you to prepare diligently for the sect entrance examination. Once you are admitted into the Qianyuan sect, do remember to introduce a few new clients on my behalf, as that is of utmost importance." Chapter 18. The initial understanding of array techniques. Constructing new buildings. Lu Xian had never deposited spirit stones at the HSBC bank. Thus, he could not directly purchase texts within the 10,000 Laws department, using the quasi-immortal Jade token. He strolled towards the physical store of the 10,000 Laws department. Passing through the central square of Qianyuan City, he observed that preparations were indeed underway, confirming Du Qinghong's words. In 3 days, the grand recruitment ceremony of the Qianyuan sect would commence. Should he consider participating? Lu Xian pondered. Sooner or later, he would attain the completion of qi refinement. If he could not find advanced techniques by that time, foundational cultivation would remain a distant dream. Moreover, there would be numerous upgrades to the small courtyard in the future, likely raising the requirements for various arts. Disciples of the sect possessed significantly higher privileges at the 10,000 Laws department. Not only was there no need for guarantees for inheritance, some could even enjoy exclusive discounts within the sect. Lu Xian resolved to investigate further, as it would better inform him of the recruitment criteria for the Golden Core sect, allowing him to plan ahead. Upon arriving at the 10,000 Laws department, he paid 300 spirit stones. The deputy director on duty transferred the contents of the initial understanding of array techniques to his quasi-immortal Jade token and solemnly advised him. Upon successful entry, you may proceed to the administrative office for cultivators to undergo a professional qualification assessment. First-tier array masters have 1 opportunity per year to act as guarantors. Second-tier masters have 2 opportunities. If private inheritance is imparted, this right will be revoked, accompanied by a fine of 3 times the amount. Hearing this, Lu Xian finally grasped the rationale behind such benefits. The so-called guarantee policy was evidently designed to promote the official qualified inheritance. Earning 2 to 300 spirit stones for a single guarantee was a lucrative reward. For those who had already benefited, why take unnecessary risks? Conversely, those who obtained inheritance through illicit means would be relegated to the shadows, unable to enjoy any benefits. If discovered, they would face severe penalties, including the loss of all assets or even the cessation of their cultivation path. The balance of reward and punishment was indeed a clever strategy Xian used. After departing from the 10,000 Laws Department, Xian glanced at the panel. The upgrade requirements for Cave Dwelling Level 2 were 300 lower-grade spirit stones, 20 array flags, 30 array stones, and 1 copy of the initial understanding of array techniques. Once he grasped the fundamentals of array techniques, he could craft the flags and stones himself, sparing the expense of unnecessary purchases. This expenditure of 450 spirit stones was somewhat less than he had anticipated. With over 80 spirit stones remaining, he had just enough to acquire the necessary materials. Xian visited the treasure-gathering tower, purchasing 50 pieces each of Xianyuan fabric and Yao crystal stones. These basic materials were quite affordable, totaling merely 50 spirit stones. The price of a piece of Xianyuan fabric was comparable to that of a jade egg. In contrast, the finished array flags and stones were priced at no less than 3 spirit stones each, marking a substantial increase. Having secured his purchases, Xian made his way towards a small courtyard outside the city. As he neared his doorstep, a sudden inspiration struck him, prompting him to turn and head in another direction. Since the benefits of the additional buildings were closely tied to the structures themselves, would not the formation chamber significantly enhance one's comprehension of the formation path or increase the success rate of engraving formation patterns? In this case, it is quite essential to elevate it to level 1, at the very least to reduce material wastage. However, the formation chamber cannot be repaired single-handedly. Assistance is required. After some deliberation, Xian arrived at a doorstep and gently rapped on the door. An elderly voice immediately resonated from within. Coming. Song Qingping paused his task and cautioned the young girl, Xiaoling, to remain hidden before he opened the door. Standing outside was a young man clad in black, exuding an extraordinary aura, wearing an innocuous smile. Xian Master, Song Qingping exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then respectfully urged, please do come in. Xian did not decline. Entering the room while conversing, it appears that Elder Song has successfully drawn the qi into his body. Henceforth, I shall address you as Daoist Song. Too kind. This is all thanks to the spirit stone you provided last time, Master. Without it, my frail old bones would likely never tread the path of immortality, he replied. The two exchanged a few words before entering the house. Inside, Song Qingping called towards the storage room. Xiaoling, no need to hide. It is Xian Master. Quickly prepare tea for the Master. The little girl emerged from the clutter, her eyes sparkling. Upon seeing Xian, she no longer exhibited the fear she had shown previously. No need to rush, Xian interjected, producing a small box. Use this to brew. Song Qingping opened it, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this spirit tea? Indeed, take it. Anything extra is yours. I will require your assistance shortly. This tea has slight benefits for the spirit and is harmless to mortals. Xiaoling may occasionally have some. Xian spoke gently. The last time, the soul-devouring bone transformation scripture that Song Qingping had provided had greatly aided him. Therefore, gifting some soul-stabilizing tea was a mere token of gratitude. Despite his advanced age, Song Qingping appeared somewhat flustered. After a prolonged contemplation, he earnestly replied, Very well, Master. Whatever you need, please command me. I shall do my utmost. Shortly after, Xiaoling carefully presented the brewed tea. Elder brother, your tea. Xian accepted it with a gentle pat on her head. Xiaoling should have some as well. He then elaborated on his request to Song Qingping. I would like to ask for your assistance in constructing a pavilion along the right side of my courtyard, following the wall. It should have 4 stories above ground and 2 below. He detailed his vision thoroughly. It is preferable to build multiple levels at once, so that in the future, if there is an opportunity for further upgrades, he would not need to make another trip. Understood. However, we are short on materials at home. I will prepare everything by tomorrow, and with my pace, it will be completed in 2 days. Song Qingping assured him. Agreed. After finalizing the details, Xian returned home. With leisure at hand, he utilized his divine sense to peruse the introduction to formation path inscribed on the immortal jade tablet. After a while, he realized he seemed to have opened 6 of the 7 orifices Essentially, he was still in ignorance of one. How are those peculiar formations composed? What is the reason behind their specific functionalities? However, as Xian delved deeper into contemplation, he gradually began to grasp some understanding. The universe harbors formations, and the Tao gives rise to myriad laws. A formation is the arrangement of celestial spirits, invoking the interplay of yin and yang, gathering the essence of mountains and rivers, transforming the formless into the tangible. The principles of formation stem from the evolution of the Grand Tao, categorized into 8 main aspects: attack, defense, confinement, illusion, sealing, guiding, controlling, and refining, complemented by the 5 elements, trigrams, 9 palaces, constellations, dragon veins, and spiritual patterns. An infinite array of formation principles emerges. For novice, mastering 100 common formations suffices, with diligent practice in engraving them onto materials and setting up formations according to existing diagrams. One may achieve the status of a first-level formation master. Thus, it is quite simple, essentially replicating publicly available formation diagrams. He turned to the last few pages of the book, which recorded several common formations: the spirit guiding formation, the concealment formation, the soundproof formation, and the spirit confinement formation, all of which appeared quite practical. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became daunting. Each formation comprised numerous flags and stone nodes, each requiring several distinct patterns to be engraved. No wonder it is said that mastering formations is challenging. This was merely a replication. If one wished to incorporate personal insights and adjust patterns and orientations according to the actual terrain, wouldn't that be utterly mind-boggling? Despite the difficulty, Xian was not entirely lost. A night passed in silence. As dawn broke, Xian stood upon several fragments of cloud fabric. His eyes were slightly reddened, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression somewhat exaggerated. At last, Xian had successfully engraved 3 complete patterns onto a piece of cloud fabric, crafting his first formation flag. Chapter 19, Formation Chamber, Level 1, New Recruitment Ceremony. Ha ha! Heaven did not create me, Xian. The way of formations is as eternal as the long night. I truly am a genius. Xian felt a slight dizziness. He quickly retrieved a cup of soul-steadying tea and took a sip. Crafting formation flags consumed not only magical energy, but also mental focus. It required complete concentration, as even a moment's distraction could lead to failure. The beginning is always the hardest. It should be much easier from here on. He let out a long sigh. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Xian tidied up a bit, binding the beaks of the spirit birds in the backyard and covering the tea plants before heading to open the door. Old Song arrived. Good morning, Master Xian. The materials have been moved outside overnight. May I commence work? Song Qingping appeared quite enthusiastic. You may start now, please. Just build it in this open space. Do you need my assistance? Xian inquired. No, I've been in this trade for 40 years. I have the strength and will work quickly. The blueprint was completed last night. I guarantee it will be done in 2 days. Feel free to build. The appearance is not of great importance. Just a semblance of a house will suffice. That won't do. I assure you it will be built beautifully. Seeing his fervor, Xian decided not to press further. A craftsman, after all, holds great esteem for his creations. Upon returning to his abode, he resolved to delve deeper into the intricacies of array techniques. When engrossed in his work, time invariably slips away unawares. The clattering sounds of construction outside failed to disturb his concentration. Before he knew it, the afternoon of the following day had arrived. Master Lu, it's ready. Hearing the call from outside, Xian regained his senses and stepped into the courtyard. A 4-story pavilion had risen from the ground, soon to be the tallest structure in the vicinity of the makeshift housing area. Fortunately, the courtyard walls stood at an impressive height of around 4 zhong, which concealed the building from view. Otherwise, it might have drawn unwarranted attention. Master Lu, it's completed. What do you think? Song Qingping, who had toiled for 2 days and nights, appeared even more stooped than before, yet his face still bore a simple smile. Quite commendable. Xian nodded affirmatively, feeling a stir in his heart as he regarded the elderly man before him. In a world rife with deception and treachery, such unpretentious individuals were exceedingly rare. He then retrieved 5 spirit stones and 10 spirit bird eggs from his storage pouch. Take these. The spirit stones can be used for cultivation, and the eggs can enhance your vitality if consumed or can be given to little Ling to improve her health. Thinking of the considerate little girl, he decided to bestow a few extra. This, Song Qingping instinctively wished to decline. But recalling his own arduous decades spent waiting to cultivate qi, he could not allow his granddaughter to follow in his footsteps. With his strength still intact, he needed to amass 100 spirit stones as soon as possible. With a resolute gaze, Song Chumping accepted the gifts. Master's kindness is beyond measure. I am at a loss for how to repay it, so I can only wish you a smooth path in your cultivation and an unobstructed journey ahead. As he spoke, he prepared to kneel in gratitude. Xian quickly stepped forward to assist him, saying, "Such reverence is unwarranted. The cultivation method you provided last time was immensely beneficial. I wonder if there is a continuation?" That, Song Chumping pondered earnestly. According to ancestral lore, a millennium ago, our Song family was once a Golden Core clan. However, we refused to comply with the edicts of the Celestial Emperor and were subsequently annihilated. Those who survived either perished or fled, taking with them incomplete legacies. My ancestors mentioned that the ancestral grounds of the Song family lie near Biyun County. If you're interested, Master, you might inquire there. Biyun County, Xian mused, not yet fully absorbing the information. Although Qianyuan County and Biyun County were both part of Danyang Prefecture, they were separated by thousands of miles. Without a flying artifact, traversing on foot would likely take years. Furthermore, he had only reached the 4th layer of body refinement, with the 12th layer still far beyond his reach. Master, I shall take my leave for now. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out at any time. Song Chumping, having secured the items, took his leave, sensing that Xian had pressing matters to attend to. After closing the courtyard gate, Xian entered the newly constructed pavilion. It was already furnished with tables and chairs. He designated the array chamber on the 1st floor, facilitating various array experiments. With a mere thought, a panel materialized before him. Do you wish to designate the array chamber? Indeed. Array chamber, level 0, level 1 effect, primary array realization 25, inscription success rate 30. Generate primary mirror flower water moon array, appears as reality, feels as illusion. With endless phantoms, can influence a radius of 50 zhang, undetectable by qi refining cultivators. Upgrade requirements, 20 low-grade spirit stones, 3 illusory pattern array flags. The mirror flower water moon array? Xian felt a surge of excitement. It was a type of illusion array. Previously, he had been troubled by the increasing transformations in his small courtyard, fearing that if a rogue cultivator entered while he was absent, they might uncover the treasures hidden in the backyard. Now, however, he could use the array to conceal those valuable items or even disguise them as ordinary mundane objects. Moreover, there was an added enhancement to his array comprehension and success rate. Without delay, Xian promptly gathered the materials in the array room and began inscribing the illusory array patterns. After 7 unsuccessful attempts, his perseverance bore fruit, and he successfully crafted 3 illusory pattern array flags. Upgrade array room. As the spirit stones and array flags vanished, Xian sensed a peculiar wave spreading throughout the chamber. Array patterns began to materialize on the floor, most of which he had not encountered in initial understanding of array techniques. It seemed the mirror flower water moon array had manifested. Simultaneously, he felt a burgeoning sense of control over this array. Xian made his way to the backyard, and with a thought, the scenery before him began to shift. The few spirit birds in the chicken coop at the upper right corner instantaneously transformed into ordinary chickens, their clucks altering accordingly. The precious soul-stabilizing tea tree at the center of the spiritual field vanished entirely. A sweep of his consciousness revealed nothing but emptiness. Only when Xian reached out to touch it did a ripple of disturbance emerge. Thus, everything became exceedingly secure. Should someone come knocking in the future, with the assistance of this illusion array, they could launch any surprise attack they wished. A smile crept on Xian's lips. Once he amassed sufficient materials, he would upgrade the cave dwelling as well, acquiring a first-tier defensive array. His small courtyard would then be utterly fortified against qi refining cultivators. Unless a foundation establishment expert were to descend, he could eliminate any intruder. Of course, enhancing his own strength remained paramount. Xian could not spend his entire life sequestered at home. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the interface, which displayed the information for the Level 2 array room. Array room, Level 1. Level 2 effect, primary array realization 40, secondary array realization 20, inscription success rate 40. Upgrade requirements, 200 low-grade spirit stones, 3 heavenly array stones. Although there were no new arrays, the sheer numerical enhancement was significantly greater, allowing for comprehension of even secondary arrays. He had heard Xiaoxian mention the heavenly array stones, which were premium materials for high-tier arrays and quite difficult to procure. That could wait until later. For now, he had sufficient resources, and other buildings required prioritization for upgrading to level 2. The array room was not the most urgent concern. Having settled everything, Xian blissfully enjoyed a restful slumber. The following day, amidst the incessant messaging from Du Qinghong, he recalled that today marked the recruitment day for the Qianyuan sect. Upon his arrival at the central square of Qianyuan City, he was met with a sea of people. Scanning the crowd, he noticed an overwhelming number of Qi refinement practitioners, a mingling of wandering cultivators and disciples from various families. Xian had never experienced such a profound shock before, typically secluded in his home for cultivation. Witnessing such a large gathering made him realize that the number of cultivators far exceeded his expectations. There must be tens of thousands here, and this was a result of the Celestial Dynasty's deliberate control. One could only imagine how spectacular it would have been a millennium ago during any significant events. "Brother Han, over here," a voice called out from the throng. As Xian navigated through the crowd, he spotted Du Qinghong, Shun Nan, and a striking young woman beside them. Du Qinghong introduced her. "Brother Han, this is Wang Man, the fairy Wang." Wang Man stood tall, her sleek ponytail accentuating her smooth forehead. Without any makeup, her straight nose and defined lips exuded an aura of confidence, dressed simply in a black, form-fitting outfit. "I am Han Feiyu, pleased to meet all fellow cultivators." As long as it did not jeopardize his own interests, Xian was more than willing to forge friendly relations. "Humph." Wang Man casually cupped her hands in greeting speak. "What do you need assistance with?" "I shall not decline." She seemed like someone unaccustomed to the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Xian found himself questioning how Du Qinghong had come to know such naive individuals. Though her words felt somewhat awkward, he sensed her warmth. Xian refrained from elaborating and simply replied, "Fairy Wang, I have no pressing matters at hand. Should the need arise, I shall not hesitate to seek your aid. Once I enter the sect, I may not have the luxury of time to spare. My grandfather has remarked that I, Wang Man, possess the potential of a golden core," she declared, raising her chin with pride. "When we meet next, you might even have to address me as Golden Core Real Person. How impressive that would be." In moments of speechlessness, one might involuntarily smile, yet Xian managed to suppress his reaction. He turned his gaze to Du Qinghong, who seemed to be deliberately avoiding eye contact. "All right, Fairy Wang, Brother Han, the recruitment conference is about to commence. The square will soon be cleared," Shun Nan interjected, displaying a newfound composure since their last encounter. "Oh, are there conditions for participation?" Xian inquired. "Of course. Otherwise the Qianyuan sect would never finish testing all applicants in a single day," Du Qinghong replied. "According to the regulations of previous years, the first condition is that anyone over the age of 60 is immediately disqualified." No wonder Xiaoxian had never mentioned this. It dawned on Xian that his age was beyond the limit. Secondly, any with spiritual roots weaker than 40 will be eliminated. Thirdly, those without a legitimate immortal jade token will also be disqualified. Xian's interest was piqued. Is there a distinction between legal and illegal tokens? Of course. Brother Han, your token must have been purchased on the black market, right? Wasn't the guard who sold it to you trying to deceive you into activating it with the blood of ordinary mortals and charging you 500 spirit stones for it? Do not be deceived. Such practices are illicit and can only last for a year. Each year, the Grand Inspection Array sweeps through Qianyuan City, revealing all transgressions. And capture means certain death. Du Qinghong explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xian inwardly cursed his past poverty. Otherwise, he would surely be dead by now. The cultivation world is fraught with pitfalls. A single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. He resolved to seize an opportunity to confront that monk. The image of the guarding cultivator kept flashing through his mind. "Thank you, Brother Du, for the information. However, these conditions seem manageable. Most individuals present should qualify, correct?" Du Qinghong nodded. Indeed, those who do not meet the 3 fundamental requirements typically do not come to join the fray. Yet this can still eliminate about 30% of the candidates. Additionally, participants are required to pay a non-refundable assessment fee of 5 spirit stones, which will deter another group of financially strained individuals. The remaining selection process is rather straightforward, primarily assessing talent, strength, and skills, culminating in a comprehensive evaluation. There are classifications for inner disciples, outer disciples, and miscellaneous workers, accepted in order of their scores. It is rumored that this year, 300 individuals will be recruited, which is quite a substantial number. Indeed, the competition is fierce, Lu Xian sighed, realizing he likely wouldn't meet the criteria this year. Even if he barely qualified as a miscellaneous worker, the constraints and burdens would be overwhelming. He might as well cultivate in his own modest courtyard. Nonetheless, it would be enlightening to observe and witness whether there truly exists a plethora of talent within the cultivation world. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, a vibrant green streak pierced the sky from a height of 100 zhang. It was a manifestation of air manipulation. The figure hovered in midair, channeling his energy, and spoke. I am Xianxia, presiding over today's recruitment ceremony for Qianyuan sect. Those who defy my orders will be expelled from the square and barred from participation for 10 years. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing in the ears of thousands. The throng fell silent, as if frozen in fear, not daring to inhale. The methods of a golden core cultivator are profoundly mystical. This simple technique of sound transmission alone could shake one's spirit, a skill I have yet to master. Lu Xian felt remarkably at ease, knowing it was not directed at him. Surely, the golden core above would not strike down an innocent without cause. As he pondered this, he suddenly witnessed Xianxia extend his hand and seize a female cultivator from the crowd. You, an ant from the southern lands, dare to infiltrate my Qianyuan county? You seek death. Before the woman could utter a scream, her body exploded mid-air, scattering blood and flesh like a crimson mist. Gore rained down upon the heads and bodies of numerous cultivators below, yet the entire assembly remained silent, not a soul daring to utter a word. The recruitment has commenced. Those who do not meet the 3 rules still have a chance to depart. The rest proceed to queue at the 8 designated testing points. With that, Xianxia settled into a meditative position in the air, closing his eyes to rest, while his consciousness enveloped the entire area, observing all. The might of the golden core truly inspires awe. Lu Xian glanced upward momentarily before averting his gaze. With relentless effort and a bit of architectural assistance, he firmly believed he would one day attain such heights. The crowd listened intently, their expressions varying distinctly. Some displayed regret, seemingly hoping for a relaxation of this year's regulations. Others, with fervent gazes, quickly positioned themselves in line. Meanwhile, a few glanced at the 5 spirit stones in their hands, their faces betraying a hint of pain. Du Qinghong timely suggested, Brother Han, let us queue. The 4 made their way toward a lengthy line, exchanging occasional remarks. It was then that Lu Xian realized that these individuals were far from ordinary. Shun Nan was an array master, Wang Man a talisman craftsman, and the seemingly unremarkable Du Qinghong was, astonishingly, a rare spirit chef. Although their cultivation levels were modest, and their skills only at the first rank of inferior quality. The opportunity to join the sect as a miscellaneous disciple was promising. My life is dedicated to 2 pursuits, enjoying delectable meals and amassing wealth. Du Qinghong proclaimed. However, the Qianyuan sect has little demand for spirit chefs, thus the credit is minimal. This year, I'm merely here to make an appearance. After all, I am still young. Only 14. Lu Xian, observing his rotund figure and mature countenance, thought to himself, is he truly only 14? The other 2 were already 16, sent out by their families to seek fortune. Should they truly join the sect, even as miscellaneous disciples, their status would be markedly different. With determination, foundational cultivation was not entirely out of reach. Thus, their families could potentially rise to become foundational clans, gradually developing. Securing a position within the Celestial Dynasty and ascending to prominence was not beyond the realm of possibility. The admission assessment process of the Qianyuan sect was swift. Soon, it was their turn. Shun Nan, Wang Man, and Du Qinghong underwent their tests in succession, until it was Lu Xian's turn. The first challenge, the talent assessment. Place your hand upon the array plate, commanded the Qianyuan sect disciple in charge of the test. Lu Xian complied. As expected, the array plate instantly illuminated with 5 beams of light, clearly displaying the strength of his spiritual root. 50. The disciple conducting the test, alongside Shun, Wang, and Du, as well as those in line nearby, all wore expressions of disbelief, utterly taken aback. The testing disciple, momentarily stunned, shook his head and announced in a formulaic manner, 5-element spiritual root, taking the highest value, of medium quality, totaling 50 points. The second challenge, the strength assessment. required him to channel his mana into the stone pillar. Xian gazed at the imposing 12-foot black and gold stone pillar, crafted entirely from mysterious spirit rock. The pillar shimmered like jade, feeling cool to the touch, with faint spiritual light swirling within. With a subtle shift of his mind, he directed his mana to his palm, and a faint 5-colored glow flickered. He placed his hand upon the stone pillar. The interior of the pillar glowed vibrantly, forming a flawless 5-colored ring. 5-element simultaneous cultivation. 4th layer of Qi refinement. The expression of the testing disciple was even more exaggerated than when he had witnessed the perfect score of 50 in spiritual roots. Among casual cultivators, instances of 5-element simultaneous cultivation were not unheard of, yet achieving such a perfect 5-colored halo was virtually impossible. This could only signify one thing. From a moment this individual began to cultivate Qi, he has been practicing the 5 elements simultaneously, and maintaining this balance throughout his journey has enabled him to achieve such a remarkable equilibrium in elemental power. It is indeed perplexing that Xian broke through to the 4th level of the primordial skill at such a tender age of 17, a feat that leaves many baffled. The disciple responsible for the assessment was utterly confounded and dared not make a hasty conclusion. So he remarked, "Please hold on. I must consult with my master." With that, he hurried towards an inn near the square. "Brother Han, what is the meaning of this?" Du King exclaimed, "Momentality que Embark." Xian paused, surprised by the intense reaction. Had he known it would provoke such a response, he would have revealed a portion of his power earlier. "It was merely a stroke of luck that I managed to cultivate it, something I did out of sheer boredom," he casually remarked. The 3 did not believe him, yet their expressions had already shifted dramatically. With the simultaneous practice of the 5 elements and quintupled power, he could contend with those at the 6th level. At that moment, Du Qinghong felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, cold sweat beading on his back. It was fortunate that he had chosen to befriend this brother Han rather than entertain thoughts of murder and treasure-seeking. Otherwise, he would surely be buried 6 feet under by now. "Brother Han, once we enter the sect, I hope you will look after me." He nearly lunged forward, eager to cling to him for support. Xian hesitated to speak, while Wang Man no longer bore her previous haughty demeanor. She gazed at Xian, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of admiration. Before long, the assessing disciple returned. With a solemn expression, he declared, "My master has conveyed that, although your aptitude is merely of average quality, your simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elements has solidified your foundation, allowing your strength to be counted as double. You are thus rated at 80 points for the 4th level of Qi cultivation. The next stage is skill." Chapter 21, Abandonment, Gathering. Skill. Xian's proficiency in formations was still at the basic stage of inscribing foundational patterns. He could only inscribe patterns, having not yet ascended. He received a score of 5 points. His total score was 135. Next, Xian's expression remained neutral, devoid of disappointment or joy. The 4 departed the square and engaged in idle chatter in a nearby open area. "It seems we are quite fated. Brother Han and Fairy Wang both scored 135, while Xian and I scored 134. Du Qinghong chuckled. "Based on past experiences, a score of 130 guarantees a spot in the top 300, so we're safe. Let us enjoy a drink together later." Xian pondered for a moment before asking, "What tasks are assigned to the miscellaneous disciples of Qianyuan sect?" "As for the miscellaneous duties, I have some knowledge," Xian interjected. "I've heard from my grandfather that they involve menial tasks such as tending to spirit fields, cleaning the temple, patrolling, feeding spirit beasts, running errands, and managing the furnace. Most of these tasks are repetitive and laborious, depending on the assignments. If one encounters a busy day, there might hardly be any time left for cultivation." Wang Man added, "Indeed, and the Qianyuan sect imposes strict regulations on miscellaneous disciples. A slight misstep could lead to punishment. However, the advantage is that there are ample opportunities for advancement to the outer sect. And if one catches the eye of an elder or steward, the prospect of foundation establishment could arise." "What privileges do miscellaneous disciples have concerning the inheritance of techniques?" Xian inquired further. Du Qinghong explained, "There aren't many privileges in that regard. In truth, the miscellaneous roles were not officially recorded. The Celestial Dynasty did not place much importance on them. Within the sect, the utmost reward was merely the privilege to access high-grade, yellow-level techniques." Upon hearing this, Xian felt enlightened. These miscellaneous roles were not as free as his current state. At least he was not bound by others. However, The most crucial factor was that he could not abandon his modest courtyard. If he were to join the sect, he would have to start from scratch. With an uncertain future, merely squandering time, it would be wiser to postpone such matters until a later date. In fact, he had already conceived a structure that could address his current predicament, the teleportation chamber, by setting up the teleportation array indoors and then advancing a couple of levels. He might trigger special effects, such as extending the teleportation range and reducing energy consumption. In that case, he could traverse between two locations at will. However, at present, he had yet to master array formations, and the most basic teleportation array required a first-tier premium item, which would necessitate time for preparation. Seeing Lu Xian deep in thought, the others refrained from disturbing him. Each displayed a sense of excitement, patiently awaiting the outcome. The responsibility of revitalizing their family rested heavily upon their shoulders. Once they entered the Qianyuan sect and gradually became outer disciples, a new chapter could be written in their family lineage. The entire testing process continued until the afternoon. As the sun dipped in the west, the majority of participants departed after completing their assessments, leaving less than 500 individuals scattered about, waiting. Those remaining felt a glimmer of hope. Alas, only 300 would be accepted. The presiding official declared the recruitment ceremony concluded, and the list of disciples was announced. Registration would follow shortly, and the next day, they could accompany the official to the sect's residence. Xianxia tossed a crystal stone into the air. The crystal hovered 20 zhang above the center of the square, projecting the list in all directions for all to see clearly. Inaditskin, Fang Wenling, Weizu, Dangjianing, Kongyixing, O de disciples, Li Chubei, Qin Xiaoli, Zhu Xingyu. Miscellaneous roles, Qian Laishan, Zhao Mushan. Only 4 made it into the inner circle, each scoring above 300, clearly receiving special bonuses like Lu Xian, indicating exceptional aptitude, cultivation, or skills in at least one area. Notably, their surnames were all from the prominent foundational families of Qianyuan County. Among the 96 outer disciples, there were both family members and independent cultivators. The 200 miscellaneous roles mostly comprised independent cultivators. As the list progressed, the number of individuals with tied scores increased significantly. Lu Xian located his name at the end of the list. 300th place, Lu Xian, having never before finished last in any examination in his previous life. It was a novel experience in the realm of cultivation. Many seasoned participants, aged in their 40s or 50s, possessed formidable cultivation, while their talents might be mediocre. It was not unusual for them to excel in a specific skill. Lu Xian couldn't help but scoff internally. Yet he understood that skill alone accounted for merely 5 points, which was akin to a severe imbalance in his abilities. Ultimately, the Qianyuan sect sought well-rounded individuals excelling in virtue, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor. He was flanked by Wang Man and Shun Nan. As Lu Xian turned to speak, he noticed Shun Nan fixated on the crystal stone, as if trying to will his name into existence through sheer willpower, remaining utterly silent. The confidence that once adorned his face had vanished, leaving only an overwhelming silence. Why? Why did I not study diligently and hone my skills? My grandfather has imparted wisdom on numerous occasions. Why do I tire after merely inscribing a few array patterns? I ought to. Shun Nan pondered, his eyes reddening as silent tears cascaded down his cheeks. Du Qinghong wished to offer words of comfort, yet found himself at a loss for how to begin. He himself was indifferent. After all, having been away from home for so many years, he had endured far greater hardships. In those early days, without a single fragment of spirit, he had resorted to begging on the streets, even suffering beatings. Silence enveloped the square of Qianyuan City as dusk descended. Shun Nan felt an unbearable torment within, uncertain of how to return home to face his grandfather, having spent so much and placed such immense hopes upon him. Years of effort, all rendered void in an instant. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching, who gently patted his shoulder. Do not weep. A practitioner of the Tao should not shed tears so easily. If your heart is unsteady, how can you ascend to great heights? A voice, tinged with solace, resonated. Upon hearing this, Shun Nan's sobs intensified. Isn't it merely 1 spot short? I had no intention of joining the sect this year anyway. You may take my place, Lu Xian added. This youth was inherently kind-hearted. He did not mind extending a favor. In the future, when seeking rare upgrading materials, he might find himself with additional avenues, such as the initial understanding of arrays from that day, if he were to acquire the intermediate understanding of arrays later. Would it not be akin to enjoying a free ride? Wait, what? Xian abruptly ceased his weeping. Disbelief etched across his face. You are relinquishing your spot? Xian, puzzled, replied, is that not permissible? Is it true that Qianyuan's sect would forcibly recruit members? That should be acceptable, right? I recall there were once 300 individuals who were so overly excited that they met untimely ends. Thus, their spots were passed on. Du Qinghong recalled trivial tidbits he had collected. Then it settled. I shall not be needing my spot anyway. The four of them arrived at the Qianyuan sect's recruitment office. Xian succinctly conveyed his intentions, casually fabricating an excuse regarding a disciple with hidden injuries who would likely struggle with menial tasks. The disciple in charge of the registration displayed a troubled expression. Your circumstances are quite rare. This is rather difficult to manage. As he spoke, he blinked. In that moment, Xian finally grasped the intricacies of human relationships. Additional funds were necessary. He hastily extracted 30 spirit stones, placing them into the disciple's hand. Brother, please accept this small token of appreciation. The disciple weighed the stones, then crossed Xian's name off the roster, noting, not within the stipulated time frame, recorded as missing. Rank passed on. Subsequently, he inscribed Xian's name, donning a smile. Though the chores differ from the outer sect, you may still interact more with me after joining. Junior brother, Xian observed the glimmer of enlightenment in Xian's eyes. Ah, yet another innocent youth destined to blend into the vast multitude, he mused inwardly. Upon exiting, Xian approached Xian, filled with profound respect. Brother Han, were it not for your kindness today, my aspirations would remain unfulfilled. Please accept this. He produced 126 spirit stones, an array of materials, and even a low-grade first-tier array disc. Xian pondered for a moment before stowing the item into his storage bag. He never turned down anything that could be acquired for free. Shall we gather for a small celebration? Let us toast to Wang, Xianzi, and Brother Xian. Propose de Duqingong. Wang Man shifted her gaze away from Xian, lost in her thoughts, and softly replied, very well. Today, as we part ways, who knows when we shall meet again? Tonight, we shall not return without being inebriated. Indeed, Shenanzhong nodded emphatically. The four of them made their way to a tavern in the city. High above, the golden core cultivator Xianxia observed the scene with great interest. Earlier that day, he had sensed that this lad named Lu possessed an extraordinary temperament and remarkable cultivation, standing as a paragon among his peers. His talents were particularly rare, exhibiting a balance across the 5 elements. Moreover, he noted that Lu had refined his physical body, demonstrating strength comparable to that of a 6-layer Qi refinement practitioner. In summary, he was not inferior to those outer sect disciples. Though he could not compare with the inner sect, the 4 spots had already been predetermined, with their cultivations having reached the late stages of Qi refinement, and some are even preparing to establish their foundations. Ah, the bonds of brotherhood are indeed intriguing. Yet once one enters the sect, the hierarchy becomes distinctly apparent. I wonder how many can maintain their connections? Xianxia mused quietly. Having lived for several centuries, he understood better than anyone the impact of the environment on individuals. However, he did not delve deeper. It was already a rarity for a mere Qi refinement junior to provoke his contemplation, and it hardly warranted further expenditure of his mental energy. Chapter 22. A Sudden Surge. Since his arrival in this world, it was the first time Xian had partaken in alcohol, and it was spirit wine at that. One must admit, compared to spirit tea, this wine indeed had a more intoxicating effect. At the dining table, the group exchanged contact information. Du Qinghong repeatedly recited phrases about not forgetting each other in times of prosperity. Wang Man and Xian readily agreed, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Brother Han, I raise a glass to you. May your path in the immortal realm remain ever vibrant. Xian declared, downing his drink in one gulp. The culture of toasting at the table was quite prevalent in the world of cultivation. He had picked it up without any formal teachings. Xian nodded, savoring a sip, the rich flavor imbued with a hint of spiritual resonance. Brother Han, I too toast to you. Your conduct inspires great admiration in me. Wang Man exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother Han, let's enjoy the food and drink. Du Qinghong's chatter was unceasing. Ha ha ha, too kind, Xian thought. If the world of cultivation were to remain as joyous as this night, it would indeed be delightful. Alas, the heavens do not permit such tranquility. In the fierce competition for immortality, enduring camaraderie is ultimately a luxury. What future awaits the 4 gathered at this table years from now? No one knows. There were no deliberate farewells. After all, Xian was not particularly close to any of them, having only met them once or twice. Yet, to gather in this moment was indeed a stroke of fate. The following day, as the sun rose, a massive spirit vessel of the Qianyuan sect hovered above Qianyuan City, awaiting the assembly of the 300 newly admitted disciples before soaring through the skies. Observing this, Xian felt a flicker of excitement. Brodeur du. Do you happen to know the price of flying magical tools? Du Qinghong replied, it depends on the category. For items like flying boats or flying leaves, you can acquire them for around 200 spirit stones. However, for flying swords or flying daggers, the price would certainly exceed 400 spirit stones. Are you considering purchasing a magical tool, Brother Han? To soar through the skies, possessing a magical tool alone is insufficient. One must also master the art of object manipulation. This, however, is not expensive. You can acquire it for merely 50 spirit stones. Xian nodded in understanding, but was aware of his financial constraints. While earning spirit stones was low cost, he was hesitant to invest heavily. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Brother Du, would you be willing to assist me in selling some items? My daily training leaves me quite overwhelmed. Du Qinghong expressed his surprise. Oh? No wonder Brother Han, despite cultivating 5 elements, has made such remarkable progress compared to his peers. Your diligence is commendable. What items are you referring to? I'm always swift in transactions. Xian briefly outlined his plan to provide 100 spirit eggs every 10 days for him to sell with an 80-20 profit split, allowing him to earn 40 spirit stones each time, while the remaining 10 would be considered Du Qinghong's commission. Upon hearing this, Du Qinghong nearly leaped from his seat. Brother Han, you have finally consented to engage in a significant business venture. Fear not, I shall take care of it. Items like spirit eggs will easily find buyers. I can reach out to several loyal customers. It is a long-term supply. Let us start with 6 months, Xian reminded him. 6 months. Du Qinghong exclaimed, his mind racing with calculations. 50 spirit stones every 10 days, 150 per month, totaling 900 for half a year. I could earn 180 spirit stones from this. We are on the path to prosperity. Broteran, no, Broteran. Allow me to bow to you in gratitude. Xian frowned and cautioned, you young man, do not engage in any tricks. Remember the lesson from the Chun family. Brother Han, that is truly not my fault. I would never dare. Besides, I once had a project involving the Fortune Immortal Lottery from Qianji Pavilion. It only costs 2 spirit stones per ticket, and if you draw the corresponding number, the grand prize is a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. It's not merely a doubling. Thousands of times over is not a dream. Isn't that akin to a lottery? Have you ever won? I managed to win once, earning 5 spirit stones, which is still a doubling. Du Qinghong's face fell, as he had invested over 100 spirit stones. Winning a grand prize would be remarkable. Even if you travel back in time, you wouldn't win. Xian shook his head. Travel back in time? What does that entail? Du Qinghong inquired, Xian. Uninterested in explanations, continued outlining the transaction details. The dealings must be conducted discreetly, at a secluded corner of the shantytown outside the North Gate, far from my residence. Each meeting will require a code. Once the goods and payment are exchanged, we must withdraw immediately, ensuring our whereabouts remain concealed. No revealing of identity or aura. And we must check for any potential followers before arriving. Brother Han, isn't this a bit overly cautious? Du Qinghong questioned, astonished at the level of precaution. Xian asserted firmly, it is imperative to adhere to this plan. Otherwise, there will be no negotiation. After finalizing their agreement, Xian delivered the first batch of 100 spirit eggs and arranged to meet again at the North Gate in 10 days, before they parted ways. Xian was not concerned about Du Xiaoping absconding with the goods. His household produced over 10 spirit eggs daily, far exceeding consumption. If he could discern the character of one person, it would indeed be worthwhile. Returning to his courtyard, Xian cautiously surveyed the surroundings before finally pushing open the door to his chamber. With the avenues for acquiring spirit stones now resolved and the associated risks mitigated, he could finally devote himself to his cultivation in peace. Reflecting on the recent recruitment events at the Qianyuan sect, he recognized the necessity of returning to his true purpose, to elevate his strength. In this vast world, being at the mid-stage of Qi refinement was simply insufficient. With eyes closed and mind focused, bolstered by the cultivation room, Xian began to circulate the primordial technique. His breaths gradually became elongated. As the spirit energy seamlessly integrated into his meridians, refining within his circulatory pathways. Time flowed like a swift shuttle, yet his daily routine was meticulously structured. Each morning, he would rise to nourish the spirit birds, collect spirit eggs, and practice the little cloud and rain technique. His mornings were devoted to comprehending array formations or refining his physical body, while afternoons and evenings were reserved for meditative cultivation. After a day of diligent effort, he would retire to his bedroom to rejuvenate his mind and spirit, expertly balancing work and rest. Every 10 days, he would meet with Du Qinghong for an exchange. Both his wealth and cultivation were rapidly ascending. There was no need to venture into danger-seeking opportunities, nor to live in constant trepidation of conflict. Life was exceedingly pleasant. Half a year later, on this day, Xian was in the array room, engraving the final array pattern. His aura was reined in. Even as his fingertips channeled magical energy, one would scarcely perceive his cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refinement without keen observation. Success. Xian couldn't suppress a slight smile. After 2 months of intermittent effort, he had finally completed the small wind and thunder-killing array disc. Had it not been for the 30 success rate in etching array patterns, he could hardly fathom how much longer it would have taken. As I suspected, my talent in array formations combined with a touch of fortune has indeed borne fruit. The small wind and thunder-killing array is a mid-grade, first-tier formation. And crafting the array disc required the expertise of a top-tier first-grade array master. Having comprehended the essentials of initial understanding of array formations to a considerable extent, he was now merely a step away from complete mastery. The successful creation of this array disc marked his firm entrance into the ranks of top-tier array masters. After a brief respite, he made his way to the backyard. The soul-calming tea had flourished anew. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the edges of some tea leaves with a faint golden radiance, resembling a delicate veil draped over lush greenery, while a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. This tea tree had been cultivated in the spirit field for over 240 years, with a daily growth of 1 year. The tree seemed to have undergone a mutation, with some leaves adorned with golden veins. Just the scent alone instilled a profound tranquility within the soul. A sip would elevate one's clarity of mind to an unprecedented level of transparency. For the next half hour, whether in the pursuit of magical techniques or array formations, he felt as though he were guided by divine inspiration. Where once there was confusion, a moment of contemplation would bring forth clarity. Could it be that this tree is transforming into the legendary enlightenment tea? Xian dared not sell it. Once the golden vein tea leaves emerged, he feared they would attract immediate attention, potentially drawing the interest of golden core cultivators. Calculating the days, today marked the final day of his half-year agreement with Du Qinghong, and it was time to collect the last batch of payments. He retrieved the quasi-immortal jade token. Before he had the opportunity to actively reach out, a message appeared. Du Qinghong, Brother Han, leave quickly. I have been discovered. Be cautious. They seem to possess soul-searching techniques. Hurry. Chapter 23. Rescue. The message came in fragmented bursts. Xian furrowed his brow. Who dared to target him? Over the past 6 months, he had accumulated nearly 700 spiritual stones. Yet all the risks were borne solely by Du Qinghong. Du Qinghong had casually mentioned 3 instances of being followed during this period, but he had effortlessly resolved each situation without troubling Xian for assistance. Now, it seemed they had attracted the attention of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. The situation was dire. If Du Xiaopeng were truly subjected to soul-searching, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He had to go, even if it meant fleeing again. Xian pondered. The spirit egg itself was not the most critical aspect. It was important to note that ensuring a production of 100 eggs per cycle, under normal circumstances, implied the nurturing of at least 100 spirit birds, at a valuation of 30 spiritual stones each, that amounted to a staggering 3,000. Who would not be envious? Even Xian felt a twinge of desire, despite having only 12 spirit birds in his henhouse, producing 1 egg each day. However, in another area of the backyard, he had raised over 30 more, preparing them for slaughter to attempt a breakthrough into the 6th level of the soul, devouring bone transformation technique. In these past 6 months, Xian's vital essence had undergone a second transformation, with his physical strength now rivaling that of an 8th-layer qi refinement cultivator. This was the source of his confidence. Yet, thorough preparation was still necessary. Suddenly, Xian rose. Talismans, hidden weapons, and formation plates. Everything was in place. He spread out a map and completed the planning of 5 escape routes. Healing potions and energy-replenishing pills. Checked. His internal mana was abundant, his body free of any negative effects, and his consciousness clear, covering a radius of over 20 feet. Set forth. Having made up his mind, Xian hesitated not. If he delayed, he might only return to collect Du Qinghong's remains, and he too could become a target. Xian raced forward, clad in a sleek black outfit, wearing a specially crafted mask that could shield against spiritual probing. The sky was clear and bright, a splendid day for an assassination. As he approached the designated meeting spot outside the northern gate, he did not recklessly draw near. His consciousness swept over the area, revealing a large pool of blood on the ground. Du Xiaopeng was in grave danger. This was undoubtedly a trap, designed to draw him out. But they had grossly underestimated his capabilities, Xian analyzed inwardly. The Xianpin hidden chi technique continued to operate. Xian stealthily approached, utilizing the scattered courtyards for cover. Sure enough, after just a few steps, his consciousness detected 2 cultivators lurking within a courtyard, with another on the roof. Their levels were 7, 5, and 5 in chi refinement. Additionally, one person lay on the ground inside, gasping for breath. It was Du Qinghong, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. His already round face now swollen beyond recognition. Xian felt a pang of confusion. Given Du Xiaopeng's escape skills, he should not have been so easily captured. Did the enemy merely rely on their numbers? Despite this thought, he did not underestimate them. Between the cultivators, a life-and-death duel required a thunderous strike. He intended to first eliminate the man on the rooftop, then attempt a tactical retreat, seeking to pick them off one by one. "Brother, will the contact person arrive?" "I've nearly fallen asleep waiting," complained the man on the rooftop, feeling bored. "Focus on your task. I intentionally spread the rumor of the soul search technique. If that individual has any temper, he will surely come to avoid exposure. The moment he shows himself, inform me immediately," commanded the leader, a 7th-tier cultivator. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the rooftop subordinate did not respond. Suddenly, he turned sharply to see a figure in a black robe deftly severing the neck of his subordinate, followed by a swift kick that sent the body flying. "Greetings, everyone. Taking a little nap in broad daylight? I hope you don't mind if I lend a hand." Xian chuckled, though his mask concealed his smile. Before his words faded, he leaped from the rooftop and vanished into the backyard. His deliberately exposed cultivation level was merely at the 5th tier of chi refinement. After him, the 7th-tier leader barked. The remaining subordinates were bewildered. "Me? But the second brother was just killed. Damn it, go. It's just a sneak attack from a 5th-tier cultivator. With your skills, capturing him should be a piece of cake. Why don't you go instead? Shouldn't it be easier for a 7th tier to deal with a 5th tier? Are you foolish? We no longer need a guard inside." A cold glint flashed in the leader's eyes, accompanied by a hint of a sneer, though he felt something was amiss. It was wise to send this fool to probe the trap. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his remaining subordinate, now a headless corpse. Blood gushing forth, fear gripped his soul. Damn it, when did this happen? It turned out to be the useless trio. Perhaps I was overly concerned. Seeing that no one pursued him for a while, Xian emerged slowly from the shadowy corner of the courtyard, cradling a small arrayed disc that shimmered with azure light. Moments earlier, it had been the wind blades of the minor thunder-killing formation that had struck. He had initially intended to divide and conquer, but the 2 brothers had begun to quarrel, leaving only one to be dispatched. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding." The leader retreated repeatedly, genuinely startled moments prior. However, upon witnessing Xian's appearance, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he swiftly hurled 2 low-grade ice spear talismans, then rapidly produced a jade tablet to send a message. "The fish has taken a bait. Hurry." Xian swayed slightly, effortlessly dodging the 2 ice spears. But his heart sank. This was bad. Indeed, within a few breaths, 2 figures appeared from the east and west, swiftly entering his spiritual awareness. 2 7th-tier cultivators. Along with the one in the courtyard, that made 3. The 3 tribulation cultivators gathered, exuding a murderous aura, and the one in the center wielding a sword artifact sneered. "Kid, hand over all your spiritual birds and cultivation methods. Then rest assured on your journey. Your spirit stones, we shall spend on your behalf." Ha ha ha. Xian cast a cold glance over the scene. The central figure held a long sword artifact, while the other 2 were empty-handed. He casually remarked, "Do you not feel ashamed to use your own brother as bait? Ha ha. With these 2 useless ones out of the way, we have more to divide among ourselves. What is there to lament?" The original leader laughed heartily. There is no need for struggle. I have already gathered intelligence on you, and you are but a solitary figure. Were it not for your incessant circling after each transaction, I would have found your lair long ago. There would be no need for such elaborate plans. Lu Xian's expression darkened. He had intended to fabricate a minor clan background to buy himself some time and seize an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. It seemed that the three had been lying in wait for quite some time, their initial nonchalance merely an act for show. Among bandits, there were indeed ruthless characters. Those without means had long since perished. This battle could only be resolved through sheer force. Fully prepared, Lu Xian felt no fear. There is no need for further words. He activated the little wind thunder killing formation, and the spirit stones embedded in the array were swiftly drained of energy. The three bandits, witnessing this, sprang into action simultaneously. As they closed in within 2 zhang, Lu Xian grinned, presenting them with a parting gift. Not good. It's the little wind thunder killing formation. Its offensive power is exceedingly fierce. We cannot withstand it. One of the bandits recognized the danger and cried out in alarm. A brilliant blue-violet light erupted before Lu Xian. In the next instant, dozens of sharp wind blades, intertwined with blinding lightning, surged forth like a net, crashing toward the three. Boom! The leading cultivator hurriedly summoned a gold talisman, but it was shattered in an instant, the wind blades striking him and leaving a myriad of bloody wounds. The one who first recognized the array managed to dodge in time, suffering only minor injuries. The most unfortunate was the one at the forefront with the sword. He had charged ahead, his blade barely half a foot from Lu Xian's throat, but when the storm of wind and thunder hit, he had no time to defend himself. The lightning engulfed him, tearing his flesh apart. The ensuing wind blades mangled half of his body into a bloody pulp. The scent of burnt flesh wafted through the air. Bang! The bandit with the sword collapsed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lu Xian unleashed an ice spear talisman, mercilessly ending his life. Zhe brother. No. Zhe. The remaining two were horrified, gasping for breath like cattle. Chapter 24. A Bountiful Harvest. Lu Xian licked his lips, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. The array was indeed quite effective. Although it required time to recharge, its activation speed was far slower than that of talismans. However, under the same tier, the offensive power of the array far surpassed that of talismans. It was, in fact, more suitable for ambushes. How do you find this gift, gentlemen? Lu Xian smiled, slowly retrieving several spirit stones and re-embedding them into the array, preparing to activate it once more. The remaining two bandits exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. They leaped into action, charging directly at Lu Xian, intent on killing him before the array could fully charge. A mere 5th level of Qi refinement. If I can close the distance, a single strike will suffice to take his life, thought the leading cultivator with disdain. He channeled his mana, unleashing a sharp, frigid spell in an instant. The other bandit also conjured a heavy palm imprint, pressing down upon Lu Xian. Lu Xian displayed no fear, his vitality surging as he advanced with a single palm. A faint aura of bloodlust enveloped the surroundings. Upon contact, the two spells were utterly extinguished. Body refinement. The leading cultivator's mind was thrown into turmoil. In this era, how could there be a practitioner of body refinement? Seizing the moment of distraction, Lu Xian stomped down forcefully, shattering the cobblestone ground beneath him, propelling himself directly towards the rogue cultivator. In terms of sheer speed, a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, without the aid of spells, could never match Lu Xian. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them. Too late. The leading rogue cultivator, sensing imminent danger, realized that casting his spell required time. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Brother Zhang, assist me." Just as another rogue cultivator attempted to retreat, he was unexpectedly yanked forward by an overwhelming force. His forehead met Lu Xian's fist, imbued with tremendous power. With a sound akin to a ripe watermelon bursting, Lu Xian flicked the remnants of red and white from his hand, mocking, "What a true brother." The leader of the rogues contorted in rage, declaring, "I shall avenge their grievances. Take this." As he hurled 2 fireball talismans, he abruptly turned and vanished into the house like a wraith. Not good, the hostage. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, activating a golden talisman to withstand the fireballs, intent on entering the dwelling. But in the next moment, a long, anguished scream emanated from within, quickly descending into silence. Lu Xian's spiritual sense swept through. revealing the leader of the rogues sprawled in a pool of blood, lifeless. Beside him stood a blood-soaked Du Qinghong, clutching a dagger tightly, managing a feint. Grim smile. Damn you, I was just waiting for you. With that, his head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. It seemed that Du Qinghong had retained a sliver of strength, biding his time for a surprise attack when the moment was right. Lu Xian observed the scene before him, unable to suppress a chuckle. This little chubby fellow indeed had some spirit. The disturbances caused by the clash of spells had drawn attention. Sighing in relief, Lu Xian quickly began to clean up the scene. The two lackeys at the 5th level of Qi refinement were pitifully equipped, yielding only a few spirit stones. The 3 at the 7th level, however, had 4 storage bags hanging from their waists. After retrieving them, Lu Xian piled the 5 corpses together and ignited a bone-burning talisman. Flames erupted, reducing the bodies to ash. He then lifted the unconscious Du Qinghong and departed swiftly. After a while, a couple of shadowy figures approached cautiously, glancing at the scorched marks before hastily retreating. 2 hours later, the law enforcement division of Qianyuan City arrived, conducting a hasty examination and concluding, the 5 perished due to mishandling fire, no anomalies detected. Rather than returning immediately to his small courtyard, Lu Xian sought out and in within the city. After casually tossing Du Qinghong onto the bed, he extended his spiritual sense to inspect him. His magical energy was depleted, internal organs damaged, multiple fractures evident, and he had lost a significant amount of blood. However, he was still alive, and the rest appeared manageable. As long as a cultivator did not suffer from soul issues or extreme physical loss, recovery was always possible. After Lu Xian had placed a nourishing essence pill and a blood-replenishing pill into Du Qinghong's mouth, he quietly awaited the outcome, simultaneously reflecting on the events of the day. He faced no issues on his end. The group of robbers had followed him several times but failed to locate his residence. Conversely, Du Qinghong frequently set up large stalls in the city and often ventured into the black market to procure materials, making it natural for him to attract attention. Fortunately, the transactions only amounted to a mere 150 spirit stones monthly, which did not draw any stronger scrutiny. Had a fully realized Qi refinement expert come today, Lu Xian would have found himself utterly powerless and would have contemplated fleeing. Let us examine the spoils of today, hoping they are not in vain. Lu Xian retrieved the 3 robbers' storage bags and emptied their contents. He discovered 214 low-grade spirit stones, 1 high-grade talisman, 3 medium-grade talismans, and 8 low-grade talismans. He also found around 10 healing pills. To his delight, there was a spirit-gathering pill. This pill could accelerate cultivation and assist in breaking through bottlenecks, with a market value around 200 spirit stones. Lastly, there were 2 small manuals, Cold Phantom Finger and Object Manipulation Technique. These robbers were indeed audacious. Although the regulations on spells were not stringent, few dared to transcribe them, and they even possessed magical artifacts. Lu Xian took out his long sword from his storage bag. Upon careful inspection, he was somewhat surprised to find it was a flying sword. It seemed that the robber had yet to master the object manipulation technique and could only wield it for close-range slashing attacks. All these scattered items accumulated to a value of about 1,000 spirit stones, especially the flying sword, which was worth 400, and the spells, which were also costly, fetching at least 200 to 300 in the spell administration. A smile finally graced Lu Xian's face. This venture proved to be worthwhile. His only significant loss was the minor consumption of an array disc, costing less than 100 spirit stones. Truly, killing and setting fire brings golden belts. He toiled for half a year selling spiritual eggs and barely earned 700, most of which was spent on upgrading his cave dwelling and cultivation. However, Lu Xian had no interest in turning to a life of robbery. Upgrading his own establishment allowed him to earn spirit stones effortlessly without risking his life for resources. As for Du Qinghong's storage bag, Lu Xian refrained from inspecting it without permission. He would wait until Du woke up to discuss it. Closing his eyes, Lu Xian took a moment to rest. The following day, he was roused by a loud snoring, causing him to frown. This little chubby fellow slept quite comfortably. Rising, he channeled his mana into fine needles and struck. Ouch! Pain, pain, pain! Du Qinghong exclaimed, instant esprit. He sat up in agony, looking around in confusion, joy lighting up his face. Brother Han, did you come to rescue me? Lu Xian nodded slightly, his expression somewhat serious. I warned you to be more cautious. He did not heed my advice. How was it this time? Did you enjoy yourself? Du Qinghong chuckled awkwardly and replied, that robber was merely bluffing. He didn't even possess a soul-searching technique. Thankfully, you came, Brother Han. I knew you would come to save me. Enough of the banter. Be more vigilant in the future. Xian tossed him his storage bag. How did your collection fare? In the past 6 months, Xian had consistently entrusted the other party with the task of gathering materials for upgrading his buildings. At present, aside from the cave, which had amassed 300 spirit stones and inscribed sufficient formation flags and stones to reach level 2, all other structures remained stagnant at level 1. The inability to enhance his resources in tandem with his cultivation led to a noticeable stagnation in his progress after reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement. Du Qinggung, noting the seriousness of the discussion, stated earnestly, "We have obtained the 5th root of the Gu Yuan grass, along with 2 pieces of warm sunstone. As for the Tian formation stone, Ru E Pavilion does possess some, but each piece demands 200 spirit stones, and I refrain from making any unilateral decisions. Unfortunately, there has been no news regarding the Tong Hui grass and the Yang Soul Jade." Xian nodded. With 5 pieces of Gu Yuan grass and warm sunstone gathered, he could upgrade the spirit field and chicken coop. These 2 buildings formed the foundation of his spirit stone income. However, the cultivation room and bedroom were crucial for his rapid strength enhancement, and the prolonged absence of their materials left him somewhat vexed. Perceiving his unease, Du Qinghong hesitated briefly before lowering his voice. "Brother Han, in 6 months, the Lin family of the Qianhua Ridge to the south will hold an auction. It is said that various rare treasures will be available. What do you think?" At this, a glimmer of interest sparked in Xian's eyes. Du elaboraci. Chapter 25, Chicken Coop, Level 2, Crane Emperor. In truth, it was nothing particularly extraordinary, merely a customary display of the Lin family's prowess. After all, in Qianyuan County, the 2 dominant golden core powers are the Qianyuan sect and the Lin family. Typically, a year after the Qianyuan sect recruits new members, the Lin family hosts an auction. Spiritual items necessary for qi refinement, foundation establishment, and even golden core cultivation could potentially be present. Simultaneously, the Lin family would offer generous conditions to recruit talents from all walks of life, with exceptional contributors being rewarded with a noble surname. Du Qinggung Gehukunted Sludi. Is the auction held in Qianyuan City? Xian inquired, expressing his concern. Du Qinghong shook his head. No, it takes place 1,000 miles south of Qianyuan City, in a marketplace established by the Lin family. Powers at the golden core level and above possess considerable autonomy, with their residences typically situated away from the imperial cities to foster independent development. Otherwise, unequal distribution of resources could easily incite conflict. Even some foundation establishment families occupy hills outside the city. Isn't this to say that these powers are beyond the control of the Celestial Dynasty? Xian questioned. Not at all, Du Qinghong clarified. While minor maneuvers may be possible, such as arranging positions within the city or preserving legacies, the imperial court dispatches inspectors annually. Moreover, most of the Celestial Dynasty's regulations are quite favorable to them. Though advancement may be arduous, it ensures the preservation of their lineage for generations to come. Why would they rebel? Xian understood the underlying dynamics. It appeared that the control of cultivators was universally acknowledged among all powers, especially given the evident decline of spiritual energy in the world. Those who resisted their fate had been eradicated a millennium ago. The fate of Song Qingping's family served as a cautionary tale. I shall ponder this further. If I am still unable to procure those materials within 6 months, I will make the journey, Xian concluded, shifting the topic. As for your injury, focus on your recovery. The trade of spirit eggs must continue, and there may be other ventures to consider. Are you interested? He intends to commence the sale of spiritual birds, as his home can no longer accommodate them. Moreover, the monthly income of merely 120 spirit stones is far too sluggish. After half a year of accumulation, subtracting the 300 stones expended on upgrading his dwelling, the remainder is scarcely sufficient to purchase a few materials. If he truly wishes to attend that auction, he fears he must prepare several thousand spirit stones to acquire anything of value. By heavens, he must take action. Alas, in his excitement, Du Qinghong inadvertently tugged at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. As long as there are spirit stones to be earned, it would be worth it, even if it costs him his life. Very well, let us change our meetings to once a month, reducing the frequency to minimize unnecessary troubles. As for the rest, he will contact me through the Xinyu token. I have some matters to attend to, so you can focus on your recovery. A few days later, come to collect the goods. With that said, Xian swiftly departed from the inn. He was eager to return home, and upgrade his establishment. In the guest room, Du Qinghong's eyes were resolute as he encouraged himself. Grandfather, elder brother, behold, I, Du Qinghong, am no failure. I shall carve out a name for myself. Upon returning to his courtyard, he pushed open the gate, and a dense aura of spiritual energy rushed towards him. Having been immersed in it previously, he had not perceived its intensity. However, upon returning from his outing, the effects of the level 2 dwelling with an 80 concentration of spiritual energy were immediately apparent. The fatigue from the battle with the bandit cultivators dissipated swiftly as his energy rapidly restored. Alas, ever since last month's upgrade, no reckless cultivators had visited. His illusion array and defensive formations had remained ineffective. With an additional 150 combat power boost, even late-stage Qi refinement cultivators would be no match for him. Xian glanced at the interface. The conditions for upgrading to a level 3 dwelling had already been updated. Dwelling, level 2. Level 3 effects. Those with lower strength than the master cannot cause damage. Spiritual energy concentration 100, stamina and energy recovery speed 80, combat power within the range 200. Second-tier defensive formation. Can withstand ordinary attacks from foundation-building cultivators. Upgrade requirements. 3 mid-grade spirit stones, 20 pounds of crimson iron, cultivation requirement Qi, refinement, great perfection. The effects were extraordinarily powerful, yet the conditions were daunting, so Xian set such thoughts aside for the moment. There were pressing matters at hand. He proceeded to the backyard, where he observed over 10 large cages haphazardly piled beside the spiritual field. The bird within had not yet been placed in the coop and were not fed the mixed spiritual grains, leaving them listless and emaciated. Previously, he had accumulated a total of 67 birds, and if they continued to starve, he feared they would perish, diminishing their value. This was precisely why Xian was eager to make a sale. He circumvented the cages and approached the coop. Inside were 12 spiritual birds bred specifically for egg-laying, along with 8 ordinary chickens awaiting upgrade. Among them, one stood out remarkably, its entire plumage a deep azure, with wings as expansive as clouds, and the edges of its feathers faintly shimmering with golden light. Its neck was elegantly elongated, its beak as fine as jade, its eyes sparkling like stars, and it sported a single spiritual feather on its back, reminiscent of an ink painting in the sky, exuding an ethereal grace. To fit it inside, Xian even dismantled a wooden plank from the top. Its appearance was splendid, yet the most critical issue remained. It did not lay eggs. It is commonly said that in a flock of hens, if there is no rooster for an extended period, one may undergo a transformation. Could this remarkable creature be one of them? It appears to have evolved into a superior breed, resembling a crane. Xian observed the crane's haughty demeanor, exuding an air of superiority, and felt an urge to strike it twice. He aptly named this majestic bird Xianxia, feather crane. To his astonishment, when he initially bestowed this name upon it, the crane nodded in apparent satisfaction, leaving Xian quite taken aback. This hints at its considerable intelligence and potential for cultivation. Otherwise, it would have been stewed by Xian long ago. He glanced at the panel. Hen house, level 1. Level 2 effect, exceptional meat quality, with a 10 chance of evolving into a first-tier spiritual bird after daily feeding. Its droppings contain faint spiritual energy, enhancing the fertility of spiritual fields. Egg production rate, 120. Rooster of the hen house. A random rooster will emerge, obedient to the master of the estate. Upgrade requirements, 100 low-grade spirit stones, 5 warm sunstones. He pondered whether the rooster would be the crane. Regardless, he decided to upgrade. The prepared warm sunstones and spirit stones promptly dissipated. Before his eyes, the hen house transformed visibly, expanding into a 2-tiered structure. Upon inspection, Xian discovered not only had the hen house gained an additional level, but the internal space had significantly increased, making the previously cramped quarters now appear quite spacious. No wooden boards were provided, conjured from thin air. Nonetheless, given that consuming mundane grains could yield spiritual eggs, it was all rather mystical. Xian did not dwell on it. After all, once understood, the mystical loses its enigmatic charm. He patiently awaited the effects of the rooster of the hen house. As expected, within moments, the Qianxia feather crane let out a clear, melodious call, radiating a faint spiritual glow. Just this? Xian thought, puzzled, when he noticed the crane blink its lively little eyes, displaying an extraordinarily human-like expression. A peculiar sense of familiarity blossomed within him, as if he could control this bird at will. Xian opened the hen house door, releasing the crane. The Qianxia feather crane regarded him with calmness. It sang, "Caw, caw." The crane emitted a series of short calls. It leaped lightly, astonishingly soaring 3 zhong high. With a powerful flap of its broad wings, it ascended gracefully. "Come down," Xian quickly commanded. If it flew beyond the confines of the mirage array, it could be seen by others, which would be quite unfortunate. The Qianxia feather crane promptly descended. Pecking at the ground, its long beak struck a piece of blue stone, shattering it into fragments. Witnessing this, Xian was filled with delight. It could serve both as a mount and a formidable ally. Suddenly, the Qianxia feather crane nuzzled against Xian's arm. He received a thought. Crane, hungry eat. Lacking any spiritual sustenance at home, he decided to confine it back into the henhouse temporarily, where it could consume some ordinary grains to stave off hunger. "I'll find you something to eat tomorrow." Xian pondered for a moment and remarked that calling the esteemed Qianxiao Yuha somewhat distant, he has now become my crane. He ought to have a resounding nickname. Let us name him He Tiandi, shall we? The Emperor of Cranes. He felt quite pleased with this title, though he was uncertain of its weight. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a concept of fate, and names hold considerable influence. Names like Yi, Xiao, Su, Gu, and are among the top 10 esteemed families in this world. With a resonant and spirited call, Qianxiao Yuha, now He Tiandi, held his head high, seemingly very satisfied with his new name. Xian smiled faintly. The chicken coop has now transformed into 2 levels, and aside from the space occupied by He Tiandi, it can accommodate 36 various spirit birds. Moreover, the probability of evolution after daily feeding has increased. The food will undoubtedly be insufficient, thus it must be sold. He hoped that there would be no mishaps on Du Qinghong's side, allowing him to process a few each month. Xian's gaze fell upon the refreshed panel. Chapter 26, Spirit Field. Level 2, Soul-Fixing Tea has mutated again. Chicken Coop, Level 2. Level 3 Effect, Exceptional Meat Quality. First-tier spirit birds have a chance to advance to the second tier, and may produce a special attribute, such as minor lightning, minor fire, minor wood, etc. Spirit egg daily. Other effects inherited. Upgrade conditions. 1 mid-grade spirit stone, 1 bottle of 5 spirit dew, 100-year-old spirit mulberry tree. Second-tier spirit birds. In the outside world, this would certainly be classified as a second-tier demon beast. Although birds are generally not known for their offensive capabilities, their ability to fly and swift speed provides significant advantages. However, the probability of advancement was unspecified, perhaps relying entirely on luck. The special spirit eggs also appeared to be quite valuable. One could only wonder what miraculous effects they might possess upon consumption. As for the upgrade conditions, Xian knew that a mid-grade spirit stone was roughly equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Most golden core true persons utilize these for cultivation, and even during the chi refinement stage, one would find it difficult to procure such stones. The 5 spirit dew, as the name suggests, is related to the 5 elements, warranting further attention in the future. The 100-year-old spirit mulberry tree should indeed be a mulberry tree. Thus, there was no need for excessive concern. At worst, he could find a seedling and plant it in his spirit field. A mere 100 days is all it takes. With thoughts of the spirit field, Xian turned around. The chicken coop has leveled up, yielding substantial rewards. The spirit field is even more worthy of anticipation. He scanned the panel once more. Spirit field, level 1. Level 2 effect. The soil's spiritual energy concentration is significantly enhanced, allowing the planting of second-tier spirit plants. Randomly produces 3 spirit plants with a 1-year growth age daily, with a slight chance, too, of mutation. Growth speed, 120. The upgrade conditions have already been met. He had been practicing minor cloud and rain technique almost daily for irrigation. The spirit soil-based material was relatively common and had long been piled at the edge of the field, and he had just gathered the roots of the solidifying yuan grass. It's time to upgrade. In the instant the materials vanished, the spirit field underwent a quiet transformation. The soil's color deepened noticeably, appearing even darker and more fertile. Xian scooped up a handful of earth for inspection, feeling the spiritual energy contained within was even denser than that in the surrounding space. Just then the solitary spirit plant, the soul-defining tea tree, unexpectedly underwent a remarkable transformation. The once modest golden-veined leaves, which occupied merely 1/3 of its canopy, now astonishingly extend to nearly half. A more invigorating fragrance wafts between the veins of the leaves, unmistakably elevating it to the second tier of spirit plants. This tree has stood for over 2 centuries. While it may be categorized as a second-tier plant in the outside world, its efficacy is unparalleled. Without hesitation, Xian plucked a golden-veined leaf and placed it in his mouth, chewing gently. As the juices dissolved in his mouth, he felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. All distractions vanished, and his thoughts became extraordinarily lucid, as if he could intuitively comprehend anything. The bottleneck in his formation path that had troubled him for days suddenly revealed a breakthrough. The effect was even stronger than before. It was as if he experienced a legendary epiphany, truly extraordinary. Xian was nearly certain that this soul-defining tea tree had undergone a second mutation, significantly enhancing its temporary boost to comprehension. Such a precious treasure, he dared not sell it. In the outside world, not even the Golden Elixir factions could consume it. Only a force supported by nascent soul experts could possibly safeguard it. With this in mind, Xian wasted no time in activating the Mirror Flower Water Moon Array to conceal the tea tree entirely. This secret must remain buried deep within his heart. Not even his closest companions could be trusted with a whisper of it. Spirit Field. Level 2 can increase the age of 3 spirit plants by 1 year daily. Xian contemplated whether he should learn the art of alchemy, as spirit herbs are remarkably inexpensive and he was unconcerned about wastage. However, there was no rush. He had much to attend to. Upon completing the upgrade, the new effects and conditions refreshed. Spirit Field. Level 2. Level 3 effects. Randomly grants 2 years of age to 5 spirit plants daily. Growth speed 150. Rebirth. There's a probability that withered or dead spirit plants can be revitalized. Upgrade conditions. Medium-grade spirit stones 2. Return sun, wood pith 1. Condensed spirit black soil 8 pounds. Xian understood that the effects of a level 3 building often result in a qualitative leap with substantial enhancements. However, the required upgrade materials approached the level 2 standard, which was not easily obtainable at his current stage. Shaking his head, he intended to close the panel and venture out to find 2 spirit plants to plant, for he could not afford to waste the upgraded spirit field. He glanced at the end of the list. You may designate or construct a new upgradable building. To his surprise, he could again specify a new building. Which one should he choose? Among various arts, he had just entered the realm of formations, reaching the upper tier of the first level. Should he also learn alchemy? Yet, it seemed imprudent to squander time. He should wait until he possesses sufficient self-preservation capabilities within the Qi refinement stage to learn it properly. His cultivation of the 5 spirits was already slow, and his physical body had hit a bottleneck. Relying on consuming those spirit birds, his third transformation of vitality was delayed. Xian pondered while lingering between the alchemy room and the others. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He conceived a structure capable of both tempering the body and generating value continuously, akin to a chicken coop, a livestock pen. It is rumored that powerful factions possess their own spirit beast gardens, dedicated to the training of demonic beasts, which serve as a vital asset through the art of beast mastery. These spirit beasts, fierce and unyielding in battle, significantly mitigate casualties among disciples. Moreover, should the need arise, slaughtering them for meat presents an excellent alternative, as the essence contained within their flesh greatly benefits cultivators. Though practitioners may not primarily focus on physical cultivation, the spirit food prepared by spirit chefs can subtly enhance one's physique. The unique materials derived from demonic beasts can even be employed in crafting and medicine, yielding numerous advantages. Why not structures such as cattle barns, sheepfolds, or stables? They're more specialized. Xian pondered simply. The livestock pen is more comprehensive. Of course, he yearned to establish a spirit beast garden, something grander, yet his modest courtyard offered limited space. Typically, such an endeavor would require occupying an entire mountain peak. The system has explicit requirements for the buildings themselves. One cannot merely affix a sign declaring the structure as purpose. Otherwise, Xian might have created a celestial qi vein or a true immortal meditation chamber long ago, which would have surely conferred the ability to ascend directly. He had even attempted to designate a teleportation chamber and generate a teleportation array, but to no avail. Certain foundational attributes must be met. Thus, he resolved to raise some spirit beasts, slaughter them for meat to strengthen his physique, and sell the excess for spirit stones, potentially gaining additional protective effects that would enhance his combat strength. Much like a chicken coop, this venture embodies low cost, high yield, and enduring returns. Xian made up his mind. Given the current constraints of his small courtyard, he needed to enclose an additional 2 acres on the right side. In a couple of days, he would enlist Song Changping to construct the walls. Lu Xian even contemplated renting the nearby 10 acres in their entirety. After all, his location was remote, situated on the outskirts of a shanty town, with only 2 neighboring households. Only Zhao Shern's home was inhabited, while the rest lay in ruin. There were many tasks to attend to in the days ahead, practicing the object manipulation technique in Cold Soul Finger, crafting several array plates, and striving to break through to the later stages of Qi refinement within 6 months. The object manipulation technique needed to be mastered first, coupled with the confiscated flying sword. Traversing the heavens would no longer be a distant dream. Entering the cultivation room, Lu Xian brewed a cup of soul-settling tea and savored it leisurely. The fragrant aroma soothed his spirit, clearing his mind. He then opened a tome of spells, immersing himself in its study. After several readings, he found no difficulties. The essential techniques became vividly clear in his mind. His mana flowed along a specific path, while his consciousness simultaneously focused on the object he wished to manipulate. Rise. Lu Xian's gaze sharpened. A wooden chair, 10 feet away, gracefully levitated and hung in midair. Success on the first attempt. He reflected on the nuances of the spellcasting, identifying areas for improvement in mere moments. From here on, diligent practice was all that remained until he could manipulate with ease, as if extending his own fingers. Chapter 27. Sword Control. Time invariably slips away swiftly, particularly under Lu Xian's immersion. 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye, unnoticed even by himself. The saying, cultivating immortality knows no passage of time, is indeed no mere fiction. Certain powerful beings may retreat for decades, or even centuries at a time. Within the confines of his chamber, Lu Xian's thoughts stirred, causing 3 objects to levitate simultaneously, moving gracefully under his mental control, devoid of any hindrance. Yet, he felt a slight pressure at his forehead. Given the current strength of my consciousness, managing 3 items at once is already my limit. Nevertheless, during combat, activating talismans while controlling formations and wielding a sword to slay foes is sufficiently effective. A smile graced Lu Xian's lips as he was quite pleased with his progress. For an ordinary late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, stabilizing control over a single magical artifact is no small feat. His current mental acuity is not far from the threshold of foundation establishment, with a coverage range reaching several tens of feet. As the night deepened, Lu Xian ventured into the courtyard. He retrieved the captured flying sword, gripping its hilt tightly as he gradually infused it with his magical energy. The sword hummed, vibrating lightly and radiating a sharp, cold brilliance. Its quality was commendable. It turned out to be a superior grade flying sword. That bandit must have been quite wealthy. Lu Xian chuckled, pondering how the bandit likely spent his entire fortune on this weapon, only to deplete his spiritual stones and resort to the perilous life of a robber to recoup his losses. Such a path to wealth has flickered through the minds of the vast majority of wandering cultivators. However, most dare not put their thoughts into action. Yet, once one has tasted the sweetness of murder and plunder, it becomes all too easy to succumb to such temptations, forever seeking ill-gotten gains, ultimately embarking on an irreversible path with little hope of a good ending. The road of cultivation is thus, without a solid foundation, one must remain humble and unobtrusive, or else progress becomes exceedingly difficult. Even I must tend to chickens and farm. The notion of unearned wealth is hardly sustainable. With a surge of magical energy, Lu Xian issued a light command. Instantly, the flying sword shot from his grasp, swiftly traversing the night sky. He directed it with his thoughts, and the blade arrived in an instant. Had that bandit mastered the art of object manipulation that day, I might have been the one to lose my head. Lu Xian summoned the sword back, silently reciting the incantation. The sword expanded slightly, and he stepped onto it, his magical energy flowing continuously into the blade through the soles of his feet. Guided by his consciousness, the sword steadily lifted his body into the air. Ascending to a height of 10 feet, Lu Xian's mind stirred, propelling the sword to race toward the outskirts of the slum area. Although the speed was not particularly swift, the exhilarating sensation of soaring on a sword still stirred his heart with fervor. The scenery below unfurled before his eyes. Ha ha ha! Lu Xian could not contain his laughter, which prompted passers-by below to hunch their necks and hastily depart, too intimidated to look up. Surely, a foundation establishment cultivator, not someone to provoke. In the perception of ordinary people, Only a Foundation establishment practitioner possesses the substantial magical energy required for prolonged flight on a sword. Even a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner can only manage a few minutes of such an endeavor. Little do they know, Xian merely relies on the profound accumulation of his 5-elemental cultivation, allowing him to sustain this for half an hour. Alas, my magical power is nearly exhausted. Just moments ago, engrossed in the exhilarating sensation of soaring against the wind, Xian inadvertently neglected his energy reserves. In a flurry, he altered his course, yet still found himself depleted of power midway, compelled to return to his courtyard on foot. The thrill was undeniable, yet aside from the ordinary act of traveling, its practicality was rather limited. My speed, even when running with all my might on the ground, surpasses this. Moreover, compared to specialized flying artifacts, the magical energy consumed by sword flight is alarmingly high. Nevertheless, the advantage of sword flight lies in its ability to disregard terrain for long-distance journeys. It is indeed far less taxing than running on the ground, and proves more effective against foes lacking aerial capabilities. Xian assessed the situation with calmness. He retrieved the semi-immortal jade token and extended his consciousness into the myriad laws department to search. Indeed, he discovered a mid-tier, yellow-level sword escape technique, Sword Shadow Escape, which reduces magical consumption by 10% and enhances sword flight speed by 50%. But alas, this is far too insipid. A mere 50% increase in speed can easily be matched by applying a high-grade Swift Wind Talisman while running. Xian perused the options. Although several sword escape techniques were available, their speed enhancements hovered around 40 to 50%. If I cannot run swiftly enough, it is better not to run at all. Xian set down the jade token, reflecting on the arduous nature of acquiring magical skills as a loose cultivator. Higher-tier sword escape techniques remained inaccessible within the myriad laws department. Patience is key. Perhaps an unwittingly generous fellow cultivator will emerge to bestow spells or equipment upon me. Xian took a brief slumber. The effects of the bedroom may be slight, yet through his steadfast dedication to rest, his spiritual awareness has far surpassed that of others at the same level. The following morning, Xian placed 3 jade silk chickens into a sack and headed out. Spiritual stones are indeed a precious commodity. After half a year, his accumulation of 700 spiritual stones was nearly depleted. And combined with the over 200 stones gifted from the last robbery, his resources for upgrading the chicken coop and spirit field had been exhausted. To procure spiritual plants and formation materials, he must first liquidate some spiritual poultry. He made his way directly to the drunken immortal pavilion within the city. "Young master, you have returned," greeted the same attendant, though the Xian before her was no longer the mere mortal of last year. "Are Manager Kong and the 3 jade silk chickens in attendance?" Xian inquired with a calm demeanor. It had been half a year since his last visit, a frequency not overly high. Any lingering suspicions have likely dissipated. Indeed, please proceed to the second floor." Upon pushing open the door to the elegant chamber, he was met with a hearty laugh. "Ah, dear friend Han, it has been half a year. How have you fared?" Kong Shan greeted him with an exuberant smile, soon revealing a look of astonishment. "You have reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement?" Xian nodded slightly. He constantly operated the Xianin concealing Qi technique, suppressing his visible cultivation level from the 6th layer of Qi refinement to the 4th. Nonetheless, even such restraint over the course of a year from entry into the realm is enough to elicit surprise. "Fortune has favored me. I have consumed some elixirs." Xian offered a brief explanation. Kong Shan shook his head. "Fortune is also a part of strength. Opportunity is for the fated. Your future is boundless, my young friend. Next time Qianyuan sect recruits new members, you shall surely be on the list." His tone carried a hint of nostalgia. Although the Kong family has experienced some growth due to the presence of esteemed guests in the last county city, their foundation remains insufficient. Recently, rival families have emerged to seize resource points. The storekeeper, Kong, chuckled, recalling how a prodigious talent had once entered their doors, while he himself, with his meager skills, might not even qualify as a mere servant. Xian feigned humility, yet he distinctly remembered a name on the previous list of inner disciples, Kong Yeshing. "Ha ha! Yeshing possesses exceptional talent. With a superb spiritual root, the attainment of the golden core is surely within reach. Alas, I am but an old man, fearing I may not live to see that day. Young friend, you are no ordinary individual. You far surpass those inept branches of the Kong family. Kong Shan stroked his beard and smiled, though a hint of scrutiny lingered in his eyes. The jade marrow chicken is rare, with an average person encountering but one in a year. Yet this young friend Han brings 2 or 3 each time, which must be quite curious. Nevertheless, he had no intention of delving deeper. Turning these into spiritual food would yield triple the profit. To earn while reclining is indeed a delight. In business, cordiality fosters wealth, which is why the Drunken Immortal Tower has maintained a respectable reputation. Where? Xian produced a burlap sack. Shopkeeper, still 3, please. My elder has expended considerable effort to find them deep in the mountains. Internally, he scoffed, considering how a branch of the Kong family had perished in his courtyard, proving their inadequacy. Kong Shan's smile remained warm, and he did not press the matter further. Very well, as per our usual arrangement, it is 40 spirit stones each, totaling 120. Young friend, do take care. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Xian suddenly inquired, Shopkeeper, do you happen to know how one might acquire medium-grade spirit stones? Oh, what prompts your interest, young friend? Kong Shan assumed it was mere curiosity and continued, medium-grade spirit stones are seldom utilized even by ordinary foundation establishment practitioners. They are primarily reserved for golden core cultivators to restore their magical power. Only a third-tier spirit stone vein can yield them. If you truly wish to exchange for some, it is rather simple. You merely need to visit the Huifeng Bank, where the exchange rate is approximately 1,200 low-grade spirit stones for 1 medium-grade stone, with an additional 200 accounting for losses. However, such a deal is rarely sought after. Fortunately, it is not overly complicated, though it is quite expensive. Having gained some insight, Xian clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for clarifying, shopkeeper. I must take my leave. Exiting the Drunken Immortal Tower, Xian strolled leisurely down the street. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself once again in the bustling market area frequented by rogue cultivators. The stalls on either side were alive with noise and activity. He subtly extended his spiritual sense to catch snippets of conversation among the cultivators. Have you heard? A subterranean cave in the northwest has emerged. The information I received indicates it is a relic left by a foundation establishment elder from a millennium ago, containing a legacy of cultivation techniques. Are you foolish? Even if it exists, with our mere Qi refinement level 3 cultivation, we would merely be cannon fodder. Exactly. It might even contain techniques not recorded by the Immortal Dynasty. What use would they be to us? Well, if they aren't recorded by the Immortal Dynasty, we could voluntarily submit them, and after having our memories cleansed, we might still receive a reward for cultivation. What if it truly is a mysterious level technique? Wouldn't we then have a chance at foundation establishment? Olwang, are you going? This may be our last opportunity. If we wait for the next recruitment by the Qianyuan sect, we may be too old. Let us go. Do not underestimate the elderly. I am willing to stake my life for this chance. Chapter 28. Foundation Establishment Legacy, New Neighbors. The scattered cultivators gathered in small clusters, whispering among themselves, neglecting even the most rudimentary methods of sound transmission, showing no regard for those nearby. It appears that this news has spread like wildfire. The foundational cave of cultivation? A legacy from a millennium ago. Upon catching these keywords, Xian felt a subtle stir within his heart. He discreetly retrieved a jade tablet, allowing his consciousness to immerse itself in the Nine Heavens doctrine. The first post read, astonishing. The millennia-old foundational cave of cultivation has emerged. To whom will the ancient legacy fall? Yin Shuang, 3,320 miles northwest of Qianyuan City. The entrance to an underground cave has surfaced, suspected to be a foundational legacy. Fellow cultivators, what are your insights? Below, a fervent discussion had already ignited, rife with various speculations, team invitations, and casual banter. Li, what is the fuss about? The lineage from 1,000 years ago hasn't been completely severed. Isn't that common knowledge? What is there to be so alarmed about? Wang, exactly. I suspect that at this very moment, our elders are already in deliberation. Will it be by the usual rotation or through a contest of strength to determine ownership? Zhang, a contest of strength? That suits me perfectly. While my Zhang family lost last time, I shall reclaim in full this round. Ling Qian Hao Qi. Ah, what a grand joke. The Zhang family has been at the bottom for 3 consecutive competitions, with resource points already divvied up, and you still dare to fight for it? Perhaps you should first consider how to preserve your own foundational legacy from being disqualified. Zhang, you dare challenge me? I'll smash your head. The atmosphere inside was charged with tension. Unlike the eager anticipation among the scattered cultivators outside, the scions of these cultivation families seem to regard this opportunity as already theirs, with their disputes centered solely on internal distribution. After a brief moment, Xian withdrew his consciousness from the jade tablet, his expression returning to an untroubled calm. He had made a resolution. He would not partake. Let those who wish to go, go. Chances are they would merely become cannon fodder. Even if the scattered cultivators were fortunate enough to succeed, they would ultimately fall prey to the families lying in wait. The crux of the matter lay in his own inadequacy in achieving the great perfection of qi refinement. A couple more years of stable cultivation would be the wisest course of action. Having come to this conclusion, Xian leisurely strolled through the stalls on the ground level, finding nothing of particular value, before turning towards the underground entrance of the Wujin market. The atmosphere in the underground streets was markedly more enigmatic. The chatter had significantly diminished, with almost no one speaking openly, yet the flickering gazes and subtle waves of sound transmission among many cultivators indicated that clandestine exchanges were far more fervent than above ground. Xian paid little heed, as he had no intention of getting involved. Attending to his own affairs was of utmost priority. Numerous stalls sold spiritual herbs, yet most offered either mature or semi-mature products, leaving little room for profit. Suddenly, a stall caught his attention with a dark jade-like object, its luster subdued. It was the Gui Mingji. Xian recalled having seen a record of it in the comprehensive herbal records. Just as he moved closer for a better look, the impatient voice of the stall owner rang out. Fellow cultivator, do not touch if you do not intend to buy. This Gui Mingji, though not yet mature, is beyond your means. The vendor's demeanor was rather brusque as he cast a cursory glance at Xian's attire and the evident fourth level of qi refinement that he possessed, clearly concluding that he was a mere impoverished wanderer. Xian furrowed his brow. He could see clearly that this guaming mushroom was not only unripe, but its spiritual essence had also been severed, indicating that it was, in fact, a lifeless object. His own spirit field had yet to ascend to level 3, rendering it useless even if he were to take it back. Moreover, as a life-extending sacred herb, its price was no less than 300 spirit stones, a sum he currently lacked. However, he unexpectedly broke into a smile and declared with a clear voice, I shall take this guaming mushroom. Please wrap it up for me. Upon hearing this, the vendor was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy shortly thereafter. Very well. Please wait a moment. As his hand approached the gaming mushroom, Xian shook his head with a sigh, a look of regret washing over his face. What a pity, my friend. Your hand has already touched it. Such a spirit object is most sensitive to the breath of strangers. Its medicinal properties have been compromised. Alas, I shall not take it. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving the vendor frozen in place, his expression shifting between shades of green and white. Surrounding them, muffled chuckles arose. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Displaying a dead mushroom while acting all high and mighty, and with such a foul temper too. Looks like he met his match now. Indeed, he had performed his role convincingly, only to have his own actions backfire. Some, undeterred by the vendor's fury, jested freely. The atmosphere was filled with a lively spirit. Xian remained vigilant, his consciousness attuned to the vendor's movements. The vendor outwardly exhibited a 6th level of qi refinement, but in truth, he possessed only a 7th level cultivation. Xian had discerned this instantaneously upon their encounter. Had it been otherwise, he would not have deliberately provoked a confrontation. It seemed the vendor had indeed backed down. Not every cultivator was prone to impulsive reactions. Hot-headed wanderers rarely survived to such an age. A seasoned veteran is still a seasoned veteran. That anger was likely feigned. Continuing his leisurely stroll, Xian ultimately purchased a star petal grass and a fire vein mushroom seedling. The star petal grass served as a supplementary herb for the concoction of various elixirs, maturing in 3 years. Due to its capacity for mass cultivation, it was inexpensive, valued at merely 4 spirit stones. Its distinctive trait lay in its ability to self-propagate. Xian calculated that in his spirit field, it could yield a harvest every 3 days, totaling approximately 10 yields per month, resulting in an estimated revenue of around 40 spirit stones. Although modest, its stability and longevity made it exceedingly marketable, even if he were to sell 100 at once. He could easily fabricate a story about discovering vast fields of wild herbs in the wilderness. The fire vein mushroom, on the other hand, was frequently utilized in the refinement of flame-nurturing elixirs, greatly benefiting cultivators who specialized in fire-based techniques. A single elixir could even assist in breaking through a minor bottleneck. The acquisition price from the Rue E Pavilion for a 50-year-old specimen was approximately 90 spirit stones, while a 100-year-old specimen, reaching the first tier of high quality, saw its price soar to 270 stones. Having purchased the two types of spiritual plants for a mere 24 spirit stones, Xian returned to the surface and made a stop at the treasure-gathering pavilion, spending 100 spirit stones to acquire 3 pieces of array materials and some spirit grains. On the way, he also registered his identity as a first-tier mid-grade array master at the cultivator's administrative office. He did not authenticate the superior grade formation, as it necessitated a live demonstration, and he lacked the requisite materials for the arrangement. However, the medium grade was sufficient, allowing him to sell the formation flags, stones, and discs he crafted with complete legitimacy. Thus, the proceeds from selling the agate chicken were entirely depleted, and he even incurred a loss. Xian strolled leisurely homeward. With his growing strength, his mindset had evolved. Unlike before, he no longer hurried home at the slightest disturbance. As he approached his small courtyard, 100 paces away, he paused momentarily while passing by the neighboring property. The dilapidated shack, which seemed on the brink of collapse, had vanished, replaced by a brand new and elegant courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, new neighbors had moved in while he had taken a different route that morning. After a brief hesitation, Xian resolved to leave. He would need to acquire a few acres of land when paying the rent next time. Lost in thought, he heard the creaking of a wooden door from the new courtyard. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a young girl in a simple long dress gently peering outside. Her curiosity piqued. She appeared to be of similar age, her features radiant and exquisite, with skin as fair as snow. The modest attire could not conceal her graceful figure, particularly the alluring curves that graced her chest. Most striking were her eyes, clear yet profound, causing a slight disorientation. Her entire demeanor exuded a refreshing elegance, wholly incongruent with the surrounding shantytown aesthetic. Upon noticing Xian in the distance, her expression brightened with just the right amount of surprise. "Esteemed fellow, please hold. I am Luo Xianming, newly arrived here. You must be the neighbor I've heard of. I intended to pay a visit today, but it seems you were out." Her gaze lingered on Xian, and she added, "As I am new here, I hope you will be so kind as to look after me in the future. You are welcome to visit and discuss matters at your convenience." In response, Xian merely cast a brief glance, restoring his composure, yet internally he heightened his vigilance. This girl concealed her cultivation level well. Her ability to restrain her aura likely surpassed his own. Furthermore, there was something peculiar about her eyes. At first glance, they evoked the illusion of a mirage within the courtyard. However, Xian coldly acknowledged her with a single word, not halting his stride as he continued forward. As long as she did not provoke him, her origins were of no concern. Watching Xian's retreating figure, Luo Xianming pouted in dissatisfaction before closing the courtyard door. The annual covert investigation had just concluded, and it should be relatively safe for now. Her tasks were paramount. None of her neighbors posed any threat to her. The innocence in her gaze swiftly faded, replaced by a glimmer of sharpness. Xian returned to his small courtyard and, glancing at the panel, succinctly summarized the current state of all constructions. Chapter 29, Soaring with Cranes, an Invitation. Level 1 buildings, cultivation room, bedroom, formation room. Level 2 buildings, cave dwelling, chicken coop, spirit field. Only the Tongwei grass, soul-nourishing jade, and Tianjing stone remain to upgrade those 3 level 1 buildings. The Tianjing stone is manageable. It merely concerns spirit stones. The Rui Pavilion has set a clear price, 200 spirit stones per piece, totaling 600 for 3. Though it pains him, there's a path forward. Moreover, the current functionality of the formation room suffices, and he is not in a hurry to comprehend the second-tier formations. With a bit more time, he is confident he can elevate his formation skills to the pinnacle of the first tier. Between the cultivation room and the bedroom, the former naturally takes precedence. Where to find the Tongwei grass? Xian furrowed his brow. He only knew its name and had scoured the comprehensive record of herbs without finding a single mention. He even began to doubt whether it was indeed a first-tier spiritual plant. However, recalling the upgrade pattern of previous buildings, the required materials should not exceed his current realm too much, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. Thus, only 2 possibilities remained. Either the Tongwei grass is a remarkably rare and obscure spiritual plant not yet documented, or it has long since become extinct. The latter would be a calamity for Xian, as it would mean his cultivation room would remain permanently stuck at level 1, unable to progress. No, he must not frighten himself. It would be wise to consult his well-informed friends first. Xian retrieved his quasi-immortal jade tablet and posted in the Jiuqian forum. Surprising. Among the top 10 first-tier spiritual plants, the Zisue stem ranks only 7th, while this item claims the top position. Han Tianzuan, I have observed 3,000 types of spiritual plants. The foremost is undoubtedly the Tonghui grass. Dare to dispute? Xian nodded, feeling satisfied. As expected, despite the forum being rife with discussions about foundational cave dwellings, his post stirred considerable interest, quickly garnering attention. Li, what is the Tonghui grass? How dare you rank it first? The Yu Lulan deserves the title of the true number 1. Spirit bird delicacies. Can the Tonghui grass be paired with the Yusue chicken? How does it taste? Tian, Han Tiansun. To claim such a title, do you consider yourself above the Tao? Is the Han family seeking their demise? Zhang, spirit bird. Come out and face me. Although the messages were plentiful, none contained substantial information about the Tonghui grass. Just as Xian felt disappointment creeping in, he noticed a new reply. Qianyuan workshop, fellow Taoist, the Tonghui grass is an ancient term from several millennia ago. Its effect merely allows one to experience fleeting clarity of sight and hearing, and its properties conflict with the majority of spiritual herbs. It is, quite frankly, a relic of minimal utility, long obsolete. Nowadays, there exists a similar herb in the wild, known as Tongji grass. No need to fish for answers, you may disperse now. Upon reading this, a smile crept onto Xian's lips. How could he have thought it was unfindable? It was indeed the wisdom of his fellow Taoists that illuminated the matter. He sent a message to Du Qinghong. Han Feiyu, Brother Du, please help me procure a Tongji grass in the city. This time, Du Qinghong did not respond immediately, likely busy handling the sale of the spirit eggs and spirit birds. Xian put away the jade tablet and stepped into the backyard. Inside the chicken coop, the azure feather crane, upon seeing him, raised its neck and called out, "Difficult to eat, difficult to eat, difficult to eat." How could the esteemed crane emperor have fallen to such a plight? Consuming me a mundane fa. Truly, it is heart-wrenching to hear and sorrowful to witness. Allow me to fetch some spirit grains. Xian jested as he released it from the confines of the coop. He then retrieved a pound of spirit grains from a storage bag and poured them into the prepared jade trough. The crane emperor pecked eagerly, devouring them in a whirlwind of motion. As Xian gazed at its broad back, a sudden thought struck him, and he commanded, "Crouch." The crane obediently bent its legs and lowered its body. Xian gently leaped onto its back, take flight. The crane emperor spread its wings, gave a slight flap, and soared into the skies. Outward, full speed, Xian ordered. With a clear and resonant call, the crane transformed into a blue shadow, darting beyond the shanty town. Its speed exceeded that of his sword flight by more than double. The mountains and rivers below rapidly shrank into a moving tapestry, and the fierce winds brushed against him, bringing an exhilarating sense of refreshment and delight. In the span of a mere half-hour, they traversed 100 miles, ascending to a great height, nearly 1,000 feet above the ground. Ordinary cultivators would find it nearly impossible to perceive them. An hour later, the crane emperor conveyed a sense of fatigue. They were now over 200 miles from Qianyuan City. Xian sat leisurely on the crane's back, personally feeding it another pound of spirit grains to replenish its energy. Return, he instructed. After 2 hours, the night had deepened. Xian jumped down from the crane's back, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. To cover 200 miles with just a pound of spirit grains was nothing short of invincible. He patted the crane's head and said, "Time to rest." With that, he scattered another handful of spirit grains. The crane emperor let out a joyful call and returned to the coop to enjoy its meal. From now on, I shall travel far on the crane. Its speed surpasses that of most, unless one masters the advanced technique of sword evasion. Otherwise, none could outpace this magnificent creature. Xian mused. He increasingly anticipated what other miraculous spirit creatures might emerge from the coop, and he wondered what surprises the yet-to-be-unlocked barn might bring. He even began to fantasize that one day he could simply oversee from a distance, while several powerful spirit beasts under his command could vanquish all foes without him needing to lift a finger in battle. After a moment of contemplation, Xian gazed at the sky. The time had come to rest. He would leave tomorrow's matters for another day. The following day, Xian awoke in the morning, invigorated by the steady growth of his spiritual awareness, pondering when he might reach the foundational level of cultivation. Suddenly, he recalled the spirit plant he had purchased the day before remained unplanted. In the spiritual field, the solitary soul-fixing tea tree stood alone. It was time to find it a companion. Approaching the field's edge, Xian took out the star-petal grass and the fire-vein mushroom seedlings. The star-petal grass required little from its environment, so he casually selected a vacant spot to plant it. The fire-vein mushroom, however, ideally needed to be sown in soil rich with fiery essence or abundant in geothermal energy. Xian deliberately chose the farthest corner in the southwestern section of the spiritual field, carefully planting the seed. At the moment it was buried, the fire-vein mushroom sprang to life. Its appearance resembled that of an umbrella-shaped racer, its entire body a vibrant red akin to molten iron, with faint fiery patterns reminiscent of flowing lava emerging upon its cap. It seemed that the spiritual field was not constrained by the environmental demands of spiritual plants. The description indicated that second-tier spiritual flora could be cultivated here, meaning that any spiritual plant, as long as it possessed even a flicker of life, could thrive in this place. Such audacity was quite to my liking. A smile crept upon Xian's lips. The spiritual field and chicken coop were indeed his two greatest sources of income at present, allowing him to profit effortlessly. Although the formation chamber could also generate revenue, it required his direct involvement, consuming his mental energy to craft formation plates, which was exceedingly exhausting. How could it compare to daily feeding the chickens and effortlessly employing a little rain technique for swift gains in spirit stones? Reflecting on spiritual fowl, Xian could not help but turn inward, his brow furrowing slightly. The third transformation of his vital energy had yet to be completed, and the spirit-devouring bone transformation technique stagnated at the pinnacle of the sixth layer, perpetually out of reach of perfection. If he could fully realize this transformation, his physical prowess would approach the pinnacle of qi refinement. At that point, even if he could not claim invincibility during the qi refinement stage, any cultivator at the same level, even a true master of qi refinement, would find it exceedingly difficult to vanquish him. He must hasten and consume a few more spiritual fowls to test their effects. If that proved ineffective, he would have no choice but to expedite the construction of the livestock pen and resort to consuming beast meat. With resolve, Xian picked up 3 jade silk chickens. After skillfully dispatching, plucking, marinating, and frying them, and garnishing with a sprinkle of chili, the aroma soon filled the air. Xian never skimped on indulging his palate. However, as he gazed at the chicken on the plate, he could not help but frown. Eating the same meal daily, no matter how varied, had indeed become tiresome. Unfortunately, at present, this was the only readily available sustenance imbued with vital energy. Surely, he could not resort to gnawing on salty leaves? Such fare offered little benefit for enhancing his vital energy. Closing his eyes, Xian swiftly consumed the meal. A faint warmth coursed within him as he activated the spirit-devouring bone transformation technique, but the vital energy refined was merely a scant few threads. This was due to the fortification of his physique. Currently, a single thread of vital energy possessed strength that far exceeded that of his initial entry into cultivation by 100-fold. Yet, this meager amount was still insufficient for the third transformation. There was no time to delay. He must construct the livestock pen. Xian abruptly rose. Chapter 30, Seeking Assistance. With his mind made up, Xian hesitated no longer. He set forth with determination. His first destination was the city, where he sought out the Office of Administrative Affairs, which was responsible for the leasing and management of the land surrounding the market. He proactively paid 6 spirit stones to lease the remaining 8 acres of barren land surrounding his small courtyard. His residence was situated on the outskirts of Shantytown, where the annual rent for an acre was merely 60 spirit fragments. In the past, when his monthly salary was only 20 spirit fragments, he would have to allocate half of it for land rent. But now, a mere few spirit stones was hardly a concern. The Shantytown outside Qianyuan City stretched for miles, encircling the city walls, likely home to tens of thousands of households. As grains of sand accumulate to form a tower, the government, relying solely on this land rent, likely secures a stable annual income of around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Since ancient times, landlords have thrived, while my humble abode pales in comparison. Stepping out of the Bureau of Civil Affairs, Xian couldn't help but reflect on this. The system he possessed was his greatest secret, one he must never reveal. Ultimately, it came down to insufficient strength. Were he to attain the golden core stage, he could easily claim a mountain, cultivate dozens of acres of spiritual fields, and exponentially increase his earnings of spirit stones. He could declare himself king. Shaking his head, Xian momentarily set aside such lofty thoughts and made his way outside the city, heading straight to Song Chengping's residence. Standing before the familiar wooden door, he knocked persistently. No response. After a while, Xian discreetly extended his consciousness into the yard. Inside, only Xiao Ling was huddled in the storage room, with no sign of Song Chengping. Has something happened? Without hesitation, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure gliding over the courtyard wall and landing within. Xiao Ling, do not be afraid. It is I. Xian softened his voice, gently calling towards the storage room. I have come to find your grandfather. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Ling peeked out, exclaiming, Brother Immortal, Grandpa has been taken away by bad people. What? Xian's brow furrowed in confusion. Song Chengping had lived in this chaotic shantytown for over 70 years, having honed a survival instinct that made him cautious and unlikely to offend anyone. How could he be abducted without reason? Do not panic, speak slowly. What exactly happened? Xiao Ling wiped her tears, her body trembling slightly. A few days ago, Grandpa returned home sighing, saying he had worked for nothing again. He was used to people not paying him for building houses, but yesterday, the same person who owed him money came back, demanding Grandpa to work again. Grandpa recognized them and refused. As a result, that person, who is also a cultivator, forcibly took Grandpa away, sobbing. They threatened that if he did not go to work, they would beat him to death. Xiao Ling cried, gasping for breath. Right, Grandpa told me that if he did not return for several days, I should come find you, Brother Immortal. After listening to Xiao Ling's fragmented account, Xian furrowed his brows. The shanty town was rife with unsavory characters, and such debts were commonplace. Xiao Ling, do you know which direction they took your grandfather? I think it was towards the southeast. Brother Immortal, can you save my grandfather? Xiao Ling's eyes brimmed with hope, yet tinged with anxiety. Xian did not respond, standing up resolutely. He proceeded to the courtyard and summoned his flying sword, then said solemnly, Do not worry. After a good sleep, your grandfather will return. With that, he soared into the air, heading southeast, meticulously scanning the scattered houses below. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He observed a pair of well-dressed male and female cultivators at a partially constructed courtyard, hurling insults at an elderly man hunched over, working. Old fool, you want to eat some hard lessons, do you? Still dare to resist? With merely your cultivation at the qi refining stage? Huh. Song Chengping stooped and silent, busily transported timber, seemingly resigned to his fate. Yet, Xian perceived the truth. Beneath the elder's clothing, his muscles were taut as iron, and within his murky gaze lurked a glimmer of keen ferocity, akin to a dormant beast of prey awaiting the opportune moment to strike. I knew it. Xian mused to himself. Though the old man appeared humble, he was far from being a soft target. This couple was in for misfortune. No, not misfortune, but rather retribution. Xian understood this clearly. Below, the others remained oblivious to the presence above them. The performance was about to commence. Xian, unfazed, quietly descended and leaned against the courtyard gate, observing the unfolding drama. Half an hour later, the male cultivator, growing impatient, remarked, Jia, keep a close watch. I shall plan the expansion in the back courtyard. Let us exhaust this old fellow. It will save us a considerable sum. The female cultivator, with a feigned sweetness, replied, Go ahead, Lon. Rest assured, if that old man dares to slack off, I shall break his legs and make him work on his knees. Their conversation was brazen and unrestrained. Meanwhile, Song Chengping, diligently laboring, displayed no sign of concern, as if their words were entirely unrelated to him. However, Xian, keenly attuned, noticed the brief twitch at the corner of the elder's mouth, a flicker of opportunity, as the male cultivator made his way to the back. Song Chengping secured a wooden plank and approached the female cultivator, feigning a need for fresh materials. Hurry up! Stop dawdling! She scolded, her expression filled with disdain, preparing to kick him. At that very moment, Song Chengping's eyes flared with intensity. Instead of retreating, he seized her approaching ankle, his bony hand surging with a terrifying vitality as he forcefully twisted and crushed it. The female cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream as her leg was gruesomely shattered and torn away, blood gushing forth. In a flash, Song Chengping did not hesitate but retaliated with a punch, shattering her skull as if it were a ripe watermelon. The male cultivator, returning from the back courtyard, witnessed this horrific scene and was consumed by rage. You seek death. Song Chengping abruptly turned, his hunched form straightening like a spear, a rare ferocity etched upon his face. Old fool, I see that it is you who seeks death. How dare you threaten my granddaughter? The male cultivator, realizing his partner's life force had vanished, his head now a mangled ruin, was overwhelmed by fury, bellowing, "You old wretch! I will bury your entire family with you." He completely disregarded the strength Song Changping had just displayed, failing to recognize the fault lay within himself. Drawing forth a large blade, he swung it down upon Song Changping. The elder's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated the opponent wielding a weapon and narrowly evaded. But the strikes came in relentless succession. Enough, he thought. With no means of escape, he resolved to endure the blade's edge, trading injury for survival. There could be no retreat. His granddaughter's peace was at stake. He hoped fervently that Xiao Ling could find Lu Xian. Song Changping closed his eyes, gathering all his vitality, and prepared to strike back at the male cultivator. Simultaneously, the cold blade grazed his neck. Yet, the anticipated agony failed to manifest. Instead, a piercing clang echoed, reverberating in the air. The young cultivator's sword shattered with a resounding crack. A flying sword, glistening with a chilling light, hovered in midair, buzzing and swirling ominously. Who dared? The young cultivator was seized by terror, abruptly awakening to plead, "Senior, spare me." Song Changping blinked in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him, struggling to comprehend that he was still alive. How trivial it is to bully an elderly man. A familiar voice echoed, prompting Song Changping to glance towards the entrance. There stood Lu Xian, who had just shattered the courtyard door with a powerful kick, striding forward amidst the swirling wood splinters. One must admit, the thrill of kicking down a door was invigorating. Lu Xian finally understood why some preferred not to knock. Clad in a flowing black robe, his expression was as cold as water, his eyes glinting with frost. What a rare moment of grandeur. In the past, he had always chosen to endure. Lu Xian felt a surge of emotion. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the sword back to his hand, standing poised with a nonchalant gaze directed at the young cultivator. "End your life. Shortly, I shall ensure your cremation is conducted properly. Senior, spare me," the young cultivator cried, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Before he could utter another word, the sword's light flashed, a fleeting glimpse of his own bloodied, headless corpse filling his final vision. "Enough of this drivel," Lu Xian remarked tersely. "Old Song, I have matters to discuss with you. Little Ling has already informed me of the circumstances." As he spoke, Lu Xian bent down to retrieve the storage bag from the young cultivator's waist, continuing, "That woman was slain by you, Old Song. I shall forego claiming the spoils. She possessed 5 spirit stones, which I shall consider as compensation for your mental anguish." "Compensation for mental anguish?" Song Changping queried, perplexed, yet he shook his head repeatedly. "This cannot be right. Were it not for your intervention, I would be a spirit beneath the earth by now." His heart raced with gratitude. "There's no need," Lu Xian replied. "I require assistance in expanding my small courtyard. Consider this an advance on the labor costs." After a moment's hesitation, Song Changping accepted the offer. It would be impolite to decline the spirit stones further, knowing Lu Xian likely did not covet such trifles. After performing the rites for the 2 corpses, it turned out the young cultivator's storage bag contained no valuables, only a handful of spirit stones. Lu Xian was undeterred. The low-grade storage bag itself was worth 80 or 90 spirit stones. The two made their way back, with Lu Xian outlining his requests. Expand to the right by 2 acres, bringing the total land area to 4 acres. The height of the new wall should match the existing one. Additionally, a few simple sheds must be constructed. This will require ample materials. "I fear I shall need 4 or 5 days to prepare," the elder cautioned. "Might I inquire if the immortal master requires urgency?" "No ruse. Completion within the month will suffice." As the sun set, the two returned to their respective homes. Another day of toil had come to an end. It was time for rest. Chapter 31, Arrival. On the following day, before dawn, Lu Xian was awakened by the sound of materials being stacked to his right. Old Song was efficient in his tasks. He was always meticulous, so there was no need for concern. After rising, Lu Xian proceeded directly to the training room. While enhancing his physical strength and vitality would take time, he could not afford to neglect other areas. In terms of spells, both the object manipulation technique and Cold Soul Finger had just reached a proficient level, but mastery would require diligent practice. The creation of the formation could not be paused. Following the remarkable results of the previous Wind and Thunder Killing Array, Lu Xian planned to engrave several more talismans. The final aspect was the enhancement of his Qi refining cultivation. He retrieved a crystal-clear elixir, the spirit-gathering pill obtained from his last counterattack against a robbery. This pill, when consumed regularly, could accelerate the spirit energy refining speed of Qi refining practitioners in the later stages, but its optimal use was during the breakthrough of minor bottlenecks, facilitating a seamless advancement. Lu Xian's current level of mastery in his Dantian was stable at the 6th layer of Qi refining. Yet he needed to continue his training to reach the 7th layer. Considering the 80 concentration of spirit energy from the level 2 cave dwelling and the 20 training acceleration from the level 1 training room, he estimated that it would take him approximately 5 more months to reach the latter stage's bottleneck. The further he progressed, the longer the time required. As his strength increased, the disparity in speed between those with 5 elemental roots and those with a single elemental root would become increasingly pronounced. While an ordinary person might break through the minor bottleneck of Qi refining in just over a year, he might require several years or even longer. Hence, elevating the training room to level 2 to gain a 40 acceleration effect was of paramount importance. As for Fatty Dew, it was uncertain whether he had found the general knowledge herb. That was of little concern for now. With the aid of this spirit-gathering pill, he should be able to achieve his goals in the later stages of Qi refining as planned. Now let us begin. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Lu Xian resonated deeply with this simple truth. In the rhythm of his breath, 3 days swiftly passed. Song Qingping was still preparing materials when an unexpected visitor arrived at the courtyard. Lu Xian scanned with his spiritual sense, and the visitor took him by surprise. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking echoed. He initially intended to feign absence, yet the person outside showed no intention of leaving. Daoist Lu, I know you are home. Please open the door. Luo Xuanjing's voice remained ethereal, yet to Lu Xian, it was somewhat bothersome at this moment. This beautiful neighbor, instead of diligently cultivating at home, was here for what purpose? Despite his impatience, Lu Xian first disabled the spirit energy effect of the cave dwelling, then flickered several times, silently appearing behind the door, and pulled back the bolt. Daoist Lu, you finally decided to show yourself. Luo Xuanjing's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile radiant. I thought you were merely a hermit who never stepped outside. Today, she wore a simple white long dress, its hem dancing gently with the wind, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. If you have something to say, speak quickly. If not, please take your leave. Also, how did you come to know my surname? Lu Xian's expression remained impassive, his words succinct. Old Song informed me, replied Luo Xianzhong, her smile unwavering, though her gaze subtly swept across the courtyard. You came all this way without inviting me in to sit? The truth was, her curiosity was piqued. That day, she had witnessed a magnificent white crane soaring into the sky from this very courtyard, carrying a figure on its back, undoubtedly the person before her now. More importantly, she sensed a faint yet familiar aura emanating from this courtyard, inexplicable yet undeniably present. No need to see me off. Lu Xian, disinclined to engage in unnecessary conversation, was about to shut the door. Time for cultivation was limited, and the weight of responsibilities was heavy. Wasting time was certainly not a commendable habit. Wait, I have something important, Luo Xiansheng exclaimed hurriedly. Lu Xian paused momentarily, awaiting further words. Luo Xiansheng placed her hand against the door, blinking her eyes. Could the noise from your house expansion be a little quieter? It has been so disruptive that I cannot find peace even while meditating at home. You must take responsibility for this. As she spoke, a wisp of consciousness quietly entered the courtyard. However, where her consciousness traversed, all she found was an ordinary scene, with no discernible anomalies. What was the source of that aura? Her heart swelled with deeper confusion. Your actions, my friend, seem rather improper, Lu Xian remarked, having sensed her probing. With a swift retraction, Luo Xianxing apologized. I beg your pardon, I was too presumptuous. Your home is over 100 yards from this humble courtyard. The noise could not possibly affect you so. She continued, such statements are unfounded. Moreover, if it is too noisy, one could easily set up a soundproof formation. I could assist you in that regard. Lu Xian, seizing the opportunity, swiftly changed the subject, declaring 200 spirit stones should suffice at cost. Ever since he became a formation master, he had yet to profit from this venture. 200? Why not just rob a bank? Luo Xuanqing's voice raised. Her hair slightly lifted, clearly displeased. Observing Lu Xian's intent to close the door again, she quickly lowered her voice and inquired. Could it be that you have set up an illusion formation in your home? Lu Xian's gaze sharpened, his heart intrigued. The mirror flower water moon formation as courtyard had eluded even the consummate Qi refinement master Xiaoxian. How could she perceive it? Was she trying to deceive him? With this thought, he chose to disregard her, abruptly changing the topic and firmly stating, "If you have no urgent matters, please take your leave. I wish to avoid any confrontation today." Before his words had fully settled, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Not being at the foundation establishment stage, Xian had no intention of showing courtesy. If one had low cultivation, they must endure. Yet, if one's cultivation rose, they should not be beholden to others' whims. Otherwise, what was the point of their cultivation? Outside, Luo Xianxia stood in stunned silence. Have I truly been turned away? Such treatment was exceedingly rare for her, leaving her momentarily bewildered and perplexed. That aura was distinctly emanating from the illusion formation. Why could I not discern its truth? A faint glimmer of purple flickered in her eyes. Never mind, I have expended enough energy for today. It is best to return and rest. This matter was not part of her mission requirements, and she was disinclined to exhaust herself over Lu's peculiar temperament. Few could make her feel at a disadvantage. Luo Xianxia muttered to herself as she returned home. Unbeknownst to her, the description of the first-tier mirror flower water moon formation in Xian's residence cannot be discerned by Qi refinement cultivators. The condition was fixed. For Luo Xianxia to sense an anomaly with her Qi refinement cultivation was indeed a mark of exceptional talent. To truly unravel the formation's essence, she would need to advance to the foundation establishment stage. 2 days passed. The preparatory work for the expansion has finally been completed. Song Qingping took the initiative to seek out Master Lu, saying, "The materials are ready. Should we choose an auspicious day to commence the work?" He seemed somewhat indecisive. In the realm of cultivation, many practitioners firmly believe in the significance of luck and metaphysics. Thus, matters such as breaking ground are particularly meticulous about timing. No need. We shall begin immediately and aim to complete it within 10 days. Xian has always placed his faith in his own strength and fortune. Understood. I shall commence construction tonight. With this confirmation, Song Qingping was filled with vigor and immediately began laying the foundation and erecting walls. Following Xian's instructions, he also constructed a long shelter within the courtyard, partitioning it with sturdy wooden boards into individual spaces, resembling cages prepared for large spiritual beasts. Meanwhile, Xian was diligently crafting a small wind and thunder formation disc in the formation room. He extracted an entire block of star iron ore and sliced it into palm-sized discs. Next, he needed to meticulously inscribe dozens of intricate formation patterns onto the surface. Due to the high compression, his divine sense had to be entirely focused, allowing no room for error. A slight mistake would necessitate removing the outer layer and starting anew, which not only consumed time, but also weakened the durability of the disc. A single piece of raw material could endure at most 3 rounds of carving. The last successful formation disc had exhausted 2 large blocks of material and required 6 attempts to achieve. Now, with ample experience, he was confident there would be minimal errors this time. Chapter 32, Beast Shelter, Young Beasts. With a 30% success rate from the formation room and his previous experience, Xian's process of crafting formations proceeded much more smoothly. In just 5 days, a brand new small wind and thunder formation disc took shape. The first disc could likely be used 7 or 8 times, and this one, with less wear, should withstand 10 charges, which would suffice for now. He withdrew his divine sense, sipped some calming tea, and the throbbing pain in his brow gradually subsided. Having already crafted 2 offensive formation discs, a defensive formation was indispensable. Only with both offensive and defensive capabilities could one be fully equipped. After a brief respite, Xian produced a quasi-immortal jade tablet and searched in the office of all laws. Water wave flowing cloud formation, first tier superior, 300 spirit stones. Spiritual light protective formation, first tier medium, 200 spirit stones. Bai-yin shield formation, first tier medium, 200 spirit stones. With Xian's authority, these were the only 3 defensive formation diagrams available for direct purchase at the Office of All Laws. However, with only about 50 spirit stones to his name, it seemed he would have to wait for the profits to arrive at the end of the month. Should he craft another small wind and thunder killing formation? After all, the market price for such first-tier medium offensive formation discs generally exceeds 500 spirit stones, and they are often in high demand. Let's do it. After all, he had initially intended to profit from learning formation crafting. Compared to the slow sale of spirit birds, selling a formation disc occasionally posed little issue. It was a much quicker avenue for income. He retrieved a piece of star iron, or focused his mind, and immersed himself once more in the engraving process. Time flew by, and once again, 5 days swiftly passed. As Lucien meticulously engraved the final array symbol, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. "Master Lu, I am honored to report that I have fulfilled your request," came the voice of Song Chengping, tinged with an unmistakable weariness and age. 10 consecutive days of relentless labor had taken their toll, yet he persevered, determined not to let Master Lu down. Rubbing his aching temples, Lu Xian slowly rose. Despite the restorative effects of the soul-calming tea and the energy replenishment of the cave, the lingering fatigue from crafting 2 high-precision array plates remained difficult to shake off. Upon opening the courtyard door, Lu Xian expressed his gratitude sincerely. "Thank you, Elder Song." Even before the knock, he had already used his spiritual sense to thoroughly inspect the newly constructed livestock shelter, finding the quality to his satisfaction, thus foregoing the customary acceptance formalities. "It is my duty. I am honored," replied the earnest Song Chengping with a humble smile. Lu Xian produced 10 spirit stones along with a few spirit bird eggs and offered them. "As per our usual arrangement, Elder Song, please do not decline." He was never one to withhold rewards for a job well done. After several interactions, Song Chengping had grown accustomed to Lu Xian's style and, no longer reluctant, graciously accepted the offering before bowing in farewell. "I shall not intrude further." Once the elder departed, Lu Xian leaped gracefully into the newly constructed livestock area. In the acre of land adjacent to the front courtyard, 10 separated stalls were neatly arranged, reminiscent of stables, 5 on each side. This design took into account the formidable size and competitive nature of adult demon beasts. Mixing them could lead to chaos akin to that of a chicken coop. So isolation was deemed prudent. Now that the structure was complete, it fell within the realm of the cave. With a thought, Lu Xian extended the defensive and illusion arrays to encompass the area. "Would you like to designate this building as a livestock shelter?" "Yes. Livestock shelter, level 0. Level 1 effect. Capable of raising first-tier livestock, pigs, cows, sheep, deer, horses. The shelter cleans itself automatically. Livestock within cannot damage the structure. The raised livestock will gain 10 pounds of flesh daily, with meat infused with vitality, remarkably aiding in external wound recovery and enhancing physical refinement. Upgrade conditions: 30 low-grade spirit stones, 5 pounds of first-tier demon beast flesh. Indeed, it possesses the effect of body refinement. Lu Xian rejoiced inwardly. The coverage area was extensive, encompassing commonly found herbivorous demon beasts. A typical spirit pig, upon full maturity, could weigh up to 1,000 pounds. At this growth rate, it would take merely 100 days to reach market weight, yielding nearly 1,000 spirit stones in profit from meat alone. It is worth noting that in the wild, a spirit pig takes decades to attain such a size, and capturing one is no easy feat. Furthermore, certain special breeds are accompanied by precious materials, such as the horns of the savage bull, which are prime components in the crafting of sound wave-type magical instruments like the soul shock horn. What a veritable treasure trove! Lu Xian marveled, wishing to collectively refer to the spirit field, chicken coop, and livestock shelter as the triad of wealth. He was too lethargic to venture out for inexpensive demon beast meat, so he simply captured a hapless white satin chicken from the neighboring coop. With a swift stroke of the knife, he precisely acquired 5 pounds. Although domesticated spirit fowl lacked combat prowess, they were still classified as first-tier demon beasts. Upgrade. As the 30 spirit stones and the chicken meat vanished, the appearance of the livestock pen remained largely unchanged, yet Lu Xian understood that a fundamental transformation had occurred. The information on the panel refreshed. Livestock pen, level 1. Level 2 effect, capable of raising all first-tier livestock, including wolves, tigers, leopards, etc. Enhanced physical refinement effects. Thick earth spirit fungus, can harvest 1 spirit fungus daily from a random pen. This fungus is formed from the condensation of demon energy and earthy essence, allowing practitioners to refine demon energy into pure spiritual energy, thereby augmenting their magical cultivation. Upgrade requirements: 600 low-grade spirit stones, 1 living thundercloud tiger cub, 10 pounds of wood essence earth. The effect of the spirit fungus was indeed remarkable, comparable to elixirs, directly increasing magical power. The upgrade requirements were, as anticipated, not surprising. He had heard of wood essence earth, a type of spiritual soil imbued with wood attributes, commonly used to cultivate spirit plants that demanded stringent environmental conditions. However, he was uncertain why the livestock pen required such material. Was it to provide an environment for the spirit fungus to thrive? although Lu Xian found it perplexing. He did not delve deeper, recognizing that such requirements must have their rationale. The adult thundercloud tiger was among the strongest of first-tier demon beasts, and capturing a cub would not be an easy task, especially since it needed to be alive. He stroked his chin, frowning in contemplation. It seemed he would have to acquire one at a high price or wait until his own strength progressed to the latter stages of chi refinement to hunt one himself. But that was a matter for another day. The immediate priority was to procure some cubs for rearing. After a period of 10 days to half a month, they would grow to weigh 1 or 200 pounds, suitable for body refinement. He took out his quasi-immortal jade tablet and sent a message to Du Qinghong. Han Feiyu, Brother Du, have you made any progress in locating the general knowledge grass I asked you to find last time? In no time, a reply came. Du Qinghong, Brother Han, I have news. I learned from a wandering cultivator that he knows the location. However, the grass is not particularly valuable, and its growing site is somewhat perilous. So he has not gathered it. I offered him 10 spirit stones to help retrieve it. How does that sound, brother? After reading it, Lu Xian displayed a pleased expression. Truly, good fortune often comes in pairs. He replied, Han Feiyu, well done. It was worth my effort to save you last time. Besides that, please help me acquire a few spirit piglets or barbarian cow cubs. Just the cubs, and they must be alive. A reasonable price will suffice. Du Qinggong, Broder. What do you need these for? Are you about to embark on a lucrative venture? Han Feiyu, some matters are best left unasked. Remember to keep my name out of this, and act with utmost caution. Du Qinggong, understood, Broder. These 2 tasks should take about half a month. I will bring back the profits at the end of the month. After confirming, Lu Xian ended the communication. Since the last life-saving favor, Du Qinghong had begun referring to himself as a younger brother, clearly acknowledging Lu Xian as his superior. As the elder brother, although Lu Xian could not guarantee absolute security, the little benefits that slipped through his fingers were sufficient for the other party to thrive. By dividing the profits in an 80-20 ratio, Du Qinghong received a monthly income of 60 to 70 spirit stones, far surpassing the wandering cultivators who brave the elements, and even eclipsing many members of foundational families. However, Lu Xian never considered himself morally superior. Their relationship was ultimately bound by mutual interests. He provided the goods, while the other party supplied manpower and bore the risks. Perhaps there was some camaraderie, yet it never swayed his judgment. Returning to the cultivation chamber, Lu Xian meticulously arranged matters, dedicating himself to his practice. The Qianyuan gong slowly circulated, refining the spiritual energy bit by bit. Time flew by swiftly, and before he knew it, the end of the month had arrived. Chapter 33. All things prepared. In the summer of the cultivation world, the sun hung high in the sky. For cultivators, this warmth was just comfortable enough. Far from the desolation and harshness of the legendary ancient times when the Sun Lord traversed the heavens for 100,000 years, scorching the earth. In contrast, the current state of affairs seemed quite satisfactory to Lu Xian. To be fair, he even found the Celestial Dynasty to be somewhat agreeable. Aside from its stringent control over the number of cultivators and the transmission of techniques, in other matters, as long as one did not cross the line, it generally adopted a laissez-faire attitude, allowing things to unfold. Under the governance of the Celestial Dynasty, order was relatively stable and fierce power struggles were rare. At times, Lu Xian felt oblivious to the presence of the Celestial Dynasty. Yet, he understood this was merely due to his own lack of strength, as he had yet to reach that level. After all, the power that could compel all sects and families to adhere to rules was undoubtedly profound and unfathomable. Casting aside such distractions, Lu Xian composed himself and rose. With the month drawing to a close, he gathered his belongings and set off for the designated meeting place. This time, he chose a location at the foot of a mountain, 100 miles away from Qianyuan City. Entering a dense forest, he whispered, "The King of Heaven covers the earth. The pagoda suppresses the river demon." Du Qinghong's voice promptly responded, and his figure materialized. "Brother Han, how do you find the effect of this invisibility talisman?" "Not very effective," Lu Xian shook his head. Although such talismans could conceal one's form, it was best not to move while using them. Cultivators possessed keen senses and could probe with their spiritual awareness. Even the slightest movement would disturb the surrounding spiritual energy and temperature, easily revealing one's position. Even without movement, someone with powerful spiritual awareness like Lu Xian could still detect it. Naturally, he understood the coded signal was part of their established routine and did not expose it. I think it's not too bad. Du Qinghong chuckled awkwardly, then became serious. Brother Han, last month we sold a total of 300 spirit eggs, earning 150 spirit stones. Various spiritual birds, 15 in total, yielding 450 spirit stones. In total, that's 600 spirit stones for your review. He produced a heavy cloth bag. Not bad. What about the two matters I asked you to handle? Xian employed his telekinetic ability to draw 480 spirit stones from the bag. Both have been taken care of. Du Qinghong then retrieved a jade box and, from behind an ancient tree, dragged out a large burlap sack. Inside the jade box lay the universal grass. Within this bag lie two juvenile demonic beasts. One is a black-maned boar and the other a gray-backed yak. After considerable effort, my subordinate spent 135 spirit stones to procure them. He untied the bag's opening. Both cubs were securely bound. Upon seeing the light, the gray-backed yak immediately lowered its head to graze on the grass beneath, while the black-maned boar, in stark contrast, glared fiercely at the onlookers, struggling incessantly and emitting threatening growls from its throat as if poised to charge at any moment. Brother Han, these two creatures are quite challenging to rear. Their wild nature makes them difficult to tame. My subordinate, Xian, remained silent and tossed 150 spirit stones to Du Qinghong. Subsequently, he produced an even larger bag. Inside, there lay an equivalent number of spirit birds and spirit eggs. Next time, please bring a spirit beast bag. Carrying it like this is far too conspicuous. Also, have there been any updates on the soul-nourishing jade? Recalling the matter, Xian inquired. No, broteran. While the soul-nourishing jade can sustain one's spirit for 10 days, it is not produced in our Danyang County, lacking any mining veins, and must be transported from the neighboring Songling County. Unfortunately, the demand is minimal, and no one engages in this trade. I have been unable to procure it even if I wished to, Du Qinghong replied, his expression tinged with frustration. After searching for several months, he had found nothing. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes brightened. Brother Han, perhaps you could try your luck at the Lin family auction. They often feature specialties from various counties, so there might be a chance of finding some. We could discuss this matter later. Xian was reluctant to embark on a long journey unless absolutely necessary. Even 1,000 miles felt like too far. With the cubs and the common knowledge grass in hand, everything was in place, awaiting his retreat. Just the thought of upgrading the cultivation room and activating the livestock pen filled Xian with an urgent anticipation. The prospect of enhancing both his magical power and physical capabilities promised to elevate his strength to new heights. Resolutely, he declared, very well. Let this be the plan for now. I shall need to seclude myself for a period. Aside from transactions, do not contact me unless absolutely essential. And daily reports on routine matters are unnecessary. Understood, Brother Han. I wish you immense progress in your cultivation and a successful breakthrough. Du Qinghong smiled and clasped his fists, genuinely wishing him well. In truth, he was unaware of Xian's precise level of cultivation. Naturally, he preferred not to delve deeper, fearing that knowledge of the truth might unsettle his resolve. Recalling their first encounter when Brother Han was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, yet capable of killing without a hint of emotion, and later, how he effortlessly dispatched 3 cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refinement, all within the span of less than a year. Brother Han's power must have reached unfathomable heights by now. Du Qinghong abruptly severed the conjectures in his mind. All he needed to do was cling to this powerful ally. As any further contemplation was futile, Xian discerned Du Qinghong's thoughts and smiled lightly. Make sure to dedicate time to your own cultivation. Otherwise, hoarding spirit stones merely serves as labor for rogue cultivators. With that, he mounted his sword and transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the horizon. Watching the scene, Du Qinghong found himself lost in thought for an extended period. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xian wasted no time. Cultivation room upgrade initiated. In the moment the words fell, the spiritual stone in his palm and the universal grass quietly transformed into powder, vanishing without a trace. A wave of refreshing serenity surged within him, instantly calming his tumultuous thoughts. The benefits were remarkable. A 20 risk of falling into madness, a 40 increase in cultivation speed, and a 20 comprehension of techniques and spells. This effect was exceptional. Future insights into techniques and spells would come more swiftly, and when paired with the soul-fixing tea, it promised to eliminate any potential bottlenecks. With diligent practice, he could enhance his proficiency, Furthermore, the 40 boost in cultivation speed would save him a considerable amount of time. Xian glanced at the requirements for the next level. Cultivation room. Level 2. Level 3 effects. 30 risk of falling into madness. 60 cultivation speed. 30 comprehension of techniques and spells. Breaking through. 10 success rate when transcending major realms. Upgrade requirements. 3 mid-grade spiritual stones. 1 volume of profound level technique. The pure numerical enhancement and the special effects were perfectly aligned with Xian's desires. He was determined to acquire the profound technique. But the peculiar stipulation in the upgrade requirements was somewhat perplexing, reminiscent of the level 3 requirement for cave, which demanded perfection in chi refinement. Was this meant to challenge him? He murmured to himself. Nevertheless, he felt no true distress. No hardship could obstruct his path, as long as he wished to advance. The road lay beneath his feet. Cultivation. Xian placed the black-maned boar and the gray-backed yak in separate stalls, releasing their bindings. The moment the black-maned boar hit the ground, it went wild, charging around and violently butting its head against the barriers. Yet, all was in vain, under the system's regulations. The livestock within the stall could not damage the structure. Even as an adult, it could not inflict even the slightest harm. You think you can jump around? In 10 days, I shall make you my meal. Xian glanced to the side. The gray-backed yak was far more docile, merely lowing softly, devoid of any desire to resist. Call? It could call all it wanted. Dinner awaited. He had grown weary of chicken. Braised pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, twice-cooked pork, spicy beef. The thought of the delectable future meals from these 2 younglings caused a faint smile to grace Xian's lips. Tossing in a handful of spiritually imbued green rice straw, he ceased to pay them any further mind. Gaining 10 pounds of meat a day, why bother with the expense of mid-grade spiritual herbs for feeding? Xian consistently upheld the traditional virtue of frugality. Returning to the cultivation room, Xian sat cross-legged, his goal clear. For months, he aimed to reach the late stage of chi refinement and complete the 3rd transformation of his physical body and vitality. Naturally, during this period, he would also devote time to practicing spells and crafting formations. He aspired to be the top scholar of the immortal realm. Chapter 34. The Body of Law and Breaking Through. Choose one of 3. On the long and arduous path of immortality. The words barren and loneliness are the most tormenting to the heart. Were it not for the alluring yet elusive path to immortality, how could there be so many seekers? Like moths to a flame, rushing headlong into the fray? Xian was but one among this tide, albeit one graced with a touch of good fortune. With an 80% increase in spiritual energy concentration and a 40% enhancement in cultivation speed, the mana within his dantian surged like the rising tide, becoming increasingly refined and potent with each passing day. Time flowed on, and the sun and moon exchanged their places in the sky. Naturally, Xian did not devote all his hours to seclusion and chi refinement. Daily affairs still required his attention. Each morning, he would venture to the backyard to employ the minor cloud and rain technique, nourishing his spirit field. Following this, he would inspect the Xingrui grass, harvesting any ripe specimens and planting new seeds in their stead. Next, he would proceed to the henhouse, feeding a few pounds of ordinary grain and collecting over 20 spirit eggs. He must not forget to feed the heavenly crane with spirit grains to prevent any rift between man and beast, despite his ability to command them by force. After completing these tasks, he would then tend to the 2 increasingly robust demon beasts in a livestock pen. Occasionally, he also had to deal with visiting neighbors, Zhao Shorin or Luo Xiandream. The regular monthly exchange of profits must also be conducted punctually. The entire process resembled a leisurely stroll through a certain tale of grains, mundane yet fulfilling. Although this routine consumed merely half an hour, it ultimately disrupted his cultivation rhythm. Should he seek assistance? One day, such a thought flickered in Xian's mind. Unfortunately, he did not trust anyone, be it the affable and instructive Zhao Shorin or the obedient and respectful Du Qinghong. If he were to require help, he could only resort to crafting a puppet himself. Yet, the art of puppet manipulation had long been categorized as a forbidden technique of the demonic path, while orthodox mechanized creations lacked sufficient intelligence. Alas, that would be a matter for another day. For now, his enterprise remained modest, and he managed just fine. With this in mind, he cast aside any distractions and immersed himself once more in his cultivation. Within the cultivation chamber, Xian diligently refined spiritual energy, contemplated spells, and tempered his vital essence. In the array room, he tirelessly practiced engraving the newly acquired water wave, flowing clouds formation. Time sped by swiftly, and 3 months elapsed. On this particular day, Xian consumed 5 pounds of sauce-braised gray-backed yak meat. He clenched his teeth, channeling all his strength into the soul-devouring bone transformation technique. In an instant, his entire body turned crimson as if seared by a branding iron, the boiling blood threatening to burst forth, transforming into wisps of crimson mist that rose into the air. As this dense life essence was compressed to its limit and then suddenly retracted, a fine crackling sound emanated from his bones. The third transformation was complete. Xian slightly tightened his fist, and the skin on his arm shimmered with a jade-like luster under the soft light. With a mere thought, he drew forth his flying sword and made a decisive slash across his forearm. Clang! Sparks flew, yet not a single white mark was left upon his skin. Although he had not exerted his full strength, at this force, a typical magical artifact would scarcely pierce his flesh. The 6th level of the soul-devouring bone scripture had been perfected, signifying that his physical body was now capable of withstanding the ordinary spell attacks of a fully realized Qi refining practitioner. The black-maned boar had long since been consumed, leaving only 300 pounds of gray-backed yak. Ascending further, one reaches the 7th layer of physical foundation, which necessitates the consumption of vast quantities of demon beast flesh and blood, as well as the passage of time for gradual refinement, an endeavor that cannot be rushed. After a brief period of recuperation, Xian resumed his seated meditation, turning his awareness inward to examine his Qi and Dantian. Over the past 3 months, he had diligently practiced both body and magical arts, witnessing a steady growth in his spiritual power, now just a step away from reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement. With closed eyes and focused mind, he allowed the spiritual energy to flow into his body like a gentle stream. Another month passed, and the moment had arrived. Xian retrieved the long-stored spirit-gathering pill and consumed it. The pill dissolved upon entry, unleashing a torrent of medicinal energy that surged through his limbs and bones, drawing in the surrounding spiritual essence to form a swirling vortex, flooding into his being. The extent of his refinement depended entirely on his innate talent. Xian exerted all his strength to activate the primordial skill. Boom! The Qi and Dantian trembled slightly, then expanded outward. He had successfully reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Xian opened his eyes, employing the perfected Xianpin concealment technique to restrain his aura, revealing an external cultivation level that remained an unremarkable 4th layer of Qi refinement. His efforts were not in vain. The successive breakthroughs in both physical body and spiritual power filled him with immense joy. Xian attributed his current achievements solely to his diligent efforts and a modicum of assistance. Elated by his accomplishments, Xian resolved to temporarily bid farewell to the tedium of seclusion and relish a moment of leisure. During this time, aside from a monthly collection of profits, he had scarcely ventured outside, paying little heed to the shifting tides of Qianyuan County. Thus, he took out the semi-immortal jade token, intending to peruse some interesting tidbits as a means of relaxation. In the Nine Heavens discussion, an announcement caught his attention. Notice, the Qianyuan 12 Foundation Establishment Families Competition will officially commence on the 3rd day of the 11th month in the 478th year of the Wanshu calendar. This competition has been duly registered with the Bureau of Immortal Practitioners, ensuring a fair and transparent process, aimed at determining the priority for exploring the ancient relic located 3,320 miles northwest of Qianyuan City. The procedure is as follows. Upon finishing the announcement, Xian felt a surge of surprise. Had that Foundation establishment cave not been seized even after 5 months? Upon closer inspection of the details, he discovered that the cave was buried deep underground, with its entrance situated in a valley perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma. Only during a few days at the end of each year did the miasma temporarily weaken. Otherwise, even Foundation establishment cultivators would be corroded by the poisonous atmosphere if they ventured too deeply. Even more intriguing was the public call to action from a loose cultivator. The carefree Taoist, I hereby summon fellow rogue cultivators. The families are merciless, and the sects are unjust. This is our only opportunity. The relic's chance must belong to the capable. We missed it 50 years ago. We cannot afford to let it slip away again. Below, a flurry of responses ensued. Go Zhonggo, let us go. The Miasma Valley is so vast. Can they truly contain it? Li Feitian, Exactly, we can charge in together. Having lived this long, we've made our mark. It's better to take the risk and turn Qi into foundation. Zhao Buren. I believe we should deliberate carefully, preferably seeking a few trusted companions to discuss this significant matter. Upon encountering the name Zhao Buren, Lu Xian felt a familiar echo. Wasn't this the moniker of Zhao Shoren? It seemed that the old man Zhao could no longer remain idle, and a flicker of concern crossed Lu Xian's eyes. Was there truly a profound legacy within that cave? Dubbed as an ancient relic, who could ascertain whether it originated from cultivators thousands of years ago? If it turned out to be a devilish cultivator's lair, it would indeed spell disaster. Moreover, escaping his family's pursuit would prove challenging. Nevertheless, he resolved not to venture there. He would wait until Zhao had departed this world and then inquire about it. If Zhao failed to return, it would simply be fate. Lu Xian remained steadfast in his decision, undeterred by the swelling of his powers. Stability, in his view, was the essence of longevity. He believed that during the next recruitment by the Qianyuan sect, entering the outer sect based on strength and developing steadily would be the true path. Moreover, having received news from Du Qinghong, he had set his sights on an even more significant goal. The first-grade premium teleportation array diagram, the bridge to the horizon, would soon appear at the Lin family's auction. The auction was scheduled precisely 1 month later, coinciding with the dissipating miasma of that relic. The diagram was crucial for his subsequent plans, and he could not afford any missteps. Lu Xian calculated his assets. Over the past 4 months, Du Qinghong had sold spirit items on his behalf, yielding 1920 spirit stones. He had expended 214 stones during his seclusion. The purchase of a first-grade superior defensive array, the Ripple Flow Cloud, had cost him 300 stones. The sale of Xingrui grass and Huomaizi had brought in 420 stones. Currently, he had 1,826 inferior spirit stones remaining. Acquiring that diagram should pose no issue. Yet should he encounter other necessary materials, he feared it would be insufficient. He needed to earn more. Contemplating his next steps, Lu Xian resolved that if he decided to take the risk and participate in the auction, he must maximize his profits. Otherwise, it would be a significant loss. His considerable increase in strength, particularly in physical prowess, rendered him fearless against fellow cultivators of the Qi refinement stage. As long as he was not besieged, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. Weighing the risks, he was interrupted by the simultaneous arrival of 3 messages. Du Qinghong, Bruderhan. This month's goods have been dealt with ahead of schedule. Tomorrow marks the grand competition of the 12 great families, a spectacle not to be missed. I have prepared the profits. Would you care to join and enjoy the festivities? We can also finalize our dealings. The second message read, Luo Xianyuan, fellow Taoist Lu. The grand competition of the 12 families tomorrow will surely be unprecedented. I long to witness it, yet I find myself alone and disinterested. Would you be inclined to accompany me? Luo Xianyuan had only recently become acquainted with him. He was perplexed by her recent behavior, as she had taken to knocking on his door at regular intervals, which had become quite bothersome. Uncertain of her true intentions, Lu Xian found it prudent to maintain a cordial relationship, thus exchanging messaging methods. The final message arrived. Zhao Buren. Young Lu, have you emerged from your seclusion? At midnight tomorrow, there's a matter of great importance to discuss. It is crucial that you remain at home. After reading, Lu Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How had these individuals accurately predicted his emergence today? Were it not for the intact formation within the courtyard, he might suspect he was being watched. What to do? It is indeed a challenging decision. The invitation from a brother, the company of a fairy, and the summons from an elder. Chapter 35. The Ranking of Noble Families. Lu Xian's choice. Naturally, it is the spiritual stones. Calculating the gains. Nearly 500 spiritual stones have been accrued. It is time to retrieve them. Along the way, he intends to observe those so-called scions of noble families and discern their true merit. He first sends a message to Du Qinghong, Han Feiyu, outside the North Gate tomorrow. Then he replies to Zhao Shoren, Lu Xian, Elder Zhao, I have emerged from seclusion. I await you at my home tomorrow night at midnight. As for Luo Xiandream, Lu Xian can hardly be bothered. This woman is always attempting to probe into the illusory flower and water array of his family, under the guise of observation. But her intentions are inscrutable. Having completed his daily tasks and attended to various matters, Lu Xian sits in his cultivation chamber, his eyes gently closed, calmly sorting through what he has learned. Basic spells, such as the voice transmission technique, fire summoning technique, and object manipulation technique have long since reached perfection, flowing from him with ease. The Xianpin Sanqiju has also reached a significant level. His spiritual energy circulates through his meridians. Yet his breath remains as deep and hidden as a profound abyss, concealed from sight. With a mere thought, his cultivation can shift effortlessly between the first and seventh layers of qi refinement, without revealing any flaws. Only the cold soul finger remains in need of practical refinement. Presently, even before a foundation establishment practitioner, as long as he does not actively reveal his spiritual power, they would find it impossible to discern his true capabilities. Xian repeatedly employs the Sanqiju, his aura becoming increasingly restrained. The next day, in the early morning, delicate snowflakes drift down. In a concealed corner outside the north gate of Qianyuan City, a small chubby boy stamps his feet against the cold wind. Upon spotting Xian in the distance, his face brightens with joy as he rushes over. Congratulations, Brother Han. Your cultivation has ascended to new heights. Du Qinghong's delight is heartfelt, as if the progress were his own. Rubbing his hands together, he chuckles, Brother, it's a pleasure to be with you. Alas, my family is pressing me to return and inherit the family business. Xian smiles in response and casually remarks, then you should go back. It's a perfect opportunity to bring your family along to prosper. I happen to have some excellent business ventures here. This line of conversation was learned from Du Qinghong himself. Indeed, this is no idle boast. Even the output from half a chicken coop has left Du Qinghong somewhat overwhelmed. Not to mention the future expansion of spiritual fields and livestock pens. However, considering Du Qinghong's personal capabilities and strengths, selling spiritual poultry appears to be his limit. Perhaps the Du family would be a good option. Yet at present, Xian needs to continue his investigations. Really? Du Qinghong is momentarily taken aback, then shakes his head. Forget it. The family is not as free as the outside world. Xian shifts the topic. We can discuss that later. Have you gathered the beast cubs for purchase? They are all here. Last month, your share of spiritual stones was 513. After spending 110 on the beast cubs, the remainder is all here. Confirming that no one is around, they swiftly complete the exchange of spiritual stones and spiritual beast bags. By the way, today is the great competition of the 12 families. Shall we go and take a look? I hear the prize is priority access to ancient relics. Du Qinghong suggests. That is precisely my intention. Xian replies succinctly. Let's proceed. Two individuals traversed the bustling streets, where the age-old tradition of the new year was still celebrated. Monks and commoners alike set up stalls along the way, some peddling festive goods, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of earthly vibrance amidst the clamor. Observing the scene, Xian felt a fleeting moment of reverie. This year, however, he found himself lacking in leisure. The upcoming auction next month was of paramount importance. Upon arriving at the central square, the landscape had drastically transformed. 3 towering arenas had risen from the ground, surrounded by layers of temporary viewing platforms, where cultivators had already taken their seats, securing advantageous positions. Just as Xian was about to step forward, a young scion from a prominent family blocked his path, declaring to observe the contest of spells. A fee of spirit stones is required. 1 stone for the initial round, 2 for the intermediate, and 3 for the advanced. Indeed, it was evident that these families had no intentions of hosting free events for wandering cultivators. It appeared they had cleverly turned this into a business opportunity. With an impassive expression, Xian casually flicked out 12 spirit stones. The young man accepted them, and the haughty demeanor on his face instantly transformed into a warm smile. Excellent. 2 fellow cultivators, please, enter and enjoy the battle. While they had collected the fee, at least their service was commendable. Du Qinghong follovid suite, putslid, broderan. Are we not watching the intermediate rounds? As a cultivator at the 4th layer of qi refinement, he felt that watching the advanced duels would be futile for him. Just a casual observation, Xian replied nonchalantly. By the way, what are the rules for this grand competition? They are fighting for the priority access to the relic. So there must be a ranking system to determine the victors, correct? Brother, the rules are quite straightforward, Du Qinghong explained in one breath. Each of the 12 families sends 3 young cultivators, who will face off in 3 groups divided by initial, intermediate, and advanced rounds, ultimately deciding the top 3 who will gain early entry into the relic. This is not merely about the relic. It signifies a reconfiguration of family power. Although Du Qinghong was not particularly interested in such matters, he had gathered this intelligence knowing that Xian would require it. These families truly do not regard wandering cultivators with any respect. Lu Xian found a seat towards the back, his gaze fixed upon the arena. On stage, two cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refinement had already begun their bout, members of the Han and Li families. Both appeared youthful, around 40 years of age. While they may not be geniuses, their prospects for foundational establishment remain promising. Han Kuan, I look forward to your guidance. Li Yuexin, I look forward to your guidance. After exchanging names, both launched their attacks almost simultaneously. In an instant, flames collided with ice shards, spiritual light erupted, and talismans fluttered like snowflakes, eliciting gasps from the audience below. My goodness! Du Qinghong exclaimed, his eyes dazzled. Brother Han, this is intense. The 9th layer of Qi refinement is truly terrifying. Who will emerge victorious? Lu Xian maintained a calm expression, as if watching a commonplace sparring match, and slowly remarked, the one in blue attire, Li Yuexin, will surely be defeated within 3 moves. What? Du Qinghong was taken aback. Surely not. I see her pressing the attack, quite fiercely. It's merely an illusion. Lu Xian's consciousness expanded, analyzing the battlefield. Her magical prowess is superficial. Although her offensive seems vigorous, it is riddled with flaws. Observe her left side. Each time she casts a spell, her footing falters for a brief moment. Han Kuan has already caught on to this. Du Qinghong widened his eyes, fixated on the arena. As anticipated, mere moments later, Liu's instinct prompted her to evade left, her steps faltering slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Han Kuan unleashed his earth spike technique. Erupting from the ground, just as it seemed Li Yu was about to be impaled, her life extinguished on the spot, an elder seated high above merely raised a hand. An invisible barrier deflecting the attack entirely. The elder then proclaimed in a resonant voice, in the first round, second match, Han family, Han Kuan triumphs. The battle concluded in precisely 3 moves. Du Qinghong gasped, his gaze towards Lu Xian filled with astonishment. Lu Xian's eyes, profound and contemplative, swept over the somewhat smug Han Kuan and the dejected Li Yu below. He formed a judgment in his heart regarding these scions of noble families. They were woefully inadequate. Not to mention that, with his blood and qi having undergone 3 transformations, he could easily dispatch these 2 with but a fraction of his effort, relying solely on his late-stage qi refinement and elemental magic. Around them, discussions ebbed and flowed. The Han family's prowess remains unmatched. We are bound to secure a top 6 finish this year. The Li family has been eliminated in the first round, with the remaining 2 platforms uncertain. They are likely to finish at the bottom this year. The Li, Kong, and Zhang families have always languished at the bottom, and this year will be no different. Nonsense. My Zhang family produces prodigies. We shall undoubtedly break into the top 3. The majority of the family scions occupied the arena, their discussions revolving around rankings and prestige. In contrast, the independent practitioners were far more pragmatic. Brother, do you think you could defeat Li Yu? She doesn't seem that impressive. 3 moves in a single breath. What? Brother, you're that formidable? You can evade 3 of her attacks in a breath. No, she could kill me 3 times in a breath. Lu Xian listened, his heart unperturbed. There were indeed many talents among the independents. Brother, teach me. I haven't learned anything. Du Qinghong scratched his head, a look of distress on his face. Du, perhaps it's best to focus on managing my business. The path of cultivation may not truly suit you. Lu Xian patted his shoulder. Having known this chubby lad for nearly 2 years, he had scarcely seen him advance in cultivation. I think so too. With Brother Han protecting me, Du Qinghong was still laughing when a gentle, melodious female voice interrupted. Lu Daoyu, I knew you would be here. It took me quite a while to find you. At these words, Lu Xian frowned. Luo Xianyue had come looking for him. She glided through the crowd in her flowing purple attire, resembling a butterfly, and stood before him with a radiant smile. Chapter 36, A Little Interlude. Wow, who is this fairy? Before Lu Xian could respond, Du Qinghong interjected, his face alight with the thrill of uncovering sensational gossip. I am a fellow student of Lu Daoyu. We had arranged to watch the grand competition together today, but I was turned away at the door. I was quite saddened at home for a while, so I had to come find it myself. Luo Xianyue gracefully took a seat beside Lu Xian, her smile bright. You live together? Han, you truly lack consideration. Although we, as practitioners of the Tao, are not bound by mundane customs, it is only fitting that I prepare a congratulatory gift. Du Qinghong, appearing somewhat oblivieux, deliberately overlooked Lu Xian's surname. Meanwhile, he transmitted a message. Han, you are remarkable. To turn away such beauty, your resolve is commendable. We are merely neighbors. Lu Xian replied coolly, then turned to Luo Daoyu. How many times must I reiterate that there are no formations in my home? Do you not find your persistent inquiries bothersome? Not at all. Luo Xianying blinked her clear eyes. As a young woman, my cultivation is rather tedious. I initially intended to visit you for scholarly discourse, yet you consistently keep me at arm's length. Could it be that you are harboring a hidden beauty? She had visited several times, ostensibly for a social call, yet her true aim was to uncover the elusive aura of illusion that surrounded him, but she had never succeeded. The only certainty was that this aura was undeniably linked to Lu Xian. Indeed, there is a lovely maiden in my residence. It would be wise for you to abandon this pursuit, Lu Xian replied, taking the opportunity to counter her words. He was acutely aware of her frequent visits' true intent. Considering her mysterious background and her cultivation level, which he estimated to be at the peak of qi refinement, she specialized in the exceedingly rare art of illusion. Had he possessed complete confidence in silencing her, he would have acted long ago. Even now, after his recent breakthroughs, he remained uncertain of her depth, his vigilance heightened. Oof. Luo Xianying was taken aback by Lu Xian's response, her prepared retort swiftly evaporating. The third match concludes with the victory of the Tu family. Next, we have Kong Yin from the Kong family facing off against Zhang Lingyun from the Zhang family, declared the foundation-building cultivator responsible for announcing the outcomes. The audience below perked up, their gazes fixated on the arena. It was not due to the prowess of the competitors, but rather the anticipation of witnessing a humorous clash between the two lowest-ranking families from the previous round. Zhang Daoyu, I seek your guidance. Qianyuan, whose stature was nearly double that of Du Qinghong, clearly indulged in fine food. Zhang Lingyun, donned in a fitted gray-white robe, bore an expression of defiance. You are the one from the Nine Heavens debate who boasted about defeating me in a duel, correct? It seems today you may have the opportunity to fulfill that promise. Zhang Lingyun declared confidently. A stir arose among the spectators. The online feud, though virtual, had solidified their animosity. Clearly, the Zhang family was intent on reclaiming their honor today. Kong Yan's gaze flickered as he forced a smile. You misunderstand, my friend. I was merely jesting at the time. There is no need to take it seriously. Today, let us focus on friendly sparring. Our two families, being in the lower ranks, should support one another. Who said we would sink to your level? The Zhang family will undoubtedly secure a top 3 finish this time. Prepare yourself. Zhang Lingyun wasted no time and launched his attack without hesitation, mastering the fire attribute spells. He demonstrated formidable skill, immediately placing Kong Yin at a disadvantage, who could only rely on his thick skin to endure and await an opportunity to counter. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Du Qinghong inquired, as he was utterly unable to discern any clear strategy. There is no need for observation. The Zhang family is destined to triumph, for the two individuals possess powers of vastly differing magnitudes. Lu Xian's perception rivals that of a foundational cultivator, swiftly glancing over the scene without delving deeper, lest he disturb the judges. Yet, the outcome is already crystal clear to him. On the stage, the two combatants engage in a fierce contest. Esteemed fairy, I am Kong Junfei of the Kong family. Observing your solitary presence, might I have the honor of inviting you to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion for a drink this evening? A voice, feigning elegance yet coarse, suddenly interrupted. Lu Xian sensed impending trouble. As predicted, the lovely Luo Xuanning's face darkened. I have no interest in sharing a table with trash. You, a mere shadow of my partner, dare to extend an invitation? She paused, then turned her gaze toward Lu Xian, her tone transforming into one imbued with flirtation, her breath fragrant as orchids. What say you, Lu Lang, to my humble words? Are you satisfied? The young lady, naive to the treacheries of the world, found herself caught in a precarious situation. Lu Xian, unwilling to be outdone, extended his left hand, encircling Luo Xuanning's slender waist, giving it a slight squeeze. The soft texture was exquisite, a delightful sensation. Excellent, dear wife. You are increasingly to my liking in public, Lu Xian whispered, drawing closer. You, Luo Xuanning, having lived 17 years, had never encountered such an experience. She had never been this close to a man, let alone held hands. Her usual prowess lay in verbal sparring. A faint blush crept from her neck to her ears, her mind aflame, rendering her speechless. Oh, is this your partner? Kong Junfei's gaze shifted to Lu Xian, detecting the aura of a mere 4th-tier cultivator, and he erupted into laughter. Him? A mere insect? My lady, you should accompany me tonight. I doubt this boy has even enough spirit stones to approach the threshold of the drunken immortal pavilion. Ha ha ha. Seeing that she was a married woman, he felt emboldened, finding it even more thrilling. At his words, a flicker of disdain crossed Luo Xuanning's eyes, though it was not directed at Lu Xian. Kong Junfei's corpulent form and the greasy scent emanating from him were revolting. She chose not to free herself from the troublesome hand around her waist, merely furrowing her brow as she coldly remarked, Kong Daoyu, a young talent indeed. I presume you have never gazed into a mirror since birth? What do you mean? Kong Junfei paused, instinctively sensing that the remark was unfavorable. Luo Xuanning fell silent, and Lu Xian tightened his embrace, choosing to remain mute. Silence ensued. Once Kong Junfei grasped the implication that she was insinuating he was ugly while harboring delusions of grandeur. His face turned crimson with rage. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Today, you will come with me, whether you wish to or not. Otherwise, in this Qianyuan city, my Kong family will ensure you find no peace. And I shall make your useless husband witness it. With those words, the atmosphere became palpably tense. What is tolerable, and what is intolerable? Lu Xian and Luo Xuanning exchanged glances, simultaneously launching their strikes. Two powerful forces struck Kong Junfei with great force. He spat out a mouthful of foul blood, his corpulent body soaring like a burst sack, crashing through a cluster of chairs. The two then raised their hands in unison, conjuring a protective barrier to deftly shield against the splatter of blood. Luo Xiandream chuckled softly, her eyes shimmering as if to suggest an unspoken connection between the two. Meanwhile, the arena witnessed a shift in dynamics. Zhang Lingyun had pinned Kong Yin to the ground, raining down blows with fervor. I'll smash your pig head. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle, leaving no one to probe further into the rear where Lu Xian stood. You're finished. Kong Junfei struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he let out a furious roar. Are you a legitimate heir of the Kong family? Lu Xian suddenly inquired. Kong Junfei froze, his expression faltering, replaced by confusion. Why does a useless person like you ask that? It was merely a casual question. If that were the case, he would seek out Kong Shan at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion another day. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion had an excellent reputation. How could a scion of the Kong family tarnish their name so disgracefully? Had they perhaps been bribed by a rival family? Lu Xian spoke with an air of indifference, easily casting a shadow of collusion with outsiders. Do you know the elder of the mountain clan? Kong Junfei temporarily forgot his pain, fear flooding his heart. He was merely a branch member. Although there were a few elders at the peak of Qi refinement, none would stand up for him in this matter. Moreover, if strictly adhering to the laws of the Immortal Dynasty, forcibly abducting a woman was indeed illegal. In the past, he had oppressed loose cultivators who had been powerless to resist, and those with even a hint of defiance had long been dealt with in secret. Today, however, he encountered someone formidable. That single kick was not something a mere fourth-level Qi refiner could possess. Was it possible that this person was a legitimate heir in disguise? Kong Junfei's mind became a tangled mess, and cold sweat dripped down his back. Get lost, Lu Xian commanded. At these words, Kong Junfei hurriedly complied. On the stage, the announcer proclaimed, First round, fourth match, victory for Zhang Zhongyun. Someone, drag Kong Yin off the stage. Do not delay the next match. Although the Foundation establishment referee had caught sight of the commotion in the corner, he had no intention of intervening. Conflicts among the younger generation had their own rules, and elders typically refrained from stepping in. He merely needed to fulfill his duties. Once the uproar subsided, Luo Xiandream withdrew her arm from Lu Xian's grasp, the flush on her face fading slightly as her expression turned serious. Today, I have allowed you to gain an advantage. As a woman, I shall refrain from saying much. I only ask that you fulfill a small request of mine. As she concluded, a hint of grievance colored her tone. No need to feign. We both understand each other. Unlike that fool Kong Junfei, with trust absent, how could they possibly discuss terms? Lu Xian remained unmoved. Your heart is rather ruthless, Lu Lang. Luo Xiandream pretended to wipe away a tear. Meanwhile, Du Qinghong, who had remained silent throughout, was now utterly bewildered. This couple seemed to behave as if they had just met on the street, lacking any familiarity. Chapter 37. Dream of Imprisonment. Lu Xian ceased further conversation. In truth, even if he spoke of the illusory flower array at home, it would matter little, for its effects were imperceptible to Qi refinement practitioners. Thus, it would remain undiscovered. However, his thoughts were preoccupied with Luo Xiandream, who appeared neither as a loose cultivator nor as a member of a prominent family. What purpose did she have in Qianyuan County, especially residing in Shanny District? Never mind, let us watch the competition. Xian cast aside distracting thoughts as he engaged in the fifth match on the arena. The competitors were two prominent families of mid-tier ranking, locked in a contest that continued for half an hour before a victor emerged. Meanwhile, Qianyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with growing confusion. Upon first encountering Xian, she sensed that he was extraordinary. At first glance, apart from his handsome appearance, he seemed rather unremarkable. However, through her months of observation, she noted that he lived a reclusive life, venturing outside only once a month on his sword or riding a crane. Today, upon seeing Du Qinghong, she realized he must be involved in some form of transaction. Yet her curiosity extended beyond that. Which family of Qi refiners could wield a sword in flight and keep a celestial crane as a pet? Rather than competing for cultivation resources, he chose to remain secluded, diligently honing his skills at home. Moreover, his courtyard was fortified with defensive arrays, as secure as a fortress. I do not possess such wealth. Could he truly be a kindred spirit? Xianyuan's emotions surged. Friend Lu, I wonder how you have fared in Qianyuan County in recent years? She transmitted, continuing her subtle probing. Upon hearing this, Xian was taken aback. The tone of her address suggested they were long-time acquaintances. Well, if friend Luo has something to say, feel free to speak candidly. Provide some useful information, and I might just share details about the arrays with you, he replied, though he doubted she would reveal any truths. The young woman then spoke directly. Which path do you belong to? Perhaps we are not adversaries, and if we could collaborate, great achievements might be within our grasp. Path? Xian pondered, wondering what path he could possibly follow. Perhaps the mixed yuan technique? Suddenly, he recalled a year ago during the recruitment day at Xianxia when the Golden Core Master Xianxia had seized a woman from the crowd, crushing her in an instant. At that moment, Xianxia had barked, the ants of the Dream Prison Path should stay in the southern regions. Dare to infiltrate my Qianyuan County and seek death. Xian had been awestruck by the might of the Golden Core and hadn't given it much thought at the time. Now, he mused over what the Dream Prison Path truly was. Could be the path Luo Xinwei referred to? It sounded more like the name of a faction. After a moment of contemplation, Xian decided to play a trick on her. I belong to the Dream Prison Path. I wonder, friend Luo, which path do you walk? At this revelation, Luo Xinwei's expression shifted dramatically, and she momentarily forgot to transmit, exclaiming, Impossible! Do not speak such nonsense. Realizing her lapse, she quickly silenced herself. Xian's eyes gleamed with intrigue. It seems I have unearthed significant information. He transmitted surely. Friend Luo would not want the Celestial Dynasty to discover your infiltration into Qianyuan County. Luo Xianyuan's pupils trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. What is friend Lu speaking of? This young woman does not comprehend your words. Today's competition among the noble families is rather dull. I must take my leave. She coldly concluded, rising to depart without a trace of reluctance. She no longer lingered on the topic of the arrays, as if she had forgotten it entirely. Watching her somewhat hasty retreat, Xian confirmed his suspicions. The Dream Prison Path? Could it be that those skilled in the art of illusionary spells have gathered together? Beneath this celestial dynasty, aside from the prominent families and sects, there exists a multitude of clandestine organizations, their currents flowing surreptitiously. After further investigation, Xian shook his head and shifted his gaze back to the stage. The first round of the competition had concluded. Through meticulous observation of the auras and techniques exhibited by the disciples, he could roughly predict the final outcomes. The Feng and Tang families firmly secured the top two positions, while the Zhang and Han families vied for third place. The remaining families' disciples were not significantly different in prowess, or rather, posed no threat to Xian. The Zhang family was the most surprising. Having ranked last in the previous competition, they now emerged as formidable contenders. Particularly notable was Zhang Lingyun, whose mastery of magical prowess was exceptionally refined, and his combat experience was rather astute. As the first round concluded, the elder proclaimed the commencement of the second round, allowing for a break in between for participants to recuperate. The foundation-building judge announced this aloud. Being a member of the Feng family, he appeared unfazed, merely casting a lingering glance at Zhang Lingyun. The truly exceptional talents among these foundation-building families had long been sent to the inner sanctum of Qianyuan sect. Those present on the arena were primarily second-tier heirs left behind to manage family affairs, with little hope for advancement in cultivation. Having observed the first round, Xian found himself somewhat bored. In contests of magic, one learns little from observing others and must rely on personal experience. Thus, he inquired about another matter. Brother Du, have you acquired the catalog of items for the Lin family auction? Elevating all constructions to level 2 as soon as possible is essential for long-term planning. No, the difficulty is too great. I've only managed to gather that a top-tier teleportation array diagram may appear at the auction. Additionally, the Lin family will sell soul-nurturing stones separately. They have imported a substantial quantity from the neighboring county, and the price should be reasonable. As for other items, such as returning yang wood essence, condensing spirit black soil, and 5 spirits dew, the information remains elusive. Brother Han, what do you intend to do with these special spiritual items? Du Qinghong could not help but voice his curiosity. It is unwise to inquire too deeply. As exemplified by the earlier encounter with that Taoist Luo. Xian smiled, his expression inscrutable. I understand my younger brother's intentions. A chill ran through Du Qinghong as he suddenly realized that this individual was no ordinary person. The fate of Qianyuan earlier in the day served as a cautionary tale. Even with the bonds of saving grace and camaraderie, he was acutely aware of his own limitations, and he regretted speaking out of turn. Brother Han, there is indeed a way to obtain the auction list in advance, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead and hastily changing the subject. Xian gestured for him to continue. By consigning an item to the Lin family for auction, one can not only secure the list, but if the consigned item holds sufficient value, one may also obtain a VIP seat and enjoy special treatment from the Lin family. Consign? Xian immediately thought of the mutated soul-fixing tea at home. However, given his current strength, that item was far too precious to reveal. He then considered other spiritual plants. Besides the soul-fixing tea, there was also a mutated starflower that had been cultivated for several months, the name of which even Xian could not recall. The spirit herb, still cultivated in the spiritual field, has reached an impressive age of over 150 years, firmly placing it within the category of top-tier spiritual plants. It is perfectly suited for the upcoming auction aimed at the Qi refinement stage. Xian pondered and inquired, what is the reputation of a Lin family? Du Qinghong reflected briefly. The Lin family enjoys a fairly good reputation. No significant scandals have circulated within the loose cultivator community. Their descendants seldom visit Qianyuan City, preferring to cultivate within their clan's territory, resulting in limited interactions. There have been no major developments. This, in itself, is the most concerning news. Generally, foundational families are quite protective of their reputations, yet rumors can be difficult to contain. However, for a prominent golden core family like the Lin clan, should any wrongdoing occur, they are likely capable of swiftly silencing all sources of information. I must return to investigate the origins of that herb. If its value is too high, I shall forego it. If it is suitable, I will consign it for auction, as I'm still a bit short on spirit stones for security. After weighing the risks, Xian came to a conclusion. There is still a month left. Assist me in selling another batch of goods, and let it be of a larger quantity this time. He added, it would be best to accumulate 3,000 spirit stones before the auction. With the first-tier, top-tier teleportation array map, along with the additional materials, it should suffice. Understood. Du Qinghong responded with renewed vigor. Chapter 38, A Night Conversation. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, evening descended, with the outcome unfolding as anticipated. After reviewing the performances across the 3 arenas, the elder announced, Fong, Tang, and Zhang are the top 3 contenders in this grand competition. Following them are Han, Wei Tu, Li and Kong. The voice of the Fong family's foundational judge resonated throughout the venue, prompting an immediate uproar from the audience. The Zhang clan's disciples were particularly exhilarated, nearly leaping in joy as they surrounded Zhang Lingyun, their congratulations ringing out incessantly. This ranking not only pertains to the rites of relic exploration, but also influences the allocation of future resource points. The days ahead may prove challenging for the Kong family. Xian observed the expressions of the clan's direct descendants, and then remarked, let us depart. You must remain cautious this month. I do not wish for any missteps during this critical period. Rest assured, I shall handle matters with utmost diligence. Du Qinghong assured, thumping his chest. By the way, you can handle this array plate. Selling it for 600 spirit stones should pose no issue. Xian produced a small wind thunder killing array plate. A few days prior, he successfully crafted 4 such plates, having sold one just in time. This little brother lacks any array inheritance, I fear. Du Qinghong began, but then recalled something. Shifting his tone, Brother Han, would it be all right if I sell this item to someone within our family? The Du family, being a minor Qi refinement clan, would find this item quite fitting. He had not returned home in several years. When he first ventured out, he hadn't intended to return. Yet now, to not return home after achieving wealth is akin to dressing in fine clothes while wandering the streets at night. It would be splendid to present the array plate and expand the horizons of my grandfather and elder brother. That is permissible, provided you do not expose my presence. Otherwise, I shall have to intervene with great resolve, Lu Xian replied coolly. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. This night required him to confer with Zhao Shorin, and lingering was unwise. Du Qinghong scratched his head, slowly realizing that Brother Han's mastery of array techniques had reached an upper tier. Upon reflection, he found the notion absurd. Where could one find such an omnipotent cultivator? Adept in both Qi refining and the nurturing of spiritual birds, yet possessing the energy to delve into the intricacies of array formations? Surely, the insights must have been gleaned from elsewhere. He reassured himself, lest his resolve waver. Lu Xian ambled along the path home. As he passed by the neighboring courtyard, his consciousness instinctively swept through. Within, Luo Qianyuan was seated at a stone table, propping her chin in contemplation, fixated on an object resembling a quasi-immortal jade tablet. Shall I report this? After all, a comrade had already been lost at Qianyuan sect. Luo Qianyuan's gaze was vacant, her heart in turmoil. Recalling the events of the day, she ultimately set the jade tablet aside. Alas, that Lu Xian does not seem the type to report to authorities, she mused. Feeling a consciousness penetrate the courtyard wall, her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she nimbly leaped atop the wall, catching only a glimpse of Lu Xian's retreating figure, gradually fading in the twilight glow. It's permissible for you to spy on others' courtyards, yet not for others to scrutinize your array. A flicker of annoyance stirred within Luo Qianyuan. After confirming there was nothing amiss next door, Lu Xian turned his attention elsewhere. Despite his keen perception, he was merely at the Qi refining stage, making it difficult to fathom the young lady's inner thoughts. Quite commonplace indeed. He made his way directly to the stable, releasing 2 younglings from the spirit beast pouch. One was the gray-backed yak he had previously tended, while the other was the specially requested Galehorn goat. The wool of this goat contained Gale energy, sharp as needles, suitable for medicinal concoctions, thus possessing added value, unlike the black-bristled boar, which was tough and devoid of supplementary benefits. After scattering some hay, Lu Xian returned to the cultivation room. He assessed his stock of spirit stones, and with today as profits, the total amounted to 265. This fortune far surpassed that of an ordinary wandering cultivator, rivaling even the heads of minor Qi refining clans. Yet, it was still insufficient. If converted to medium-grade spirit stones, it amounted to merely 2, hardly enough to elevate some structures to level 3. Currently, his actions were overly cautious, perpetually fearing discovery of his secluded abode. If only he could establish a teleportation array. If I could set up a teleportation room, creating several false hideouts for easy travel, my safety would be greatly enhanced, free from the fear of being found. This was the first step of Lu Xian's envisioned development, the teleportation array. His ambitions had long transcended the confines of Qianyuan City, extending to the entirety of Danyang Prefecture, and even the state capital. According to the characteristics of building upgrades, the teleportation room must possess an effect that increases transmission distance. Thus, even a first-tier teleportation array, once upgraded, might span thousands of miles. By establishing several transfer nodes, though the world may be vast, Lu Xian would be able to traverse it at will. He meticulously plotted his designs, unaware that midnight had crept upon him. A familiar knock. Lu Xian returned to himself, and before he could approach the door, his consciousness had already anticipated the arrival. "Ah, Elder Zhao, you've come," he exclaimed, opening the door, feigning surprise as he turned to the other figure. "And you, Manager Huang, have also arrived?" The unexpected appearance of Huang Moyan alongside Zhao Shorin caught him off guard. "Ah, young Master Lu, I trust you are well. Your remarkable progress in cultivation is truly enviable." Huang Moya smiled as he observed Lu Xian. "The last time we met, you were merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, which was already impressive. In just a year, your presence now radiates the aura of the 5th level. Such a pace is astonishing. Even the use of elixirs cannot compare. Had I known of your exceptional talent, I would have ensured you obtained a celestial jade token at the 100 Pill Hall instead of allowing you to associate with that lazy Jiangzhu, who remains at the first level of qi refinement and often neglects his guests, losing business in the process. How could I have misjudged someone I held in high regard? Zhao Shoren raised an eyebrow with pride. You old miser, with your meager spirit stones, how much can you truly invest in nurturing the younger generation? Huang Moya and Zhao Shoren bickered, and then Huang Moya turned to Lu Xian, saying, "Return to my 100 Pill Hall. I offer resources worth 30 spirit stones each month, and you may choose at your leisure." Lu Xian found himself speechless. These two, nearing 2 centuries in age, bickered like children. "Gentlemen, weren't we supposed to discuss something important?" He reminded them at an opportune moment. Right. Zhao Shoren glanced around, ensuring no one was watching in the inky darkness of night, and continued, "Let us go inside and let young Master Lu showcase his skills. I crave spicy chicken, the spiciest kind. It has been nearly a month, and I long for the taste." The three entered the house, where Lu Xian had already prepared everything. The cave's effects were turned off, and he adjusted the details using the mirror flower water moon formation to obscure all conspicuous items. Soon, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. Before long, Lu Xian presented 3 dishes that were a feast for the senses. "Excellent. This is the flavor I adore. Old Huang, you must try it," Zhao Shoren exclaimed, savoring every bite. "Young Master Lu, I have heard you express interest in studying alchemy. Today, I shall not dine for free. I am willing to be your guarantor, so you may later visit the Wanfasi to exchange for the fundamentals of alchemy." Huang Moya, who had come to mooch a meal for the first time, suggested this with a hint of shyness. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had only casually mentioned his desire to learn alchemy while chatting with Zhao Shoren, unaware that Huang Moya was privy to this information. "Young Master Lu, as you said, when something can be obtained for free, do not let it go to waste. Consider it a repayment for my previous meals," Zhao Shoren declared generously. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, then retrieved the celestial jade token. After Huang Moya processed it, he received the news of his guarantor. "Thank you, Master Huang. This is the transformation brought about by strength and potential." The qualification worth 2 to 300 spirit stones was given freely. Had he remained the ordinary mortal he once was, Huang Moya likely would not have spared him a glance. Subsequently, the 3 indulged in their meal. Suddenly, Zhao Shoren's expression turned solemn, and the light-hearted atmosphere in the room became tense. He spoke slowly, his voice low. "Young Master Lu, you must have heard about the ancient ruins? Here comes the matter at hand." Chapter 39. Farewell and Preparation. "Indeed, I have heard of it. If Elder Zhao has something to say, please do so," Lu Xian nodded. "Alas, it is not anything of great importance. Merely a means for this old body of mine to find someone to claim my remains in advance." Zhao Shoren's eyes were resolute, yet his words were laced with a sigh. "In my youth, I missed the opportunity to join the sect, fearing the perils of the journey and the encounters with demonic beasts, yet hesitant to venture to the county city in pursuit of a brighter future. Time has slipped by, and I can only place my faint hopes upon the foundations of the relic, praying for the benevolence of the heavenly path. Now an opportunity has arisen, and this old frame of mine must make one final attempt." As he spoke these words, Zhao Shoren's tone grew increasingly resolute. "Old Zhao, does the relic truly harbor the legacy of foundational cultivation?" Lu Xian furrowed his brows, harboring doubts, and recognizing the vast uncertainties that lay ahead. Who can say? Until the Golden Core Masters make their appearance, those foundational families dare not venture too deeply. They await the end of the year when the miasma is at its weakest. Yet for us old-timers, this is indeed our last chance. According to tradition, foundational families would only send their younger generations to gain experience. Zhao Shoren continued. "But to put it bluntly, it all comes down to who seizes the legacy first and promptly reports it to the Office of 10,000 Laws. The spoils will belong to whoever claims them." Lu Xian understood, and it became clear why the loose cultivators dared to openly discuss the matter, unafraid of family reprisals. However, this hope felt as ephemeral as smoke. After witnessing the family competition yesterday, he had no confidence in defeating the top 3 cultivators of qi refinement, and they were merely at the 9th level. In this contest for the relic, those who would emerge were undoubtedly the grandmasters of the 10th level of qi refinement. Observing the might of their spells, striking the ordinary loose cultivators would surely be akin to scattering them like fragments, unable to withstand the onslaught. Even knowing that Zhao Shoren was no ordinary loose cultivator, he still expressed his concern. Old Zhao, this journey is fraught with danger. To his surprise, Zhao Shoren chuckled heartily. This is precisely why we sought you out today. If I do not return, I would trouble you to collect my remains. If no bones are found, a monument will suffice. Alas, I have traversed this life without leaving an heir. Otherwise, I would not impose upon you. He produced a jade slip and placed it upon the table. Furthermore, I have left behind a meager fortune, should I not return in 3 months. The jade slip will unlock itself, and you may retrieve it according to the coordinates inscribed within. With such clear instructions for the aftermath, Lu Xian found himself at a loss for words. Huang Moya also smiled. I have left my possessions to Zhang Tai, but I kindly ask that you, young friend Lu, keep a watchful eye on Baidan Hall. Zhang Tai is a man of integrity and may inadvertently suffer. A word of guidance from you would suffice. Thus, the earlier assurance of the quota had been intended for this purpose. Lu Xian glanced at the 2 resolute elders and offered some comfort. Elders need not be pessimistic. Fortune and fate are intertwined. Perhaps the legacy shall indeed be ours. Zhao Shoren burst into laughter. That will be splendid. When I return to foundational cultivation, I shall stand equal with those 12 great families. You, my boy, shall be my foremost general, and we shall boldly venture into the city to gather spirit stones. As the laughter gradually subsided, he became serious. However, it is indeed time to depart. We should arrive a month in advance to scout the area and avoid conflicts with those families. Having shared this meal with you, I can count it as a fulfilled wish. With that, the 2 stood to take their leave. Lu Xian felt a stirring in his heart and transmitted a message. Old Zhao, wait a moment. I have something I wish to present to you. Zhao Shoren, slightly taken aback, gestured for Huang Moya to proceed ahead. What remarkable treasures could this young man possess? He held little expectation. Yet, in the next moment, his aged eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Xian presented a smooth jade disc, solemnly placing it into his hands. This item was a top-tier water wave, flow, cloud formation disc of the first rank. Capable of being energized by embedding 10 inferior spirit stones, it could summon a water-based protective shield within a radius of 10 feet. It was sufficient to withstand the attacks of a perfected Qi refinement practitioner for half an hour and could endure a full-force strike from a foundation-building cultivator. Zhao Lao, this journey is perilous, yet I hope for your safe return. Lu Xian's tone was calm, yet every word resonated clearly. After all, the junior had long desired to make a fortune in the city. What a clever lad. Zhao Shoren could not fathom how Lu Xian acquired the spirit stones to purchase the formation disc. A top-tier defensive formation disc of the first rank was worth at least 800 spirit stones and was exceedingly difficult to procure. However, he refrained from inquiring further, feeling reassured in his initial judgment of character. Return and gather wealth, Zhao Shoren stated firmly, leaving no room for discussion. He turned and strode purposefully toward Huang Moyan, his figure swiftly merging with the night. Lu Xian gazed in the direction they departed, reminiscing about the tome, Xianpin Song Qi Ju, and the countless perplexities regarding cultivation that had been patiently elucidated by the other party. The moon waxes and wanes, just as people come together and part ways. This journey might well be a final farewell. He lifted his gaze to see the clouds dissipating, revealing a full moon-esque silvery light cascading down, and could not help but let out a soft sigh, restarting the effects of the cave dwelling. Lu Xian returned to his chamber. With matters having reached this point, brooding was futile. Sleep. He needed to prepare thoroughly for the month ahead. Although the Lin family's auction was merely 1,000 miles away, it was still imperative to exercise utmost caution. This was his first genuine journey, and he would be traversing near the territories of 2 foundation-building families. Should he falter in the depths of treachery, the reputation he had built in this lifetime could be irrevocably tarnished. The following day, as Lu Xian opened his eyes, he summoned his spiritual sense to its fullest. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 30 zhang. His spiritual awareness spread like a tide until it reached its limit at over 80 zhang. That was half a mile. The nurturing effect of the cave dwelling truly was extraordinary. A smile graced his face as he rose to tend to daily affairs in the backyard, the shadows cast by last night's events seemingly dissipating. The path of cultivation involves not only the honing of magical power, but also the fortification of one's Dao heart. An unstable Dao heart could result in stagnation of cultivation at best, or descent into madness and confusion at worst. However, Lu Xian felt his Dao heart was quite stable. He would eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, and maintain prudence without recklessness. after breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The barriers of his Qi Si and Dantian grew increasingly formidable. The accumulation of magical power required for each breakthrough was indeed vast. Lu Xian's previous estimations have been somewhat overly optimistic. A typical mid-tier single-spirit root cultivator might require 2 years to forcefully break through a layer in the late Qi refinement stage. Yet, with his cultivation of 5 elements, even with various enhancements, he might need over 4 years. The consumption of resources was immense, and the cultivation cycle prolonged. No wonder the major factions were only willing to accept geniuses with supreme 5-element spirit roots for concurrent cultivation. Other qualifications pale in comparison to the mastery of a single or dual spiritual root. After all, the probability of attaining the pinnacle of all 5 spiritual roots is unlikely to surpass that of a balanced 5-element foundation, each at 50. It seems I must contemplate alternative methods. Perhaps elixirs could serve as an excellent choice. As Lu Xian fed the gale-haired goat, he pondered. Were it not for yesterday's bestowal of the guarantor qualification by Huang Wuyo, he would not be entertaining such thoughts. The last time he consumed a spirit-gathering pill, he achieved a remarkable breakthrough in the later stages of Qi refinement, yielding exceptional results. It was his first experience, aside from the slight resistance it left within his body. The cost-effectiveness was undeniably high. On the market, most individuals would readily part with several hundred spirit stones for a minor advancement. Whether loose cultivators possess such financial means is their concern, yet they would undoubtedly be inclined. Upon returning from this auction, I shall procure a copy of an introduction to alchemy and designate a refining chamber. With my innate talent, the heavens shall not give rise to an eternal alchemical path. Lu Xian's mind flashed with grand ambitions, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. After feeding the chickens, cows, and sheep, and tending to the spiritual fields, Lu Xian made his way to the formation chamber. He dispatched a water wave flow cloud formation disk, leaving only one remaining, which felt insufficiently secure. With some time left, he resolved to create a backup. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the year's end, with feather-like snowflakes falling gently, vanishing before they could touch the ground, silently dissolved by an invisible formation. Du Qinghong, Brother Han, this batch of goods has been processed. The Lin family auction is 3 days away. When shall we depart? Upon receiving the message, Lu Xian merely replied, half a day, 100 miles outside the north gate, the usual place, and began preparing his belongings. In the backyard, he gazed at the mutated star pollen grass. Its flower petals formed a 5-pointed star, markedly distinct from the ordinary, now shimmering with a glimmer of starlight. Upon closer inspection, he could sense the rich flow of stellar energy coursing through it. Having sought verification through extensive discussions in the 9 Heavens Forum, they ultimately confirmed that this grass had mutated into the celestial star flower, the primary ingredient for concocting the Starshine Spirit Gathering Pill. This elixir could exponentially enhance the spirit energy absorption efficiency of Qi refinement cultivators under the light of the stars at night, and, astonishingly, its effect could last for half a month. It even offered slight benefits to Foundation establishment cultivators. As for the price, in a Danyang County city, one would fetch over 1,000 spirit stones. Such a treasure had never been heard of for sale in Qianyuan County. Were it not for his current inability to refine pills, he would have desired to keep it for himself. Lu Xian carefully harvested this first-tier exquisite celestial star flower. Aged 183 years, he estimated that at the auction, it would commence at no less than 200 spirit stones. One must recognize that in the hands of master alchemist, a single celestial star flower could yield an entire furnace of Starshine spirit gathering pills, producing at least 5. The profit margin was substantial enough to incite a fierce competition among bidders. After securely sealing it in a specially crafted jade box, Lu Xian turned towards the chicken coop. Heavenly Crane Emperor, come forth. We are about to embark on a long journey. The little eyes of the Crane Emperor sparkled with excitement as it deftly unlatched the door with its beak and leapt a few steps toward Lu Xian. Affectionately rubbing against his pant leg, Lu Xian smiled, retrieving the spirit beast pouch. With a swift motion, the Crane Emperor's figure vanished. He brought along this azure-feathered crane not for any particular reason, but to have an additional escape route in case of unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the Crane Emperor was not lacking in combat prowess. Its beak, as hard as iron, could inflict pain even on Lu Xian, whose body was well trained in physical cultivation. If a typical chi refining practitioner were to endure a peck, they would likely find themselves with a grievous wound. As for talismans, formation plates, elixirs, and other life-saving artifacts, Xian always carried them on his person, requiring no extra preparation, merely needing to confirm their presence once more. All was in order. Half a day later, Xian donned a mask that blocked divine sense and ceased to ride his sword, relying solely on his formidable physical strength to traverse the snowy expanse. His magical energy must remain ever abundant, allowing him to remain composed in times of crisis. Upon reaching the designated location, he proclaimed, "Palatial Jade, liquid wine. 180 cups." A voice from the shadows responded. Shortly thereafter, Du Qinghong materialized, exclaiming, "Brother Han, how did you come up with such a clever code? I could never think of something so brilliant." He handed over a pouch of spirit stones. "Last month, I acted a bit boldly. I secured 8 spirit birds and 500 spirit eggs, totaling 513 spirit stones. In that mid-grade formation plate, I took it home and flaunted it. My grandfather was so astonished that he could scarcely believe it, ultimately purchasing it for 648 spirit stones. After setting aside my share, the remaining 1,058 stones are all here." Xian weighed the pouch slightly, ensuring there were no mistakes, and inquired, "Did you leave any traces on your return? If my identity were to be exposed, brotherly ties would matter little. It must be foolproof." Du Qinghong replied rapidly, his excitement evident. "When I returned home, my elder brother was stunned. 'What? You've reached the 5th level of chi refinement? How is that possible?' I grinned, exuding confidence, and declared, 'The 5-year period has ended. Du heir has returned.' My grandfather rushed out, intending to scold me for being a bad grandson, but upon seeing that formation plate, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets." Du Qinghong animatedly recounted the splendor of that day, relishing the moment as if he were releasing all the pent-up frustrations of his youth. "You are akin to the returning Dragon King," Xian chuckled. "Indeed, indeed, the Dragon King returns. That old fellow even wants to pass on his position to me. But who would want that? Following Brother Han is where the real enjoyment lies. Little Brother Du, your flattery skills have certainly become more refined," Xian teased. As the two engaged in casual conversation, they made their way toward the Lin family market, where an auction was to be held, situated 1,000 miles away. Due to their travel along the official road, they encountered a few passers-by, all hurried and devoid of conversation. Xian welcomed the tranquility. On either side of the official road, a pristine expanse of white lay before them. The heavy snowfall from the previous days seemed to have draped a thick velvet blanket over the earth, with snow accumulating up to their ankles. Each step produced a soft, crunching sound, particularly resonant in the stillness of this wintry day. In the distance, the undulating mountains were enveloped in a shimmering cloak of silver. The once verdant or deep brown slopes were now completely blanketed in pristine white snow, their contours softened and blurred. The interplay of daylight and the glimmer of snow illuminated the realm with an ethereal clarity, compelling one to squint slightly against the brilliance. The scenery of the cultivation world was indeed extraordinary, yet it seemed I had never taken a moment to truly appreciate it. A stirring flickered within Xian's heart. In his mortal days, he had scarcely dared to step out of the shanty town alone. After entering the realm of chi refining, he had been consumed by relentless training, leaving no room for other thoughts. The journey stretched 1,000 miles, neither too near nor too far. Upon reaching the 400-mile mark, they approached the territory of the Zhang family. "Brother Han, let us hasten through to avoid any complications," Du Qinghong urged, pointing towards a distant peak, wreathed in ethereal chi. Towers adorned the mountainside, while at the foot, a radiant barrier flickered, evidently a second-tier defensive formation at work. Continuing onward to the 800-mile mark, they neared the domain of the Kong family. It was rumored that the Zhang and Kong families had a long-standing rivalry. Xian wondered how their relations had evolved since the last grand competition. Speaking of the competition, thoughts of old Zhao surfaced in Xian's mind. At this moment, the toxic miasma of the ruins should be at its weakest. The ruins had awakened, and the great contest must have commenced. Xian dispelled his distractions and pondered. Why had these foundational families chosen to establish their residences within 1,000 miles of Qianyuan City? Were the resources of the wilderness not more abundant? A brief analysis revealed that it was not a matter of desire, but of capability. A county may span thousands of miles, yet venturing beyond the coverage of the spiritual network brought numerous inconveniences. However, this was not the main issue. The crux lay in the ever-present dangers of the wilderness. Monstrous beasts lurked in the deep mountains and forests, including formidable second-tier fiends, which occasionally banded together to launch tidal assaults. There were also desperate practitioners of dark arts who frequently caused disturbances, while foundational families could fend off these threats. The cost was the severe depletion of their protective mountain formations. A skirmish or two might be manageable, but prolonged encounters would prove unsustainable. Only the Golden Core forces possessed the confidence to distance themselves from cities, monopolize resources, and ensure long-term development. Brother Han, just ahead lies the boundary of the 1,000-mile spiritual network, yet 200 miles remain to the Lin family's market. This stretch of road may pose dangers, and the daylight is fading, leaving it shrouded in darkness. Du Qinghong expressed a tremor of fear in his voice, for this was his first foray into the great unknown. "Stop your incessant chatter. Move," Lu Xian retorted, lifting him up and summoning his flying sword, hastening towards their destination. High above, the cold wind cut like a blade. Du Qinghong cast a glance downward, instantly trembling in fear. Suspended in midair, the chilling gusts howled around him. "Don't look, don't look, don't look," he chanted silently to himself. The journey unfolded without incident. After breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refining, Lu Xian's speed on the sword had improved slightly. Half an hour later, they descended 20 miles from a market. "Enough, stop shaking," Lu Xian admonished. "If you're so fearful of flying, how will you manage in the future? I cannot afford a companion who lags behind." Du Qinghong finally dared to open his eyes once his feet touched the ground, exhaling a long breath of relief. "Phew, it feels good to be on solid ground. Han, could you possibly slow down next time?" Lu Xian remained silent, his gaze directed towards the distant, brilliantly illuminated cluster of buildings, the Lin family square where the auction was to take place. He swallowed a Qi recovery pill, took a moment to regulate his breath, and replenished his internal energy. Extending his consciousness, he began to assess his surroundings. Suddenly, two figures entered his range of perception. Swiftly approaching, Lu Xian's expression sharpened, gripping his flying sword, his mind alert and vigilant. "Fellow cultivator, do not be alarmed. I come on the orders of my family head. Also to attend the auction." A male cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining appeared, accompanied by a disheveled female partner, her cheeks flushed. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently interrupted their intimate moment amidst the swirling snow. In the midst of a tempest, the couple seemed to revel in their wild escapade. "You two are so carefree, using the heavens as your blanket and the earth as your bed, accompanied by the music of the wind and snow. How delightful." Lu Xian's tone was flat, devoid of discernible emotion. The male cultivator, caught off guard by Lu Xian's forthrightness, hesitated before changing the subject. "I am Tang Jingsheng. May I ask for your name, fellow cultivator?" "Dang. What business does a member of the Tang family have here? You were the runner-up in the last competition, so I presume you lack need for items at the auction. Yet, it is plausible you have other matters at hand." The Lin family, being a Golden Core family, naturally has no fundamental conflict with those of the Foundation establishment, hence interactions are quite normal. Since this is a misunderstanding, I shall take my leave. You may continue. It seems our paths will not cross again. Before he finished speaking, Lu Xian's figure flickered and vanished into the snowstorm. Du Qinghong stood frozen for a moment before hastily pursuing him. Meanwhile, Tang Jingsheng gazed into the direction where the two had disappeared, his expression darkening. "The Han family? Jingsheng, why did you not simply subdue that person? How dare he disturb our enjoyment?" His female companion, adjusting her disheveled attire, spoke with a tone laced with resentment. She had almost surrendered to the moment earlier, and now the memory stirred her restlessness. When out in the world, one should know their limits, or they may not even realize how they meet their end. Tang Jingsheng scoffed, striding away. "Wait, Jingsheng, shall we continue? You just got them all comfortable. Afterward, we can stroll through the market. There is a treasure I have my eyes on." His companion, swaying her waist, caught up, her voice sweet yet insistent. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Jingsheng, without looking back, casually tossed a talisman over his shoulder. A crimson pillar of fire roared forth, and the piercing scream abruptly ceased. The last traces of shock in the girl's eyes solidified as she was reduced to ashes, which scattered and mingled with the vast expanse of white snow. "What level could possibly dare to negotiate with me, Tang?" Tang Jingsheng's figure faded into the snowstorm, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He was on a mission to oversee the industry and could not afford to be hindered by such trifles. Casual encounters with wandering cultivators were merely for amusement. A superior-grade Crimson Flame talisman for collecting corpses is already a significant act of mercy. Brother Han, could that truly be a member of the Tang family? Du Qinghong felt a lingering unease, sensing an inexplicable malevolence emanating from that individual. There was no doubt about it. They must be a direct descendant, albeit with slightly inferior cultivation, as Lu Xian had already deduced. The distinctions between the main family and its branches were evident in the subtleties. For instance, that Tang cultivator donned exquisite robes and adorned themselves with remarkable accessories. Even their storage artifact was a rare and practical spatial ring, rather than the commonplace storage pouch. Indeed, they hail from one of the top 3 clans of Ur. Though they might seem insignificant compared to the Lin family, they were not to be trifled with. Du Qinghong required slightly. Lu Xian, however, was indifferent. Being merely at the 7th level, upon their first encounter, he contemplated several methods of dealing with the situation. Yet, he had no desire to slay a direct descendant unless a direct conflict arose. After traversing the last 20 miles, the two finally reached the entrance of the market before the sky was completely shrouded in darkness. Raising their eyes, they beheld a signboard inscribed with Lin Clan, Celestial Family. Third market. As this is your first visit, the rule is a fee of 3 spirit stones, each for entry. One of the guards, dressed in standard robes, stated. Esteemed friends, how fares the auction this year? Are there any rare treasures? Lu Xian tossed out 8 spirit stones and inquired. The guard accepted them with delight, recognizing it as a tip. To be candid, this year is much like the last. The centerpiece of the Qi refining stage remains the Foundation Establishment Pills, top-tier magical artifacts, and premium spiritual herbs. As for the second-tier spiritual items used by the Foundation Establishment seniors, it is beyond our means to inquire. The other guard quickly added, Indeed, however, this year, there is a new regulation allowing cultivators to trade freely within the market, guaranteed safe by the Lin family. Moreover, the origins of the items are not questioned, even if they are, well, those of a taboo nature. The 2 guards spoke eagerly, clearly pleased with the small tip of 1 spirit stone. Thank you both. Lu Xian replied with a respectful gesture and proceeded into the third market. The market's layout was straightforward, featuring 1 vertical and 1 horizontal main street. Numerous buildings lined the sides, yet over 70% have been temporarily converted into inns, many already displaying fully booked signs. There are indeed quite a number of people this year. Is the allure of free trading truly so compelling? Or is the Lin family intentionally spreading rumors to amass more spirit stones? Du Qinghong Bondi, Brother Han, with 2 days until the auction. Shall we find a place to stay? He suggested. Let us choose that one over there. Lu Xian indicated toward the nearby, grandly decorated building, noticeably rich in spiritual energy. The sign read, 1,000-mile post. Upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by an array of shelves brimming with various spiritual materials and elixirs. A charming female cultivator, clad in a flowing light pink gown, approached them, her ample figure swaying gently. Greetings, esteemed friends. I am Xianxia, at your service, she said, curtsying gracefully, revealing an alluring décolletage. Cough, cough, cough. Du Qinghong's gaze wandered, and he cleared his throat several times. Lu Xian's gaze lightly swept across the surroundings, filled with merchandise. Does this establishment not provide lodging? He inquired, noticing the lanterns hanging outside. Of course we do. The proprietress, Xianxia, responded with a gentle tone. To accommodate friends who have traveled from afar, we have dedicated the upper 3 floors as guest rooms. Would you 2 care to take a look? Her alluring eyes sparkled with charm. Outsiders, unfamiliar faces, a prime opportunity has arrived. Lu Xian nodded slightly. Xianxia promptly led the way, offering her introductions. The 3rd floor consists of low-grade rooms, lacking any protective formations, merely a place to rest, devoid of privacy. The 4th floor offers mid-grade rooms with soundproofing arrays, yet they cannot block divine sense probing. The space is limited, only accommodating a single bed. The 5th floor features high-grade rooms, complete with soundproofing, divine sense shielding, spiritual gathering, and calming functionalities, spacious and comfortable. Fellow cultivator, the 5th floor, that is the exquisite room on the same level as the proprietress, and special services are available for guests staying there. Xianxia subtly accentuated her words, her proud figure exuding allure. Noticing du Qinghong's intense expression. She felt a surge of delight. This deal seemed promising. No need for that. 2 mid-grade rooms will suffice. As cultivators, we should not indulge in excess. There was a sentiment Lu Xian refrained from expressing. It was not greed he harbored. He mused on how adept the merchants in this marketplace were, categorizing their rooms into 4 distinct grades. He carried basic formation flags and had long mastered simple formations. Setting one up upon settling in would be effortless. Furthermore, with his divine sense comparable to that of foundation establishment, who could pry without his awareness? Upon hearing this, Xianxia displayed a countenance of disappointment, her demeanor radiating vulnerability. Dear guest, the service here is exceptional. Alas, my younger brother is still quite small, while my father only indulges in gambling. It is solely my mother and I who strive to support this family. This truly means a lot to us, I implore you. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. How much for the exquisite room for a night? Before Lu Xian could respond, Du Qinghong interjected anxiously, as if they were family. Not expensive at all. Just 100 low-grade spirit stones. I am left with but 2 meager coins for my efforts, and the service lasts until dawn. Xianxia replied with a smile as she extended a delicate finger, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Du Qinghong was astounded. 100? No. How can you demand such a sum? 100 spirit stones could afford me a month of indulgence at the Hahuan Pavilion without repetition. Trust me, we shall take the mid-grade rooms. Before the allure of beauty, he ultimately succumbed to the pain of parting with his hard-earned wealth. This was his entire fortune, amassed through strenuous efforts and perilous encounters. Oh, the sorrowful expression on Xianxia's face vanished in an instant, replaced by her usual cheerful demeanor as she turned to lead the way. For 2 mid-grade rooms, it will be 20 spirit stones for 1 night, 60 for 3 nights. Please follow me, dear guest. I must attend to the next esteemed visitor afterward. She sought to swiftly dismiss the 2 penniless individuals. Lu Xian handed over 60 spirit stones. Du Qinghong hesitated, words caught in his throat. For the next 2 days, I have matters to attend to. You may assist in gathering items outside, and we shall consider the lodging fee as your reward. Upon hearing this, Du Qinghong's expression immediately fell, his heart bleeding. No, my friend, you should have mentioned that earlier. I could have slept on the streets. 30 coins. How many spirit eggs must one sell to earn such a commission? Chapter 42, A Reunion. The transaction concluded. Lu Xian pushed open the door to the guest room. He surveyed the surroundings and retrieved a dozen formation flags and stones from his storage pouch, precisely embedding them into the designated nodes. A hum resonated as a formation, designed to block divine sense detection, swiftly took shape. Brother Han remains as steadfast as ever. I have much to learn. Du Qinghong observed silently, committing this vital knowledge to memory. These are experiences essential for survival, although he lacks proficiency in formations. One-time protective talismans are always indispensable. All right, I'll keep it brief, Lu Xian declared, refraining from unnecessary chatter as he still needed to scout the area tonight. In an unfamiliar place, it was imperative to familiarize himself with the terrain, plan multiple escape routes, and anticipate various unforeseen circumstances. In short, there was much to be done. Tomorrow, I will explore the auction house, while you'll search the nearby shops for the materials on our list. Understood? Lu Xian spoke with gravity. If not for the constraints on his own abilities, he would prefer not to carry a burden. This was not a slight against Du Qinghong's capabilities, but rather a statement of the disparity in their strengths. Among peers, Du Qinghong ranked lowest in combat prowess. Even the residual energy from a duel could potentially injure him. It had been agreed beforehand that should they become embroiled in conflict, he must immediately activate all means of self-preservation and flee without looking back. Understood, Brother Han. I assure you I will accomplish the task. Du Qinghong stood at attention, his gaze resolute, as if aspiring to transcend mortal bounds. With the instructions given, Lu Xian opened the narrow window of the guest room and gazed upon the layered structures of the marketplace. If I were to establish a marketplace, what extraordinary upgrade effects might manifest? After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head, realizing he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. First and foremost, he needed to achieve the objectives of this journey. At minimum, securing that first-tier premium teleportation array. Ideally, acquiring 1 type of upgrade material, with a stroke of luck. Perhaps 2. As for the rest, it would depend on whether opportunities would present themselves. Lu Xian's figure flickered, silently leaping from the 4th-floor window, landing as softly as a leaf, stirring not a speck of dust. In the dead of night, the streets were desolate, marking an opportune moment for reconnaissance. Cloaked in black, he appeared to be merely wandering, yet was wholly focused. His divine sense extended with utmost caution at the lowest intensity, although he could only vaguely perceive his surroundings. This approach ensured his concealment and safety. Even if detected by hidden foundational cultivators, he could retract his senses instantaneously and leave no trace. The marketplace's layout was simple, consisting of two main streets, one vertical for established shops and the other horizontal for makeshift stalls catering to itinerant cultivators. From the auras emanating from the occasional passerby, Xian estimated that the average cultivation level in this area surpassed that of the black market in Qianyuan City by a tier, around the 6th level of Qi refinement. Within a mere half hour, he encountered several late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, a surprising occurrence. However, after a moment's reflection, he comprehended the reasons behind it. This place can be regarded as the true first station of the wilderness, for scattered cultivators wishing to delve into perilous territories in pursuit of great fortunes. This locale serves as a vital springboard. Departing from Qianyuan City necessitates traversing 1,000 miles of treacherous terrain, during which one must inevitably pass through the territories of several foundational clans, subjecting oneself to layers of exploitation. It is far more prudent to sell one's gains directly to the Lin family. Entering the wilderness alone with insufficient strength poses an exceedingly high risk of demise. Over time, this has led to a scenario where the overall cultivation level of the practitioners here is notably elevated. The Lin family reaps the benefits of this situation. Similarly, the Kangyi sect recruits newcomers to expand their influence, striving to acquire resources to build their power incrementally, ensuring that the lineage of Golden Core realms does not fade away. The structure of the cultivation world is inherently pyramid-shaped. As one ascends, the number of high-ranking individuals diminishes, while the base of supporters grows larger below. Fortunately, resources remain relatively abundant, and conflicts among factions have yet to reach a boiling point. Even foundational elixirs are openly auctioned, offering ordinary individuals a glimmer of opportunity. As dawn broke, Xian had already sketched a mental map of the marketplace and devised several emergency escape routes. Without further delay, he stealthily returned to the inn. The first floor was now attended by a new female cultivator. Xian presented his room, token, and entered without hindrance. However, upon ascending the spirit lift, he encountered a couple entwined in an intimate embrace. "Young Master Tang, please refrain from such behavior. I was utterly exhausted last night, and someone is coming." Xianxia final assistance, Herz flushed. The male cultivator who was being overly familiar was none other than Tang Jingsheng, whom Xian had met the previous day. Tang Jingsheng recognized Xian as well, and upon recalling the interruption of his prior escapade, his enthusiasm waned, and his expression darkened. "Dao is Han, we meet again." He acknowledged with a slight nod. "Indeed, your physique appears quite impressive. The young lady from yesterday did not accompany you?" Xian replied casually. She did not quite suit my tastes. Who knows where she is buried in the snowdrifts now? What do you think of this one? Just 18, fresh as spring water." A wicked smirk curled at Tang Jingsheng's lips. Given the tone, it was likely that the female companion had perished. Xian remained unfazed. Even if her demise had a slight connection to his interruption, he felt no remorse. In the cultivation realm, life and death are commonplace. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Miss Xiang'er is indeed delightful, but unfortunately, I lack the interest." Upon reaching the 4th floor, he strode out directly. The moment the door closed behind him, Tang Jingsheng's frivolity evaporated, replaced by a chilling demeanor. "Repeat every detail of this person's stay from yesterday, without missing a beat, or else." Xianxia, taken aback by his sudden shift in attitude, lost her composure, daring not to exhibit any semblance of flirtation, and hastily conveyed through sound transmission every minutiae regarding how Xian had entered, reserved his room, and declined the premium accommodations. After Tang Jingsheng, having embraced her back to the top floor, listened to her account, a cold smile formed on his lips. "So, it appears he is not from the Han family." "Han Fei? I've never heard of him. It seems he is a reckless, scattered cultivator, daring to impersonate a prominent family. Yesterday, he ruined my enjoyment, and I shall strike back with all my might." Tang Jingsheng operated solely based on his own desires. Those who displeased him would undoubtedly face annihilation. However, Tang Jingsheng had not completely lost his senses. Despite possessing merely a useless spiritual root, his status as a direct descendant of the Tang family allowed him to accumulate resources, albeit at a sluggish pace in his cultivation. This incited his particular resentment towards the loose cultivators who did not show him sufficient respect. On ordinary days, When encountering loose cultivators he found displeasing, he would often derive amusement from their torment. As for the method of execution, lacking in strength, he relied on his family's resources. As the third son of the Tang family patriarch, he had an abundance of precious talismans, elixirs, and magical instruments at his disposal. A typical loose cultivator would find it impossible to withstand his onslaught for even a few hours. Of course, he dared not act so recklessly against fellow family members. Upon deducing that Lu Xian was merely a loose cultivator, his murderous intent surged within him. "Huh, you dare ruin my plans and put on airs before me? What intriguing death should I choose for you? Xian'er, what do you think?" Tang Jingqing's fingers pressed down hard, causing Yao Xian'er pain. "Third young master. This servant knows not of such matters, nor of killing and fighting." Yao Xian'er trembled. "No, not. Then you might as well take the initiative yourself. You must not cease until the auction begins. Otherwise, I shall have to inform my uncle and request a different attendant." Meanwhile, Lu Xian returned to his quarters. Had he been aware of Tang Jingqing's intentions, he would have simply remarked on his foolishness. A good-for-nothing relying on his family's influence dares to demand my respect? He merely survives. He is not a coward. Except for the Golden Core cultivators, perhaps he could cling to their coattails. Even Foundation establishment cultivators are merely insignificant strangers. Below that level, they must first threaten his life. It was time to formally execute his plan. Lu Xian mentally reviewed the details several times, ultimately confirming that nothing had been overlooked. He also prepared contingencies for unexpected developments. Today, he would first send his spiritual herbs for auction, obtaining the list of items for sale. With the teleportation array in hand, he would then seek the remaining materials. Chapter 43. The Bridge of Distances. During last night's reconnaissance, he had confirmed that the auction would take place within a magnificent 7-story building at the center of the market, a location exceedingly conspicuous. The auction was set to commence tomorrow. There was no time to waste. Lu Xian instructed Du Qinghong to act immediately, then don a mask, stabilizing his aura at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and calmly made his way to the auction venue. In this bustling market, possessing insufficient cultivation would only draw attention. Being slightly above the average level would serve to intimidate without attracting undue notice. As dawn broke, the streets were filled with people. Lu Xian looked up, observing that the wind and snow were kept at bay by an invisible, colossal barrier, with a second-tier defensive array established above. He strolled to the front of the central building. The Hall of Falling Twilight. What a splendid name. Without hesitation, he stepped through the grand entrance. The spacious first-floor hall was sparsely furnished with spirit-wood tables and chairs, with only a few quiet rooms deeper within. Just as he pondered the lack of reception, a door opened, revealing a graceful woman clad in the formal attire of the Lin family. "Esteemed Taoist, the auction begins tomorrow. May I inquire if you have urgent matters?" The young woman possessed a strikingly delicate visage, her demeanor exuding poise, devoid of the haughtiness commonly found in scions of noble lineage. Rather, she exhibited impeccable manners. Lu Xian felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the offspring of affluent families often carried an extraordinary bearing. He clasped his hands together and introduced himself, stating, "I am Han, a solitary cultivator. I have heard that the esteemed noble family is still soliciting items for auction, hence my inquiry." Upon hearing this, Lin Yulan furrowed her brow. The solicitation for auction items had long since concluded, and the list had been finalized. It appeared that this individual was indeed an uninformed wanderer. What treasures could he possibly possess? Although she harbored little hope, she adhered to protocol and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed Taoist Han, what item you wish to consign?" Only spirit items of the first rank, valued at a minimum of 300 spirit stones, qualify for consignment. In truth, Lin Yuan merely asked out of formality, intending to decline once she received a response. However, the next moment, Lu Xian's voice resonated in her mind, leaving her astonished. "I am prepared to consign a first-rank premium spiritual herb, the celestial star flower." Lu Xian spoke succinctly, directly addressing the matter at hand. "What? The celestial star flower? Are you certain it is of premium quality?" Lin Yulan exclaimed in surprise, quickly realizing her inadvertent slip of the tongue. "Taoist friend, please accompany me to the quiet chamber for a detailed discussion." Her heart raced with excitement. She had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. If true, and managed appropriately, it could be listed as one of the last 10 auction items. Her contributions to the clan would be substantial. Lu Xian nodded slightly, recognizing that this was well within expectations. No one would refuse a premium spiritual herb, especially one as rare as the celestial star flower. In a quiet chamber, Lin Yulan's gaze occasionally flickered to Lu Xian's mask, seemingly attempting to discern the visage beneath it, eager to uncover his origins. Are you interested in examining the spiritual herb or in me, esteemed Taoist? Lu Xian reminded her. The spiritual herb. Lin Yulan responded without hesitation. Please reveal it. This place is undisturbed, ensuring safety. My Lin family would not stoop to covet such a trivial item. Lu Xian waved his hand, producing a specially crafted jade box, which he deftly sent before her using his telekinetic technique. Lin Yulan accepted it, her eyes brimming with delight as she cautiously opened the box. Within lay a peculiar spiritual herb, shimmering with the glow of starlight, quietly resting inside. As she closed her eyes to sense it, the rich power of the stars enveloped her. It was undoubtedly a first-rank premium herb. Lin Yulan could hardly suppress her excitement, her words hastening as she asked, Taoist Han, is there any issue? What do you propose for the transaction? The auction house, Falling Sunset Pavilion, acquired items through two distinct methods. One was immediate settlement at market price. The other involved participation in the auction, with the pavilion taking a 20% commission from the final sale price. This celestial star flower was of exceptional quality. If handled by a high-ranking alchemist, it might even yield a premium starshine spirit-calling pill. What is the market price? Lu Xian inquired. Approximately between 1,000 and 1,200. Lin Yulan elaborated. As you know, while the value of the produced elixir is high, the art of alchemy bears significant risks. No alchemist can guarantee a 100% success rate. This price is quite reasonable. Lin Yulan provided a thorough explanation, hoping for a direct purchase to enhance her contributions. Unfortunately, Lu Xian had already inquired before his arrival. The celestial star flower had not graced Qianyuan County for nearly 30 years. Its value is likely to be even higher. The base price is 1,500 spirit stones. If this price is accepted, the transaction will occur on the spot. Otherwise, it will follow the auction process, and Han will collect it later. Lin Yulan felt conflicted. Based on her estimations, the elixir could easily fetch around 2,000 spirit stones, as there were many foundational family's disciples eager to acquire it. However, this would result in a meager profit for the Lin family, merely a few hundred stones, and would only serve to enhance their reputation. Allow me to consult for a moment, Lin Yulan began, but before she could finish her sentence, an elderly woman's voice rang out from outside. No need for that. I shall take it for 1,500 spirit stones. The door swung open. Lu Xian cast a silent glance at Lin Yulan, bemused by the promised safety and lack of disturbance. Lin Yulan's face flushed with embarrassment. Lady Suxin, what brings you here? The old woman, hunched and with a demeanor both humble and inscrutable, was evidently a foundational cultivator. Her gaze towards Lin Yulan radiated warmth. Lu Xian remained composed. He had encountered many foundational cultivators, and unless there was a fundamental conflict, they would not act without cause. Young man, here are your 1,500 spirit stones, Lady Suxin said, tossing a large bag of spirit stones. Lu Xian caught it steadily, confirming its contents with his spiritual sense before placing it into his storage pouch. Yet he did not depart immediately. What? Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to escort you? I dare not. I merely heard that the consignor could view the auction catalog, Lu Xian replied candidly. To him, this item was of greater significance than the act of consigning itself. For such a trivial matter, my dear Lan Lan. Here you go. Lin Yulan, with an apologetic demeanor, handed Lu Xian a beautifully crafted booklet and a token. These tongue. At tomorrow's auction, please present this token at box number 3 of the B section. Should anything catch your eye, feel free to participate in the bidding. Lu Xian nodded, accepting the 2 items, and departed with haste. Grandmother, your sudden intrusion jeopardizes the reputation of our Falling Sunset Hall. Lin Yulan complained within the room. Reputation, you say? Who knows what those old fools above are thinking, wasting time on trivial matters. In my opinion, they should simply raise the market taxes by 50% and purchase rare materials at a 70% discount. It would save time and effort. That won't do. Without a solid foundation, all the talented individuals will flock to the Qianyuan sect, and over time, the gap will only widen. Bah! Lu Xian returned to the inn and opened the auction catalog. The first page boldly proclaimed, Auction Item Number 1, a first-grade Supreme Teleportation Array Diagram. The Bridge of 1,000 Miles. Starting bid, 600 lower-grade Spirit Stones. Accompanying the diagram was a description. This array diagram has an extraordinary origin. It is a simplified reversal of the ancient wondrous array, the Bridge of 1,000 Miles. Its core mystery lies in the character bridge, which can connect two ley lines. By laying down the array base at a confluence of ley lines, one can harness the Earth's immense stabilizing force to construct an invisible spatial bridge. The teleportation range can extend up to 1,000 miles, requiring only 20 lower-grade spirit stones for a single charge, enabling instantaneous travel. It is indeed an exceptional reliance for lower-tier cultivators seeking to escape peril or make long-distance journeys. Its potential far exceeds that of an ordinary first-tier formation. Does it feel like mere marketing rhetoric aimed solely at inflating its value? Xian scrutinized the details thoroughly. The teleportation effect met his expectations. Yet he remained skeptical regarding the claims of it being a reincarnation of an ancient formation. If it were truly the original distant horizon, it would likely be a fourth-tier grand formation. However, what if I were to arrange the teleportation chamber and elevate its level? What might the outcome be? Despite this formation being the first auction item, no one could thwart Xian from acquiring it. Chapter 44, Acquisition. Xian continued to peruse the auction catalog. A dazzling array of elixirs, spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, and formation plates graced the pages. Most items were of upper-tier, first grade. With starting bids set at 300 spirit stones and estimated transaction prices exceeding 800, there were over 50 items in total, evidently intended to attract a large number of Qi refining cultivators. Xian shook his head and turned to the final 3 pages, which featured the highlight items. One was a supreme flying sword crafted from mirage mica, imbued with the ability to diminish its aura and evade spiritual detection, often allowing for unexpected victories in battle. Starting bid, 800 spirit stones. Another was a set of supreme, heavenly gang thunder killing formation plates, touted as the deadliest among first-tier formations. Starting bid, 1,100 spirit stones. 5 mid-tier foundation establishment pills were also up for auction, each starting at 1,200 spirit stones. It seemed this distant horizon formation, despite being a prime, first-tier diagram, was not particularly sought after. Otherwise, the Lin family would not have used it as a mere opening gimmick, with a starting price 200 spirit stones lower than the highlight items. Xian understood. The likelihood of acquiring this formation was already at 98% in his mind. Upon recounting his assets, coupled with the bounty from the celestial stargrass, he found his storage bag contained a staggering total of 823 spirit stones. If he couldn't secure this, then Xian would have to assume the role of a bandit, chuckling to himself. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. No one shall impede his plans. As he flipped back through the auction items, he suddenly spotted a necessary material among the midsection pages, the Yangwood essence. The description indicated that if this item were given to a still-living spiritual plant, there existed a minuscule chance to revive it, allowing it to flourish once more. Starting bid, 300 spirit stones. Fortune smiled upon him. Xian's heart leaped with joy. If he could acquire this, along with 8 pounds of condensed spirit black soil, the spirit field might very well be the first structure to reach level 3. Upon further searching, aside from 2 spiritual plants that piqued his interest, he found nothing else of need. Alas, this was merely a Qi refining session. It was unlikely to feature treasures of higher tiers. The Lin family's purpose in hosting this auction was likely to draw in crowds with those foundation establishment pills. Xian set the catalog down. To obtain one material was already a delightful surprise, especially considering what Du Xiaoping might uncover. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door, as if summoned by his thoughts. Du Qinghong's excited voice rang out. Brother Han, I found it. I found it. Xian waved his hand, opening the door with a thought and allowing him entry. The soul-nourishing jade has been located, with a price of 300 spirit stones. In addition, the Heavenly Array Stone is significantly more affordable than the Rui Pavilion in Qianyuan City, priced at merely 100 spirit stones each. Du Qinghong immediately remarked. Xian nodded, tossing out 600 spirit stones, stating, Well done, I shall procure these 2 items tomorrow. Furthermore, continue the search for the Thundercloud tiger cubs, as well as the whereabouts of the wood essence soil and the condensing spirit black soil. Frequent the stalls of scattered cultivators. The recent influx of people may yield valuable information from those who often traverse the wilderness. They might reveal the locations of interest. The remaining materials should also be prioritized. Understood. Du Qinghong replied, feeling a sense of accomplishment in aiding his elder brother, having completed half of his mission. The rest involves keeping an eye on the other materials. Once Du Qinghong departed, Xian closed his eyes to rest. He anticipated no obstacles at the auction tomorrow. The true test would arise after successfully acquiring the treasures. The following morning, Xian made his way to the falling sunset hall. The area outside was bustling with people, and he flowed with the crowd to enter. At the identity verification point, he presented the token for room number 3, acquired the previous day, and was promptly escorted by a respectful maid to a private box on the 3rd floor. The location was superb, with the box surrounded by openings that allowed for a panoramic view of the happenings below. The 2nd floor hall was already filled to capacity with cultivators, many exuding the powerful aura of perfected Qi refinement. Most scattered cultivators were merely there for the spectacle, although the 5-spirit stone entry fee was not insignificant. It could not deter their yearning for the Foundation establishment pill. Even a distant glimpse would provide them with a purpose to strive for in life. The 4th and 5th floors were designated for Foundation establishment cultivators, irrelevant to Xian. As for the highest 6th and 7th floors, they serve as the meeting grounds for Golden Core true people, where esteemed elders from the Immortal Dynasty or the Qianyuan sect might grace the occasion, lending significant prestige to the Lin family. After a brief moment, a maid entered to inquire if Xian required any service, but he dismissed her with indifference. At that moment, the auction stage below was preparing for the first item. A jade tablet was presented, without any preliminary remarks. The elderly host in golden robes proclaimed, a first-tier premium teleportation formation map, the bridge of closed horizons. He swiftly recounted the description from booklet, concluding with solemnity, this formation is under the oversight of the Immortal Dynasty. The successful bidder must verify their identity as a formation master on the spot and swear an oath to ensure no unauthorized replication or distribution. Violators shall bear the consequences. The starting bid is 600 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. As his words fell, a brief silence enveloped the crowd. The scattered cultivators exchanged glances, aware that formation masters were scarce among them. Moreover, the cost, 20 spirit stones for a single 1,000 miles, was exceedingly steep. Ordinary families would not employ such a formation lightly. 700. A female voice resonated from the 3rd floor box. 750. Another voice from the same level. 850. It would allow my father to establish a teleportation point at the estate, sparing Tang from the hassle of back-and-forth travel. Upon hearing this, the initial bidders fell silent. The scattered cultivators murmured among themselves, recognizing the voice of the 3rd young master of the Tang family. The elderly host in golden robes maintained his composure. Although the bids did not meet expectations, they had already surpassed the cost significantly. This array of items was originally acquired by the Lin family for 100 spirit stones from an unappreciative wandering cultivator, subsequently earning several auction qualifications after being submitted to the 10,000 Laws Division. Regardless, it was a significant profit. Just as he was about to finalize his decision, a bid echoed from room 3, uttering 1,000 spirit stones. Xian channeled his energy, distorting his voice into a sharp feminine pitch. The murmurs in the audience intensified. Who dared to challenge the Tang family? Could it possibly be the esteemed Fong family? In the private box where Tang Jingsheng was seated, he gripped Yao Xianger's wrist tightly, his brows furrowing in concern. The A room was reserved for the Zhongyi sect or notable figures from the county, while room B, the Fong family, had no representatives present. Was it one of the other families? Regardless of who it was, they were all direct descendants. They ought to show me some respect. Otherwise, when I return, my father, the family head, will surely scold me for causing trouble. Outsiders believed he was favored, yet they were oblivious to the stark contrast in status compared to his 2 exceptionally talented brothers. The lesson from the last incident, where he mistakenly killed a direct descendant of the Zhang family, loomed large in his memory, nearly costing him a broken leg. The only individuals he could bully were wandering cultivators. 1,000 spirit stones once, 1,000 spirit stones twice, 1,000 spirit stones thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the young friend for securing the first prize. The elder in golden robes declared, the gavel's sound echoing in finality. Within the box, Xian was momentarily taken aback. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. The Tang family had not increased their bid. In his anticipation, he expected a back-and-forth exchange, ultimately raising his bid to 2,000, with the opponent countering with some harsh words. Although surprised, Xian dismissed the thought, believing Tang Jingsheng to be a good person. Little did he realize that the other party was merely a bully of the weak. showcasing their grandeur against peers of equal status while striking hard against wandering cultivators. The ensuing events were considerably simpler. Xian spent 600 spirit stones to secure the piece of Huiyang wood marrow, followed by an 800 spirit stones bid for a superior spiritual plant known as ghost water bamboo. This journey could be deemed a resounding success. As the event approached its conclusion, the elder in golden robes cleared his throat. Hee, I trust you are all eagerly anticipating the final auction item. I shall be brief. With his gesture, 5 maidens emerged, each carrying a delicate jade platter covered with red silk. Instantly, the atmosphere in the falling sunset hall grew heavy, as scorching gazes fixated on the 5 jade platters. As the red silk was unveiled, 5 fragrant and enticing elixirs were revealed. 5 mid-grade foundation establishment pills, meticulously crafted by our clan's master Lin Tianlu. Those who consume this pill, even without any cultivation technique, can establish a half-step foundation and extend their lifespan by 50 years. Their strength will surge, far surpassing that of qi refinement, rendering them incomparable. Each will be auctioned separately, starting at 1,200 spirit stones. Each person is limited to bidding on only one. Let the auction begin. Chapter 45. The Return Journey, a Gift. It has begun. All cultivators were ablaze with greed. 1,100, 1,110, 1,500. In a matter of moments, the bids shattered the 2,000 spirit stone barrier. In the box on the 3rd floor, only 2 individuals remained composed, steadily raising their bids. These are families of lower rank, with only 1 or 2 alchemists capable of refining foundation establishment pills, albeit with clumsy techniques and a low success rate, often unable to produce even a single pill in a year. The primary issue, of course, lies in the scarcity of spiritual herbs. Xian listened intently, noting that the 2 voices bore a striking resemblance to those he had heard during the recent competition. Below, the scattered cultivators were in a frenzy, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they continued to bid without restraint. Eventually, amidst the clamor, each foundation establishment pill was sold at an exorbitant price of over 4,300 spirit stones, divided among 3 audacious scattered cultivators and 2 individuals from the private booths. The elderly man proclaimed the auction a resounding success. He invited those who had won items to proceed to the back for settlement. The elder in golden robes beamed with joy, his voice resounding. The gathered cultivators left. Their knowledge broadened. Xian pushed open the door to his booth and stepped into the corridor, preparing to head to the backstage on the 1st floor. At that moment, the door of the adjacent booth B2 also swung open. Tang Jingsheng emerged, arm in arm with Yao Xiang'er. Yao Xiang'er appeared pale, her exposed skin marred with dark bruises. Her eyes vacant. Tang Jingsheng noticed that a male cultivator had just exited booth B3, momentarily taken aback. The bidding voice he had just heard was distinctly feminine. He scrutinized Xian's departing figure, a sense of doubt washing over him. Xiang'er, does that person seem familiar to you? Yes, he's a guest in the mid-grade room. Somewhat similar. Yao Xiang'er, weary from the torment of recent days, spoke with a trembling voice, fearing to defy him in the slightest. Her heart was a tumult of regret, wishing only to see the back of the cruel 3rd young master. She was astute enough to recognize that she could not openly propose conditions, but hoped for a modicum of kindness from him. Perhaps an elevation to the position of a manager. So was him. Tang Jingsheng recalled, his heart brimming with indignation at being deceived. The one who had stolen my formation map is merely a rogue cultivator? Yet how could he be in the booth? He must have auctioned something, lacking a powerful background. He dares to mock me repeatedly? He is courting death. A surge of violent intent surged within him. The series of misjudgments led Tang Jingsheng to doubt his own discernment. Kill, kill, kill. He crushed Yao Xiang'er's wrist with a brutal grip. Yao Xiang'er let out a stifled cry of pain. Return and keep a close watch on him. Report to me immediately when he checks out. Yes, 3rd young master. Yao Xiang'er responded, though a flicker of hatred glinted in her eyes. Meanwhile, Xian, using the celestial jade token on the 1st floor, received the imprint of information from the bridge of far and near. He settled the transaction for the returned sun wood essence and the ghost water bamboo, paying 2,400 spirit stones, and intended to leave. Devi's tongue. Should there be any rare items next time, even outside of auction periods, you are always welcome to come. Lin Yuan beamed, considering Xian, who had successfully acquired 3 items, a valued customer. Oh, is a demand for various spiritual materials in the market so great? Xian inquired casually. Indeed, this place serves as the first stop into the wilderness, with a continuous flow of cultivators coming and going. The demand for consumables, such as pills and talismans, is immense, with certain categories even exceeding those in Qianyuan City. If you're interested, you may join my Lin family's exclusive treasure-seeking team. Those who contribute significantly will be handsomely rewarded. There's even a chance to marry into a collateral branch and receive part of the family heritage, Lin Yuan explained, extending an olive branch at an opportune moment. Next time, for sure, Lu Xian replied dismissively, cupping his hands in farewell. Next time? Perhaps there will not be one. These families place great importance on bloodline heritage, and he does not wish to be bound by it. In comparison, while Qianyuan sect also values the bond between master and disciple, the constraints are far less. Marriage and offspring are not what he seeks. As one who pursues the Tao, he is even less inclined to bear a vulnerability prematurely. Once he achieves immortality and becomes an ancestor, he shall roam freely, indulging in whatever he desires. Upon returning to the inn, Du Qinghong had completed the task. The soul-nourishing jade and the heavenly formation stone had been successfully acquired. More delightfully, the location of the Thundercloud Tiger's territory had also been uncovered. And even news regarding the condensing spirit black soil had been secured. Are you saying that the condensing spirit black soil is located in a place called Mirror Lake Valley, where there is also a blackbone tree, and that the Thundercloud Tiger guards the tree, waiting for the fruit to ripen to devour it and enhance its demonic power? Lu Xian expressed mild astonishment. Such coincidences seemed rather excessive. Yes, it is said that the tiger demon has reached the peak of its first stage, merely waiting for the fruit to break through its bottleneck. However, the fruiting cycle of the blackbone tree is quite lengthy, so it may take some time. The informing cultivator did not observe whether there were any cubs, Du Qinghong added thoughtfully. But typically, before a demon beast ascends, it leaves offspring to preserve its bloodline. So it may be soon. An evolved demon beast, Lu Xian decided promptly. Let's issue a bounty, starting at 500 spirit stones. The requirements are to capture the Thundercloud Tiger's cub and collect at least 8 pounds of condensing spirit black soil. Mirror Lake Valley is still 2,000 miles away, and the risks are considerable. Better to pave the way with spirit stones. After all, we are not sending anyone to confront a powerful demon or fell a tree, but merely to steal a cub and gather some soil. Brave souls are sure to emerge under great reward. With 1,800 spirit stones remaining from this venture, there are still sufficient funds. Very well, I shall proceed to post the task on the bounty board, and we can discuss the specifics upon their arrival at Qianyuan City. In less than half an hour, Du Qinghong had completed the arrangements. With the return journey in sight, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He could finally set up the teleportation array and establish the teleportation room. The long-stalled bedroom and formation room could finally be upgraded together. Moreover, he had already secured one of the materials required for the third-level spirit field, and the information regarding the other had also been clarified. This trip could be deemed a resounding success. As he descended the stairs, Xianxia, applying ointment, brightened upon seeing him. "Guest, are you checking out?" Her right arm hung weakly, and her breath was faint, though the remaining bruises had significantly faded. Indeed, Lu Xian tossed her the room key and turned to leave. Yet, he heard Xianxia call out, "Friend, please wait. I have news. Tang Jingxing is waiting for you at the entrance of the market, plotting an ambush. If you wish to return to Qianyuan City, it will be wise to hire a Lin family guard for protection." At these words, Lu Xian paused in his steps. "Speak." The hatred in Xianxia's eyes intensified. After the auction concluded, Tang Jingxing showed no intention of fulfilling her expectations regarding the position of steward. All these days had been in vain. She sought revenge, determined to thwart the third young master's ambitions. Only through this could she alleviate the resentment that weighed upon her heart. Xianxia spoke with rapid fervor. Since the day Tang Jingxing encountered her companion, he had been probing for information. She laid bare Tang Jingxing's suspicions, fury, murderous intent, and current scheming, alongside her motives for informing, without reservation. Instinctively, she sensed that the masked cultivator before her possessed a demeanor far superior to that of Tang Jingxing, exuding grace in every gesture. Lu Xian listened attentively, understanding the gravity of the situation. This was an attempt to sabotage Tang's plans as an act of retribution. Yet, how unfortunate that her ambitions were still too modest. She did not dare to envision a bolder form of revenge. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, how could a rogue contend with the direct lineage of a powerful family? "Thank you for your warning, Miss Xianxia, but I fear this matter may not unfold as you wish," Lu Xian replied with a faint smile. "What? Are you seeking death?" Yao Xian'er exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as she covered her lips in disbelief. Please don't. That Tang. She had witnessed too many cowards, including herself. However, those who willingly sought death were exceedingly rare. Not all, Miss Xian'er. Perhaps you should seek your own path. I'm cautious of the aftermath of this affair. You may proceed with the original plan and inform as intended, Lu Xian stated calmly, flicking out a small pouch of spirit stones, approximately 10 in number. While they were of little significant aid, he expressed his gratitude for the information. With that, he departed without further delay, accompanied by Du Qinghong. The previous telepathic communication had transpired in an instant, leaving Du Qinghong perplexed. Brother Han, why give her spirit stones? Nothing of consequence, just an unexpected revelation. Someone has bestowed upon me a valuable gift, likely worth nearly 10,000 spirit stones, Lu Xian replied, his steps steady. 10,000? Du Qinghong gasped in astonishment. Who is so extravagant? Lu Xian did not elaborate further, but cautioned him to remain true to his role and avoid revealing any inconsistencies to prevent alarming this generous benefactor. Within the inn, Yao Xian'er clutched the transmission talisman, her fingertips turning pale as she wrestled with conflicting emotions. Why was this person so intent on courting death? Biting her lip, she found herself reluctantly embracing the role of the Good Samaritan. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her mind. That person advised me to seek another path. Fearing the consequences would implicate me? In a struggle between two tigers, only one would emerge alive. Would Tang Jingsheng perish? As this thought struck her, Yao Xian'er trembled uncontrollably, unable to discern whether it was fear or exhilaration. No, I cannot inform them. If I do, it will be my demise. The arrogant Tang would never believe me. He would simply crush me in a fit of rage. Afterward, the Tang family would unleash their wrath in pursuit of me. And no matter the clues I provided, I would ultimately meet a tragic end. I must flee. If the Tang perishes, it would be a great relief to all. It must be said that years of hardship had allowed Yao Xian'er to swiftly grasp the crucial understanding of life and death. She sent a message through the sound transmission talisman. The target is checked out. Immediately, she hastily gathered her belongings. Over the years, Yao Xian'er had accumulated several hundred spirit stones through her charms. After a quick tidy-up, she concocted an excuse to have her sisters take turns, then vanished like a wraith into the swirling snowstorm. Not even her closest companions were alerted, for she understood that the lowly individuals in this were doomed, and there was no saving even a fragment. To utter another word would be to invite calamity upon herself. Lu Xian deliberately refrained from flying with his sword, distancing himself from the market by over 20 miles. He sensed, faintly, that someone was trailing him from an extreme distance, yet it lay beyond the reach of his perception, rendering it vague and indistinct. Approaching the grove where he had previously landed, a figure rushed toward him at high speed. Do you remember the contingency plan? How would you respond if combat ensued? Lu Xian asked abruptly. Du Qinghong jolted, of course. A flurry of wind talismans, lightness talismans, and invisibility talismans. I'll take flight. Excellent. Just as his words fell, the figure had already closed in within 10 zhong. It was none other than Tang Jingsheng. Gentlemen, why the haste in your departure? Why not? Tang Jingsheng wore a cruel smile, yet his opening line was cut short. The seemingly inconspicuous chubby figure beside him suddenly shimmered with brilliance, vanishing without a trace. Tang Jingsheng paused briefly, then scoffed dismissively, his gaze locking onto Lu Xian like a venomous serpent. Tang, San Shao, it appears we harbor no deep-seated enmity? Lu Xian intended to play along, biding his time for the slightest opportunity. He sought to minimize the expenditure of the opponent's spiritual artifacts, for they would soon become his own fortune. No enmity? You first masqueraded as a disciple of the Han family to toy with me. Then at the auction, you brazenly seized my formation diagram. A mere loose cultivator, akin to an insect, dares to provoke my ire repeatedly. Today, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces to quell my wrath and reclaim the price of the diagram. Tang Jingsheng's refined facade shattered, revealing a surging intent to kill. Prepare yourself. Without further ado, he summoned a top-grade 1,000-blade sword talisman. Countless thin, chilling sword energies coalesced into a deadly rain, instantly enveloping Lu Xian. Success! Lu Xian's heart leaped with joy. His plan was nearly complete. He deliberately suppressed the overwhelming vitality within him, significantly lowering his physical defenses, fearing that if his defenses were too robust, the ruse would collapse. As the sword energy pierced his body, he felt a tingling sensation, followed by the emergence of wounds. Hastily, He urged forth a trace of vitality, allowing crimson blood to saturate his garments. Slower, though while indeed a solitary cultivator remains just that, a solitary cultivator. What significance does the seventh layer of Qi refinement hold in the presence of a precious high-grade talisman? Even the chance to struggle is utterly non-existent. It is futile for me to have prepared a defense. Tang Jingsheng casually withdrew the poised supreme Golden Gang talisman, approaching the fallen body with a cat-and-mouse arrogance. Step by step, true to his word, he intended to tear this insignificant being to shreds, to feed it to the wolf demon. Perhaps the act of slaughtering solitary cultivators had become second nature to him, for at this moment, Tang Jingsheng was completely at ease, utterly unguarded. However, as he drew within 10 paces, the consequences of his negligence became apparent. The outcome was predetermined, and life and death were already decided. Lu Xian's consciousness remained firmly locked onto his opponent, and sensing the opportune moment, he decisively unleashed the full power of his physical form. With a resounding boom, he leaped into the air, his fist cutting through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Tang Jingsheng's heart. Yet, something fell amiss. It was rather resistant, an amulet of protection. Realizing he could not afford to grant his opponent any opportunity to react, Lu Xian's fist shifted like lightning toward the defenseless head. Dozens of fierce punches rained down. Simultaneously, he released his flying sword, transforming it into a lethal ray of cold light, aimed straight for the neck. This time, it was Tang Jingsheng who let out a horrified scream. The force behind it could not endure for long. He fumbled in a panic to retrieve talismans and formation plates from his storage ring. Alas, it was too late. A crack resounded as the protective amulet's radiant light erupted. Tang Jingsheng could barely utter a second word before the muffled sound of his skull shattering followed. "You wretched fiend! Halt!" A powerful and furious specter projected from the shattered center of Tang Jingsheng's brow. It was the imprint of his father's divine consciousness. Lu Xian paid it no heed. It was merely a phantom. Swiftly, he snatched the storage ring from Tang Jingsheng's finger, his consciousness forcefully probing within. Goodness, so many items. How much wealth had that wretched family plundered? Even with his preparations, Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback by the riches contained therein. He quickly discerned the items bearing tracking imprints and unhesitatingly discarded them along with the storage ring itself. Subsequently, he transferred the unremarkable spirit stones, talismans, elixirs, magical artifacts, and jade slips into his own storage bag. One bag was insufficient. Fortunately, he had prepared several extras. With no time to examine them closely, Lu Xian waved his hands in rapid succession. Bone-burning talisman, blazing sun talisman, soul-burning talisman. The corpse and items were purified, ensuring not a trace of the opponent's soul remained. Having completed this, his spiritual sense alerted him. A formidable aura was approaching at a terrifying speed. The wind and snow were too fierce to see clearly, and the distance was less than 10 miles. It was time to flee. Heavenly Crane Emperor, emerge. Return to Qianyuan City. Lu Xian summoned the Azure Crane and stepped onto its back. In flight, Lu Xian turned his awareness inward, and indeed, he discovered an exceedingly faint, nearly undetectable tracking mark hidden within a secret corner of his body, had it not been for the formidable strength of his consciousness. Akin to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, he would have never perceived it. It appears that those who have slain the direct descendants of certain families are marked by a mysterious technique. However, today, they have encountered me. Lu Xian's consciousness, sharp as a needle, focused on the mark, grinding it away with sheer determination. Continuing on the journey, he unexpectedly encountered the still trembling Du Qinghong. The Crane Emperor soared higher than most Foundation establishment practitioners, amidst the vast, swirling snow, leaving no trace of their passage. A figure clad in gray robes appeared at the scene of the battle. He was a counterfeit Foundation establishment cultivator nurtured by the Tang family. The so-called counterfeit Foundation establishment, also known as a half-step Foundation, refers to those who, lacking proper techniques, consume Foundation establishment pills to forcibly break through realms fortunate enough to survive. Yet their foundation remains incomplete. They sever their roots, extending their lifespan by a mere 50 years, with no further prospects for advancement. Despite this, the potency of their internal energy far surpasses that of a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner, their every gesture subtly exuding the pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator. The third young master is dead. Tang Shiqi's complexion turned as pale as paper, trembling as he retrieved a soul-nurturing jade, attempting to collect the remnants of the soul. Yet, the jade remained lifeless, yielding no response. Was it a soul-burning talisman? Upon inspection, Tang Shichi discovered not a single trace left behind. The perpetrator's meticulousness, ruthlessness, and decisive nature exceeded all expectations. Even some highly valuable spiritual items were discarded without a trace, leaving no possibility of pursuit. If they cannot catch me, they must perish. Tang Shichi cast a glance towards Qianyuan City, but then turned back towards the Lin family marketplace. It was his oversight. Had it not been for the third young master's disdain for him, forcibly ordering him to remain in the marketplace, he could have followed. Tang Shichi believed he must investigate, capture the murderer, and repay his family's debts with his own life, hoping for a sliver of hope for their survival. However, after 3 days of searching and torturing all the inn servants, he uncovered not a single clue. No appearance, no true name, no clear trajectory. Even the gender was merely suspected to be male. As a main family sent people, that very night, Tang Shichi was found dead in his room. Tang Shichi 8, bearing the character Han, emotionlessly took over his tasks. Chapter 47, A Great Harvest, Bedroom, Level 2. The Crane Emperor carried the two, swiftly flying to the outskirts of Qianyuan City. It was over few. Du Qinghong landed steadily, releasing a sigh of relief. This journey was far more comfortable than being dragged along on a flying sword. Brother Han, will you still need my assistance in selling spiritual birds? He cautiously inquired, fearful of losing this lucrative avenue. Now, he had a resounding reputation in the city due to his years of selling spiritual birds, and acquaintances greeted him with the moniker Chicken Brother. His glory was boundless. Continue. Maintain it for 2 months. After 2 months, I may increase the supply. So prepare well and gather information on the spiritual bird market in the city. Continue to keep an eye out for the necessary materials, even if just for news. Also, remember to handle the mask upon returning. Xian planned to comprehend a formation diagram for a period. If successful in its arrangement, everything would fall into place. At that time, acquiring the mid-grade spirit stones needed for building upgrades would be far from difficult. Understood, Brother Han. Du Qinghong's face was alight with excitement, feeling that embracing this opportunity was undoubtedly the wisest decision of his life. After parting ways, Xian returned directly to his familiar courtyard. Stepping into the realm enveloped by the formation, he finally felt a sense of peace. The Tang family should not be able to locate me. This journey had no oversights. Carefully reviewing all the details from the past few days, Xian took out the special mask, exerted force with his fingertips, and reduced it to powder. This mid-grade magical artifact, capable of shielding against spiritual probing, was quite valuable, yet could not be used again in the future. Xian felt no remorse, for this journey had yielded bountiful rewards, far beyond expectations. He retrieved 2 storage bags brimming with treasures. One could not deny that the family lineage was indeed affluent, particularly that of a prominent family like the Tang clan. The wealth amassed was astonishing. As he emptied the contents, they formed a shimmering mound before him. Xian began to sift through, beginning with the gleaming low-grade spirit stones. 175 in total. Just this alone made the risks worthwhile. It would have taken him at least half a year to accumulate such a sum. Next were the jade vials, 35 in total, of various sizes. These contained pills for healing, replenishing energy, enhancing vitality, invigorating the spirit, assisting in cultivation, and even antidotes, most of which were of superior quality. Following these were thick stacks of talismans: Sword Chi Talisman, Thousand Blades Talisman, Thunder Summoning Talisman, Golden Light Talisman, Escape Talisman, Sound Transmission Talisman, Water Avoidance Talisman, and the 4-symbol Celestial Lock Talisman. Xian recognized most of their names, though he had not tested their specific powers. Among them, he discovered a mid-grade second-tier talisman, the Yimu Qinglei Talisman. Fortunately, he had not given Tang Jingsheng the opportunity. Had he waited just a moment longer, the outcome would have been vastly different. Utilizing a strategy of feigning weakness had indeed proven correct. He continued to search. Several pounds of premium spirit tea, jars of aged spirit wine, and an array of pre-prepared spiritual delicacies, all exquisite in flavor and aroma, though these were not the main focus. He acquired 2 finely crafted high-grade robes, which felt resilient to the touch. They were identical to those worn by Tang Jingsheng. Their defensive capabilities were extraordinary, withstanding dozens of blows before shattering. Next came the formation discs. There were also 2 of the Water Wave and Flowing Clouds formation and the Earth Fire Explosive Flames formation, a large-scale destructive formation, top-tier discs. In addition, there were several auxiliary formations such as the Qi Gathering and Yuan Returning Formation, the Misty Confusion Formation, and the Flora Rejuvenation Formation. Lu Xian witnessed the depth of the family's heritage. Lastly, 3 magical artifacts. 1 high-grade defensive turtle shell, 1 high-grade whip, covered in barbs that could strip the skin upon contact, and the exquisite flying sword crafted from Mirage Muscovite, which had been purchased by Tang Jingsheng, but ultimately fell into Lu Xian's hands. He roughly estimated the combined value of the pills, talismans, formation discs, and magical artifacts to be around 500 spirit stones. Although some items were not suitable for public sale, keeping them for personal use was an excellent foundation. 10,000. Oh, 10,000. Despite Lu Xian's calm demeanor, he could not help but be taken aback. The totality of his cultivation thus far paled in comparison to this. However, the astonishment was fleeting, and he felt little envy. In terms of true value, any structure within his modest courtyard could be deemed a priceless treasure. Regaining his composure, he picked up the last 3 jade slips. The moment he had eagerly awaited had arrived. Half an hour later, a smile illuminated Lu Xian's face as he set down the jade slips. He had struck gold. If the previous spiritual items had merely sparked a mild excitement, these 3 jade slips filled his heart with exuberance. The first slip contained a record of a high-grade mysterious sword technique, Qianyuan Immortal. This sword technique, uniting the 5 elements into one, was most suitable for those who cultivate all 5 spirits. It was unclear why Tang Jingsheng possessed such a core inheritance, but at this moment it belonged entirely to Lu Xian. The second slip detailed the distribution of the Tang family's assets in Qianyuan City and the Wilds Market, along with contacts for intelligence. Though its value was not as great as the first, it would allow Lu Xian to skillfully navigate away from the Tang family's sphere of influence in the future. The matter of killing the 3rd young master would likely sink into oblivion. The third slip contained his earlier contemplation about finding an assistant to manage his enterprises. However, the content made him raise an eyebrow. It detailed a widely prohibited demonic inheritance, feeding the soul of 10,000 Evil's banner, which could be used during the Qi refining stage to create a banner that could imprison souls of mortals, low-level cultivators, and ferocious beasts. By feeding it with essence blood and malevolent energy, one could cultivate an eternally loyal evil soul to command. Wasn't this the infamous Human Emperor banner? Lu Xian recognized at a glance. The side effects were considerable. One would need to continuously hunt souls to nourish the demonic banner. Otherwise, the evil soul would retaliate against its master. The resentment within the banner could erode one's mind day and night, easily leading one into madness. Yet, none of this posed a problem. With the soul stabilizing tea in hand, what retaliation or madness could possibly affect him? A cup daily would dispel all troubles. The Human Emperor banner, I Lu, shall master it. Lu Xian beamed widely, dismissing any concerns about the nature of the magic. Anything that could alleviate his daily burdens was a valuable inheritance. After a thorough exploration, his gains far exceeded expectations. He felt immense satisfaction, especially with the Qianyuan Immortal and feeding the soul of 10,000 Evil's banner. In Lu Xian's eyes, these 2 inheritances outweighed the total value of all other spiritual items combined. However, there was a more pressing matter at hand. Entering his bedroom, Lu Xian took out 200 low-grade spiritual stones and 1 soul-nourishing jade. Time to upgrade. Although the effects were not immediately perceptible in his dreams, the panel refresh confirmed the completion of the upgrade. Bedroom, Level 2, Level 3 effects, Sleep Mode, Automatic Cultivation, 60 sitting meditation speed, with other effects inherited. Spirit residing. Within the foundation establishment stage, a portion of one's soul origin can be separated and stored within the bedroom. Upon physical death, consciousness will automatically return, especially effective when combined with heavenly materials or secret techniques for body reconstruction. Upgrade requirements. Medium-grade spirit stones, X3. Spiritual awareness range of 2 Li. Dream-inducing flowers, X3. Soul-locking essence pills, X1. Lu Xian's eyes flickered with astonishment, feeling an emotional turbulence today that surpassed the totality of the past 18 years. Was this not akin to a checkpoint? Bedroom against the heavens. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the secret techniques to divide the essence of his soul and the means to reshape his corporeal form. Not to mention that the upgrade requirements were far from easily attainable. The materials required for the 3rd level structure began to align with the foundation establishment stage, many of them being of the second tier. This provided Xian with a long-term direction. His prior plans remained unaffected. He would proceed methodically. With 3 pieces of celestial array stones in hand, he ascended to the formation room loft. After the upgrade, he needed to devote himself fully to comprehending the bridge of near and distant realms array diagram. The teleportation room project must not falter. Chapter 48, Formation Room, Level 2. Teleportation Room. 200 low-grade spirit stones and 3 celestial array stones vanished. Formation Room, Level 2. Level 3 effects. First tier array comprehension 50. Second tier array comprehension 30. Array pattern engraving success rate 50. Mirror flower water moon. This illusion array automatically advances to the second tier, unbreakable by foundation establishment cultivators. Upgrade requirements. Medium grade spirit stones X2. Beginner second tier array master. All attributes increased by 10, and the requirements were among the simplest of the structures. With my talent, becoming a second tier array master should pose no challenge. Xian scrutinized the panel, deep in thought. The level 2 formation room provided a bonus of 40 to first tier array comprehension. He immediately sat cross-legged, producing the quasi-immortal jade tablet. His consciousness delved within, and in an instant, an incredibly complex array diagram unfolded in his mind, every detail vividly clear. The bridge of near and distant realms was intricately structured, divided into 3 layers, each containing nearly 100 nodes. Its complexity far surpassed that of introductory arrays like the soundproof array, even touching the threshold of second-tier arrays. Particularly, the array patterns involving the connection of earth veins and spatial mysteries were not recorded in initial understanding of array path. Xian could only combine the remaining parts of the array diagram with his own experience, pondering back and forth. This immersion led time to flow unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period, Xian remained as still as a statue, his brow furrowed, deaf to the disturbances of the outside world, only occasionally savoring a sip of soul-calming tea. His dealings with Du Qinghong regarding profits had long been cast aside. Even his daily tasks were completely forgotten. Truly, he was oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, wholly focused on deciphering the near and distant array. That night, ha ha ha, I have attained enlightenment. I have become a Taoist. Xian suddenly opened his eyes, his face alight with a joyful sense of liberation. After much contemplation, he finally reaped the rewards. With no mentor to guide him, relying solely on his determination to tackle the array diagram, he had derived countless iterations in his mind, finally comprehending all the profound array patterns. Each node of the bridge of near and distant realms was intricately interlinked, allowing no room for error. Otherwise, during teleportation, one could be violently ejected from space, their corporeal form torn asunder. Should one become lost in the void, even the mightiest of divine beings would find it challenging to salvage the situation. Prior to formally establishing the formation, it is imperative to conduct a thorough survey of the earth veins, making meticulous adjustments to the formation diagram based on their flow and intensity. Another month is required to create the formation flags and stones. Xian suppressed the excitement within his heart and sent a message to Du Qinghong. Han Feiyu, Brother Du, please procure a piece of Tianjin stone, along with some purple gold and silkworm fabric. There is no need to purchase cold iron just yet. Merely inquire about its availability. We shall exchange spirit stones in 2 days. At that moment, Du Qinghong had already sold out last month as goods, but after multiple visits to the agreed meeting place, he found no sign of his elder brother. Fearing an unfortunate incident, he was consumed with anxiety. Upon receiving the message, he promptly replied, "Understood. Brother Han, are you all right?" Xian provided a brief explanation before saying no more. He rose and descended to the second basement level of the pavilion. This was the lowest point and closest to the earth veins. The surroundings were as dark as ink, but to a cultivator, it made little difference. Xian's consciousness delicately probed every inch of soil, sensing the strength and direction of the earth veins power below. After a considerable time, he confirmed the optimal location for the core formation, and swiftly expanded the complete nodes within his mind. 2 days later, Xian arrived at the agreed location outside the city and exchanged signals. Have there been any abnormalities in the city recently? He inquired routinely. Du Qinghong hesitated for a moment before replying. Nothing significant. It's just that the Tang family has been acting like rabid dogs, causing chaos throughout the city. They forcefully order masked cultivators to remove their masks for inspection, seemingly searching for someone. He had an inkling of the reason, but wisely refrained from articulating it. Regarding the matter of Tang Jingsheng, Du Qinghong had already resolved to feign ignorance. I don't recall seeing anyone like that. After all, he knew nothing. Lu Xian cast a casual glance at him, satisfied, and remarked, very well. I, Han, conduct my affairs with integrity and never enter the city wearing a mask. How goes the inquiry into the materials for the formation? All is well. The materials you require are not particularly rare and are dispersed across 3 shops. I estimate the complete set will cost around 1,200 spirit stones. Good. The two then proceeded into Qianyuan City. Without wasting additional time, Lu Xian acquired all the necessary raw materials, spending 2,400 spirit stones to directly purchase 2 complete sets. Should the first attempt fail, he would have a backup to avoid another trip. It must be said, the raw materials for the Bridge of Distance were indeed exorbitant, which explained the lack of enthusiasm at the auction. To ensure strength, the cost of the teleportation formation far exceeded that of other formations of the same tier. Once established, each activation would incur another expense of spirit stones. Even family cultivators would think twice before using it unless in urgent need. In the small courtyard, Lu Xian entered the formation chamber, retrieved the materials, and focused his mind on inscribing the formation flags and stones. With his innate talent and a 40 success rate for engraving formation patterns, the entire process flowed seamlessly. Only minor losses were incurred, and a complete set of formation foundations was declared finished. Half a month later, in the depths of the second level, Lu Xian's consciousness once again spread forth. Following the predetermined positions of the nodes, his wrist danced deftly as the formation flags and stones were precisely embedded into their designated places. Before long, a complete bridge of distance and proximity materialized before him. As 20 low-grade spirit stones were embedded, the nodes upon the ground instantly illuminated, intertwining spiritual light, forming a network. A tremendous force of the earth's veins was summoned forth, surging and converging mightily. This, indeed, was a genuine formation. Lu Xian marveled internally, realizing that harnessing the might of mountains and rivers surpassed the trivialities of calming and soundproofing formations. However, he refrained from fully activating this formation, for he lacked a corresponding teleportation array. To recklessly initiate, it would only result in random teleportation, though the range was merely 1,000 miles. Lu Xian was not keen on finding himself in the bedroom of the county magistrate, only to be struck down in an instant. A thought flickered through his mind. The system prompt arrived as expected. Would you like to designate the teleportation chamber? Yes. In the next moment, the panel updated. Teleportation chamber, level 0. Level 1 effect. Consumes 2 low-grade spirit stones for every 100 miles, increasing the teleportation range to 3,000 miles. Stability. Each teleportation will inevitably succeed, with spatial fluctuations significantly suppressed, ensuring extreme stability. Upgrade conditions. 50 low-grade spirit stones, 5 stability formation flags, 3,000 miles. Lu Xian's heart trembled with excitement. The effects aligned closely with his expectations, significantly enhancing the teleportation distance. The characteristic of stability dispelled the last remnants of doubt in his mind. The upgrade conditions were straightforward. Stability formation flags were commonly used in defensive formations, and he had long since prepared for this. Upgrade. In an instant, the nodes on the ground glimmered anew, becoming increasingly intricate and profound. Lu Xian could distinctly sense the Earth's vein power intensifying, with some emanating a vast and solid aura, evidently intended to stabilize the space. New information materialized. Teleportation chamber, level 1. Level 2 effect. Consumes 1 low-grade spirit stone for every 100 miles, increasing the teleportation range to 6,000 miles. Any combination. When possessing multiple teleportation chambers, one is no longer limited to fixed pairings. One may freely choose to teleport to any chamber within range. Upgrade conditions. 500 low-grade spirit stones, 3 pounds of void stones. Insanity. Lu Xian inhaled sharply, his heart racing. Chapter 49. The Inheritance of the Demon Path, the Han Family. Gazing at the feature of any combination, Lu Xian envisioned an infinite expanse of possibilities for the future. Such miraculous effects at level 2 far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had anticipated that such capabilities would only emerge at level 3. The ability to traverse freely between any 2 locations would save immeasurable costs and time. It was worth noting that even advanced formations of the 3rd and 4th tiers could not achieve this. Their positions were fixed from the moment of construction, corresponding to one another. Any subsequent construction of new teleportation arrays would necessitate careful distancing to avoid the collision of spatial laws, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. This shall be the cornerstone of the future, the very genesis of all plans. Lucien's heart surged with excitement. One can envision countless bridges, spanning distances as if they were mere steps apart. Ultimately, achieving the true essence of the farthest place feels like a neighbor. The void stone serves as the primary material for crafting storage bags. While not particularly rare, the price for £3 is likely to be substantial. Calming his emotions, Lucien resolved to venture out personally. With significant matters settled, it was time for him to investigate other affairs. After assessing his wealth, he found nearly 2,000 light spirit stones remaining, which would suffice. The objective of his journey was simple, with ample time at his disposal. Lucien leisurely strolled through the streets, and as he passed the area where scattered cultivators set up stalls, he discreetly released his spiritual awareness, preparing to capture snippets of recent news. Have you heard? The ancient ruins in the northwest have collapsed. Those who entered met a certain death. Indeed, I've heard through the grapevine that even the foundational families lost considerable personnel. The Tang family has been conducting frenzied investigations. Is it because of this incident? No, that seems to be a separate matter. It is due to their third young master being slain and his possessions stolen. The family head, Tang Xiaochuan, was enraged and ordered the capture of the murderer, which has now implicated us. I heard the assailant's name only contains the character Han. Indeed, there are countless individuals with the surname Han, even among the foundational practitioners. How could they solely focus on us, scattered cultivators? The discussions gravitated towards two significant events. Lucien felt a stir within. Following the selfie sale event, he had immersed himself in the study of formations, neglecting the worldly turmoil. It had been over 2 months since the end of last year, and the continued fervor surrounding these events spoke volumes of their impact. He promptly dedicated a fragment of his mind to peruse the discussions within the Nine Heavens Forum. The demonic path has deceived me. Wei Song. The underground ruins were merely a trap set by demonic cultivators. After selecting their successor, that ancient demon triggered the cave's mechanisms, intending to bury everyone alive. Fortunately, I was near the exit, otherwise I would have met my end there. Li, what transpired afterward? Did anyone survive? Wei Song. A few foundational elders managed to unearth a handful of fellow cultivators during the days when the toxic miasma had not fully returned. Alas, Lucien quickly skimmed through the information, gaining clarity. Among 12 families, 36 elite late-stage Qi practitioners entered, yet only a mere handful emerged alive, resulting in devastating losses. The scattered cultivators fared even worse, with over 100 entering, none of whom returned to share their tales. It was indeed fortuitous that he had not ventured there. Did this imply that old Zhao perished within? It remains a mystery to whom the so-called demonic inheritance ultimately fell. Life and death are unpredictable. Lucien had long accepted this reality. However, the memory of the map Jade slip gifted by Zhao Shoren during their farewell lingered in his mind, still quietly resting within his storage bag. In due time, he would erect a ceremonial tomb for old Zhao and take the opportunity to discover what relics he had left behind. Lucien turned and stepped into the underground black market of the Infinite Square. Everything remained unchanged. Vendors called out, and cultivators traversed the bustling space. His gaze swept across the street corner, and he paused for a moment. To his surprise, there were indeed members of the Tang family present. 2 cultivators clad in Tang family attire stood at the stone staircase, wielding magical artifacts, systematically inspecting passers-by. Halt! Present your identity and state your name. A disciple of the Tang family, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, had the audacity to sternly command a rogue cultivator at the 8th level. Yet, the rogue dared not resist in the slightest. He promptly bowed and said, "I am surnamed Wu, not Han." He willingly produced his Jade token for inspection before being allowed to pass. Generally speaking, while the Jade token is not bound to a real name, it is exceedingly rare for cultivators to register under an alias. The Tang family's scrutiny could theoretically yield some clues. However, Lucien remained undaunted. He conducted himself with propriety and righteousness, requiring only a slight stratagem. He concealed his aura and strode forward calmly. Halt! Present your identity. One individual, brandishing a weapon, blocked his path. Lucien let out a light laugh, his face displaying unabashed arrogance. despite revealing only the cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. His tone bore no hint of deference towards the Tang family. Do you truly believe that Qianyuan City is your backyard? Do you dare obstruct my path? You are a member of the Han family? The man scrutinized Lu Xian, noting his composed demeanor and unwavering confidence, which did not suggest any pretense. After all, no short-sighted rogue at the 4th level of Qi refinement would dare impersonate a scion of a foundational family. Little did they know, Lu Xian had long understood the essence of self-identity while traversing the world, a skill he had perfected during his time as a mortal. The flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. Another Tang family cultivator immediately donned a smile, lowering his voice. Brother Han, do not make it difficult for me. I am merely following orders. They were of lowly status within their clan, assigned to this arduous task. Your Tang family has stirred the reputation of my Han family quite significantly these past 2 months. Have you found the culprit? If not, would you like my Han family to lend a hand? Lu Xian retorted directly, offering no semblance of courtesy. You, the Tang family cultivator, incensed, shouted, Brother Han. Just take a glance, go through the motions, and make it convenient. Remember, this shall not happen again. Lu Xian produced his jade token, deliberately covering the character for flying with his thumb. So, it is Brother Han you. I have long admired your esteemed name. The Tang family cultivator merely glanced at it. Although he had never heard that name before, pleasantries were still in order. With so many family members, only those who were either top-tier prodigies or had made a name for themselves in the last competition, like Zhang Lingyun of the Zhang family, were genuinely renowned. The Tang family was actually uncertain about whom they were supposed to be investigating. Only knowing the target was a suspicious practitioner of the Han surname. Yet, the Hanyu before them was certainly not the culprit. How could a guilty party be so brazen? With the blame deftly shifted onto the Han family. Lu Xian paid them no further heed and strode into the black market street. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit, to procure void stones. His gaze swept across the stalls on either side, swiftly honing in on 3 points of sale. Regrettably, the inventory was rather limited. After some negotiation, Lu Xian successfully acquired 3 pieces of empty nether stones of varying sizes, totaling 2.5 pounds, at the expense of 500 spirit stones. This amounted to a staggering 200 spirit stones per pound. How exasperatingly expensive! Despite Lu Xian's substantial wealth, he felt a pang of regret. Having spent thousands of spirit stones like water on purchasing array materials and upgrade costs, he was left with merely a few hundred, needing to reserve 500 for further upgrades. Without further delay, Lu Xian departed from the black market. Brother Hanyu, take care. I truly apologize for the inconvenience. The Tang family scrutinizing cultivators called from behind. Without glancing back, Lu Xian maintained his haughty demeanor. He estimated that the Tang family, in their considerable efforts, could sustain this for at most 2 more months. For the sake of a deceased son, their entanglement had already reached its limit after half a year. The official Celestial Dynasty now turned a blind eye, presumably due to the Tang family's proper arrangements, yet it could not offer unlimited leniency. Upon reaching the surface, Lu Xian headed straight for the Rui Pavilion, spending another 200 spirit stones to procure the remaining half-pound of empty nether stones. Subsequently, he hurried back to his small courtyard. Inside the teleportation room, the conditions were met. Without hesitation, Lu Xian initiated the upgrade. Chapter 50. The Cunning Rabbit has 3 burrows. The second cave dwelling. Teleportation room. Level 2. Level 3 effect. Teleportation range increased to 10,000 li. Upgrade requirements. Medium-grade spirit stones. 3. Body foundation establishment. 10,000 li. But why the requirement for body foundation establishment? Lu Xian pondered for a moment. Perhaps long-distance teleportation demanded a higher physical strength? While it could ensure a 100 success rate, whether what arrived would be a living person or a mere heap of flesh remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the current range of 6,000 li was more than sufficient. A level 3 range of 10,000 li could even reach the neighboring county. In Lu Xian's strategic planning, being centered around Qianyuan County was adequate within the foundation establishment phase. Unless extraordinary circumstances arose, there was no need to start anew. Next, a gleam of determination flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. The plan for the second cave dwelling was set into motion. The effects of the teleportation room met expectations, and the unease that had lingered in his heart dissipated entirely. In his meticulous planning, the small courtyard situated outside the city, serving as the first cave dwelling, still required enhanced concealment. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As a practitioner of survival, it was not excessive for Lu Xian to arrange 10 cave dwellings. Conveniently, he had a complete set of materials remaining for the bridge to the other world. In the days to come, he needed to once again immerse himself in his work to create a second set of foundational arrays. Stepping into the array room, he navigated with ease. Drawing on his previous experience, there were no mistakes whatsoever. Half a month later, all array stones and flags were successfully forged. Lu Xian sipped a mouthful of soul-calming tea, alleviating the persistent ache in his sea of consciousness. The intense and continuous crafting of formations he undertook consumed an enormous amount of divine consciousness, a burden that ordinary cultivators could scarcely endure. Fortunately, the second-level bedroom possessed the ability to restore the soul. Although Lu Xian's spirit remained unscathed after a restful night, he awoke the following day feeling rejuvenated, with all lingering fatigue completely dissipated and his condition reaching its zenith. As he breathed in the fresh air under the rising sun, he felt the beauty of life envelop him. It was time to resume his endeavors. Since returning from the auction several months ago, Lu Xian had scarcely a moment to spare. He was either delving into formation studies or crafting formation bases, becoming utterly engrossed in his work. Daily tasks were neglected, and even his sources of income had fallen into disarray. Upon entering the backyard, he beheld numerous large cages housing hundreds of spirit birds, all on the verge of starvation, resorting to cannibalism. While Du Xiaopeng managed to process 10 spirit birds each month, the second-level poultry house could only produce nearly 60 monthly, which was far too slow. Moreover, their current contribution to body refinement was minimal, rendering them somewhat wasteful. Lu Xian frowned slightly. With the end of the month approaching, he planned to complete the arrangements for the second cave dwelling next month, allowing for a seamless transition without the need to seek hidden locations, thus enabling him to operate with greater freedom. Lu Xian calculated that by selling 40 spirit birds and 500 eggs each month, his profits could exceed 300 spirit stones. Coupled with the subsequent yields from spiritual fields and livestock pens, the rare materials needed for upgrading to a level 3 structure would not be beyond reach. However, all of this hinged upon the successful deployment of the second cave dwelling, ensuring that this location remained shrouded in secrecy. This way, the risk of exposure would be significantly reduced, requiring only caution against the occasional clueless thief. With this thought in mind, Lu Xian retrieved a jade talisman. Han Feiyu, Brother Du, I have a plan that requires your assistance. He briefly outlined the details. He intended for Du Qinghong to procure an independent villa within the city. Over the past year, Du Qinghong had earned the nickname Chicken Brother among the loose cultivators in Qianyuan County due to his continuous sale of spirit bird products. This time, he aimed to solidify that persona. Meanwhile, Lu Xian would remain in the shadows, orchestrating events. Upon sending the message, he quickly received a reply. Du Qinghong, Broderan, are you planning to expand your scale? At that moment, within the bustling market street, Du Qinghong stood by a basket containing 10 jade-shelled eggs, his face aglow with excitement. Brother Han was finally making a significant move. His great opportunity had arrived. An indescribable joy surged within him as he shouted, selling spirit eggs. 50 spirit fragments each. Consuming them prevents illness for mortals and strengthens cultivators. Hey, Chicken Brother, still at the old spot today? I'll take 2. A familiar customer approached. Chicken Brother, 1 for me. I haven't had one in a month. I need to savor the taste. Of course. Ever since I tried Chicken Brother's eggs, I've been addicted. Eating those from other vendors just doesn't compare. Exactly. Sometimes, I feel the urge to eat one immediately. Within half an hour, the spirit eggs were sold out. Du Qinghong, in a relentless pursuit, made his way to the Bureau of Land Affairs to acquire a villa. He kept in mind Lu Xian's instructions and deliberately chose a residence nestled among late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, close to the core area. With an annual rent of 100 spirit stones, it was not something an ordinary cultivator could afford. However, Du Qinghong exuded confidence and splendidly tossed out 210 spirit stones. Is this amount of concern for me? Let us rent it for 2 years. The clerk, assessing him with a discerning gaze, silently prepared the spirit contract. The Bureau of Land Affairs was a lucrative establishment, and 10 spirit stones were no trifling sum. The clerk thought he would need to extend more favors to this fellow in the future. With the receipt in hand, Du Qinghong mused, my ostentation surely aligns with Brother Han's intentions. Yet, I wonder what astonishing plans Brother Han has in store. Following Brother Han indeed brought him feast after feast. Du Qinghong, brother, the arrangements are complete. The villa is located in the A District, number 99. My neighbors are all notable loose cultivators, and the innermost area houses several foundational family's grand estates. Upon reviewing, Xian nodded in satisfaction. His plan was straightforward: to mold Du Qinghong into the public face of a small clan. Henceforth, all actions would gravitate towards this goal. As the saying goes, small concealment in the wilderness, great concealment in the city. What Xian intended was to discreetly wield control beneath the watchful eyes of various factions. 3 days later, in the stillness of the night, Xian, equipped with the array flagstones of the bridge to the other side, moved like the wind into the city, traversing the silent streets until he reached the designated villa. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy door creaked open, and Du Qinghong, who had been waiting patiently, whispered, "Brother, you've arrived. Please come in. I have tidied everything up." Xian nodded as he stepped inside and glanced around. The courtyard was modest, covering an acre, featuring only a front yard and a dwelling, closely bordered by small alleys of neighboring residences. In a place where every inch of land was precious. This was indeed a rarity. The concentration of spiritual energy was slightly higher than that of the slums. With an annual rent of 100 spirit stones, it was quite a fair deal. Xian paced, calculating the positioning. As he moved, he effortlessly set up soundproof arrays and divine concealment formations. With skilled practitioners nearby, he needed to muffle the sounds within the courtyard to avoid detection. The moment the formations activated, several faint consciousnesses that had been drifting within the courtyard vanished without a trace. It seemed my neighbors were not particularly friendly. Xian chuckled inwardly. This suited his purpose perfectly. Ding! Detected a second cave dwelling. Would you like to open the upgrade panel? Here it comes. Xian's spirits lifted. Previously uncertain whether the system would recognize the new location, he realized he had overthought it. Open. In the next moment, the information gradually updated. Cave dwelling, level 0. Bedroom, level 0. Cultivation room, level 0. Kitchen, level 0. Storage room, level 0. Restroom, level 0. Notice, buildings of the same type that have been upgraded at other locations now require half the materials for re-upgrade. What a surprise. At first, Xian regarded the first 3 buildings with indifference. However, upon discovering the newly added kitchen, storage room, and restroom, he felt a surge of delight. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the final reminder, he could no longer contain his excitement. The materials had been halved. A thrilling sensation of having gained something for nothing reverberated in Xian's mind. How considerate. I must admit, Brother Gu's assistance is indeed substantial, though not more than 20%. A smile involuntarily crept onto Xian's lips. He turned to Du Qinghong and inquired, "Do you have a plan for what lies ahead?" "Brother, just watch." Du Qinghong gesture, confidently patting his chest. "Isn't it merely a matter of playing the role of a young master? Let's not forget, I began my career in this very line of work." Only then did Xian recall that had it not been for the Chun family incident, their paths would never have crossed. This chubby Du was indeed adept at deceiving that family, posing as the 3rd young master of the Wang family. Xian held his professional skills in high regard. Chapter 51, Grand Schemes, Unexpected News. Excellent. For the next fortnight, do not disturb me. Continue selling spirit poultry as usual. Furthermore, Xian flicked his fingers, sending a formation plate, shimmering with rippling water patterns, flying toward Du Qinghong. Dispose of this item for me and sell it to the Rui Pavilion. A slight reduction in spirit stones is acceptable. Du Qinghong, thrilled, accepted the item and quickly departed. Xian then vanished into the basement of the other courtyard, commencing the preparation for the second bridge of proximity and distance. A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. According to the rules, upgrading the new teleportation chamber to level 2 required merely 250 low-grade spirit stones and 1.5 pounds of empty stone. The materials were soon gathered, and the upgrade was completed quietly. On this day, within the teleportation chamber of the second cave dwelling, Xian closed his eyes in concentration. With the characteristic of free combination, he could distinctly sense the 2 teleportation nodes resonating in harmony, closely linked. The distance between the 2 locations was less than 100 miles. On the bridge of proximity and distance, a low-grade spirit stone glimmered with energy, only to be instantly depleted. A tremendous force from the earth's veins surged forth, standing within the formation. Xian felt as if the surrounding scenery twisted and reformed like flowing water. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the teleportation chamber of a small courtyard in the slums outside the city. Success! Xian rejoiced. As the ancients said, to attain wealth, One must first build roads. For cultivators, constructing a teleportation array is exponentially more effective. 100 miles consumed merely 1 spirit stone. It was far more time-efficient and labor-saving than flying with a sword. More importantly, it was absolutely safe and efficient. The raw material cost for a bridge of proximity and distance is approximately 200 spirit stones, plus the 575 required to elevate the teleportation chamber to level 2, halved. In total, fewer than 2,000 spirit stones could establish a secret teleportation array covering a range of 6,000 miles. It is truly an unparalleled value. Thus, the first cave dwelling was completely concealed. I shall no longer operate from here, as the likelihood of being traced is exceedingly low, except for Luo Xianming. Xian pondered for a moment. Only a scant 3 outsiders are aware of this small courtyard. Zhao Shoren is in dire straits, and Song Qingping is unlikely to make an appearance. Only Luo Xianyue remains. Yet this woman has been unusually quiet in recent months, not showing herself at all. Moreover, I hold a significant leverage over her, and I believe she is a wise individual. After careful consideration, Xian felt that this plan was infallible. In the future, this first cave dwelling will serve as a retreat for secluded cultivation, while all external activities will commence from the second cave dwelling. No one would ever suspect that someone would invest a considerable fortune to construct a teleportation array merely to conceal their movements over a distance of several dozen miles. After verifying the efficacy of the teleportation chamber, Xian began to devise subsequent plans. The residence of the Qianyuan sect is approximately 5,000 miles from Qianyuan City, well within the teleportation range. When the time comes, travel will be but a thought away. With nearly 2 years remaining for recruitment, this period is perfectly suited for steady cultivation. However, there are numerous tasks to attend to along the way, including attending to Old Zhao's burial, crafting the 100 Souls banner, gathering upgrade materials for level 3 buildings, and acquiring some alchemical skills. Xian promptly decided to start with the simplest tasks. After completing his daily assignments, he took some languid spirit birds from the backyard and activated the teleportation array once more, his figure vanishing amidst the radiant light. In the secondary courtyard within the city, in the main hall, Brother Han, has your retreat been progressing smoothly? Upon seeing Xian emerge from the underground chamber, Du Qinghong approached. Though curiosity bubbled within him, he adhered to his duties and refrained from prying. Our last month's sales, Xian inquired succinctly. We sold 600 spirit eggs and 15 spirit birds, totaling 600 spirit stones, Du Qinghong reported, handing over the spirit stones. Xian accepted them casually, his expression neutral. Compared to the previous month's earnings of 400 stones, the increase was substantial, yet it still fell short of his expectations. First, let's liquidate this batch. Thereafter, we need not conduct transactions in the city, allowing us to operate with greater boldness, in accordance with the identity you have assumed. Should any issues arise, I will intervene discreetly, Xian stated, as he emptied dozens of spirit bird from his spirit beast pouch and tossed out a large bag of spirit eggs. Conflicts within the city typically occur in the shadows. The laws of the Immortal Dynasty are stringent, forbidding personal duels within the city, and the enforcement agency operates with significantly higher efficiency than outside its borders. Disputes among cultivators are generally resolved through insidious means such as poisonous schemes and curses. Though equally lethal, they at least maintain an appearance of order. This is quite the substantial undertaking. There must be 50 spirit birds and over 1,000 spirit eggs. Du Qinghong exclaimed, astonished, as he quickly counted. Brother Han, with such a shipment, it is likely to impact the market price. After a year of stable supply for my younger brother, the average price of spirit birds in the city has nearly dropped to 1 spirit stone. If not for the exceptional quality of your spirit eggs, they too would face depreciation. No matter, these are all excess stock. The sooner we sell them, the better, but do not set the price too low. Xian waved his hand dismissively. With this almost risk-free venture, no matter how it is sold, it will yield a significant profit. With that said, he turned to leave. Residing within the city indeed offers convenience, being close to the marketplace. However, a drawback is the proximity of neighbors, which can feel rather cramped. Upon departing from the secluded manor, Xian did not hasten towards the outskirts of the city, but instead sauntered to a familiar pavilion. Baidan Hall, a repository of his numerous memories from his initial foray into the realm of cultivation. Lu, my dear brother, you finally arrived, exclaimed Zhang Tai, who was stationed behind the counter. His heart surged with excitement upon seeing the familiar silhouette of the youth. The shopkeeper Huang sent word before his departure, stating that if he were to come, you could assist in overseeing the shop. However, he never mentioned where you would be staying, and I am at a loss as to where to find you. He soon wore a frown, clearly struggling with the management of the business due to his earnest yet clumsy nature. Brother Zhang, you are truly not cut out for commerce, Lu Xian candidly remarked, without a hint of formality. Ah, I'm aware of that. Zhang Tai scratched his head and admitted with a sense of resignation. Tinger has yet to reach a high level of cultivation. She is only suited for reception duties. I lack the knowledge to control pricing and profit margins. And as a result, the shop's earnings have dwindled significantly over the past few months. Tingat, Xiongting, Lucian's heart stirred. Had they become companions on the path? However, his visit today was not for reminiscing. He shifted the conversation, inquiring quietly, Brother Zhang, I have come to ascertain something. Has anything happened to shopkeeper Huang? Why do you ask, dear brother? Zhang Tai's brow furrowed upon hearing this. He retrieved a dark-hued pearl, observing it closely for a moment before stating, there's nothing amiss. You see, this soul pearl appears to flicker weakly. It seems shopkeeper Huang is nearing Danyang County. The distance may have caused the instability in the sensing of this life essence. Zhang Tai spoke nonchalantly, showing no sign of anxiety. Huang Imoya is not dead. Furthermore, he had not disclosed his intentions regarding the pursuit of the relics before departing. Lu Xian felt an increasing sense of confusion. He had some understanding of the soul pearl. This artifact could encapsulate a strand of a cultivator's life essence, allowing for distant sensing. If the cultivator were to perish, that essence would dissipate. Typically, such pearls are used by families to monitor the well-being of their direct descendants. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that Huang Imo had not perished. Could it be that Elder Zhao had also not passed away? According to reports from young scions of those families, the demonic cultivator's legacy had not fallen into their hands. The ultimate heir to that legacy might soon reveal themselves. To his astonishment, upon arriving at Zhao Shoren's estate, he received such unexpected news. Brother Zhang, I suddenly have pressing matters to attend to. We shall discuss the shop's affairs later. Lu Xian bid a brief farewell and promptly set off towards the city's outskirts. He retrieved the jade slip map left by Elder Zhao and immersed his consciousness within it. The objective lay not far, merely a couple of 100 miles away. Without hesitation, he summoned his flying sword, transforming into a shadow that soared through the air. An hour later, he arrived beneath a waterfall. Following the description, Lu Xian stepped directly through the curtain of water. Inside was a cave, shrouded in darkness, yet his keen senses discerned the footprints upon ground. From their depth and outline, it was evident that someone had recently visited this place within the past 2 months. Lu Xian silently acknowledged his suspicions and continued inward, approaching the right-hand stone wall to activate a mechanism. With a creaking sound, the secrets of the cave began to unfold. The stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a scene that momentarily stunned the observer. Chapter 52. The Tale of Zhao Shoren, the Essence of Souls. The stone chamber was modest, measuring no more than 2 zhang in circumference. At its center lay an antiquated mat, while to the left stood a rudimentary set of tables and chairs. Clearly, this was merely a temporary refuge for Zhao Shoren. Lu Xian approached, retrieving 3 items from the table: a shimmering audio talisman, an ancient tome, and a piece of unknown material that exuded a chilling aura. Without hesitation, he infused the talisman with his spiritual energy. In the next instant, Zhao Shoren's age yet familiar voice echoed throughout the chamber. Cough, cough. Young Lu, if you hear this sound, it means I'm still alive. Ha! You must be quite astonished at this moment. To cut to the chase, I shall begin with my tale as a calamity hunter. Calamity hunter? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, listening intently. The subsequent revelations genuinely astonished him, unveiling Zhao Shoren's true identity. I have practiced for nearly a century. In my youth, I dreamed of joining a sect or noble family to acquire a sliver of foundational opportunity. Alas, fate did not align with my desires. Zhao Shoren's early experiences were straightforward. He possessed a low-grade fire spiritual root, diligently toiling for decades, yet remained trapped at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Lacking talent in the myriad arts, he could never unlock the doors of the Kangyi sect. After another 20 years of stagnation, Zhao Shoren, nearing 80, found himself frail and aged. He suddenly realized that without a fortuitous opportunity, he might never even transcend the latter stages of qi refinement in this lifetime. One day, while returning to the city, he was intercepted by a calamity hunter. On any other day, Xianxia would have likely chosen to flee. However, in that moment, an inexplicable surge of ferocity welled within him, compelling him to fight back desperately. Ultimately, he managed to slay a 7th-layer calamity hunter with his 6th-layer Qi refinement, reaping rewards beyond his wildest imagination. From that moment on, Xianxia seemed to have pushed open a grand door, one dedicated to the eradication of calamity hunters. I employed cunning tactics, yielding bountiful results, and during this time, I also intervened in acts of injustice, saving several individuals. My friendship with Old Huang was forged during this period. I am known outside the city by the moniker Red Line Old Demon, a name that strikes terror into the hearts of calamity hunters. The purpose of sharing this was to convey to you, young Liu, that should you find yourself at a dead end, you might consider retracing my old path. What I leave for you is quite simple, a profound grade, shape-shifting technique, the 100 Forms and 1,000 Phantoms. This was obtained from the defeat of a scion of a noble family. I refrained from passing it on to you earlier due to its significant implications. If you do not intend to pursue this path, it is best not to utilize it. This technique complements the mysterious cavity concealment art, enabling one to evade nearly all forms of detection. Indeed, it is a masterstroke for countering ambushes. As for resources and spirit stones, they are no more. My innate talent is rather dull, and most of what I acquired was expended on my own cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xian opened his mouth in astonishment. "Old man, you sent me on a wild goose chase for this? Had you mentioned it earlier, I would not have feared confronting noble family science, especially since I have already dispatched members of the Tang family, with their spoils still residing in my storage pouch." Just as he was centering his thoughts, the voice resumed, its tone suddenly urgent, fervent, and even tinged with mania. I have succeeded, Liu Xiazi. I have slain 2 family cultivators and finally obtained the inheritance of the demonic path. Though it may be an unorthodox way, I care not. If I do not embrace the darkness, who will? My lifespan wanes, and this is my only path. I activated the relics prohibitions and sacrificed all intruders, condensing their blood essence, achieving foundational establishment at last. However, the old Huang suffered severe injuries while protecting me, his spirit damaged. Upon my hurried return, I dare not approach Xianyan City and must seek healing herbs for Huang Moya. Thus, I shall be brief. Alas, I regret to inform you that I cannot take you to gather spirit stones in the city. This soul essence will be entrusted to you. It can enhance the primordial spirit, but you must exercise utmost caution and never reveal it to others. This is a treasure that even golden core masters would covet. Without further ado, Huang is on the brink of collapse, and we must find the medicine, though this item cannot directly heal the spirit. Such is fate. Remember, I tread the path of soul nurturing. His final words echoed and gradually faded. Xian stood in stunned silence, taking considerable time to digest this astonishing news. Indeed, the demonic inheritance had fallen into the hands of old Zhao, and astonishingly, he had sacrificed all cultivators within the relic to achieve foundational establishment. What audacity! Truly, this is the style of the ancient demonic path. Xian held no prejudice. After all, what does it matter if it is right or wrong, demonic or not? The official Celestial Dynasty had already categorized cultivators above foundational establishment as part of the demonic path. Old Zhao is indeed a ruthless individual, transforming into a tribulation hunter after 60. Achieving foundational establishment through blood essence at 100 years old. It is a narrative that would surely be deemed a late-blooming hero in a novel. Xian was filled with myriad emotions. Yet he understood the perilous nature of this journey. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation of both body and soul. Especially now, having offended the 12 great families of Qianyuan, Xianxia would likely not return in the near future. Another piece of information piqued Xian's interest. The mention of the soul-nurturing path. Could it be an organization or inheritance akin to the Dream Prison Path? It has existed for thousands of years, seemingly specializing in the realm of souls. This was the second unofficial secret force he had come to know. From the looks of it, there must be entities far beyond foundational establishment, perhaps even ancient beings above the nascent soul stage, unwilling to be bound. They dare not reveal themselves publicly, further corroborating the formidable rules set by the Celestial Dynasty. Xian stood in the dim stone chamber, thoughts swirling. After a moment, he shook his head, suppressing these tumultuous notions. For now, these matters did not concern him. With a flick of his finger, he ignited the sound inscription, reducing it to ashes, and stowed the 100 forms, 1,000 phantasms technique into his storage pouch. Xian picked up the soul essence, and upon a slight contact with his consciousness, an unusual tingling sensation surged from his spirit within the Niwen Palace. What a marvelous treasure! He rejoiced. In an instant, he conceived 2 excellent uses for this item. The first was to refine the soul-nurturing 1,000 Fiends banner using the 100 Souls banner. One of the essential materials for refining is a spiritual object capable of sustaining and nurturing the malevolent soul, and the essence of life is truly perfect. Secondly, it possesses the unique characteristic of a level 3 bedroom for spirit anchoring. The risks involved in splitting the foundational soul essence are considerable. Utilizing this substance for nourishment can significantly mitigate damage. It serves a dual purpose, maximizing the utility of the resource. The assistance provided by Elder Zhao has been invaluable. Regrettably, in my earlier days of feeble strength, I could only prepare meals for him. Now, with a slight increase in power, he has already transcended into the foundational realm. Xian felt an urgent need to intensify his cultivation, for only with opportunity in the future could he extend his assistance. Safeguarding the essence of life. He exited the stone chamber, activated the mechanism, and sealed the stone door once again. The environment here is serene, nestled among mountains and rivers. Situated 200 miles from Qianyuan City, setting up a bridge of proximity for emergencies is indeed a commendable choice. However, that is a matter for another time. He returned to the city on his sword. As Xian approached the entrance, the door of the neighboring courtyard creaked open. An elderly man, appearing to have surpassed 70 years, with a cultivation level at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, stepped out. Noticing the new neighbor, he intended to greet them as usual, only to find that this was not the familiar chubby figure from before. The elder, recalling something, clasped his hands in greeting and smiled. Esteemed friend, are you perhaps the elder brother frequently mentioned by my young friend Wang Qinghong? I am Ding Yanshu, a mid-tier talisman master. Should you require talismans, feel free to seek me out. My prices are assuredly fair. As he spoke the latter part, a hint of unique pride illuminated his demeanor. Chapter 53. The 100 Souls Banner. Over 60 years of age, Ding Yanshu has no ties to any sect. Yet his status as a mid-tier talisman master ensures a comfortable living in the city, coupled with his 9th layer cultivation in Qi refinement. He holds a respectable reputation among the loose cultivator community. I am Wang Feiyu. Qinghong is indeed my younger brother. I am but an unremarkable mid-tier formation master. Should you desire formation plates or the arrangement of simple formations, I shall do my utmost. Xian returned the greeting with a bow. As for his name, it was meticulously crafted from the outset. 2 brothers of the Wang family, rooted in Qianyuan City, a perfectly plausible background. He remains in the shadows. Yet his surface identity is essential. You are a formation master? Ding Yanshu inquired, his expression betraying surprise. Observing that Xian appeared to be no more than 20. He was astonished that someone so young could have attained a mid-tier status in the most challenging art of formations. It was undeniable that this was a promising disciple of the Qianyuan sect. No wonder his spiritual probe was thwarted that night. It must have been due to a protective formation laid out on the spot. My friend, do not take offense for that night. I merely conducted a routine check on the movements of the new neighbor, with no intent to pry. Ding Yanshu reflected for a moment before proactively apologizing. This young man's future is boundless. It is wise to resolve any misunderstandings promptly. Having mingled for many years, he had a keen sense for discerning people. Upon hearing this, Xian thought to himself that this portrayal was quite satisfactory. Should he enter the Qianyuan sect in the future, the Wang family's background in this city would be far more credible than that of a wild, loose cultivator from Shantytown, free from scrutiny. This is all part of the plan. The Qianyuan sect may exhibit leniency towards the Chore's disciples, yet it undoubtedly conducts rigorous scrutiny of the foundational backgrounds of its outer and inner disciples. Naturally, I comprehend the human inclination. Xian nodded slightly, thus providing the other party with a way out. For him, devoid of fundamental conflicts of interest, it was unnecessary to exacerbate their relationship. A sigh of relief escaped Ding Yanshu's lips as he remarked, "Then I shall not impose further. I will return another day to formally apologize." His words were laced with the intention of fostering a closer bond. A sect's promising talent is indeed worth investing in. Over the years, Ding Yanshu had actively befriended numerous young cultivators, albeit most remained at the level of Chore's disciples, yet he found joy in these endeavors. Should one of them truly establish a foundation, Recalling the old man's modest favor might lead to the bestowal of a foundational elixir, extending his life by 50 years, a delightful prospect that often lingered in Ding Yanshu's mind. Xian was well aware of the underlying intentions, but chose to remain nonchalant, deliberately projecting an air of aloofness. People differ fundamentally. He discerned immediately that the other party was overly pragmatic, lacking the genuine disposition of Zhao Shoren. "Farewell," Xian said, turning to enter his courtyard. Outside, Du Qinghong was selling spirit birds, while silence enveloped the room within. Seated at the table, Xian contemplated his subsequent plans. The two items left behind by Zhao Shoren exceeded his expectations, yet the overarching direction remained unchanged, merely paving a more secure path ahead. He briefly skimmed through the 100 Forms and 1,000 Phantoms technique. No wonder old Zhao had successfully countered robbery cultivators for many years without fail. This method, rather than being mere illusion, was a sophisticated technique for manipulating flesh and even bones. Upon mastering the 100 Forms and 1,000 Phantoms technique, one could subtly adjust facial muscles. Achieving great proficiency would allow for a substantial alteration of one's physique, and at perfection, one could even control the thickness and length of bones. It was akin to donning a new visage, rendering one unrecognizable. Unless faced with an expert specializing in divining techniques, it would be nearly impossible to discern the transformation. However, Xian possessed the perfected mystical concealment technique, ensuring that he need not worry about being tracked or identified before those at the foundational level. Remarkable. This development allowed him to undertake certain dubious tasks with confidence, even eliminating the need for masks that obstructed spiritual perception. On his steady path, Xian advanced further. Nevertheless, he believed in a methodical approach, beginning with the refinement of a 100 Souls banner. It was time to automate the trivial outputs at home. He retrieved a jade tablet and instructed Du Qinghong to procure auxiliary materials. For those items of a more sensitive nature, he would personally engage in discreet transactions within the black market. 10 days later, at a villa within the city, Du Qinghong excitedly announced, "Brother Han, everything is ready." He produced 7 or 8 items without any doubt. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of hesitation, stammering, "Brother Han, there's something I must mention." "Speak plainly, Brother Du, after nearly 2 years of camaraderie. Do you fear I might devour you?" Xian replied, bemused. "It's not a trivial matter concerning myself, but rather an issue concerning the Du family. Yesterday, while selling spirit eggs, my grandfather happened to pass by and recognize me. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, thus concealing our true identities." Du Qinghong felt a hint of embarrassment. "Have you not mentioned your affairs to your family?" "No," he replied. "I have always heeded your advice. Elder brother, when one is away from home, one's identity is self-assigned, and the actions taken, even from the closest of kin, must remain unspoken." Du Qinghong spoke with resolute clarity, having thoroughly absorbed Han Ji's approach to matters. Xian pondered, stroking his chin, regarding the expansion of our allies. "I have considered this matter long ago. The primary condition is to ensure that our identities remain concealed. The more individuals privy to the information, the greater the risk." "How would you describe your grandfather's character?" "Be honest," he asked earnestly. "Well, I left home at the age of 10, and from what I recall during my last visit, he should be, perhaps, a man of discernment." Du Qinghong expressed uncertainty. His memories of grandfather Du Huaigu often echoed with admonitions to be prudent, to minimize risks, and to avoid causing trouble. It seemed that since the passing of his father, these sentiments had intensified, leading him to dedicate himself to nurturing his elder brother, Du Yunzu. In frustration, he had chosen to leave home. Xian discerned his thoughts and replied calmly, "If the opportunity arises, we can find a time to discuss this in another location. I will be occupied over the next 2 months, so you may arrange accordingly." Upon hearing this, Du Qinghong felt invigorated and quickly responded, "Very well, I wish Han Gu a pleasant retreat." Xian smiled. Both men sensed that their relationship had evolved beyond mere transactional interests. On the long path of cultivation, having even a few trustworthy companions was indeed a blessing. In the dilapidated district, the first cave dwelling awaited. On the second floor of the loft, what was originally designated as a refinement room was repurposed. However, the soul-feeding banner was not a conventional refining method. It resembled a form of secret technique. The process was not particularly difficult, so Xian did not squander time upgrading. He proceeded directly to the refinement. With a talent for refining, Xian prepared the materials, cutting a quarter piece of living soul essence, ample for his needs. He then retrieved Raven's eye powder, decay bone phosphorus powder, withering heart grass, and a binding silk, alongside a 100-year-old locust tree core. Xian grinned, drawing forth his essence blood, mixing it with the eye powder and phosphorus powder. Using the stem of the withering heart grass as a brush, he began inscribing twisted, soul-binding runes upon the locust wood core. Once the runes were completed, he took the binding silk and wound it around the locust wood rod. Upon contact with the still wet blood runes, the silk immediately adhered as if it were alive, emitting a hissing sound of absorption. Next, he placed the quarter piece of living soul essence atop the rod. Forming hand seals, he commanded in a low voice, "Melt." To his astonishment, the living soul essence melted like wax, droplets flowing along the runes and swiftly permeating the binding silk, transforming the originally dark red threads into a glossy pitch black, radiating an astonishing aura of resentment and soul energy. In the final step, Xian shaped his fingers like a blade, slicing his palm, allowing a torrent of essence blood to surge forth, which he meticulously poured over the entire banner rod. With blood as sustenance, 10,000 evils heed my command. A surge of crimson light erupted, and the entire room was filled with a howling chill of ominous winds. A staff, approximately 7 feet tall, emanating an icy chill and entwined with dark threads, exuding a foreboding aura, suddenly materialized. This was the 100 Souls banner, suspended in the air. The banner formed. Xian sipped from a cup of soul-stabilizing tea, contemplating where to find his first malevolent spirit. Chapter 54, Collaboration, Sincerity. The night was as dark as ink, and Xian strolled into the backyard. The 100 Souls banner could capture the souls of mortals, low-tier cultivators, and beastly spirits, refining them into soul malice for his control. He casually lifted a jade chicken and, with a slight exertion of his fingers, crushed it nearly to death. He then produced the ominous 100 Souls banner and executed the soul-binding incantation. Before his eyes, a barely perceptible beast spirit was forcibly extracted from the jade chicken's body. Drawn into the banner, Xian sensed the situation within the banner, his expression tranquil and unruffled. Within the banner space, a hazy chicken-shaped phantasm emerged, its soul thin and seemingly on the verge of dissipating. He subtly focused his thoughts, summoning it forth, and under the moonlight, its transparency became even more pronounced. Xian attempted to control it, trying to peck at a small stone on the ground. However, he discovered that the jade chicken's soul malice was feeble, only able to nudge the stone slightly. Indeed, the spirit of a spiritual fowl was too weak. Coupled with its limited intelligence, it required constant distraction to follow commands. This was not what Xian sought. Otherwise, he would have long employed the Crane Emperor for such trivial tasks. It seemed he needed to find the souls of cultivators, and they could not be of too low a realm. To refine a soul into malice, the target must possess at least 3/10 of its original strength. Ideally, a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, or even a perfected one. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xian's eyes. For him now, an ordinary 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner would be easily vanquished. Nevertheless, he conceived a better idea that could simultaneously resolve another matter. Subsequently, Xian traversed to the city courtyard via the transmission room, sending a message to Du Qinghong. Within 2 hours, the latter hurried back. Has Brother Han exited early? This was the profit from 2 months, totaling 520 spirit stones. That batch of inventory had been fully disposed of. Have you contacted your grandfather? Xian inquired. Securing the spirit stones. Everything is in order. It seems my grandfather has surmised some details. He conveyed to me that he approaches with utmost sincerity and hopes to meet Brother Han in person. Du Qinghong's voice rose a notch. The meeting was arranged at a small tavern in the black market, with the assurance that only he would attend. A wise decision, Xian nodded. I shall personally attend the meeting tomorrow. He had a premonition that this inaugural collaboration would proceed exceptionally well. Excellent, Du Qinghong exclaimed with delight, promptly retrieving a jade tablet to relay the message back. Though he had spent little time away from home, as the years passed, any resentment toward his family had long since faded. Now, facilitating this mutually beneficial business left him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Xian sat at the table, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface. The sincerity of their first collaboration was undoubtedly linked to the soul malice. The following day, the black market of Wujianfang. The disciples of the Tang family have seemingly vanished without a trace, and the inquiries into the matter appear to have come to a standstill. At the rear of the street lies a quaint establishment known as the Bai Restaurant. This place is not renowned for its spiritual cuisine, but rather serves as a discreet venue for practitioners to engage in private discussions. It is said to be jointly founded by several small clans of Qi refinement, thus earning a solid reputation for reliability. Xian harbored no concerns regarding safety. As long as he remained in the foundational stage of cultivation, no one could easily detain him. Upon announcing his private room number, a respectful attendant promptly guided him to an elegant chamber on the second floor. As he pushed the door open, Xian entered with poise. Inside, an elderly man with silver hair, a kindly visage, and clad in a gray robe sat quietly, savoring spiritual tea. Upon noticing Xian's arrival, the elder immediately rose to his feet, his face breaking into a warm smile. This man was none other than Du Huaigu. He was contemplating how to satisfy the enigmatic elder brother mentioned by his grandson and finalize their collaboration. However, upon seeing Xian's youthful countenance, the compliments he had prepared were abruptly lodged in his throat. The disparity between the anticipated image of a seasoned sage, aged at least in his 40s or 50s, and the reality was striking. The youth before him appeared only a few years older than Qinghong. Despite his confusion, Du Huaigu quickly steadied his thoughts. Trusting the results of his covert investigations over the past 6 months, he softened his tone and remarked, "Ah, I am Du Huaigu. You must be the elder brother of Qinghong, am I right?" In his words, he regarded Xian as an equal. Du Xiaobang had been rather considerate, not even revealing my surname. Xian casually took a seat and spoke candidly, "I am Han Feiyu. I believe you have an inkling of my intentions for today." The hierarchy was a bit muddled, yet he felt no inclination to dwell on it. In the realm of cultivation, titles such as Aunt, Fellow, Cultivator, and Senior were merely commonplace. Du rigueuse expression falter de momentarité. He had intended to engage in pleasantries, perhaps ordering some spiritual delicacies and fine wine before gradually approaching the main topic. However, since the matter had been laid bare, he hesitated no longer. "Fellow cultivatoran, I must first express my gratitude for your care of Qinghong over the past 2 years." Xian remained non-committal. It was only natural for a grandfather to take an interest in his grandson. Du Huaigu then shifted the conversation to the crux of the matter. "The secret method you employ to cultivate spiritual birds. My Du family harbors no greedy aspirations. We simply wish to collaborate with you, entrusting all subsequent sales matters to my Du family. After all, Qinghong's cultivation is still in its infancy, and his foundation is unstable. Had I not discreetly assisted him in managing a few troubles, I fear..." Now it all made sense. Xian had previously thought that Du Qinghong was uncommonly fortunate, managing to sell such a large quantity without encountering more than one dire crisis. It now appeared that this elder had been safeguarding him from behind the scenes. Observing his actions, it seemed that this individual was not devoid of warmth. Patience is essential in collaboration, which thrives on reciprocity. Xian spoke directly, "I require a living individual, preferably at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Do you have any thoughts on this matter, fellow cultivator Du?" As his words fell, the atmosphere in the room abruptly thickened. Du Rigu felt a profound choc, as if struck by lightning. Before arriving, he had envisioned countless conditions, none of which exceeded establishing a spiritual contract duly notarized by the authorities. Either to relinquish a greater share, even if it were a mere 10-1, for the sake of his family's future, he would readily accept. Yet, he could never have anticipated such conditions. 9 levels of Qi refinement, and they must remain alive. Does this friend Han not fear unforeseen consequences? Du Huaigu was secretly perplexed. Observing Xian's fluctuating aura, which was only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he estimated, despite knowing that cultivators often conceal their true strength, that he would at most reach the 7th level. This was already a generous overestimation, yet uncertainty clouded his judgment. Could it be that the other party had indeed reached the 9th level? If so, he should have long since entered the Qianyuan sect. Du Huaigu's expression shifted between light and dark, his thoughts swirling. It was not until a full incense stick's worth of time had passed that he clenched his teeth and said solemnly, "Friend Han, I do have some thoughts on this matter. I happen to have 2 or 3 rivals that I could deal with in advance, but regarding the spirit bird business, if his conjecture were true, this might be the only chance for the Du family to soar to great heights." Du Huaigu's heart was in turmoil. Ultimately, his gambling nature outweighed his caution. After years of steady management, whether the Du family could ascend to a foundational family might hinge on this very gamble. Chapter 55, Buy One, Get Two Free. Indeed, friend Du is a wise man. Xian smiled nonchalantly, effortlessly weaving a tapestry of promises. Collaborating with a clever individual always spared much needless discourse. Rest assured, the sincerity of our partnership today extends far beyond this. He felt a slight surprise within. More conditions had yet to be revealed, yet this old man seemed to have conjured his own assumptions, responding with such alacrity. However, this suited Xian perfectly. Just as he had anticipated before his arrival, Du Huaigu had operated in Qianyuan City for many years, and having one or two rivals of equal standing was entirely normal. This was precisely what he desired. With laborers available at no cost, there was no need for him to venture out to fish for opportunities. How delightful. Really? A spark of brilliance flashed in Du Huaigu's eyes, and his breath quickened. Not merely the spirit bird business. Do you remember the small wind and thunder-killing array plate that Xinghong brought back? Xian mentioned casually. Huh? A high-grade array master? Du Huaigu was taken aback. The array plate that Xinghong had previously brought back was actually crafted by friend Han himself? Xian nodded slightly, choosing not to divulge further information. Trust must be built gradually, and revealing just a glimpse of the iceberg was sufficient. Friend, please take a seat. Du Huaigu's demeanor grew increasingly warm as he rose to personally make arrangements. Soon after, he returned to the private room, beaming, friend Han. I also hold a few shares in the 100 Flavors Pavilion. My Du family often engages in the culinary arts, and I was a bit restless earlier and prepared a couple of small dishes. I invite you to taste them. Xian remained seated, unmoved. Strength, foundation, and potential are the true currencies of value. The transformations before him caused Xian to reflect deeply. For the next half hour, the two finalized all details. As proposed by Xian, they would initially provide 30 spirit birds and 500 spirit eggs each month, with the profit split still at 80-20. May I retain a portion of the spirit birds for the Du family's personal use? Du Huaigu harbored an ambition to seize the opportunity to expand and strengthen Bai Weizhai. However, after a brief yet profound exchange of insights on cultivation, Xian found himself gaining valuable knowledge. As they prepared to part ways, Du Huaigu made a solemn promise. In 1 month, I require time to devise a meticulous plan. That old fellow is inherently suspicious, and the individuals around him are quite troublesome. To lure him out, a careful arrangement is essential. He elaborated on the specifics of the capture strategy. Very well. I await your favorable news, fellow cultivator. Xian replied with a calm nod, desiring only the outcome without wishing to delve into the details. After exchanging means of communication, he departed without delay. In the room, Du Huaigu's pale brows occasionally furrowed and then relaxed, ultimately settling into a resolute expression. This was a pivotal moment for the Du family's ascent. After years of cautious prudence, it was time to take a calculated risk. Meanwhile, Xian returned to his modest courtyard in the slums. Within the cultivation room, with the matter of the soul of evil no longer a concern, he could not afford to waste time. He retrieved the 100 forms and 1,000 hues technique, prioritizing its practice since it would serve him well until the foundation building stage. Xian's spiritual energy flowed like fine silk through the meridians of his face, subtly manipulating the muscles and bones to effect changes unimaginable to the ordinary person. The initial stinging sensation, when compared to the overwhelming force of the soul-biting bone transformation scripture, was negligible. As time passed swiftly, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Xian gazed at his reflection in the mirror. The figure staring back at him bore an unremarkable brow, a less prominent nose, and lips that had lost their original contours. His entire visage had become so ordinary that one would forget it after a mere glance. Whereas he had once been a dashing youth, he now appeared as an average young man. Aside from the unique air of composure that lingered in his every gesture, he bore no distinction from countless low-level cultivators in the city. From this day forth, I shall be known as the unremarkable Han Daoyu. Xian took out the jade token of a prospective immortal and routinely checked for messages. During this period, he had been engrossed in comprehending spells. Yet daily tasks frequently interrupted his rhythm. The sooner he located the soul of evil, the sooner he could liberate his hands for greater endeavors. Today, at last, he received a response. Du Huaigu. Han Daoyu, the target has been captured. 135 miles southeast of the city. Accompanying it was a detailed map of the location. Xian withdrew his consciousness, rising to his feet without restoring his original appearance. Using the teleportation array, he exited through the eastern gate of the city and promptly soared into the skies on his sword, heading toward the designated location. The mountain winds were chilling, and within less than an hour, he descended at the foot of a mountain, facing a cave. Handoyu, Duigu, with blood staining his chest and a somewhat unsteady aura, regarded the newcomer with unfamiliarity, though the figure's stature felt oddly familiar. Xian casually offered him a healing pill that Tang Jingsheng had previously gifted him, saying, "Take this. Duigu es dutvanisht." The ability to pinpoint this location confirmed Xian's identity. He accepted the pill, examining it closely. "A superior nourishing es en speed," he exclaimed, though he hesitated to consume it immediately, recognizing its value. Retain it for a time when it is truly needed. For now, it is not yet fatal. Xian strode directly into the cave. Behind him, Du Huaigu explained, "I have held a grudge against this old rogue for a decade, due to a mystical herb. Recently, I intentionally leaked news and, upon finding the herb in its original location, successfully lured him in with prior preparations, ultimately managing to capture him." Inside the cave, an elderly man lay with his skin split and flesh torn, his breath faint, seemingly in a deep coma. Xian's consciousness swept meticulously over him, detecting anomalies. Though the man's heartbeat was slow, it remained strong, and his internal power was still at 30%, evidently retaining the capacity for a fight. "Du, your methods appear rather unrefined," Xian remarked with a calm tone. "What? Is this old man feigning death?" Du Huaigu instantly comprehended, his face betraying shame. "I shall deliver the final blow at once. No need for that. I did not anticipate that today would yield both a capture and an unexpected bonus." Xian's consciousness expanded, sensing two figures hastily approaching their location. However, they are merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. "Ha ha ha, I thought you old Du had suddenly acquired an audacious spirit to scheme against me." The previously unconscious Qianyuan abruptly sprang to life, disdain etched across his face. "After all this, a mere young lad has come. What, is there no one left in the Du family? Or have you regressed in vitality? Did you feign death, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack?" Du Huaigu was taken aback. "If not, why would you old fool capture me without immediately striking? It seems you were waiting for someone. I had no choice but to use this against you and summon assistance. Ah, I thought it was your precious grandson coming. What a perfect chance for a reunion." Qianyuan laughed maniacally, completely disregarding Xian nearby. "Do you remember how tragically your son died years ago? Ha ha ha." At that moment, the cave's entrance darkened as two figures appeared, blocking the escape route and forming an encirclement. "Han, today I have underestimated the situation. Soon, I shall fight with all my might. I implore you to break through swiftly." Du Huaigu's expression grew solemn, decades of experience enabling him to grasp the gravity of the situation in an instant. After a brief hesitation, he added gravely, "I only hope you will not hold the Du family accountable for my miscalculations, considering our past ties." "Ha ha, think you can leave? Even if the heavenly emperor himself were here today, none shall escape." Qianyuan's eyes gleamed with malice, as if gazing upon two lambs awaiting slaughter. "I have heard that extracting living souls to refine into malevolent spirits, particularly during a cultivator's moment of utmost fear, can enhance the quality of the soul. Today, it seems an opportune moment to experiment." Unperturbed, Xian murmured to himself. The others in the cave were momentarily stunned, perplexed by his remarks. "That surname Tian. It is your blunder. You shall resolve it. Allow me to handle the other two at the 9th level. I wish for no further surprises. Otherwise, our cooperation shall cease." With that, he turned leisurely and walked toward the cave entrance. Chapter 56. Those who enter my imperial banner shall attain immortality. Xian's words echoed in the dim cave, each syllable distinct, yet they instilled a sense of absurdity in the three from the Tian family and Du Huaigu. From whence comes this impudent child, making such audacious remarks? "Ha ha ha, Du old dog, could this be your wayward grandson?" Qianyuan's voice was loud, yet his gaze was firmly fixed upon Xian's retreating figure, attempting to glean some insight. In such circumstances, the other's calm composure indicated but one thing, that Han, the friend, was emboldened. Could he be a member of the Han family? No. Even if it were the Han clan, those present here were merely collateral branches. If it were a direct descendant, why go to such lengths? A single command would suffice, and one's head would become another's offering by dawn. Contemplating this, Qianyuan's eyes hardened. What fear has a collateral branch? Strike first to gain the advantage. He turned to Du Huaigu, a murderous intent evident. "Du old dog, today you shall surely perish." Du Huaigu, having just regained his senses from shock, felt increasingly certain of his previous conjectures. Han, the friend, was far from simple in strength. Come fort. It is either your demise or mine. The fortunes of my Du family rest upon this battle. At the cave's entrance, Xian faced the two uninvited guests with an air of indifference. An old man and an old woman, both at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Sister, this lad is rather sinister. Be cautious, warned the old man. Before the old man's words could fully escape his lips, Xian casually raised a hand. His finger poised like a sword, without incantation or hand seals, unleashing a chilling and piercing energy from his fingertip. It was the fully mastered Cold Soul finger. Previously lacking the opportunity for actual combat, today it would be put to the test. The old woman had not anticipated such a swift and sudden attack. A bone-chilling aura surged towards her, setting off alarm bells in her heart. With a piercing scream, she produced an embroidered handkerchief, an artifact, from her sleeve, its spiritual light flickering as she attempted to defend herself. However, that pale finger energy, though seemingly slender, contained a frigid force of unparalleled intensity, effortlessly piercing through the handkerchief's protective glow. With a soft sound, the chilling energy struck the old woman's left shoulder with precision. A shrill cry erupted as a layer of white frost rapidly enveloped her entire left arm, her magical power immediately stalling, rendering half her body rigid. Sister, the old man, witnessing this, felt his rage boil over. With a blackened cane artifact in hand, he swung it fiercely towards Xian, accompanied by a howling wind. Xian remained unfazed, deftly retrieving a long sword from his storage bag, which flew forth silently. The sword, ancient in appearance, was the exquisite flying sword forged from mirage shell. Clang! The clash of metal rang out. The flying sword arrived first, effortlessly parrying the powerful strike of the cane. The old man felt a tremendous force reverberate through the cane, numbing his grip and causing his blood to surge, nearly wrenching the artifact from his hands. Could it truly be a direct descendant of the Han family? He was struck with dread. Not only did the opponent wield spells with casual ease, but the flying sword was of an exceptionally high grade, with battle experience that was astoundingly seasoned. Xian, multitasking with skill, maneuvered the flying sword, transforming it into a stream of light, at times engaging in agile entanglements, at times launching rapid assaults, keeping the old man firmly restrained. Meanwhile, his gaze returned to the elderly woman. The wounded crone, enduring excruciating pain, unleashed two inferior wind blade talismans, which were effortlessly thwarted by Xian, leaving no trace behind. Xian raised his hand once more, and 3 chilling phantoms of finger energy shot forth in rapid succession. The elderly woman was caught off guard, struck by one, the frost penetrating deeply into her lungs, rendering her movements increasingly sluggish, as she was now at her last gasp. Senior Han, spare my life. I was blind and inadvertently offended a senior of the Han family. It was all a misunderstanding. The old woman pleaded tremulously. How dull. It is no wonder that the scions of noble families brazenly bully the loose cultivators. Dignity has always been founded solely upon strength and lineage, Xian remarked casually. The skirmish had lasted only a moment, and he found it tedious, yearning to conclude the conflict. A glimmer of determination flickered in Xian's eyes, as his flying sword forced the old woman back. He chose not to pursue, but rather to channel all his energy into his physical prowess, abandoning the spells and sword he had mastered through the grueling practice of the devouring spirit and transforming bone scripture. The elderly woman was utterly unprepared for Xian's sudden decision to forsake the long-range attacks favored by cultivators, opting instead for close-quarters combat. In the blink of an eye, his figure breached her safety distance, and a seemingly unremarkable fist loomed large in her vision. She attempted to retreat, only to find his speed incomprehensibly swift, leaving her no time to react. Bang! The punch struck her dantian with a resounding crack. The astonishment on the old woman's face froze, and her body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing violently against the mountainside, rendering her unconscious. Ah, second sister! The elderly man shouted in horror. Witnessing his companion being obliterated by a single blow, his mind shattered and his heart in turmoil. His sole thought was to flee, despite the fact that Xian emitted merely the aura of a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Each casual strike felt as formidable as that of a consummate master, a true monstrosity. In that fleeting moment of distraction lay the chasm between life and death. Just as Xian sent the elderly woman sprawling, The exquisite flying sword hovering in the air emitted a soft chime, transforming into a silver streak that silently encircled the old man's back. With a swift thrust, the sword penetrated with pinpoint accuracy, shattering his dantian. The elderly man stumbled several steps before crashing to the ground. Xian beckoned the flying sword back, lightly brushing his sleeve as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task. Within the cave, the battle between Du Huaigu and Qianyuan was also nearing its conclusion. Upon hearing the sudden silence outside, Du Huaigu's heart tightened, sensing Xian's calm presence at the cave entrance, prompting a sharp intake of breath. His assessment of Xian soared to unfathomable heights. Qianyuan, too, found it hard to believe. He must be of the direct lineage. When has my Tian family ever provoked such a figure? But with no escape route left, Qianyuan recognized that he had no choice but to fight to the death. A quarter of an hour later, the spiritual light within the cave fell into stillness. Xian, having waited with growing boredom, had no desire to intervene further. It was more than sufficient to have effortlessly dealt with the two outside. If Du Huaigu fails to demonstrate his corresponding value, the future business will be unsustainable, and it will be better to seek someone else. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the battle within finally came to an end. Du Huaigu emerged, trembling, his white hair stained with blood, and clasped his hands, saying, "I have not disgraced my mission." Xian nodded slightly and replied, "You may tend to your injuries outside. I have some matters to attend to before we return together." Du Huaigu, lacking even the strength to respond, staggered to a nearby tree, hastily swallowed the high-grade Qianyuan pill, and closed his eyes to focus on his recovery. Now was not the time to conserve energy. His life was truly at stake. Xian utilized his telekinesis to drag the unconscious duo into the cave, carelessly placing them alongside Qianyuan's corpse and then setting up a simple barrier array. With a wave of his hand, he cast a water summoning technique, drenching the three with a refreshing chill. Qianyuan, whose dantian was not shattered, awakened first. Seeing Xian before him, he dared not make any rash movements, repeatedly pleading, "Senior Han, how have I offended you, esteemed Tian family? I am willing to amend my ways. You have done nothing wrong." The grievances in the world of cultivation are often transient, driven by fleeting impulses to kill and seize treasures, Xian replied, shaking his head. "As for you, you simply happen to be of use to me. This, of course, is also your opportunity." He was not a benevolent figure, nor did he concern himself with whether others were good or evil. The phrase "of use to me" was the root of most conflicts in the realm of cultivation. Qianyuan stood there dumbfounded. His Tian family, though not destitute, was hardly distinguished in the eyes of the direct lineage. What use could he possibly serve? An opportunity? "Senior, I implore you to clarify. If there is any way I can assist, I will spare no effort," Qianyuan said earnestly. Xian wore an innocuous smile and produced a long banner, emanating a chilling aura and swirling with malevolent energy. "Those who enter my Human Emperor banner may attain eternal life." The Human Emperor banner? Qianyuan was initially bewildered. The title of Human Emperor was not one to be casually invoked. But when he discerned the glowing black soul banner in Xian's hand, the realization struck him like lightning. He trembled violently. "This is a soul banner. You are a practitioner of the demonic path. The Han family has such audacity. If the Celestial Dynasty learns of this, they will surely annihilate your entire clan. Unless you release me, what then?" Qianyuan struggled to reach for his jade token, hoping to convey this earth-shattering revelation, only to discover that his token had been destroyed in the battle. Despair and terror consumed his face. "What then?" Xian chuckled, contemplating how to instill even greater fear in him. The terror of life and death seemed insufficient. He wished for him to experience something even more frightening than death. After a moment's thought, Xian cackled, "You need not struggle. It is all in vain. Upon my return, I shall reunite you with your Tian family. Rest assured, your son and grandson will not escape. The Han family has its methods to handle matters thoroughly. You may depart in peace." Indeed, these words struck at the deepest fears within Qianyuan's heart. Today, the three of them perished here, leaving only the weakest of the four brothers to hold the fort, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. No, this cannot be. The more Qianyuan contemplated, the more terror gripped him. The Tian family, established by his forefathers, had endured for a century and must not be obliterated by his own hand. "Senior Han, spare us. My Tian family is but a mere speck of dust. I implore you." Trembling uncontrollably, he felt an inexplicable surge of strength as he struggled to crawl towards Xian's feet, pleading. Lu Xian's gaze sharpened. It was precisely at this moment. He summoned the 100 Souls banner, positioning it above Qianyuan's crown. A dense black light erupted from the banner, piercing into his head. The brilliance in Qianyuan's eyes rapidly faded. His crawling came to a halt. A sound escaped his lips, a shriek unlike that of a human. As if he beheld the depths of hell, Lu Xian continued to pour forth his magical essence, intensifying the black light. Moments later, a nearly transparent soul was forcibly extracted from Qianyuan's corporeal form and drawn into the banner. Subsequently, he carelessly draped the 100 Souls banner over Qianyuan's lifeless body. The malevolent spirit required fresh blood and a nurturing essence. With the resources readily available, Lu Xian certainly would not utilize his own. The corpse swiftly withered, leaving behind naught but a skeletal frame shrouded in human skin. Ah, the efficacy of demonic arts is indeed astounding. It is a pity that the radiance is black. Had it been a resplendent gold, it would have better befitted the majesty of the human emperor's banner. Lu Xian mused upon witnessing the scene. For the next hour, he manipulated the soul banner, tirelessly refining it. Converting a living soul into a controllable spirit requires considerable effort, and the stronger the individual in life, the longer the process. As a consummate practitioner, Qianyuan would require at least 3 hours. Outside the cave, Du Huaigu had barely stabilized his injuries and awaited in silence. As darkness enveloped the sky, yet Lu Xian did not appear, unease crept into his heart. However, upon reflecting on the formidable prowess of his companion, he managed to quell his anxiety. I have witnessed the strength of my friend Han. Surely, there shall be no issue. Yet, who exactly is he from the Han family? At this moment, even Du Huaigu began to doubt. Upon further contemplation, he deemed it improbable. If he were truly a young master of the Han family, how could he have sought out that foolish lad, Qing Hong, 2 years prior? A night passed without incident, and, as dawn broke, the cave remained silent. Unable to contain himself, Du Huaigu rose and paced at the cave's entrance. In the next moment, the array's luminous barrier quietly dissipated. Clad in a black robe, Lu Xian stepped forth, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Friend Han, how did it go? No need for concern. My methods of handling matters are far more efficient than yours, Lu Xian replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Du Huaigu's face flushed with embarrassment. Initially allowing Qianyuan to conceal a backup plan was indeed his oversight. What of our collaboration? It shall proceed as planned. Although there were some setbacks, the outcome is satisfactory. Fellow Taoists do. In the future, one must act with utmost caution. Do not find oneself in a predicament again. For not every time will Han be there to assist. Lu Xian spoke little, choosing to be succinct. The details regarding the concealment of goods and the confidentiality of identities had already been settled in their previous discussions. Du Huaigu let out a long sigh, feeling as if a colossal weight had finally been lifted from his heart. This signified that the opportunity for the Du family's rise was at hand. I shall exercise greater caution from now on, he solemnly promised. This journey had indeed been perilous, yet every moment was worth it. Very well. The first batch of goods will be handed over in a few days. I shall take my leave first. You may proceed at your leisure. Unable to contain his excitement to return home and experiment with the functions of the Soul Devourer, Lu Xian swiftly took out his exquisite flying sword, transforming into a shadow and vanishing into the distance. Only Du Huaigu remained, momentarily stunned before breaking into a wry smile. He entered the cave, confirming that not even a trace of ash remained, before applying 2 acceleration talismans to himself and hastening towards Qianyuan City. Lacking the profound magical power that allowed Lu Xian to wield his sword with abandon, he found that relying on his legs was far more reliable. In the makeshift housing area, at the rear courtyard of the first cave, Lu Xian surveyed the somewhat disordered spirit fields and chicken coop. With a flick of his wrist, he called out, "Come forth, Tian De, Tian Air, Tian San." In an instant, a chilling wind swept forth from the 100 Souls banner. 3 slightly solidified soul entities materialized before him. Master, what are your commands? Tian De emitted an unsettling sound. Lu Xian sensed a faint disturbance in his spirit. Yet for his formidable consciousness, it was nearly negligible. Tian De was indeed Qianyuan, possessing the greatest strength, having been extracted from the depths of fear and retaining the equivalent power of a 5th-level Qi refinement. With his intellect relatively intact, with continued nurturing, he could grow even stronger. If specialized ghostly techniques were discovered, they could even engage in combat. Tian Air and Tian San, however, suffered from shattered dantians, their spirits dampened, and their fear insufficient during extraction, leaving them with only the power akin to a third-level Qi refinement, and their intelligence diminished, rendering them unable to respond and merely capable of following commands. Tianda, you shall be responsible for managing the chicken coop. Each morning, feed them common grains and collect the spiritual eggs. Be vigilant to check if any common chickens have transformed into spiritual fowl. If so, isolate them. Maintain a total of 20 spiritual birds and 16 common chickens. As for that crane, Xian pointed to the corner where the crane emperor dozed. Feed it 2 pounds of spiritual grains daily and avoid unnecessary fuss. The fate of the soul devourers rested solely on his will. Fundamentally, they lacked self-awareness and were but puppets executing orders, so Xian need not worry about any secrets being revealed. Yes, Xianxia, you're in charge of weeding the spirit fields. Harvest the starflower grass promptly once it matures and store it properly. Do not touch the nearby, soul-fixing tea trees. Xian specifically cautioned, fearing that the malevolent energy might interact with the spiritual tea, leading to unforeseen mutations. Tian Air fell silent, yet the soul entity stirred slightly. As if comprehending, Tian San, you're to attend to the few Gangshell goats and gray-backed yaks in the adjoining livestock shed. Once they have gained 1,000 pounds, cease feeding them. Having assigned the 3 tasks, Xian felt a sense of relief wash over him. Calculating the time, he noted that there remained a year and 5 months until the Qianyuan sect's triennial recruitment ceremony. Subsequently, aside from a monthly delivery of goods and the settlement of profits, he would enter a true state of seclusion, dedicating himself to transcending to a higher realm. The battle from yesterday provided him with a visceral understanding of the combat prowess of the 5 spirits' shared cultivation. His cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement was sufficient to overpower even those at the 9th layer or even those who had reached perfection, further solidifying his resolve to continue on this path. Having arranged everything, Xian turned back to the cultivation room and began to slowly circulate the long-neglected Hunyuan Gong. Chapter 58, 9th Layer of Qi Refinement, Materials. The practice of cultivation knows no day or night, and the years pass unmarked. In the blink of an eye, summer waned. Winter's chill faded, and the spring breeze once again adorned the branches before his courtyard. Upon reflection, he realized that 8 months had slipped by. In the cultivation room, Xian assessed the state of his dantian, retrieved a high-grade spirit-gathering pill, and consumed it, initiating his breakthrough against the minor bottleneck of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. During this time, he had consumed several pills, all gifts from Tang Jingsheng, who had sacrificed his life for them, evoking a sense of melancholy. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawn by his intent, converged around him. This breakthrough was not as arduous as the transition from mid-stage to late stage had been. Everything flowed as naturally as water converging into a stream. Soudainement, Xianxia aura surgi, and a powerful wave of magical energy rippled outward. He had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. With a long exhale, he expelled the stagnant air, his mind gradually settling. Upon introspecting his dantian once more, he observed that the elemental energies had become more substantial and vigorous than before, already exhibiting a trend of transformation from gas to liquid, flowing ceaselessly. It is said that the foundation establishment realm involves continuously compressing and purifying one's magical energy, converting gas into liquid, thereby exponentially increasing the capacity of one's magical energy, often by several or even dozens of times. The path to the golden core is even more profound, requiring the utmost condensation of liquid magical energy into a singular golden core seed of the Tao. Xian pondered these common truths of the cultivation world. Though they were indeed common knowledge, without authentic guidance, ordinary cultivators would find it nearly impossible to make a breakthrough. Erroneous attempts could lead to mild insanity or, in the worst case, death and the dissolution of one's path. Having just entered the 9th layer, he was not far from the grand completion of the 10th layer, so preparations were in order. There was no need for undue concern. As a golden core-level power, Qianyuan sect undoubtedly possessed ample foundational cultivation techniques. Xian rose and stretched his limbs. He glanced at his interface. Currently, he still possessed a level 1 building, the livestock pen. The cave dwelling, cultivation room, bedroom, array room, teleportation room, spirit field, and chicken coop were all at level 2. Xian made his way to the backyard, where Qianyuan was busy packaging the spirit fowl and spirit eggs designated for sale this month. Qianyuan Immortal Dynasty patrolled the perimeter of the spirit field with a cold gaze, swiftly uprooting any weeds or aberrant plants that dare to show themselves. Within the spirit field, aside from the soul-settling tea trees and star petal grass, there was a rare mutated star flower swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. It was time to prioritize alchemy. Having exhausted his supply of pills, Xian contemplated inwardly. Given the rarity of the star flower, it would be prudent to personally refine it into the starshine summoning pill. This pill significantly enhances the efficiency of spirit energy absorption during the night. If combined with the effects of the training room, the time required to reach the foundational stage will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Arriving at the adjacent livestock pen, Xian had already fed the animals for the day and stood there like a marionette devoid of strings, completely motionless. Xian was exceedingly pleased with this. Over the past 8 months, apart from the necessity of using the teleportation array at the beginning of each month to deliver goods and collect spirit stones, he had been undisturbed. Even during his last passage by Luo Shuang's courtyard, he discovered she had long since vanished. This rare tranquility allowed Xian to concentrate wholly on his cultivation. Otherwise, the time required to break through the 9th layer would likely have been extended by an additional month. Such a speed could be termed extraordinary. It is known that those prodigies who cultivate only the finest single spirit roots take over half a year to advance a layer in the later stages of qi refinement. And their magical energy does not match his depth. After a brief comparison, he dismissed these trivial thoughts, considering he was merely 20 years old. His accomplishments surpassed those of 99 of cultivators. The remaining 1,000th, even if they were the most talented among the talented, could easily be vanquished by his formidable physique. It could be said that beneath the foundational stage, he feared no one. However, prudence was still necessary. He had heard tales of invincible beings and heavenly adversaries. Xian took out the quasi-immortal jade tablet, preparing to gather recent intelligence, only to find several messages awaiting him. Du Qinghong, Broderan. The spirit birds and spirit eggs from last month sold out early. Can we proceed with the handover? Du Huaigu, Days Tan. The grayback yak meat you provided has been exceedingly popular. The spiritual food made from 500 pounds was sold out in less than half a month. I am interested. Zhang Tai. Brother Han, do you have any star ryegrass left? I exhausted my stock while trying a new pill formula. Indeed. Aside from the products of the spirit birds, Xian entrusted the surplus beast meat from the livestock pen to the Du family for processing. Meanwhile, the spiritual plants were purchased by Zhang Tai. Currently, his monthly earnings stabilized at 500 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting the daily cultivation expenses and minor costs for purchasing ordinary chickens and juvenile beasts, his net profit amounted to 2,000 stones. Over the past 8 months, not counting the earnings yet to be collected this month, Xian's wealth soared to 14,000 spirit stones. In typical proportions, this equated to 14 medium-grade spirit stones. It is noteworthy that most level 3 constructions require merely 2 or 3 medium-grade spirit stones for upgrades. Unfortunately, the materials are scarce. As Xian pondered this, he read the final message, his pupils constricting slightly. Du Qinghong, Broder. There, S News. The Lin family's third market has updates regarding the bounty on the Thundercloud Tiger Cubs and the condensing spirit black soil. The items are in the possession of a group of qi refinement stage loose cultivators. They request a meeting, seemingly dissatisfied with the initial bounty price. Here it comes. During this time, although he had not personally ventured out to seek upgrade materials, his inquiries about various upgrade materials had never ceased. The Thundercloud Tiger Cubs are essential for upgrading the livestock pen to level 2, while the condensing spirit black soil is required for upgrading the spiritual field to level 3. Previously, Xian had gathered the essence of the returning Yangwood. It appeared that the spiritual field was on the verge of becoming the first level 3 building. With a fleeting thought, Xian sent a brief message to Du Qinghong. Let us discuss at home. He then adjusted his robe and, through the teleportation room, arrived at the second cave residence within the city. Not long after, Du Qinghong entered the room. Brother Han, that group of loose cultivators acquired their goods from the Mirror Lake Valley, the very place we learned about during the last auction. They took advantage of the weakened state of a first-level Thundercloud Tiger after its ascension to the second level, to forcibly slay it. After plundering its den, they discovered the blackbone tree, the condensed spirit black soil, and even a cub. He spoke directly upon entering, aware that Brother Han despised lengthy preambles. Proceed. Were their demands? Is 1,000 spirit stones insufficient? Xian frowned. They claimed to have lost several brothers and demanded more funds, insisting on a face-to-face meeting. Are they attempting to engage in a black market deal? That seems unlikely. They requested us to treat them to a grand feast at the 100 Flavors restaurant. As if we were simpletons. Du king going elucidated. Xian was at a loss for words. Did these loose cultivators not value efficiency in their dealings? A straightforward exchange of goods for money would suffice. Why complicate matters? He was too disinterested to inquire further, simply stating, let us set the meeting for tomorrow. At the same location. Inform them that they may come or not. Those who choose not to shall face consequences. Understood. Du Qinghong promptly conveyed the message. Moments latte. He looked up and reported, they have agreed. The next day, at the Wujin Square, within the 100 Flavors restaurant. At the entrance, Du Huaigu personally greeted them. Brother Han. The two individuals are already in the private room. Judging by their demeanor, their aura is heavy with hostility and bloodlust. Likely seasoned loose cultivators who spend years battling outside the city, returning only occasionally for respite. Should I take the lead in negotiations? As he spoke, his gaze remained steady. Even though the appearance of the individual before him had slightly changed since their last encounter, Du Huaigu could still discern the unique physique and demeanor. My 100 aspects and 1,000 transformations technique has just reached a level of proficiency. It can only alter subtle details of my appearance, not significantly change my physique. I must practice more. Xian confirmed the effectiveness of his spell inwardly, yet maintained an air of calmness outwardly, saying, no matter. I hope they are perceptive. Chapter 59, Leisurely Chess. The first level 3 building. Inside the private room, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. Brother Liu, do you think they will agree to our price? Inquired a cultivator with a face marked by pockmarks. Brother Lu Ming took a sip of spirit wine, forcing himself to remain composed. If they can propose a price of 1,000 spirit stones, a slight increase should not be an issue. Brother San, do not speak too much during the negotiation. Allow me to handle it and ascertain their limits. Alas, had it not been for the demise of second brother and fifth sister, and fourth brother's serious injuries requiring spirit stones for medicinal purchases, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament. Brother San sighed deeply, a look of sorrow crossing his face. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open. The two men looked up to see Du Huaigu respectfully guiding an unremarkable young cultivator into the room, their eyes widening in astonishment. One of the proprietors of the 100 Flavors restaurant. His earlier confidence vanished without a trace. Brother, the third sibling, is somewhat perplexed. He hastily communicated. Lu Ming exchanged glances and promptly rose to greet, adopting a notably humble demeanor. I am Lu Ming. May I inquire how to address you? Esteemed friend? Please, take a seat. Iaema, Hanfayu, Asuritai cultivator. Xian's voice was unadorned, as he calmly settled into the main seat. Han de East. I shall not intrude any further. Du Huaigu slightly bowed and stepped back, his gaze casually sweeping over Lu Ming and the others, the implication unmistakable. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. State your price. Xian wasted no time with pleasantries, his words heavy with a palpable sense of pressure. This situation was entirely unexpected for Lu Ming. He had intended to order an extravagant spiritual feast to impose a sense of superiority and seize the initiative. Before he could articulate his thoughts, his third brother, unable to contain himself, exclaimed loudly, You, young man, do you understand the rules of trading? Hurry and bring forth the dishes. I've heard that the newly introduced yak spiritual soup from Byway Restaurant is exceptional. We must taste it to see if it truly possesses the rumored body-tempering effects. The third brother had clearly misinterpreted the earlier glance from Lu Ming, believing it to signal a division of roles between the stern and the genial. Xian merely cast a fleeting glance at him. Lu Ming, now sweating profusely, hastily reprimanded. Silence. This is not your place to speak. He then turned to Xian, forcing a smile. Han Daoist, I beg your forgiveness. My brother has suffered an injury during his last expedition and often speaks erratically. Please do not take offense. After speaking, he transmitted a thought sternly. Third brother, did I not tell you to remain silent? Xian nodded slightly and reiterated, State your price. Lu Ming, thrown off balance by this unconventional approach, found himself at a loss, unable to discern the other's temperament, leaving no room for negotiation. 1,200 low-grade spiritual stones? After a moment of hesitation, he finally stated a price. It was a profit, yet Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh at the thought of his previous losses. Deal. Lu Xian was unequivocal, adding 200 stones, a minor concession. He produced a pile of spiritual stones. Liu Yang's plans had completely unraveled. The ferocity cultivated through years of survival in the wild seemed utterly futile before this individual. After counting the spiritual stones, Lu Ming cautiously released a fluffy cub of the thundercloud tiger, its body adorned with flickering arcs of lightning. He then retrieved a large box of condensed spiritual black soil. Weighing over 30 pounds, Lu Xian's eyes brightened. He would never refuse an abundance of the same materials, as they could facilitate the establishment of multiple caves, potentially yielding numerous spiritual fields in the future. Though the required amount for upgrades was halved, early reserves were always advantageous. You need 8 pounds, correct? Lu Ming began to portion it out. No, I want all. Lu Xian clenched his fist and add 500 spiritual stones. Agreed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. To dispose of everything at once was an unexpected delight. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he tentatively inquired, "Esteemed friend, are you interested in the blackbone tree? The fruit borne by this tree can aid in the growth of demonic beasts. Cultivators who consume it, in conjunction with the rare body-refining secret techniques, can also strengthen their physiques, and it can be used for medicinal concoctions," Lu Ming extolled. "Oh, have you even brought back the tree? It wouldn't happen to be a dead one, would it?" Lu Xian inquired. "Ah, my friend, your insight is indeed piercing. This tree, having been affected during battle, is indeed somewhat lifeless. If you do not wish for it, then so be it," Lu Ming replied, a hint of disappointment evident. "Had I known earlier, I should have lured the thundercloud tiger further away before engaging. That way my second brother and fifth sister would not have perished. No, I shall take it for 200 spirit stones." Lu Xian recalled the revival feature of the spirit field after it reached level 3. Excellent. Lu Ming's earlier thoughts of overcharging were swiftly cast aside. He felt that this friend Han was refreshingly straightforward, which was indeed a delight to the spirit. Thus, considering this, the total gains from this venture amounted to 2,000 spirit stones, and my fourth brother's injuries could finally be healed. Once the 3 items were exchanged, as they prepared to part ways, Lu Xian casually inquired, "Do you two often seek opportunities in the wild?" Such wandering cultivators, seasoned in the wilderness, were precisely the quality channels he required. "Indeed, does my friend Han have any specific needs? We regularly enter the vicinity of Qianyuan City each month to exchange messages. Do not hesitate to express any requests." Lu Ming noticed the potential for business. This gentleman appeared to be a lucrative patron. "My friend, while you're out there, could you assist Han in scouting for these items? Scarlet Essence Iron, 5 Spirit Dew, Spirit Mulberry Wood, and Dream-Inducing Flower? If you happen upon any, I shall purchase them at a premium. Furthermore, any rare demonic beast offspring or unique spirit plant seedlings may also be brought along, and I assure you the prices will be to your satisfaction." Lu Xian listed a long string of materials without fear of exposure. These items bore no apparent connections to each other, and thus no one could guess their true purpose. Lu Ming listened intently, nodding repeatedly. "Noted, my friend Han. I shall certainly keep an eye out." He sensed that this individual before him could be a remarkable ally. Should he forge a connection, his future might no longer involve such perilous undertakings. Originally disheartened by the loss of his brothers, Lu Ming's resolve wavered once more. With the exchange concluded, Lu Xian clasped his hands in farewell. This seemingly casual move could yield unforeseen rewards. Perhaps a great surprise awaited him. After leaving the 100 Flavors restaurant, Lu Xian did not return directly. Instead, he first ventured to the cultivator's administrative office, where, utilizing the guarantee quota left by Huang Moyan, he spent 300 spirit stones to exchange for the introductory course on alchemy. Next, he proceeded to the Huifeng Bank, where he exchanged 2,400 low-grade spirit stones for 2 medium-grade spirit stones. What a ripoff. Now that's what I call making money effortlessly. Lu Xian grumbled inwardly. Finally, he returned to his humble abode in the shantytown. Lu Xian glanced at the spirit field panel. Level 3 effect. Daily random selection of 5 spirit plants with a growth age of 2 years, with all others growing at a rate of 150. Revival. Withered and dead spirit plants have a chance to regain vitality. Upgrade requirements. Medium-grade spirit stones 2, Yangwood Essence 1, Condensed Spirit Black Soil 8 gene. All materials are ready. Upgrade. In the next moment, the entire spirit field seemed infused with a surge of vitality. The soil's hue transformed at a visible pace, deepening to a rich black, while the concentration of spiritual energy significantly increased. Thus, the first level 3 building within the courtyard was born. It can cultivate 5 spirit plants, augmenting their age by 2 years daily, while dramatically shortening the maturation cycle. Henceforth, there would be no worries regarding spirit herbs, especially in conjunction with the alchemy skills about to be learned, truly perfect. Meanwhile, level 4 information emerged. Chapter 60, Alchemy Room. Spirit Field, level 3. Level 4 effects. Randomly generates 10 spirit plants daily, each gaining 2 years of age, with a low probability, 5, of beneficial mutation. Growth speed, 200. Upgrade requirements. Medium-grade spirit stones 8. Successfully cultivate 5 second-tier superior spirit plants. Xian examined the effects of level 4. No new traits were revealed, yet he felt no disappointment. After all, the upgrade requirements were not overly demanding. Besides the spirit stones, he only needed to cultivate 5 second-tier spirit plants, which was decidedly simpler than the rare materials he had initially envisioned. To his slight surprise, the mutation probability for spirit plants had significantly increased from 2 to 5. Quite satisfactory, Xian remarked. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a small tree from his storage bag. It was the blackbone tree. This tree stood merely 1 zhang tall, its roots completely destroyed, its leaves withered, devoid of life, let alone fruit. Xian instructed Tian Air to dig a shallow pit in the corner of the spirit field and planted the blackbone tree within. Subsequently, he cast the small rain technique 3 times in succession to thoroughly moisten the soil. Whether it would experience a revival or face total annihilation now rested upon fate. The description of the revival trait merely stated that there was a chance of rejuvenation, without specifying exact values. However, Xian believed that, given his luck, it would pose no great issue. The remainder was left to the passage of time. Once the spirit field was attended to, Xian released the Thundercloud Tiger Cub, securing it separately. To upgrade the animal pen to level 2, he still required 10 gene of wood essence soil. Wood essence soil itself was not a rare commodity. The process of creation was simply time-consuming and labor-intensive, requiring a spirit planter to infuse pure wood attribute mana into the spiritual soil through a special technique over 6 months. Months prior, Xian had instructed Du Huaigu to find a spirit planter and custom order 30 gene. It was estimated that delivery would be ready in about a month. At that time, the animal pen would be able to upgrade. With trivial matters resolved, it was time to focus on the main task. Xian had not forgotten the other crucial purpose of upgrading the spirit field. Alchemy. The stockpile of elixirs he had amassed was entirely consumed. To maintain, or even enhance his cultivation speed, self-crafting elixirs was an essential path. He turned to the 4th level of a loft. Ding. Would you like to designate the building as the alchemy room? Yes. In the next moment, the panel updated. Alchemy room, level 0. The first level effect. The success rate of refining first-order elixirs is 30, and each elixir has a 20 chance of being upgraded by 1 minor grade upon completion. Upgrade conditions. 40 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 copy of an introduction to alchemy. After browsing through, Xian immediately took out the transcribed copy of an introduction to alchemy. The disappearance of materials signified the completion of the upgrade. Alchemy room, level 1. Second level effect. The success rate of refining first-order elixirs is 40. The success rate for second-order elixirs is 20, and each elixir has a 30 chance of being upgraded by 1 minor grade upon completion. The spirit fire of the void generates pure fire energy within the alchemy room, aiding the refining process and significantly reducing the fire consumption. Upgrade conditions. 500 low-grade spirit stones and 3 pieces of crimson flame crystal. The characteristics of the earth fire are quite practical, while the crimson flame crystal is relatively rare, warranting attention in the future. However, at present, he still lacked the cauldron for elixir refining. Xian felt that the attributes of the alchemy room were quite satisfactory, allowing him to maximize his alchemical talents. Subsequently, he ventured out once more. In the Rue E Pavilion, he spent 1,000 spirit stones to purchase a reasonably high-quality upper-grade cauldron for practice. He also procured various materials for basic elixirs. In this venture, he acquired a variety of materials and completed the upgrade, totaling an expenditure of 560 low-grade spirit stones, leaving him with over 5,000. Indeed, spending seemed effortless, but earning was equally swift. Xian felt no regret. Since the sale of the 3 treasures of wealth, spirit stones had ceased to be a major concern for him, alleviating the need for previous frugality. Nonetheless, he refrained from extravagance, knowing that future expenditures on second-order materials would be significantly larger. Within the alchemy room, Xian sat cross-legged, breathing deeply and focusing his mind. Taking a sip of soul-calming tea, he began to comprehend the contents of an introduction to alchemy. Alchemists manipulate yin and yang, seize creation, defy death, and transcend reincarnation. The elixir is not merely a concoction, but a product of the fusion of spiritual materials. The path of alchemy is not merely verbal, but a resonance with the universe. Beginners must cultivate clarity and stillness to glimpse this pathway. Firstly, prepare materials and refine essence. Gathering celestial herbs and spiritual ores, eliminating the superfluous and retaining the essential. Poor materials yield ineffective elixirs. Impure essence results in diminished efficacy. Thus, true essence must be purified to extract its quintessence, forming the foundation of the elixir. Secondly, ignite the true fire. Select the spiritual cauldron and summon the true flames. Compared to the profound and intricate discussions in an introduction to formation, the alchemical texts are refreshingly straightforward and pragmatic. Alchemy encompasses 5 major steps: material preparation and essence refinement, igniting true fire, merging herbs into liquid form, solidifying the elixir, and nurturing its essence. It also contains a basic incantation for fire manipulation and several introductory elixir recipes: the Bigu elixir, the recovery elixir, and the tranquility elixir. Xian read through it multiple times, finding no challenging concepts. Ultimately, alchemy is a craft that emphasizes practice, for true knowledge is derived from hands-on experience. Time to begin. He chose the recovery elixir for his initial attempt, as this elixir can accelerate the restoration of expended mana, proving beneficial in combat. As for the pills of fasting and the heart-soothing pill, their current applications are rather limited. The recipe for the returning essence pill is quite straightforward. 1 stalk of 10-year-old dew-condensing herb, half a penny of moon-pattern shell powder, and 1 tael of rootless water. The crux lies in the precise control of the flame, and with a sense of awareness akin to that of a foundational cultivator, Xian naturally harbors no concerns. He channels his mana according to the alchemical fire incantation, and in a mere moment, a cluster of azure blue, pure alchemical fire dances in his palm. Responsive to his slightest thought, go! With a flick of his finger, the alchemical fire precisely darts to the bottom of the furnace, commencing an even preheating of the alchemical cauldron. His demeanor is focused as he meticulously processes the herbs in accordance with the recipe. A thread of mana swirls around his fingertips, brushing over the dew-condensing herb, expelling impurities and excess moisture. As the cauldron emits a faint hum and the walls become scalding hot, Xian knows the moment has arrived. With a solemn expression, he casts the prepared dew-condensing herb into the furnace. Almost instantaneously, the herb melts under the intense heat, transforming into a pool of emerald green liquid, exuding a refreshing herbal fragrance. Next, the moon-pattern shell powder is sprinkled in like specks of stardust, shimmering silver as it merges with the liquid. Finally, 1 tael of rootless water is poured in, serving as the perfect solvent to fully activate and harmonize the medicinal properties of the 2 ingredients. Approximately half an hour later, the aroma of the concoction intensifies. Xian perceives that the liquid has perfectly blended and immediately commences the most critical step of pill formation. He abruptly retracts the flame, causing the temperature of the alchemical fire to plummet. The medicinal liquid contracts and, guided by his consciousness, precisely divides into 5 equally sized droplets, slowly rotating and solidifying under the residual heat. Before long, with a series of crisp clinks, 5 plump pills fall to the bottom of the furnace. At the very moment the pills are formed, one of them seems to be imbued with a mysterious force, vibrating slightly, and the originally light azure body of the pill suddenly glows, its potency inexplicably enhanced. Xian extinguishes the alchemical fire and beckons with his hand. All 5 pills soar in his palm, for are of a light azure hue, constituting low-grade returning essence pills, while the 5th possesses a deeper shade and a richer fragrance. Unmistakably a mid-grade returning essence pill, an unexpected elevation in quality. A glimmer of surprise flashes in Xian's eyes, and he feels a renewed satisfaction with the effects of the alchemy room. Does this not imply that if he were to utilize superior grade materials in the future, there exists a chance to directly yield exceptional pills? Chapter 61. Plans proceed as usual, yet ahead of schedule. As anticipated, the initial alchemical endeavor unfolds smoothly. 5 returning essence pills, 4 low-grade and 1 mid-grade. Have I now achieved the status of first-tier mid-grade alchemist? A subtle smile graces Lu Xian's lips. Despite the seemingly simple nature of the returning essence pill, its market price is far from accessible. A single low-grade pill costs around 7 or 8 spirit stones, while a mid-grade pill fetches an even higher price, making it unattainable for most lowly cultivators. Typically, only those in the late stages of Qi refinement would keep a few on hand for emergencies. The cost of raw materials is merely 20 spirit stones. Should this batch of elixirs be sold, it could yield a return of 47 spirit stones, resulting in a net profit exceeding double the investment. This is merely the most basic of elixirs. Were one to utilize certain rare formulas, the profits could multiply several-fold, which elucidates why alchemy is hailed as the most lucrative craft among the myriad arts of cultivation. Some practitioners even exalt it as the pinnacle of all arts. Once one masters the art of concocting a particular elixir, an alchemist need not worry about their livelihood. However, I find no necessity to rely on this craft for the acquisition of spirit stones. Instead, I would prefer to invest my time in nurturing more spirit birds and magical beasts. My alchemical pursuits are solely intended to serve my own cultivation. Producing elixirs most attuned to my personal needs is sufficient. With a clear objective, my actions are naturally resolute. Thus, Lu Xian promptly spent 500 spirit stones at the Alchemical Bureau to acquire the formula for the Gathering Spirit Pill. The primary ingredient of this pill is the Gathering Spirit Herb, with higher-grade pills produced from herbs of greater age. Should I manage to utilize a first-tier premium Gathering Spirit Herb aged 200 years as the main ingredient, complemented by superior materials, there is even a prospect of concocting an exceptional Gathering Spirit Pill, although the Gathering Spirit Herb itself is not particularly rare. A 200-year-old specimen would likely commence at 300 spirit stones, making self-cultivation significantly more economical. With the spirit field's accelerated growth rate spanning 2 years, success could be achieved in a mere 100 days. If I were to purchase some herbs already aged, the time frame could be considerably shortened. With this in mind, Lu Xian extracted his semi-immortal jade token and dispatched 2 messages. En fait, broder. Please keep an eye out for Gathering Spirit Herbs in the black market and various shops. The age need not be too high. Within 50 years will suffice. Lu Xian, Brother Zhang, how fares business at the Alchemy Hall these days? I require a batch of medicinal materials. I would appreciate your assistance in procuring them. The list is as follows. Lu Xian enumerated some unrelated auxiliary herbs, making it difficult for anyone to deduce his true intentions. These materials are not costly, regardless of their age. Even seedlings would suffice, as transplanting them into the spirit field is merely a matter of time before maturity. Zhang Tai responded almost instantaneously. Zhang Tai, Brother Lu, the marketing strategies you taught me are truly remarkable. Promotions based on conditions, bundled sales, and buy one get one free have indeed revitalized the Alchemy Hall's business considerably. While it may not yet match the bustling days under shopkeeper Huang, my simple elixirs are managing to keep things afloat. Rest assured, I will procure the materials you mentioned within a month. After exchanging a few brief words with Zhang Tai, Lu Xian received a positive reply from Du Qinghong as well. Having assistance is indeed a convenience. It alleviates the burden of having to manage every detail personally, lest my time for cultivation be fragmented. Theoretically, a practitioner with a medium-grade spiritual root could, by merely absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth, cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refinement before the age of 60. Thereafter, opportunities to enter a sect would still exist. Yet the reality remains that cultivators are, after all, still in pursuit of true immortality. It is nearly impossible to remain unencumbered by trivial matters. Due to various circumstances, the speed of cultivation is often significantly hindered. It is this strategic layout that enables Lu Xian to cultivate in peace. Based on previous experience, to secure a position in the outer sect of the Qianyuan sect, one must achieve a minimum total score of 220. This time, I must conceal my dual cultivation of the 5 spirits and my physical prowess. Considering the ordinary 9th level of Qi refinement accounts for 90 points, and a top-tier formation master contributes 80 points, with a fixed talent score of 50, the total aligns perfectly. Lu Xian has learned from past recruitment lessons. The extraordinary nature of dual cultivation in the 5 spirits is too remarkable. Thus, prudence is advisable. It suffices to maintain my cultivation around the 10th level. Therefore, he plans to progress simultaneously in body refinement and Qi cultivation over the remaining 8 to 9 months. Since completing the third transformation of his blood and qi, achieving the perfection of the sixth layer in the bone-devouring spirit transformation scripture, there has been no advancement. If my physical body can establish a foundation before entering the sect, it would be a commendable choice. With this thought, Xian rose and went to the adjacent beast pen. Among the 10 compartments, 6 were already housing magical beasts. 3 gale horn goats, 2 grayback yaks, and 1 bamboo shadow turtle. After a brief observation, he realized he had grown weary of the first 2 options. A turtle soup would be a refreshing change. Aiding in the transformation of his blood and qi, he lifted the adult turtle, weighing a substantial 300 pounds. At that moment, it seemed to sense its impending fate, desperately extending its neck in an attempt to bite Xian. The bamboo shadow turtle's fierce bite left no mark on Xian's forearm. Entering the kitchen, Xian retrieved his magical artifact. To perish beneath the exquisite sword of Xian is a worthy end for such a turtle. Although the lifespan of this bamboo shadow turtle was not long, considering its previous days, it had only been under his care for a little over 100 days. He swiftly bled it, chopped it into pieces, and placed it in the pot to blanch without adding any seasonings, allowing it to simmer slowly over low heat. After 4 hours, the fragrant bamboo shadow turtle soup was finally ready. Upon consuming the broth, Xian felt a surge of heat throughout his body. His blood and qi surged, and a chaotic fire seemed to swirl beneath his lower abdomen. This is truly nourishing. He promptly activated the bone-devouring spirit transformation scripture, enduring intense pain as he pushed towards the 7th layer. A month later, a large basin of bamboo shadow turtle soup was completely devoured by Xian. After a brief rest, he turned inward to assess himself. His qi and blood surged like a tide, undergoing a comprehensive transformation from flesh to bone. However, he was still a short distance from establishing a solid foundation in his physique. It was estimated that he would require another 2 to 3 months. Today marked the day for the handover of gains. A couple of days ago, Du Qinghong and Zhang Tai had informed him that the medicinal materials had been located, and it was time to retrieve them along with the wood essence soil, which the spirit planter should have completed. Xian performed a cleansing technique to remove the impurities from his skin. After changing into a fresh set of clothing and making slight adjustments to his appearance, he utilized the teleportation array to arrive at the villa within the city. Brother Han, you have emerged from seclusion. Here are last month's earnings from the Du family, totaling to 163 low-grade spirit stones concerning the spirit birds. Du Qinghong meticulously reported on each income and expenditure. Xian did not listen attentively. He had immense trust in his companion regarding the earnings, having never encountered discrepancies. Nonetheless, he still inquired, why is this month's total nearly 300 stones less than the previous month's? This is precisely what I wish to convey. Originally, the exquisite spirit fowl, such as the jade chicken, was consistently acquired by the Zue Xianlu, with a monthly procurement of around 10. However, last month, the Kong family abruptly announced that the Zue Xianlu would no longer be under their stewardship and would instead be handed over to the Zhang family. The Zhang family has recently garnered a poor reputation, with reports of arson, murder, and plunder frequently surfacing, causing considerable distress among many fellow cultivators. I dared not continue selling my wares there, and the Bai Wei Zhai could not fully accommodate my offerings. Thus I was compelled to sell to other taverns that do not specialize in spirit fowl, inevitably resulting in a slight decrease in price. Du Qinghong elucidated this matter quite clearly. Upon hearing this, Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. The Zue Xianlu had indeed changed hands. He reminisced about the time when his initial fortune was made by selling 3 jade chickens to Kong Shan, resulting in over 100 spirit stones. Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. The Kong family had finished last in the previous grand competition. It was to be expected that their resources would be plundered, but he had not anticipated that even the Zue Xianlu would succumb. There was another matter, though he wondered if Hanga might be aware of it. Du Qinghong hesitated for a moment before inquiring, what is it? Xian replied casually. The Xianxia sect is set to recruit new members 6 months earlier than usual. Du Qinghong's words were astonishing. Xian was indeed taken aback and sought further details. Not long ago, he had meticulously laid out his plans, preparing to proceed as usual. If this were true, it would indeed affirm the ancient adage that no plan survives the encounter with reality. Chapter 62, The Promise. The news was relayed by Shan Nan. A smile graced Du Qinghong's face as he explained, that lad seems to have made quite the name for himself among the miscellaneous disciples since joining the Xianxia sect. I am unsure of the means he employed, but he specifically conveyed this news to me, urging that I inform Han Ge, and mentioned that if an opportunity arose, a detailed discussion could be arranged. Xian? Lu Xian was momentarily astonished. He recalled that during the last recruitment event, that young man had fortuitously ranked 301, a position he had relinquished, allowing Shun Nan to take his place. Time had flown by, and nearly 3 years had passed. Indeed, it is Shun Nan, he mused. The assertion that the Xianxia sect's recruitment had been unexpectedly moved forward by 6 months remained uncertain. Du Qinghong shared his skepticism. The recruitment event, held every 3 years, had been a long-standing tradition of the Xianxia sect for centuries, with instances of rescheduling being exceedingly rare, hence Du Qinghong's doubts were understandable. However, Lu Xian found himself lost in thought. If the news were indeed true, he would have barely over a month left. Given his current strength, meeting the outer sect's standards was assured, yet many subsequent preparations had been disrupted. For instance, he needed to reforge the foundational array for the Qianyuan Bridge. This was crucial for establishing a direct connection between the 2 teleportation rooms upon entering the sect, and must be prioritized. Additionally, various upgrading materials were required. Although the consumption for similar constructions was halved, he still needed to gather some. Lu Xian raised his gaze towards Du Qinghong, observing that his cultivation remained stagnant at the 5th level of qi refinement, with no progress over the past year. An idea began to form in his mind, and he spoke up. Brother Du, this matter presents a significant choice for you as well. Have you ever contemplated whether to join me in the Qianyuan sect, or to remain in Qianyuan City, managing this business? This is undoubtedly a pivotal crossroads in life. Upon hearing this, Du Qinghong's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Brother Han was offering him an opportunity to shape his future. Taking a deep breath, he gravely inquired, Brother Han, if you were to join the Qianyuan sect, would there be any changes to the scale of the business here in Qianyuan City? Lu Xian, aware of his concerns, smiled gently. Rest assured, not only will it not diminish, but it will only expand in the future. At that time, I will arrange for someone to hand over the responsibilities to you. The so-called someone would naturally be Lu Xian himself, requiring only a slight disguise using the 100 appearances and 1,000 phantoms technique. He had long since devised a plan for this. Brother, I think I shall remain in Qianyuan City. A few hundred spirit stones each month is quite satisfactory, far better than being a mere errand boy in the Qianyuan sect. Having received a definitive answer, Du Qinghong felt unwavering in his decision. He maintained an excellent mindset, fully aware of his own talents. Rather than toil as unpaid labor in a sect, struggling for a slim chance of advancement, it was far more pragmatic to stay in Qianyuan City. Lu Xian felt a stir in his heart and spoke slowly. Brother Du, I shall not elaborate further, but I can offer you a promise. Within 10 years, I guarantee your foundation establishment. These words struck like thunder. Such a promise was indeed weighty. After all, even those from noble families could not assure their direct descendants would surely establish a foundation. Yet, Lu Xian possessed this confidence. Who does not have some form of external assistance? According to his estimations, once he entered the Qianyuan sect and acquired higher-level techniques, he would be able to strategize for foundation establishment. In at most 3 years, success would be achievable. By then, with an abundance of resources from various constructions, it would not be difficult to elevate an individual to the peak of qi refinement and subsequently assist them in foundation establishment. With a resounding impact, Du Qinghong felt his mind blank, completely stunned. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he found himself momentarily speechless. He understood that Brother Han was no ordinary person, but never had he anticipated receiving such a promise. Brother, you truly are my benefactor. Tears streamed down Du Qinghong's face, and in his exhilaration, he nearly lunged to embrace Lu Xian's leg. Now, focus on managing the business in Qianyuan City diligently. The situation within the city may soon become turbulent. You must exercise caution, especially regarding the Zhang family. Lu Xian waved his hand dismissively. From the conflict between the Kong and Zhang families, he had sensed a brewing storm. Also, have you retrieved the wooden essence soil that I asked you to procure last time? I have retrieved it. It's all right here. Du Qinghong produced a large bag of soil. Excellent. Please keep a close watch on any news regarding the Qianyuan sect to see if this matter has already spread. With that, Lu Xian ceased to linger. He turned and descended to the second underground level, using the teleportation array to return to the small courtyard in the shanty town. He headed directly to the livestock pen to check the panel. Level 2 effect, capable of raising all first-tier livestock, including wolves, tigers, leopards, etc. enhancing the blood and flesh refining effect. The thick earth spirit fungus allows for the harvest of a single fungus each day within one designated area. Formed from the essence of demon energy. Consuming it can transform demons into spirits, thereby enhancing one's magical power. The requirements for upgrading include 600 low-grade spirit stones, 1 young thundercloud tiger, and 10 pounds of wood essence soil. The unique characteristics of the thick earth spirit fungus piqued Lu Xian's interest. Perhaps the flesh-eating demon beast would yield a firmer texture? He dismissed further contemplation and declared, "Upgrade." The spirit stones and wood essence soil vanished without incident, dispersing into shimmering motes of light, while the soil within the enclosure exuded a faint wood attribute aura. The transformation of the young thundercloud tiger, however, was intense. It was suddenly lifted into the air by an unseen force, emitting a terrified roar. In the next moment, with a resounding boom, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist, evenly dividing into 10 portions that drifted towards separate compartments. Though Lu Xian was amidst the chaos, he remained untouched. The process was indeed straightforward and brutal, leading him to a new understanding of the upgrade mechanism. These materials seemed to serve as catalysts, symbols of attributes that, once gathered, could trigger the latent effects of the structure. Shaking his head, Lu Xian turned his attention to the effects of the Level 3 Livestock Pen. Livestock Pen, Level 2. Level 3 effect, capable of raising second-tier livestock, further enhancing the flesh-refining effects. Innate Demon Pill. Second-tier livestock possesses a chance to produce a demon pill typically found only in third-tier demon beasts. This pill can be used to nourish other demon beasts, accelerating their growth. Consuming it can temporarily boost one's vitality. Caution is advised regarding the body's capacity to endure, as it may lead to explosive demise. Upgrade requirements: 3 medium-grade spirit stones, 1 third-tier demon pill. Demon pill? Lu Xian paused momentarily, as he had never heard of second-tier demon beasts being able to produce pills. Moreover, the upgrade conditions directly demanded a third-tier demon pill, equivalent to a formidable demon beast akin to a golden core cultivator. Such a rarity would undoubtedly be challenging to acquire. There was no need for further contemplation in the short term. Regaining his focus, Lu Xian began to inspect the newly upgraded livestock pen. Soon, in the corner of a compartment housing a gray-backed yak, he discovered, beneath the damp soil, a pitch-black fungus resembling a spiritual mushroom. This must be the thick earth spirit fungus. Channeling his magical power, he summoned it to his palm for careful examination. Chapter 63. The Effects of the Spirit Fungus. A Reunion with an Old Friend. This thick earth spirit fungus felt slightly heavy in his hand. Its texture smooth and warm like jade, adorned with intricate natural patterns. Bringing it closer, he inhaled deeply, detecting a peculiar aroma that mingled the fragrance of earth with pure demon energy. Transforming demons into spirits and enhancing magical power, Lu Xian murmured, his eyes gleaming with intensity. It is rare for a pill to directly augment magical power. Most merely concentrate spiritual energy to assist in refinement, such as the spirit gathering pill or expedite cultivation processes. Like the starlight spirit drawing pill. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his magical energy, condensing it at his fingertips, and meticulously sliced a delicate, gossamer thin portion from the thick earth spirit fungus. As the mushroom slice entered his mouth, it bore no distinctive flavor. Rather, it swiftly transformed into a gentle warmth that glided into his abdomen. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Xian's expression shifted subtly. A force, utterly distinct from the elemental energy within him, surged forth, a wild and chaotic power, akin to a ferocious beast breaking free from its confines, violently clashing through his meridians. This force was the purest form of demonic energy. It was domineering and unruly, causing sharp pangs of pain throughout his channels. Fortunately, Lu Xian's physical form had undergone numerous transformations, rendering him extraordinarily resilient. Aside from a modicum of discomfort, he felt no significant strain. Should an ordinary cultivator recklessly consume such an entity, they would likely suffer from damaged meridians or even fall into madness due to their inability to adapt to this alien energy. However, Lu Xian was no ordinary individual. He promptly settled into a cross-legged position, his mind sinking into his dantian, and he commenced the full operation of the Qianyuan skill. As he channeled the technique, the elemental energy within his dantian morphed into a colossal vortex, generating a tremendous pull. The rampaging demonic energy, encountering its natural nemesis, was irresistibly drawn towards the Dantian. Upon entering the vortex, the tumultuous demonic energy began to be swiftly decomposed, purified, and restructured. All impurities and violent tendencies were meticulously eliminated, leaving only the most primal and pure essence. Subsequently, it was entirely assimilated by the Qianyuan skill, transforming into Lu Xian's own magical power, gently merging into the sea of energy within his Dantian. This entire process lasted merely a quarter of an hour, after which he had completely absorbed the mushroom slice. Lu Xian gradually opened his eyes, releasing a deep breath of stagnant air. Feeling a slight increase in his magical power, a euphoric expression spread across his face. He discovered an astonishing fact. While refining the demonic energy, he was still capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with both processes occurring without interference. The simultaneous absorption and refinement of demonic energy and spiritual energy suggested that in the future, he could consume this thick earth spirit mushroom while also taking the spirit-gathering pills. If he further combined this with the enhancement from the cultivation chamber, it would equate to triple the cultivation and triple the joy. This thick earth spirit mushroom could yield one specimen daily, granting Lu Xian a continuous supply of alternative elixirs. Originally, he had estimated that with his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, it would take at least 2 years of arduous training, even with the aid of pills, to reach the pinnacle of the 10th level. However, now, with the divine mushroom at his disposal, his cultivation speed would multiply. At this rate, he could potentially ascend to the peak of Qi refinement within 2 to 3 months, or at the latest, half a year, and within a year, refine his magical power to perfection, ready to attempt foundation establishment at any moment. Lu Xian's vision for the future became increasingly clear. In the path of cultivation, the higher the realm, the more critical the foundation. His current speed of advancement was already formidable, without a superior foundational technique to guide him. Haphazard breakthroughs might lead to a fragile foundation and a severed path. As a golden elixir level sect, Qianyuan sect's core technique was precisely what he required at this juncture. Otherwise, Lu Xian could only venture into the wilderness, hoping to stumble upon the elusive wild inheritance. Yet such a pursuit seemed incongruous with his character. Time waits for no one. Having set his sights on a goal, Lu Xian immediately commenced preparations, even temporarily setting aside alchemy. He first ventured into Qianyuan City to procure the raw materials for the bridge of boundless distance, and then he began to seclude himself to craft a new formation base. This endeavor was of paramount importance to Lu Xian, as it would determine his freedom of movement after joining the sect, sustain the industry of Qianyuan City, and ensure he possessed a steadfast retreat. With each subsequent attempt, he grew increasingly adept, and within half a month, his work was completed. During this period, Lu Xian also entrusted the Du family with collecting and properly storing the level 1 upgrade materials for all constructions within his cave abode. Preparation is key. Without it, one faces ruin. By taking extra measures now, he would save himself considerable effort in gathering materials should he later open a third cave abode, swiftly establishing a solid foundation. For a cultivator, a month passes in the blink of an eye. On this day, within Qianyuan City, tens of thousands of cultivators went about their usual activities, trading in the market or quietly meditating at home. Suddenly, a vast aura enveloped the entire city. Following this, a cool voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The recruitment for the Qianyuan sect will be held 6 months earlier than scheduled, commencing tomorrow at the hour of Qian in the city square. All individuals under the age of 60 may participate. As the voice faded, the aura receded like a tide. But the entire Qianyuan city erupted in chaos. What? The recruitment was moved up by 6 months? Damn it, I'm not ready. This is outrageous. I'm still in seclusion, striving to break through my bottleneck. Now, it's all ruined. It's the voice transmission technique of a golden core cultivator. There's no doubt about its authenticity. Cultivators rushed out from their homes, their faces reflecting shock, excitement, and even frustration. Many secretly rejoiced, knowing that this sudden announcement would likely prevent numerous cultivators traveling afar from returning in time. The competitive pressure would surely lessen considerably. Lu Xian stood in his small courtyard, gazing up at the sky with a calm expression. Finally, it has arrived. The next day, at the hour of Qian, the central square of Qianyuan City was already a sea of people. Countless cultivators gathered there, each face marked by tension and anticipation. High above, a female cultivator dressed in the attire of the Qianyuan sect sat gracefully, her expression indifferent as she surveyed the throngs below. Xian concealed his presence, blending into the crowd, utterly unremarkable. As he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he suddenly paused, his attention drawn to two figures at the edge of the square, a young man and a young woman. Sister Wang, do you think Daoist Han will come today? We Haven T contacted him, the young man, tall and resolute in appearance, asked. It was Shun Nan. He donned a simple garb typical of a menial worker. Yet his posture remained impeccably straight, emanating a distinctive aura befitting a disciple of the sect, setting him apart from the surrounding loose cultivators. He will come. From our last parting, I sensed that Daoist Han was no ordinary figure. His return this time must surely be remarkable, propelling him into the ranks of outer disciples. He, like me, possesses the potential of a golden elixir. The young maiden stood gracefully, her beauty surpassing that of yesteryears, her bright eyes sparkling with brilliance. Indeed, it was Wang Man. Outer disciple, Shun Nan felt a jolt in his heart. Does that mean she is now on par with Sister Wang? Chapter 64, Casual Conversation. Xian, perceiving the scene through his spiritual sense, felt a stirring within. After a moment's contemplation, he approached, intent on gleaning some internal sect news from them. With a few deft movements, he silently positioned himself behind the two. With a golden elixir master present, Xian refrained from employing the transformation art to alter his appearance. After all, as Zhao Shoren had mentioned, this technique was originally seized from a scion of a noble family. Should he be recognized, it could spell trouble. However, with the breath-concealing technique in effect, neither Wang Man nor Shun Nan sensed his presence. Sister Wang, Daoist Han has yet to arrive, and the event is about to commence, Shun Nan remarked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Could it be that my message from last time did not reach him? He scanned the surroundings restlessly. Wang Man furrowed her brow in concern. Why not attempt to send him a message? While it may not adhere strictly to the rules, they usually do not scrutinize the menial disciples too closely, she suggested softly. All right. Shun Nan nodded earnestly, never forgetting the kindness that Han had shown him in the past. Just as he spoke, a familiar voice resonated behind him. No need for trouble. How could I miss such a grand event? At those words, Shun Nan was taken aback, only to be enveloped by a wave of elation. Wang Man was equally astonished, realizing only now that someone stood behind her. They both turned in unison. It truly was Brother Han. Daoist Han, I trust you're well. Xian smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. It has been too long. I was worried that my last message hadn't reached you, Shun Nan admitted, scratching his head. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, by the way, where is that little fatty Du Qingong? I had thought he would accompany you. Wang Man cast a curious glance in his direction. Oh, he's preoccupied with his family business and likely cannot attend this time. However, we can gather again tonight. Let Du be the host. He is quite prosperous now, earning 200 spirit stones a month, Xian replied with a chuckle, omitting the full truth. His trust in the two before him paled in comparison to that of Du Qinghong. What? After more than 2 years, he truly has done well for himself? Shun Nan exclaimed in surprise. Daoist Han, your aim this time is to join the outer sect, is it not? Wang Man suddenly inquired. Oh, what makes you say that? Daoist Wang? Xian countered, intrigued. It is merely an intuition. Now that I am also an outer disciple, once you join, you must call me Sister Wang. If there are any uncertainties at that time, Senior Sister will certainly provide guidance. Wang Man smiled, a hint of playfulness in her expression. Naturally, Xian did not refuse and inquired, Senior Sister Wang, do you know why this recruitment is taking place earlier than usual? Upon hearing this, Wang Man glanced around before replying discreetly, it is related to the demonic path. This matter is not a complete secret within the sect and outer circle, but it is strictly prohibited from being disclosed to outsiders. Daoist Han has completed his assessment today. We can convene in a quiet place tonight to discuss further. Understanding the implication, Xian chose not to elaborate further. The demonic path, in essence, refers to practitioners of dark immortality. It differs from the forbidden arts practiced a millennium ago. This early recruitment is likely connected to the eradication of demonic practitioners. He had previously heard that within the territories of the Immortal Dynasty, all registered sects and families, aside from official forces, have an obligation to eliminate heretical cultivators within their jurisdiction. For instance, in Qianyuan County, although the Kangyi sect and the Lin clan are situated 5,000 miles away, their purview is extensive. Conversely, within 1,000 miles, the various foundational families maintain strict vigilance, rendering the presence of demonic cultivators nearly non-existent. Thus, Xian realized that his understanding of the so-called demonic path was still limited, primarily to the dream prison behind Luo Xuanning and the soul-feeding path associated with Zhao Shorin, knowing little of the other factions. He felt it necessary to gather more relevant intelligence in the future. By the way, Brother Han, this year's assessment scoring rules have undergone slight modifications, with an increased emphasis on strength. There will be no additional points for early-stage Qi refinement, 10 points for mid-stage, and 20 points for late-stage. Do you feel confident about this, Brother Han? Shen Nin introduced. Xian's heart tightened. An increase in strength requirements? Was this an effort to recruit individuals to clear out demonic practitioners, serving as cannon fodder? Han's cultivation level was still adequate. Xian did not dwell on this matter. Briefly acknowledging it, the three engaged in idle chatter for a while longer. He then learned that Wang Man, due to her exceptional talent in talismans, had become a first-tier talisman master within just 2 years. She was later favored by the Golden Core Master Sui Wehan, who presided over the ceremony, and was accepted as a named disciple, which led to her exceptional promotion to the outer sect. Friend Wang, you truly possess remarkable fortune. Xian congratulated her. His earlier doubts regarding Wang Man's cultivation, which he noted was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement, dissipating. He intended to inquire further about cultivation methods when a clear voice echoed from the horizon. This is Sui Wehan, announcing the commencement of this recruitment ceremony. The rules remain largely unchanged from last time, save for one modification. The total number of recruits has increased from 300 to 400, with an additional 100 slots for miscellaneous roles. It was evident that they were indeed in need of cannon fodder, as Qianyuan sect was preparing in advance. However, the crowd of cultivators below erupted with excitement. Given that the early recruitment had already caused some individuals to be unable to return, the increase in slots undoubtedly expanded their opportunities. Brother Han, we must first attend to the sect's assigned tasks. We shall discuss other matters tonight, Wang Man stated. Xian nodded in agreement and casually made his way toward the line. Suddenly, his gaze drifted toward another line, where the silhouette of a female cultivator ignited a flicker of inexplicable familiarity within him. It seemed she sensed his scrutiny as she turned around, tilting her head to glance back, precisely locking eyes with Xian. A faint smile graced her lips, her eyes harboring a hint of something deeper. My lady, what are you gazing at? A girl dressed as a maid inquired softly from behind her, her tone laced with envy. Oh, if only I could join you in the Qianyuan sect. Unfamiliar? As Xian discerned the features of the female cultivator, he found her appearance unremarkable, merely ordinary. A sense of surprise washed over him. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss as the familiarity of her silhouette surged forth. In a spark of realization, Xian recalled his good neighbor from the shanty town, Luo Xianyan. Indeed, he was certain. However, he had not anticipated their continued attempts to infiltrate the Qianyuan sect. Could there be something of paramount importance within the sect that they sought? Xian pondered. Though the intricacies eluded him, he recognized this was not necessarily a disadvantage. He held their secrets firmly in his grasp. Luo Xianyan was no fool. They should possess a basic understanding of each other. Soon, it was Xian's turn. His spiritual root strength measured 50, which astonished the examining disciples. But it was recorded as 50 nonetheless. Prior to his arrival, Xian had transformed all his Dantian's energy into a singular wood attribute. He primarily cultivated a single spiritual root, having reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. While not common, it was not rare either. There were still over 10 individuals in the group with similar cultivation levels, albeit none as youthful as Xian. My fellow cultivator, what arts do you excel in? The disciple responsible for the examination regarded him with heightened respect, his tone considerably more solemn. It was noteworthy, for he too was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, yet appeared less youthful than this seemingly younger loose cultivator. I am a first-tier upper-grade formation master, certified by the municipal office, Xian replied nonchalantly. Upper grade? Are you certain? The examining disciple asked, seeking confirmation. Indeed, it is true, Xian responded steadily. According to regulations, if a formation master reached upper grade or above, an on-site test was required. Please follow me to the designated area at the back, where you may set up any upper-grade formation of your choice, the enthusiastic cultivator instructed. By the way, my name is Qianyuan. If your claims are verified, you shall be addressed as Brother Han from now on. As fellow loose cultivators, we should support one another after entering the sect. Chapter 65. Invitation, the True Word Mirror. Lu Xian had long since grown accustomed to such overtures of friendship. He calmly clasped his hands in salute. I appreciate your guidance, Brother Chun. The two made their way to an open area at the back, where a cultivator clad in a dark robe was seated in meditation with closed eyes. This is Elder Gao, a second-tier mid-grade formation master within the sect. I kindly request your assessment. Elder Chun Guangin indicated. Elder Gao opened his eyes upon hearing them, surveying the surroundings with a flat tone. Demonstrate your most proficient formation. I shall judge accordingly. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he had witnessed countless disciples, yet only a rare few truly captured his attention. Lu Xian pondered for a moment. Among his most adept skills, aside from the foundational formations, was the bridge of the near horizon. However, this formation could not be demonstrated on sight. It was one of his trump cards. After some contemplation, Lu Xian resolved to deploy another defensive formation, the water wave flow cloud formation. He had meticulously engraved the formation plates numerous times, and the principles and variations had become second nature to him, easily within his grasp. Conveniently, the foundation was sufficient. The ground was level, necessitating no elaborate adjustments of direction. Lu Xian promptly retrieved several dozen formation flags and stones. With a flick of his wrist, his movements flowed like a gentle stream, the flags and stones landing precisely in their designated positions, the entire process seamless and fluid. Chun Guangin, who observed the scene, was left in awe. Although skilled in alchemy, he could discern that this technique was extraordinary, silently marveling at its brilliance. In the past, he had witnessed fellow disciples set up high-grade formations, but none had ever displayed such effortless grace. This junior, Han, possessed an immeasurable future. Even the half-closed-eyed Elder Gao was now fully alert, watching intently. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Xian placed the final stone and positioned the spirit stones. In an instant, a brilliant blue light curtain surged within a 3-zhang radius. The water wave flow cloud formation was complete. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Elder Gao exclaimed with palpable excitement, clapping his hands in delight. He swiftly appeared before Lu Xian, inspecting the formation with keen interest, his gaze returning to Lu Xian. How old are you this year? Replying to Senior Gao, I am just 20 years old, Lu Xian answered. In the realm of cultivation, age could be verified through various means, making concealment unwise. Ah, splendid. Gao Ping praised repeatedly. No wonder my master often says that the art of formations heavily relies on talent. I consider my own talent to be quite decent, having achieved high-grade status at your age, yet I could never wield the formation techniques with such ease as you do. Your aptitude in this craft is the most formidable I have encountered in over a decade. He offered lavish compliments before inquiring, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? I can make the introduction. My master is Elder Qianyuan of the Xianshu Peak, one of the 6 peaks within our sect, and he greatly favors exceptionally talented juniors. This unexpected invitation took Lu Xian by surprise. As a junior, I would be most grateful for such an opportunity should the esteemed master take notice. He feigned astonishment, realizing that to decline outright would attract too much attention. Moreover, he was not averse to the idea of taking on a master. After all, with the backing of a golden core master, one need not toil excessively. One might choose any technique, select spells at will, and worry not about formation diagrams. However, this matter required careful consideration. Noticing Lu Xian's hesitation, Gao Ping smiled gently and produced a jade talisman inscribed with intricate formation patterns. This is the token of Xianshu Peak. Once you and the other outer disciples enter the sect and complete your preliminary studies, you will all have the right to choose your main peak. Should you have the inclination at that time, you may present this token at Xianshu Peak, and your treatment shall be elevated by 1 tier. He handed the jade talisman to Lu Xian, adding with significant implication, the demonic forces are poised to sweep through, and I trust that junior brother Han will make a sagacious choice. Lu Xian felt a stir within his heart. What connection does this have with the demonic path? Yet he refrained from further inquiry, understanding that the other party preferred to remain cryptic. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lu Xian clasped his hands in respect. Grant junior brother Han an additional 15 points in the array path. His aptitude is not far from the pinnacle. Gao Ping instructed the awestruck Chun Guangin beside him. Chun Guangin snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving the jade slip to record. Han Feiyu, a superior array master, assessed by Elder Gao as possessing extraordinary talent, awarded an exceptional 15 points, resulting in a total of 95 in the array assessment. The two then departed. Chun Guangin's tone became increasingly courteous. even tinged with a hint of flattery. Fellow Taoist Han? Nay. In the future, I shall likely have to address you as Master Han. To gain the favor of a golden core true person is an opportunity we all yearn for. Is it truly so challenging to have a loose cultivator background and join the ranks of a true person? Lu Xian queried, perplexed. Fellow Taoist, please do not jest. Chen Guangyan replied with a bitter smile. If it were easy, why would we toil daily to fulfill tasks? Gradually amassing contributions merely to exchange for techniques and a foundation-building pill. Once one becomes a disciple of a true person, at least the acquisition of medicinal pills would no longer be a concern. The difficulty in obtaining advanced techniques would significantly diminish, and one would also gain access to higher privileges, enabling the review of the majority of heritage scriptures. In summary, the advantages are manifold. Fellow Taoist, upon entering a sect, do seize the opportunity and make a commendable impression. So, it is Lu Xian understood. Status and background are of paramount importance everywhere, and the Xianxia sect is no exception. Should wealth and honor arise, do not forget those who assisted you. I hope you can lend a hand, rest assured. I, Chun, shall not allow you to labor in vain. Chen Guangyan lowered his voice, his expression slightly ingratiating. Understood. This matter can be discussed in detail later. Lu Xian casually agreed. Whether to assist or not would depend on the cost. If the other party could procure 1 or 2 types of materials for building upgrades, lending a small hand would be inconsequential. Then it is settled. Junior Brother Han, I have tasks to attend to and cannot linger. Upon returning to the sect, should you have leisure, feel free to visit me at the Yitzi area of Dansha Peak, Cave 300, for a drink. Also, do not forget to come this evening for the ranking confirmation and registration. At that time, you shall officially become an outer disciple of the Xianxia sect. Having said this, Chen Guangyan hurriedly departed. Lu Xian pondered for a moment and took his place at the edge of the square to await the announcement. As the sun set, only a few hundred remained in the venue. When the list was unveiled, many departed in dismay, leaving only 400 behind. Lu Xian found his name among them. 43rd, Han Feiyu, with a total score of 255. Not too high, nor too low, primarily. It is the cultivator's lack of talent that aligns with my steady approach, Lu Xian mused. However, upon seeing the name that followed, his brow furrowed. 44th, Luo Yingxue, with a total score of 254. Is it Luo Xianyan? Lu Xian was unable to ascertain how the other party had disguised themselves. It is worth noting that the golden core real person was currently stationed in the heavens. During the last recruitment, the individuals from the Dream Prison sect were immediately recognized upon their appearance. He himself had only concealed the powers of the 5 spirits alongside his cultivation. Without even altering his appearance, he resolved to inquire further on a later date about the secret techniques that could obscure one from the scrutiny of foundation-building cultivators. If she were unwilling to divulge, then he would have to imply, Taoist Luo, I presume you would not wish for your identity as a demonic cultivator to be revealed? A flicker of mischievous thought crossed Lu Xian's mind. Upon arriving at the registration office and completing the final verification with his prospective immortal token, he was led to a sealed compartment. Opposite him sat a square-faced, broad-forehead individual, whose stern countenance immediately indicated his origins from the law enforcement hall. Junior Brother Han, I am a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Now, gaze directly into this magical truth mirror and answer my questions truthfully. Should you utter falsehoods, your identity as an outer sect disciple will be immediately nullified, and you may even face imprisonment. He held a palm-sized, unadorned copper mirror, a veritable magical artifact designed for testing veracity. Lu Xian merely cast a glance at his reflection in the mirror, feeling a slight stir in his soul, yet remained unfazed. Responding calmly, Senior Brother, please proceed with your inquiries. Very well, Junior Brother Han, let us begin. Please disclose your true identity. The disciple of the law enforcement hall asked with a solemn tone. I am Han Feiyu, known in the city as Wang Feiyu. Male, a loose cultivator. Over 20 years of age. I have no other pursuits in life, save for the art of cultivation. It is customary for me to practice for 11 hours daily, and on occasions when I make progress, it is not uncommon for me to cultivate through the night for several days. Lu Xian replied fluently, his expression serene and unruffled. He vividly portrayed the image of a diligent cultivator, his tone plain, yet imbued with a compelling earnestness. Stop, 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 the disciple of the law enforcement hall interjected, quickly waving his hand to halt Lu Xian's recounting of his unembellished daily routine. He cast a glance at the truth mirror, which remained undisturbed. confirming that there was no deception in the identity of the individual before him. As for the alias, it was a common practice within the cultivation world, hardly worth noting. During your cultivation career, have you ever had any form of collusion or entanglement with demonic cultivators? He posed a more pointed question. Certainly not, senior brother, please see clearly. I am a virtuous citizen of the Qianyuan Immortal Dynasty. My primary cultivation is the primordial harmony technique, which I have painstakingly mastered to reach this level. The spells and formations I have learned were all acquired from the Department of All Laws, with every transaction meticulously recorded, leaving no room for doubt, Xian declared, maintaining a steady gaze while fabricating a grandiose lie. Most of his heritage had been gifted by others, including Cold Break Finger, 100 Appearances, and 1,000 Phantoms technique, and Soul Feeding, 10,000 Fiends banner. Even the primordial One Chi Slash, which he had yet to cultivate, was seldom seen in public. However, this did not impede his status as a law-abiding citizen of the Qianyuan Immortal Dynasty. The disciple of the law enforcement hall scrutinized his expression and glanced at the truth mirror once more, nodding in acknowledgement. The new disciples previously interrogated elicited flickers of light from the truth mirror, suggesting their hearts harbored deceit. Yet, this particular brother Han exhibited a mind as steadfast as a rock, truly embodying the essence of a focused practitioner. Suppressing a hint of admiration, he donned a final facade of severity and demanded in a stern voice, "One last question. What is your true purpose in joining the Qianyuan sect? Speak candidly. Should you utter even a half-truth or harbor ill intentions, do not blame the sect's merciless rules for your demise." As his voice resonated, an aura of lethal intent enveloped the air. Were we scattered cultivators not joining the Qianyuan sect for the sake of foundation building? What else could it possibly be? Xian feigned a look of puzzlement. The disciple from the law enforcement hall found himself momentarily speechless. He had grown accustomed to grandiose declarations of establishing peace for the sect and safeguarding the lives of the people. Such a blunt and pragmatic response was unprecedented. "Very well. You may pass." The law enforcement disciple waved his hand, producing a token resembling the jade plate of a quasi-immortal, engraved with the characters for Qianyuan. "Report tomorrow, and do not miss the appointed time." Understanding, Xian accepted the token and turned to exit the enclosure. Awaiting outside was the next individual. None other than Luo Yingxue, or rather, Luo Xianyue masquerading in her identity. Upon seeing Xian, her pale lavender pupils constricted momentarily before blossoming into a gentle smile. "Good evening, senior brother." "Not bad," Xian replied, not lingering. His ability to deceive the truth mirror was not due to eloquence, but rather his extraordinarily powerful soul, far surpassing that of his peers. Prior to this moment, he had devoted some time to refining a quarter of the soul essence. Now, the strength of his soul was comparable to that of a late-stage foundation-building cultivator. With a mere thought, his consciousness could envelop a radius of nearly 3 miles. Though the truth mirror was a profound artifact, it was ultimately designed for Qi refining stage disciples. With a moment's resistance, it posed no challenge. The fact that Luo Xianyue dared to undergo interrogation hinted at her unique talents in concealing her soul and obscuring heavenly secrets. A fleeting thought crossed Xian's mind, intensifying his curiosity about this path. After just a few steps, he spotted Wang Man and Xian waiting not far ahead. He quickly approached them, saying, "You two? My apologies for the wait. Brother Han, congratulations." Sister Wang was absolutely right. Xian's face was alight with joy, genuinely pleased for him. Wang Man suggested, "Let us celebrate Brother Han's official acceptance into the sect with a few drinks. There's still a few hours left. Why not find a place to revel?" "I share that intent. Let us head to Brother Du's courtyard. It would delight him as well." Xian agreed cheerfully, leading the two towards the city. Along the way, Wang Man inquired curiously, "Do you and Du Qinghong reside together?" "Indeed. I dedicate my days to focused cultivation, while he manages other affairs on my behalf." Xian nodded. As they conversed, a blatant surge of consciousness swept over them as they passed by the adjacent courtyard. Xian frowned slightly, feeling displeased, when suddenly the courtyard door creaked open. "Taoist Wang." "Ah, it is indeed Taoist Wang returning. I am Ding Yanshu, an old man. Do you still remember me? Half a year ago, I visited and presented you with a humble gift, which your brother graciously accepted." A head peeked out from behind the door. It was none other than my neighbor Ding Yanshu, his face adorned with an exaggeratedly obsequious smile. His gaze swiftly darted over to Wang Man and Shun Nan, one clad in the attire of an outer disciple of the Qianyuan sect, the other in the garb of a servant. A jolt of realization coursed through him. He comprehended the truth in an instant. The carp had leapt over the dragon's gate. This Taoist Wang, who usually preferred seclusion, had soared to great heights, becoming an outer disciple of the Qianyuan sect. Xian paused momentarily, reminded by this revelation that Du Qinghong had indeed mentioned it before. The gift, it seemed, comprised 2 worthless middle-grade talismans. Such trifles had long been cast from his mind. "Oh, it is of no consequence. I harbor no grudges," Xian replied coolly, devoid of emotion, and without further ado, he departed. Ding Yinshu stood frozen, his smile rigid upon his face. The phrase "I harbor no grudges" pierced him like a needle, and waves of regret surged within him. Why did I not offer more at that time? Why did I fail to recognize the potential of this true hidden dragon? I have missed a monumental opportunity. In the study, Du Qinghong was diligently reviewing the accounts for the day. With Han Gu entrusting him fully with the business, it was a tremendous vote of confidence, and he was determined to give it his all. Hearing a disturbance at the gate, he hastily went to greet the unexpected visitors. "Brother Shun, Sister Wang," Du Qinghong exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. "Come in, Du Laudi. Do you have any ingredients at home? Why not showcase your skills and whip up a few dishes?" Xian remarked in his usual tone. Du Qinghong instantly understood the implication. He was to be cautious with his words and refrain from divulging too many details about the business. "Certainly, I happen to have a few jars of spirit wine hidden away." Before long, the 4 of them were seated in the hall, cups clinking in conviviality. Xian steered the conversation to the matter at hand. "Sister Wang, can we discuss the recent purging of the demonic sects?" This was the only variable he had not anticipated. None of his prior preparations had accounted for this. Wang Man surveyed the surroundings, confirming that the array around the courtyard was intact, and spoke softly. "This matter is not a secret among the major factions, but it is seldom accessible to loose cultivators. I am unsure of the regulations in other counties, but according to the minor laws of Danyang County, all registered sects and families must conduct a grand purge every century, sweeping away the demonic heretics within their jurisdiction. According to the senior brothers in the sect, each grand sweep can be protracted, lasting as little as a few years or as long as over a decade. Those demonic miscreants are as cunning as foxes, hiding deeply, often leaving only the faintest traces to pursue. Many times, investigations lead to meticulously laid traps. The casualties among the disciples executing these missions are heavy. It is said that 5 teams might set out, but fewer than 3 would return. However, the rewards issued by the sect for contributions in this regard are quite generous. Slaying a demon cultivator of the same rank yields 100 contribution points, and the rewards are even heftier for those who can slay opponents of a higher tier. The contribution points hold immense significance within the sect, surpassing even spirit stones in value. Once Junior Brother Han arrives at the sect, he will surely comprehend their worth. Chapter 67. Departure, Spirit Ship Construction. Wang Man set down her wine cup, letting out a deep sigh, and continued, as a registered disciple of the true realm. "I possess a modicum of autonomy, allowing me the choice of participation. However, as a newly inducted outer disciple, you will likely face the sect's first compulsory task, the eradication of the demonic path." Du Qinghong, listening nearby, appeared utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion. Meanwhile, Shunan's complexion turned pale, his hand trembling slightly as he held his wine cup. Outer disciples have no option for refusal, and as a mere errand boy, he is even less free to choose. Every 3 years, the Qianyuan sect recruits hundreds of errand boys, providing them with ample sustenance. Their primary role being revealed in moments like this, serving as pawns to probe the path and expend themselves against the traps of the demonic path. Xian lightly tapped the table with his fingers, lost in thought. A sweep lasting a decade is an interminable duration. Even a slight delay could mean missing the optimal opportunity for foundation establishment. He recalled the token gifted by Gao Ping of Xianshu Peak. The latter had stated that this token would elevate his treatment to a higher level. It seemed this privilege afforded him an exemption from such tedious and perilous compulsory tasks. No wonder Gao Ping had appeared so resolute at that time. With this in mind, Xian cast aside his doubts, raising his cup and proclaiming, "Let us drink. It is a rare gathering. We shall not return until we are intoxicated." After several rounds of drinks, the night deepened. "Brother Han, we must return home to visit our family. According to the sect's rules, it may be several years before we have the chance to descend the mountain again." The 2 parted ways, leaving only Xian and Du Qinghong in the room. Congratulations, Brother Han. Du Qinghong raised his cup once more, downing the spirit wine in a single gulp, his eyes shining with genuine joy yet tinged with a hint of confusion. Do you think we brothers will have the opportunity to meet again after entering the Immortal Gate? Damn it, I'm not going off to die, Lu Xian retorted, then added, remember to sell the several thousand pounds of beast meat and over 300 spirit birds I left for you slowly. It should be enough to sustain you for half a year. Rest assured, Brother Han, do you doubt my ability to handle things? All right, I have matters to attend to. With that, Lu Xian rose and stepped into the underground teleportation chamber. With a flash of light, he arrived at a small courtyard outside the city. In the backyard, the 100 Souls banner swayed gently in the night breeze, emanating an eerie chill. With a thought, Lu Xian summoned Tianda from a banner. I shall be away for an indeterminate period. During this time, take care of the chicken coop, spirit fields, and livestock. If you grow hungry, kill a spirit bird for yourself. After completing your daily tasks, return to the Soul banner to rest. Lu Xian's tone left no room for argument. Understood, Master. Tianda replied in a somber voice. Lu Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. The soul could not stray too far from the 100 Souls banner, and even if it could, he did not wish to keep it by his side. This is indeed a genuine magical artifact, one that would have been denounced by all, even thousands of years ago. The consequences of its exposure within the Qianyuan sect would be unimaginable. With the fundamental matters addressed, Lu Xian felt an immense sense of relief. He was not departing for good, if all went according to plan. Within 2 months, he would establish a third cave dwelling and lay down the bridge of near and distant worlds, allowing for effortless comings and goings, thus simplifying everything considerably. The following day, the eastern sky brightened with a hint of dawn. In the square of Qianyuan City, a colossal spiritual vessel loomed, casting a vast shadow. As the newly initiated disciples approached, they were gently lifted by an invisible yet soothing force, ascending slowly before landing smoothly on the expansive deck of the vessel. Lu Xian arrived not too early, and, as he steadied himself, 2 individuals approached him, Wang Man and Chen Guangyan, the disciple responsible for the inspections the previous day. Upon recognizing each other, both were momentarily taken aback. Junior Brother Han, you know Sister Wang? Chen Guangyan inquired. Wang Man lifted her chin, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Of course we are friends. Junior Brother Han is truly fortunate. Chen Guangyan's tone carried a tinge of envy. He had heard of Wang Man's journey from being a mere servant to a disciple of a true master. Her rise in status surpassing his own despite his earlier entry into the sect. Aware that their conversation was becoming awkward, he quickly made an excuse to depart. Junior Brother Han, the spiritual vessel is about to set sail. We shall reach the sect within half a day, Wang Man said with a smile. Just as Lu Xian was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a gaze directed at him from the lofty pavilion of the vessel, belonging to the Golden Core Master. Su Yuan, Sister Wang, what rank does this spiritual vessel hold? Its grandeur is truly astounding. Lu Xian feigned ignorance as he surveyed the surroundings. The deck was as vast as a plaza, with hundreds of disciples gathered in clusters, their robes billowing in the brisk high-altitude winds. The jade deck shimmered beneath their feet, while the crystalline walls on either side revealed a tumultuous sea of clouds. Nearby, the runes on the towering dragon-like pillars glimmered with a faint golden light, casting the figures of the crowd in a dance of light and shadow. This is one of our sect's foundational treasures, the Lingshu giant ship. It is undoubtedly a top-tier artifact, possibly transcending the traditional classification of artifacts. Rumor has it that it has been in use for thousands of years. Once employed to combat the strongholds of demonic cultivators, Wang Man stated proudly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's mind began to wander. What if I were to forge my own colossal spiritual vessel? Would it be considered an artifact or a mobile structure? The enormous artillery powered by formations on the ship could likely flatten a mountain with a single strike. If categorized as an artifact, its power would remain static, limited in significance beyond its opulence. However, if deemed a structure, it could be upgraded, akin to possessing a mobile aerial fortress. Lu Xian's thoughts began to flourish. The spirit ship is equipped with a training room, an alchemy chamber, and accommodations that entirely conform to the broad definition of architecture. He could almost envision himself in the future, navigating a mobile abode, soaring through the skies and traversing the seas. That would truly be the epitome of an aerial sovereign. Thank you, Sister Wang, for your enlightening words. Lu Xian clasped his hands in gratitude. There's no need for such formality. By the way, Junior Brother Han, since you've joined the sect, do you have a preferred main peak? Wang Man enthusiastically recommended, I suggest Mo Zhuan Peak, as it boasts the most comprehensive inheritance of talismanic arts. Xian shook his head and candidly replied, Sister, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no affinity with the talismanic path, and I've already made an agreement with the seniors of Xianshu Peak. Xianshu Peak? Wang Man's expression briefly dimmed, only to be replaced by understanding. Oh, very well then. For the next half day. Silence enveloped them as the spirit ship cleaved through the clouds, racing across the heavens. Xian stood alone at the ship's edge, gazing down. Before him lay an endless expanse of majestic mountains, sprawling like a colossal dragon resting upon the earth, grand and imposing. Between the peaks, clouds swirled and mist shrouded the landscape, suffused with spiritual energy. The 7 most perilous and towering summits pierced the sky like 7 sharp swords, each exuding a unique spiritual resonance. Bridges of white jade and radiant rainbows connected the peaks, while celestial cranes and ethereal birds soared gracefully, their melodious calls echoing through the ravines. Occasionally, disciples could be seen riding swords and beasts, weaving between the peaks in a scene reminiscent of celestial beings. Junior Brother Han. Look, the central peak is Elder Peak, its status surpassing that of the 6 main peaks. There are also over 10 smaller peaks on the periphery, each overseeing various sect affairs. The welcoming platform where we shall soon land is one of them, Wang Man eagerly explained. At that moment, Su Yuehan's cold voice resonated in the ears of every new disciple. New entrants, heed my command. For miscellaneous disciples, you have half a month to familiarize yourselves with the sect environment. For outer disciples, the limit is 1 month. Upon expiration, you are to immediately commence your sect duties. Further details will be conveyed by the teaching officials. Before her words had fully settled, the spirit ship gently descended onto a vast platform. Su Yuehan's figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. A profound silence fell over the crowd. They had heard that previously, miscellaneous disciples had a 6-month period, and outer disciples were granted at least a year to acclimatize. Why had this time frame been reduced by several folds? An ominous premonition suddenly enveloped each individual's heart. This felt like being forced into an unwelcome situation. Chapter 68. The Inner Sect, Sister Luo. Half a month? What does this mean? We might not even recognize which way the mountain gate faces. A miscellaneous disciple exclaimed. Confusion etched across his face, his voice laced with apprehension. Half a month is hardly enough time to close a minor gate. What on earth has transpired? No one mentioned any unusual happenings in the sect before we arrived. The miscellaneous disciples began to chatter among themselves, their faces betraying their speculations. In contrast, the outer disciples wore expressions that were far more intriguing. Xian's gaze swept over them, noting that although they too bore somber visages, they collectively maintained a taciturn demeanor, their eyes reflecting a shared gravity of understanding. Some individuals hail from foundational families, well-versed in the matters of the demonic path's eradication, possessing insights beyond that of the average person. Silence. 2 cultivators clad in the robes of stewards soared into the air. One of them admonished the attendants sternly, follow me closely, no noise, and do not lag behind. The other, an elder with graying hair and a warm smile, exuded an approachable demeanor. I am Kai Zhang. You may address me as Uncle Master Kai. He gestured invitingly. Come, ascend the mountain with me. In my youth, I too entered the sect at your age. Before he finished speaking, Kai Zhang transformed into a flickering shadow, heading towards a mountainside. 97 outer disciples displayed no hesitation. Some summoned magical tools, while others called forth spirit beasts, all soaring into the sky in pursuit. Those selected for the outer sect were at least at the late stage of chi refinement, effortlessly capable of short-distance sword flight. Xian, wishing to remain inconspicuous, retrieved a modestly superior flying sword from his storage bag, channeling his mana to ride the sword, blending into the radiant stream. On the spirit ship, 3 inner disciples remained. Sister Fang, how have you fared? Tang Yuhao was the first to break the silence, a seemingly friendly smile gracing his lips. Fang Zhixi's eyes flashed with cold light, her retort sharp and unyielding. And you dare call me sister? Your Tang family cannot even apprehend the murderer of your direct line. You have become the laughingstock of Qianyuan County. Tang Yuhao, seething with anger internally, maintained a facade of ease, saying, merely a minor waste from the family head's branch. The use of half a year's covert power for his demise is already an act of great leniency from the elders. Is that so? Fang Zhishi displayed disbelief, then swiftly took to the skies towards the mountain peak. Tang Yuhao cast a cold glance at the remaining Wu Qiubai, snorted scornfully, and followed suit. Wu Qiubai attempted to retreat behind the others, wishing to remain unnoticed, only to find his fellow disciples had already departed. Indeed, these three were the only inner disciples of the current selection, each possessing exceptional spiritual roots and having attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, just a step away from foundation establishment. The first two hailed from the Fang and Tang families, while Wu Qiubai emerged from an obscure qi refinement clan in Qingyan City, previously biding his time until this recruitment brought him to prominence. Had it not been for this opportunity, he might have already been eliminated by more powerful families in secret. In the Kangyi sect, the inner disciples number but 3 or 2 each session, regarded as seeds for future golden core cultivators. They are exempt from mundane sect duties, receiving preferential resources, with their sole focus directed towards the path of cultivation. However, this privilege comes at the cost of severing ties with their families, allowing no interference in familial affairs unless faced with total annihilation. This is the root of the constant reshuffling of power among the foundational families in Qianyuan County, maintaining a delicate balance amidst their resource struggles. Every family has its backing, does it not? Meanwhile, Lu Xian pursued a familiar figure on his sword, flying alongside her. Sister Luo, do you have anything you wish to discuss? He spoke up voluntarily, his voice calm and unperturbed. Luo Xiandong turned her head to look at him, blinking her eyes and smiling sweetly. Brother Lu, senior brother Han, what brings you to seek out this humble girl? Lu Xian smiled faintly, leaving half a word unspoken. Luo Xuandong's expression shifted slightly, and she hastily transmitted a thought. Friend Lu, tread carefully with your words and actions, lest you regret it when this girl no longer shows you mercy. In her view, Lu Xian harbored many secrets. How could he be so audacious? I believe we should find an opportune moment to converse seriously, particularly regarding certain matters of inheritance, Lu Xian replied in kind through thought transmission. That which could deceive even a golden core cultivator scrutiny was something he sought with determination. Luo Xiandong bit her lip gently, her eyes shimmering with a pitiful allure. Brother Han, why must you push matters to an extreme? Do you truly wish for a situation where both are left wounded? No. It is you who shall perish while I endure, Lu Xian countered, shaking his head. The secrets he possessed would only allow her to know of the illusion arrays and spiritual birds. Merely the fact that he was a demonic cultivator was enough to ensure her demise. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Lu Xian did not wish to resort to this. After all, it would yield no benefit to him, and acquiring the inheritance without bloodshed was the ideal strategy. That said, what motivated Luo Xiandong to take such risks and join the Kangyi sect? Previously, Lu Xian assumed she sought some secret technique. However, at this peculiar juncture, he suddenly grasped the truth. With the impending onslaught, the cultivators of the Black Immortal sect must have already received news. Even without precise information, the century-old purge could be estimated through reasoning. No wonder they had sent someone previously. It was to act as an insider, a hidden pawn. When the time came, the Kangyi sect's actions would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. What a clever scheme. Seeing the enlightened expression on Lu Xian's face, Luo Xiandong felt a sense of foreboding. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile and said, Brother Han, let us discuss matters amicably. Once we are settled, we can delve into the details. As their mission neared completion, she could not afford any mistakes. After contemplating, Lu Xian decided to be forthright, transmitting. Sister Luo, you worry too much. We are not enemies and need not panic. Moreover, I have an old acquaintance whose news I wish to inquire about. He thought of Zhao Shoren. Though that old friend had already established his foundation, whether he could evade this cleansing remained uncertain. This young woman would undoubtedly share all she knew without reservation. Luo Xiandong let out a long breath, her taut nerves easing slightly. Just then, the fleeing lights ahead began to decelerate. Kai Zhang descended onto a grand platform on the mountainside, surrounded by palaces and pavilions, adorned with exquisite carvings and imbued with an ethereal aura. In the following month, you will familiarize yourselves with the environment and learn the sect's rules and common knowledge. After a month, you may choose your main peak, Kai Zhang instructed, pointing to a majestic hall inscribed with welcoming newcomers. 97 individuals, the count is accurate. Please proceed into the hall to collect your entrance supplies. There will also be senior brothers on duty to answer your queries within. Subsequently, one may seek a temporary abode for rest or freely explore the magnificent scenery of our Qianyuan sect's gate. At the hour of Chun tomorrow, I shall return to elucidate various important matters. With that, he flickered and vanished from sight. The remaining disciples exchanged glances, pondering whether the sect's administration was rather too lenient. Xian strode directly into the grand edifice before him. Chapter 69, Bountiful Entrance Benefits, Recruitment. Inside the welcoming hall, the light was somewhat dim, and the fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. There were several windows, and Xian approached one of them. He clasped his hands, saying, "Greetings, senior brother. I am the newly admitted disciple Han Feiyu, here to collect my entrance benefits." Opposite him sat an elderly senior brother, his expression devoid of emotion. Reclining slightly in his grand chair, his eyes were half closed, seemingly disinterested in all that unfolded before him. As if the lingering aura of one who had not yet established their foundation had solidified into a palpable substance. The entrance benefits are as follows: 1 high-quality storage bag, 1 high-quality gathering spirit pill, 2 outer sect robes, and 1 standard flying vessel. Additionally, you may select 1 high-quality standard magical tool from a sword, knife, staff, spear, or whip. By the way, I shall also gift you 100 contribution points. Now, that is indeed a valuable asset. The elderly senior brother leisurely concluded. Xian felt a slight astonishment within. The Qianyuan sect possesses quite a substantial foundation. A rough calculation revealed that the total value of the storage bag, pill, and magical tools amounted to around 2,000 spirit stones. Although these items were standardized, they were still remarkably commendable. Many late-stage chi refinement cultivators toil for years outside, yet cannot amass such wealth. Just like when Lu Ming, who had once delivered a young thundercloud tiger, lost 2 brothers and obtained no more than this. It is no wonder that scattered cultivators aspire to join the Qianyuan sect. Even the Lin clan of immortals might not possess such generosity. Alas, these items are merely embellishments to me, Xian mused inwardly. He presented his identity jade token and spoke. "I appreciate your assistance, senior brother. I shall choose the flying sword as my magical tool. Might I inquire about the specific uses of these contribution points?" "Ah, you have touched upon a crucial point." The elderly senior brother pushed a storage bag towards him and, with a sweep of the jade token across the array, continued, "Contribution points, as the name suggests, are earned by contributing to the sect. Their uses? Within the sect, everything from exchanging for cultivation techniques to provisions for one's cave dwelling is linked to them. I shall reveal the most critical information. In the sect's economy, 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. However, conversely, spirit stones are exceedingly difficult to convert into contribution points. Furthermore, you newcomers are granted a tremendous benefit. When you go to the law transmission hall to exchange for your first cultivation technique, the required contribution points will be halved. Remember, this applies only to the first technique and is a one-time opportunity. Make sure to seize it well. Do not be like certain fools who, in pursuit of trivial gains, exchange for an inferior yellow-grade technique, only to regret it later and waste 100 years, ultimately perishing at the sect's gates. As he spoke the last words, a hint of unmasked melancholy crept into his voice. Xian understood. This senior brother was imparting wisdom born from personal experience. Though he appeared indifferent, his heart had not grown entirely cold. "Thank you for your invaluable advice, senior brother. I have learned much." Xian solemnly performed a bow, carefully stowing away his storage pouch and identity jade token. He turned and departed from the grand hall, the sunlight bathing him once more. A 5-fold opportunity was indeed not to be squandered. At the very least, he aimed to exchange for a supreme-grade mystical technique, perhaps even something of a higher echelon, achieving his goal in one fell swoop. Outside the hall, a vibrant crowd had gathered. Dozens of newly initiated disciples clustered together, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Clearly, the majority had been invigorated by the sect's grand gesture. A graceful figure quietly approached him. It was Luo Xianyue. She spoke softly, "Brother Han, why not engage with a few fellow practitioners?" "Oh, are you suggesting that this period has been intentionally set aside by the sect for us to expand our networks?" Xian retorted. Luo Xianyue elaborated, "In previous years, the sect would grant newcomers a year or so to acclimatize, providing an optimal opportunity for us to forge relationships during this time. Attending classes together, undertaking tasks side by side, naturally fosters closeness. In the future within the sect, whether for sharing information or forming teams for training, it would be far more convenient. Forming alliances is simply human nature. She shifted her tone, her beautiful eyes glinting with curiosity. Those disciple from influential families usually seek to recruit us solitary cultivators. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Han? I'm accustomed to being solitary. Influential families? I'm not interested, Lu Xian replied, shaking his head. You truly lead a carefree life, brother. I, however, lack such fortune. I am bound by my tasks. Luo, Qianyuan sighed softly, a hint of envy in her tone. As they conversed, 3 individuals approached them. Leading the trio was a man clad in a splendid robe, wearing what he believed to be a congenial smile. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Zhang Bujing. My Zhang family enjoys a modicum of influence within the sect. If you would not mind, we could mutually support one another in the future. Noticing Lu Xian and Luo Xuanyuan's silence, he quickly pivoted, revealing his true intentions. Of course, if you would consider relinquishing your half-price exchange for techniques, I am open to negotiation. What a cunning ploy, Lu Xian thought with a smile. While Luo Xianyuan found him unworthy of her attention, the Zhang family had merely relied on luck to secure a top 3 finish in the last competition, offering no assistance for her tasks. Seeing their silence, Zhang Bujing's smile abruptly froze, feeling humiliated as he cast a dark glance at them before huffing and departing. As one wave receded, another surged forth. Next came representatives from the Li, Kong, and Wei families, each presenting similar offers, their intentions glaringly mundane. Lu Xian remained unresponsive, while Luo Xianyuan graciously declined for him. Brother Han, if you continue to offend everyone, your future in the sect may not be so pleasant, she urged once the crowd had dispersed. In the realm of cultivation, connections and backgrounds ultimately hold great significance. Oh, how do you know that I lack a background? Lu Xian finally spoke, his tone composed yet tinged with amusement. Luo Xianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why had she so presumptively concluded that he had no connections? Without a background and having spent years in seclusion, how could one attain such a remarkable level of cultivation? It appears that Brother Han is the one who has concealed his true abilities the most. Luo Xuanqing's tone shifted slightly. At that moment, another person stepped forward. Hey, you two, would you care to join me, Tang Qianyu? I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence. Tang Qianyu presented herself with the flair of a flamboyant young lady, her gaze brimming with an innate sense of superiority. Ah, it is Sister Tang. I have long admired the Tang family's illustrious reputation. Might we converse further? Luo Xuanqing's eyes brightened. An opportunity had presented itself. Lu Xian felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Luo Xuanqing's alliance with the aristocracy was merely a means to better gather intelligence and relay messages to the forces behind her. The Tang family was likely to face misfortune. Lu Xian had no intention of offering a warning. After all, he harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the Tang family, and he preferred to sit back and enjoy the unfolding drama. At this moment, he was solely focused on his cultivation and planning for foundational establishment. Such distractions were simply a waste of time. Once the welcoming month concluded, he would seek out Gao Ping at Xianshu Peak to avoid being dispatched to the front lines, which would unduly hinder his training. Seeing Lu Xian's prolonged silence, Tang Qianyu arrogantly remarked, Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you a mute cultivator? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's brow furrowed. Indeed, they were cut from the same cloth. Her demeanor mirrored that of the now vanquished Tang Jingchen, evoking a visceral disdain within him. Just as he was about to speak, another group approached. As fellow loose cultivators, they were expected to assist one another. Fear not, fellow cultivators. Chapter 70. A month in the blink of an eye. Illusory world escaping the Void Sutra. This group comprised more than 10 members, with a burly man leading them. His imposing figure and resolute countenance exuding formidable energy. Do you truly believe that Song Yi sect is your private garden? We entered seeking enlightenment, not to witness the tyranny of certain individuals. His voice thundered, laced with unabashed mockery. These words struck Tang Qianyu like a resounding slap across the face. You. Her complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed as she pointed at him, her lips moving yet rendered speechless by the piercing gazes of the group behind him. After several moments of struggling to find her voice, Tang Qianyu, filled with frustration, turned and fled. The Zhangyi sect was not like the outside world. The Tang family's influence was far less significant here. Daoist Lu, I shall return shortly. Luo Xianxia communicated telepathically and followed suit. Lu Xian nodded slightly, shifting his gaze towards the burly leader. I am Qianyu. May I inquire about your esteemed name, junior brother? Noticing Lu Xian's composed demeanor, Qianyu clasped his fists in a bow, his tone becoming noticeably more courteous. Lu Xian replied nonchalantly, fei. What guidance does Brother Qian have for me? Ah, so you are Brother Han. Qianyu responded with a hearty laugh. As contemporaries, we share a bond. Would you care to familiarize yourself with us? Mutual assistance is essential for establishing oneself within the sect. The others behind him also turned their attention towards Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian was keen on gathering information, seamlessly inquiring, "Might you enlighten me, Taoist Qian, on the distribution of factions within the sect? Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, especially within the realms of cultivation sections. As a prominent force at the Golden Core level, the Qianyuan sect is inevitably characterized by its internal factions. To navigate this landscape effectively, one must possess prior knowledge to establish a firm foothold. This matter is rather intricate." Qianyu pondered for a moment, casting his gaze over the increasing number of newcomers around him. "Very well, today I shall provide a brief overview, allowing my fellow disciples to have a clearer understanding. In essence, within the Qianyuan sect, a distinct divide exists between our camp of independent cultivators and the aristocratic families. The disciples hailing from independent backgrounds hold a significant numerical advantage, and their strength is sufficient to stand on equal ground with their aristocratic counterparts, if not surpass them." Through Qianyu's elucidation, Lu Xian gained a preliminary comprehension of the sect's internal dynamics. Simply put, while one's spiritual roots are predetermined, even the most established cultivation families cannot guarantee the emergence of prodigies in every generation. Exceptional spiritual roots are indeed rare, let alone the extraordinary ones. Given the scarcity of aristocratic offspring, the number of new members entering the sect each session is limited. For instance, among the 97 outer sect newcomers this term, merely over 20 possess a familial background. The remaining majority are either from minor cultivation clans in Qianyuan County or fortunate independent cultivators. Moreover, the elder seats are predominantly occupied by Golden Core practitioners of independent lineage, rendering the foundational families incapable of stirring significant upheaval within the sect. Once a Golden Core seed enters the sect, they are prohibited from interfering with their family's affairs, a regulation that is strictly enforced. This implies that aside from lacking the resource support of a familial background and possibly experiencing a slightly slower cultivation pace, we are not inferior to them in other respects. Lu Xian concluded, "Indeed, those so-called esteemed families, possessing merely a few spirit stones and mediocre spiritual roots, are often weak-willed and rely on resources to bolster their abilities. When it comes to raw strength, they cannot compete with us." Qianyu's voice boomed, raising his arm in fervor. "Yes, well said. The sect's grand competition will undoubtedly demonstrate the true prowess of us independent cultivators." The surrounding independent cultivators were instantaneously invigorated, erupting in cheers of support. Having advanced to the late stages of Qi cultivation, they are far from foolish. The desire of those aristocratic offspring to trade trivial benefits for discounted cultivation techniques is nothing short of delusional. Fellow cultivators, let's forge an alliance. As the impending sweep approaches, it would be advantageous to collaborate in teams to minimize casualties, Qianyu suggested, sensing the atmosphere had reached a fervent pitch. Brother Qian, take me with you." Nearly half of the cultivators eagerly responded, while the other half remained silent. Lu Xian had already discreetly retreated to the edge of the crowd, finding little significance in this hastily formed alliance. Nevertheless, he exchanged communication methods with Qianyu for future contingencies. Upon arriving at the temporary accommodations prepared by the sect, he found a loft comprising hundreds of small rooms, where all 90-odd newcomers were settled. There was even no provision for meals. However, as late-stage Qi cultivators can abstain from food for months, Lu Xian cared little and simply closed his eyes to meditate. The following day, Qianyuan arrived to lead everyone to a spacious hall, initiating a month-long curriculum. A few days ago, the teachings of the sect regulations were imparted, followed by an extensive evaluation of abilities that spanned over half a month, encompassing mutual sparring, practical combat against demonic beasts, and crisis response assessments. Participants had the option to act solo or team up, with a clear objective at hand, to prepare for the eradication of the demonic path. During the sparring sessions, Lu Xian deliberately controlled his performance, alternating victories and defeats, maintaining an unremarkable facade. In the assessment involving the extermination of demonic beasts, the participants were cast into a small secret realm. teeming with first-tier demonic beasts despite the presence of spiritual materials. Even with the possibility of teamwork, casualties were substantial. Ultimately, scores were determined based on the number of beasts slain and resources extracted. Xian operated independently, achieving average results and exhibiting an inconspicuous demeanor. Throughout this period, he observed coldly as the loose cultivator alliance, led by Qianyuan, fractured over the distribution of interests, even turning against one another. He also witnessed the noble scions reveal their true colors when confronted with genuine peril. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. The Grand Hall remained the same, yet the number of participants had dwindled from 97 to 70. Alas, you are the weakest cohort I have ever guided. Nearly 30 individuals have perished in merely the introductory courses. Kai Zhang stood atop the platform, his tone tinged with a superficial lamentation. In truth, his heart remained unperturbed. For the sect, those disciples who perished in the selection process were merely low-value expendables. Historically, losses could be significantly mitigated within a year's cycle. However, times have changed, and the cost of rapid advancement was inescapable. Within just a month, all present understood that it was not due to the sect's leniency, but rather the inherent cruelty of reality. In the world of cultivation, no benefit is ever free. Everything bears a hidden price tag. The academic results have been recorded in your identity jade tokens. Shortly, various senior brothers from the main peaks will arrive to guide you, allowing you to choose freely. If your results are unsatisfactory, there is no need for undue insistence. Some of the smaller peaks are quite commendable. Once everything is completed, you may proceed to the administrative hall to receive your assignments and truly commence your journey within the sect. As Kai Zhang's voice faded, his figure vanished without a trace. For him, the hundreds of contribution points accrued from this guiding task were already secured, and it was time to indulge in leisure. Xian evaded the crowd and found solitude on a secluded cliff. Under the gentle sunlight, the mountain breeze caressed him, and before long, a graceful figure approached quietly. Lu Daoyu, have you made your decision? By accepting this secret technique, you become half a successor of my dream prison sect. Should this be exposed in the future, we shall be like grasshoppers on the same string. Are you truly unafraid of me revealing this matter? The voice of Luo Xianying floated on the wind. Huh. Then let us perish together. To accompany Fairy Luo to the underworld would not be a misfortune. Xian replied with a light chuckle, his tone nonchalant. To wish to die alongside a mere girl is quite touching. Indeed. Luo Xianying feigned a gesture of wiping her eyes, but upon seeing Xian's indifference, she reluctantly shelved her jest. Her expression turned serious as she stated, "This technique is called the Illusory World Escape Sutra. It is an ancient heritage at the core of my dream prison sect. Refining to perfection, one may split one's own consciousness, conceal one's cultivation, and transform one's appearance, as if evading the void. This is an integral part of the heavenly deceit illusory canon. However, a millennium ago, amidst the chaotic era of the extinguished laws, the transmission was severed, and much was lost. Now only the first 4 levels remain. Upon reaching the 2nd level, I can perfectly conceal myself before the golden core. Achieving the 4th level would render even powerful divine beings incapable of discerning my presence." Luo Xianyue cast a jade slip, cautioning that it must not be disclosed. Otherwise, we would truly be destined for the underworld together. As for the difficulty of cultivation, it entirely depends on your comprehension of the illusory path. With Lu Daoyu's talent, it should pose no problem. Chapter 71. Xianxia Peak, opening the cave abode. After acquiring what he desired, Xian's thoughts became clear, prompting him to leave without delay. Turning back to the bustling Great Hall, the 6 senior disciples from the main peaks had already arrived. They were from Danxia, Tiangong, Lingfu, Xianshu, Wanshou, and Juejin peaks, each representing the 6 major cultivation paths of Kangyi's sect: alchemy, artifacts, talismans, arrays, beast control, and swordsmanship. Luo Xianyue followed Tang Qianxia to Danxia Peak, while Xian directly approached the senior of Xianxia Peak. The array path is inherently difficult, naturally limiting the options available. Upon noticing a newcomer, the senior's eyes lit up. "Welcome to Xianxia Peak, junior brother. Achieving AB grade in the entrance coursework is sufficient, but the array path requires at least a mid-tier quality standard." Xian nodded and presented his identity jade token. "Senior brother, my array path is of high quality, and my coursework is B grade. Does that meet the requirements?" "Yes, yes, yes," the senior exclaimed repeatedly after verifying. However, upon scrutinizing the assessment results. His eyes widened in astonishment. Array technique, 95, an additional 15 points, and the annotator is none other than Master Gao. Junior brother Han, do you know Master Gao? He asked, barely concealing his surprise. Of course, senior. Master Gao gifted me this item. Xian retrieved the jade talisman inscribed with profound array patterns. This is Elder Qianyuan's token. The senior's voice rose with excitement, trembling slightly. Xian, puzzled, responded, is it the Elder's token? I thought it was a gift from Master Gao. Junior brother is unaware. Elder Qianyuan has been sequestered in closed-door cultivation for years, often not emerging for several years at a time. To avoid missing out on talented disciples, the matter of accepting apprentices is entrusted to several older seniors. Holding this token is equivalent to being a registered disciple, and upon Elder Qianyuan's emergence for personal assessment, one may even ascend to true inheritance. Junior brother, I am Qianyuan. I look forward to your guidance in the future. According to regulations, you are entitled to elevated treatment, exempt from all menial duties for 3 years, and may purchase all array teachings from Xianxia Peak at a 6% discount. Qianyuan spoke with a hint of envy. Unsure of what exceptional qualities the junior possessed, but feeling it inappropriate to inquire further, he proceeded with the formalities. Now I understand, Xian replied with a respectful bow. 3 years is ample time. Please wait here, junior brother, until the number is sufficient, and we will proceed together to the main peak of Xianxia. At that time, you may select or establish your cave abode in the area designated with the character A, which possesses a 3rd-tier spiritual vein, Qianyuan courteously stated. Half an hour later, the selection of new disciples for Xianxia Peak amounts to a mere 7, less than 1/10 of the total. Junior brother Han, please follow me. Qianyuan warmly beckoned, turning to the others with a more indifferent tone. You few, keep up, do not lag behind. Instantly, the gaze of the other 6 towards Xian was filled with a complex array of emotions. Leading the way, Qianyuan set off, while Xian retrieved a standard flying boat, proceeding at a leisurely pace behind him. Previously, from the vantage of the spirit ship, the mountains appeared as a continuous expanse. However, flying amidst the peaks now truly revealed the vastness and magnificence of Qianyuan sect. After a full hour, a high peak adorned with swirling 5-colored brilliance finally came into view. Junior brother Han, that is the protective formation of our Xianxia Peak. The 5 elements returning to origin formation. This formation integrates defense, attack, confinement, and illusions, possessing boundless power. Therefore, one must never recklessly wander within the mountains. Many forbidden areas, if mistakenly entered, could injure even us disciples due to the formation's traps. Qianyuan carefully explained to Xian, while also cautioning the others. Understood. With their identity, jade, tokens in hand, the formation did not impede their passage. Junior brother, directly ahead lies the A section. You may choose from the vacant caves left by predecessors or establish your own. I shall not accompany you further, as I need to make arrangements for them. In a few days, they will need to undertake tasks, and certain matters must be clarified. Qianyuan pointed towards an area rich in spiritual energy near the peak. Xian, filled with delight, realized he had finally arrived. He planned to survey the surroundings first, selecting a secluded spot free from disturbances. Riding the winds, he spread his consciousness and meticulously observed the flow of the terrain and spirit veins. Xian discovered that the locations with the densest spiritual energy were already adorned with pavilions and halls, likely the core nodes of the 5 elements returning to origin formation. Intentionally avoiding these prominent sites, he eventually halted at a secluded cliffside. This location, situated between 2 formation nodes, offered abundant spiritual energy while remaining difficult to disturb. Truly an ideal sanctuary for his cultivation. Facing the barren rock wall, Xian couldn't help but reminisce about Song Qingping. All the previous structures had been erected by that venerable figure. Now, he would need to take matters into his own hands. Extracting a top-quality flying sword, Xian channeled his magical power into the blade. Once the power brimmed, he swung the sword with great force. The sword's aura penetrated the stone wall, leaving a straight, deep mark. A top-quality flying sword was as effective against ordinary stone as cutting through butter. Following the same method, he struck out several more times, and the entrance to his cave dwelling began to take shape. Layer by layer, he carved inward, extending the space after digging to a depth of 3 zhang. He couldn't help but think that he should have learned a few earth and construction spells. It would have made things considerably easier. During this excavation, he recalled a yellow-grade spell called Stone Mud Technique, which could transform rock into soft mud, allowing for shaping before reverting to its original form. A veritable architectural miracle. However, at present, this was not a significant issue, as this would serve as his third cave dwelling. It would suffice to set up a small concealment formation at the entrance to mask it perfectly. Half a day later, the radiant moon ascended. Within the pitch-black cavern, Xian finally completed his work. In addition to the central reception area, he expanded 8 surrounding rooms, designated for potential future constructions. Most crucially, at the innermost depths of the cave, he designed a concealed secret chamber, reserved as a teleportation room. With everything in place, Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Just at that moment, the system notification chimed as expected. Ding! Detected the third cave. Would you like to activate the upgrade panel? No surprises there. It has arrived. Yes, Xian silently affirmed. In the next instant, the architectural information gradually unfurled. Cave, level 0. Is that all? Xian pondered, realizing that the entire cave was devoid of any functional structures, thus unable to display further details. He stepped into a stone chamber and casually retrieved a cushion from his storage bag, placing it down. With a mere thought, new prompts indeed appeared. Would you like to designate the building as a cultivation room? Xian made no choice. He merely sought to confirm. He turned and entered the innermost secret chamber, spending over 10 days to arrange the already prepared bridge of 1,000 miles. After designating it as the teleportation room, the familiar upgrade panel materialized. Xian produced the necessary materials and promptly upgraded it to level 2, extending the teleportation range to 6,000 miles. In the next moment, the array patterns flowed, and the power of the Earth's veins converged. 2 additional nodes surfaced in Xian's mind, situated approximately 5,800 miles away, precisely corresponding to the first and second caves of Qianyuan City. Perfect distance. His previously anxious heart settled at ease. After a moment of contemplation, Xian refrained from teleporting immediately. Having left Qianyuan City for just over a month, everything there proceeded according to plan, requiring his personal oversight. Contemplating his imminent breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, Xian gazed once more at the panel, pondering whether to designate a few special structures. Chapter 72. Similar structures, techniques. Are there any constructions that could facilitate a breakthrough? Xian recalled the effects of a level 3 cultivation room. Level 3 effect. Risk of cultivation deviation 30. Cultivation speed 60. Comprehension of techniques and spells 30. Breakthrough. Probability of success during major realm advancement 10. Upgrade requirements. 3 mid-grade spirit stones. 1 Xian grade technique. It possessed the inherent characteristic of aiding breakthroughs, yet the mere 10% enhancement felt rather insufficient. Xian reflected. During the introductory coursework of the past month, Kaizhong had occasionally mentioned the challenges of breaking through the foundation establishment period, without relying on external aids. Merely forcing a breakthrough based on one's innate spiritual root quality yielded vastly disparate results. With a top-grade spiritual root, there was a 70% chance of success in one attempt. A superior-grade spiritual root dropped to 50%. A mid-grade spiritual root barely held a 30% chance. As for a lower-grade spiritual root, the hope dwindled to merely 10%, while the success rate for a defective spiritual root approached 0, so negligible it could be disregarded. The Qianyuan sect has endured for millennia, yet only 3 individuals have successfully established their foundations using inferior spiritual roots, and each of them is a remarkable figure endowed with immense fortune. My 5-element spiritual root possesses equal strength, and the difficulty of breakthrough remains consistent. It will not dramatically increase risk due to attribute imbalance, which is an advantage. However, a mere 30% success rate at the foundation level is woefully inadequate. Xian's objective is clear. He must elevate the success rate of foundation establishment to a realm of near absolute safety. The premium foundation pill can enhance the probability by 30% and safeguard the heart meridian, preventing fatal backlash from failed breakthroughs. Coupled with the 10% from the level 3 cultivation chamber, the total reaches 70%. Insufficient. Without 98%, what difference would it make to courting death? Xian has always been cautious. He rose and entered a vacant stone chamber, placing down a meditation mat. There are numerous designated structures available for the third cave, perfectly suited to validate his thoughts. With a mere thought, he contemplated, shall I designate the structure as a closed-door cultivation room? Yes. In an instant, an invisible aura seemed to flow over the walls of the stone chamber, creating an atmosphere that felt both dense and profound. Closed-door cultivation room. Level 0. Level 1 effect. After 1 month of closed-door cultivation, the speed of cultivation increases by 20. After 1 year, it increases by 40. After 3 years, it increases by 60. If one comprehends techniques, spells, or skills during the closed-door period, understanding will be guaranteed within 3 years. During this period, the body can subsist without food. Upgrade requirements. 10 low-grade spirit stones, 1 heart, solidifying herb. Cultivating for 3 years would only yield a 60% increase in speed, merely matching the level 3 cultivation chamber. The potential of this closed-door cultivation room is undoubtedly vast. Perhaps upgrading it to level 3 could elevate the speed to 200. Yet, its effectiveness requires time to accumulate, which leaves Xian feeling somewhat unimpressed. Perhaps it will be worth trying when his cultivation reaches a profound level requiring extended closed-door sessions. Xian chose not to upgrade, but instead turned towards another vacant stone chamber, envisioning a new structure. Designated structure, breakthrough room. However, after a while, there was no response. Could it be that the requirements are insufficient, or perhaps the naming is incorrect? Xian furrowed his brow. He was unsure whether the concept of a breakthrough room existed in the realm of cultivation, but surely there must be places with similar functions. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a piece of cold jade stone the size of a tabletop from his storage bag and placed it in the center of the stone chamber. This cold jade stone, while not particularly useful by itself, could help one focus and calm the mind, perhaps serving as a catalyst. It is said that to reach the highest realm of cultivation, one must ascend via an ascension platform to the upper realms. However, despite being a platform, this one was far too rudimentary to be designated as an ascension platform. Shall I designate the structure as a breakthrough platform? Now that feels right, yes. Xian's expression brightened, surprised that a mere stone platform could resolve the issue. The atmosphere within the stone chamber transformed, and the cold jade stone seemed to merge with the very essence of the room, emanating a solid and profound aura of the Tao. Information updated. Breakthrough platform, level 0. The first level of effect, to break through while positioned upon it, with a foundational success rate of 30. During the foundational period, the difficulty of breaching minor realms stands at 20. Upgrade conditions, 100 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 foundational pill of any grade. Upon arrival, Xian's eyes sparkled. This breaking through platform was indeed extraordinary. Merely to upgrade it to level 1 required 100 low-grade spirit stones and a precious foundational pill as a catalyst, a cost far exceeding that of other structures. Yet its effect was undeniably formidable, straightforward, and directly targeting the essence. The 30% success rate afforded by his medium-grade spiritual root, combined with another 30% from the exquisite foundational pill, alongside the additional 30% provided by the breaking through platform, resulted in an astonishing initial success rate of 90%. This was merely at level 1. Should it rise to greater heights, the success rate might well ascend further, potentially reaching a flawless 10 out of 10. In that moment, Xian felt a profound sense of assurance. The training room, closed meditation room, and breaking through platform all bore similar effects, aiding in the enhancement of cultivation. Yet each had its own emphasis. For daily practice, one could opt for the training room. For prolonged seclusion, the closed meditation room was preferable. To breach realms, the choice was undoubtedly the breaking through platform. Each had its merits, to be selected according to the situation. With the experiment concluded, Xian's spirits were high. The only obstacle remaining to his breakthrough was a single technique. With this thought in mind, he did not linger, turning to exit the cave dwelling. He commandeered his flying vessel, meandering until he arrived at the most coveted location among the sect's disciples, the Hall of Transmission. The grand hall exuded majesty and solemnity. Though it appeared deserted outside, an aura of consciousness far surpassing the foundational level enveloped the surroundings, surveilling every nook and cranny. A golden core master must surely be stationed within. Xian entered the hall with a composed demeanor. At the entrance, a disheveled old Taoist reclined on a wooden chair, his robe tattered, exuding an aura of restraint akin to that of an ordinary person. The first law of recognizing individuals in the cultivation world: the more one resembles a mortal, the deeper their cultivation may be. The overwhelming sense of consciousness he had just sensed undoubtedly emanated from this individual. "Senior, I'm a newcomer to the outer sect, seeking a technique to break through to the foundational stage," Xian respectfully stated. The old Taoist did not open his eyes, murmuring 9th level of Qi refinement. With spiritual root, your foundation is fairly solid. However, it will require several more years of accumulation before you can breach the foundational stage. Why the urgency, young one? Xian was taken aback. Was there a cultivation requirement for selecting techniques? I merely wish to prepare for the future, to find a suitable technique first, and then accumulate contributions, so that I may have a clear direction for my efforts, he replied. Oh, setting aspirations first, then taking earnest action. Such thoughts are indeed common. Speak, what kind of technique do you seek? I may offer a recommendation or two. Xian articulated the carefully prepared response. I wish to find a technique without elemental attributes, planning to cultivate a second spiritual root after establishing my foundation. He did not genuinely intend to do so, but could not reveal his intent to cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously and thus sought an excuse. Oh, a second spiritual root? The old Taoist opened his eyes and scrutinized Xian from head to toe. Why not select a specific dual attribute technique? You have chosen to major in the wood elemental root, and should you select fire as your secondary root? I possess several esteemed texts on the harmonious cultivation of wood and fire, which would greatly benefit you in both combat and alchemy in the future. Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed senior, Xian replied, but my fate concerning the selection of my secondary root remains uncertain, and I dare not make a hasty decision. Ah, you young ones always have your own ideas, unwilling to turn back until you have faced the wall. The old practitioner waved his hand dismissively, seemingly reluctant to press further. With a flick of his wrist, he directed a beam of spiritual light towards a modest chamber behind him. Considering you are not in the affairs hall at this hour, it seems you're a newly accepted disciple of some junior brother. Feel free to select from the offerings in Area A. Just remember, without sufficient contribution points, the precious text cannot be taken with you. Xian bowed respectfully and entered the small chamber. A subtle shift in spatial energy brushed past him, and upon exiting the door, the scenery had transformed dramatically. The short-range teleportation array employed here was indeed extravagant. Before him stood over a dozen display platforms, each adorned with floating jade slips, encircled by a shimmering barrier of light. Xian approached one of the platforms, verified his identity with his jade token, and the barrier dissipated with a soft sound. He picked up a jade slip and probed it with his consciousness. A line of ancient characters materialized in his mind. Endless vitality technique, a supreme treasure of the profound rank.